Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Tragic White Moonlight. The junior disciple approached, accompanied by a stranger, and introduced him as a descendant left behind by the late sect master. A wave of confusion washed over Kongyu. He had truly been reborn. He was the chief disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, a prominent sect in the world. In his previous life, he had been burdened by the title of chief, toiling tirelessly in the pursuit of mastery, dedicating himself to arduous training. He held multiple responsibilities, assisting his master in mentoring disciples, selflessly imparting the ancestral heart techniques of the Kong family to his junior brothers and sisters, acquiring magical artifacts, and nurturing spirit beasts, all while enduring hardships and accumulating ailments. In his quest to uphold the illustrious reputation of Yashoushan Mountain atop the 32 peaks, Kongyu, despite his frail health, wielded his sword upon the Yao platform. The outcome was all too evident. He was defeated by an unknown young cultivator in mere 3 moves, his forces crumbling. Outsiders lamented his plight, criticizing Yashoushan Mountain for sending a gravely ill disciple to fight. Yet, those he had always respected as master, the junior he had painstakingly trained, and the junior sister with whom he was to bond blamed him for bringing disgrace upon Yashoushan Mountain. Everyone awaited his fall from grace. Once a prodigious talent who had effortlessly slain 3 opponents on the Yao platform, he now faced such a humiliating fate. However, Kongyu was aware that his illness was not a mere happenstance, it was the result of a treacherous plot. Greetings to all esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters. My name is Huo Mingyi. I was saved by Brother Xiao. Brother, Huo Mingyi glanced nervously at Xiao, who discreetly gestured for him to remain calm. Master, today is the first time Mingyi has met so many respected cultivators, it is only natural for him to feel anxious. Xiao was Kongyu's close junior disciple, both being the true inheritors under the renowned Elder Daoyuan of Yashoushan Mountain. Hailing from a prestigious lineage, he bore an arrogant disposition, often disregarding even Kongyu, his senior. Both shared illustrious backgrounds and comparable talents, however. Kongyu had joined the sect a few years prior, and his family had a unique connection with the founding master of Yashoushan Mountain. Xiao was not entirely convinced, perpetually believing that Kongyu had relied on connections to secure his position as the chief disciple. In truth, even without the prestige of the Kong family, Kongyu was a remarkable talent in the realm of cultivation. Anyone with discernment could see that he was a gem of undeniable brilliance, destined to shine in any sect. Unfortunately, Yashoushan Mountain had fortuitously acquired this treasure, but failed to cherish it. Kongyu treated Xiao with remarkable generosity. He vividly recalled in his previous life how he had imparted all his knowledge to this junior without reservation. After suffering from a peculiar poison, he had scoured the land for a cure, leveraging countless connections and exerting immense effort, even enlisting the support of the Kong family to procure a remedy. At that time, he was utterly drained, instructing little junior disciple Huo Mingyi to fetch herbs from the apothecary and brew the remedy for Xiao. The result was that Xiao mistakenly believed the antidote had been provided by Huo Mingyi, showering the junior with gratitude while harboring resentment towards Kongyu, who had not visited him during his time of need. Later, when Kongyu confronted Huo Mingyi, the latter boldly retorted, "I never claimed that I found the medicine. I only said that I brewed this bowl of medicine. If Brother Xiao insists on believing otherwise, what can I do?" What an artful maneuver. At that moment, Kongyu, with his straightforward nature, was infuriated by Huo Mingyi's words, nearly choking on his own blood. Throughout his previous life, he had always done more and spoken less. In the end, all his contributions were usurped by this little thief, who even accused him of clandestine dealings with the Crane Cloud sect, betraying his master and ancestral lineage. Recalling his past life, Kongyu clenched his fists, hidden beneath his flowing sleeves. Now seated in the council hall of Yashoushan Mountain, both Elder Daoyuan and Elder Daoxing were present. As the chief disciple, Kongyu held the unique privilege of sitting alongside the elders, while the other true disciples stood on either side. In a moment of distraction, he observed the exchange between Elder Daoyuan and Huo Mingyi. Although Huo Mingyi appeared timid, he possessed an uncanny knack for winning over the elders. After just a few exchanges, Elder Daoyuan found himself somewhat fond of the boy. Unfortunately, among his 3 true disciples, the first, Kongyu, was aloof, the second, Xiao, was haughty, and the third, a female disciple named Mu Ruoxue, was the adopted daughter of the late sect master, spoiled to the point of arrogance. None of these disciples were easy to handle, and Elder Daoyuan longed for a more obedient and manageable disciple. Huo Mingyi seemed to fit the bill perfectly. Furthermore, he had been confirmed as a lost descendant of the late sect master, which endeared him to Elder Daoyuan, who had a close relationship with the former master. Disciple, since Mingyi has just arrived at the mountain, he has much to learn about our customs. You are the most knowledgeable about the rules and decorum of the sect. I believe it would be beneficial for Mingyi to learn from you for a time. What do you think? Kong Yu, not only the chief disciple, but also backed by the influential Kong family, was always treated with great courtesy by Elder Daoyuan. However, Kong Yu had not forgotten how, in his previous life, after being ravaged by illness and losing his powers, his once kind master had shown him a cold and indifferent demeanor. In his past life, upon first encountering Huo Mingyi, Kong Yu had felt an immediate aversion to the youth. This instinct had proven correct. Huo Mingyi's outward innocence belied a malicious heart. Yet, Kong Yu had not yet devised a strategy to deal with this matter instinctively. He sought to avoid discomforting individuals, thus politely declining Elder Daoyuan's request. This decision left Elder Daoyuan displeased, sowed discord with Xiao Zhe, and allowed the venomous Huo Mingyi to fixate on him, vowing to pull him down from his lofty position. The other disciples, too, believed that Kong Yu lacked the capacity for tolerance. The little junior disciple, being the descendant of the late sect master, had many connections in the cultivation world. Thus, they thought the senior brother was merely worried about losing his position and was suppressing the newly initiated junior disciple. This unfortunate beginning set a negative tone for what was to come. Kong Yu, having been granted a second chance at life, would not repeat his past mistakes. The council hall fell into a heavy silence, all present anxiously awaiting Kong Yu's response. Would he feign magnanimity and nod in agreement, or publicly dismiss his master's request, thereby shaming him? Kong Yu did not rush to respond. After returning from a mission in the secret realm, he had been gone for over a week, and his once ethereal white garments had turned to shades of gray and black. Reluctantly, he donned a rarely worn purple satin robe brought from home, which in retrospect suited the occasion well. His handsome features were accentuated by a beauty mark at the corner of his left eye, and when he lowered his gaze, his thick lashes cast a delicate shadow. Purple was a rare color at this time, typically reserved for those of wealth and influence. The elder brother, usually exuding a cool demeanor like a handful of snow from the mountains, now appeared even more distinguished in this hue. On his right thumb, he wore a ring made of mutton-fat jade, intricately carved with the character Kong. A similar ring was also worn by his biological brother, Kong Ming, the current head of the Kong family, who possessed one made of dark green jade. It was said that the relationship between the two brothers of the Kong family was strained, yet Kong Ming allowed Kong Yu to openly wear this ring, symbolizing the authority of the Kong clan, suggesting that their bond was not as distant as outsiders speculated. This ring represented not just Kong Yu's presence, but also the formidable power of the Kong family behind him. The main industry of the Kong family was in crafting weapons and magical artifacts, with even mundane items such as iron pots and basins potentially linked to their name. Even the sect master of Yashoushan Mountain would tread carefully in conversation with Kong Yu. Kong Yu preferred not to discuss his brother in public. It was a family matter that did not require the attention of all. In the past, he had maintained a low profile, so much so that his lineage was often overlooked. This had drawn the ire of many who dared to tread upon him. In the stillness of the hall, Kong Yu leisurely lifted his teacup, using the lid to brush away the floating tea leaves. In the quiet council chamber, the only sound was the delicate clink of the porcelain lid against the tea bowl. Finally, as the tension in the room became nearly unbearable, Kong Yu spoke. "If Master wishes for me to teach this young man the rules, then allow me to point out a fundamental aspect." He sipped his tea, placing the cup on the intricately carved table beside him, his gaze settling on the uneasy Huo Mingyi. The latter felt an inexplicable sting from that gaze, and instinctively hid behind Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe shielded the boy, frowning as he met Kong Yu's gaze. Kong Yu was no longer vulnerable to the skepticism and rejection that once stung him. A wolf that could not be nurtured was better replaced by a loyal dog. Of course, some individuals were unworthy even of that. Kong Yu leaned casually against his ear, his posture relaxed, a stark contrast to his previously respectful demeanor. His eyes curved slightly, appearing amiable, yet the words he uttered were colder than ice on a frigid winter day. "You entered and greeted the elders, brothers, and sisters, yet you have not even been formally accepted into the sect. Which of those present can be considered your elders or brothers?" The entrance examination for Yashoushan Mountain is notoriously stringent. All present, including myself, have endured numerous trials to gain entry. This boy, surnamed Huo, does he truly believe that merely because he is a descendant of the late sect master, he can effortlessly become a disciple of Yashoushan Mountain? Kong Yu spoke slowly, his gaze flicking toward Elder Daoyuan. Or is this also part of Yashoushan Mountain's customs? As I am still young and inexperienced, I beseech Master to enlighten me. I would not want to misinterpret the rules. With a hidden dagger within a soft embrace, not only did Kong Yu shatter Huo Mingyi's hopes of easily becoming a disciple, but he also cast Elder Daoyuan into the flames of scrutiny. Chapter 2. A gentle blade when Kong Yu's question was thrown towards him, Elder Daoyuan nearly failed to catch it. Given his impression of this eldest disciple, he assumed the other would obediently accept the arrangement and take in Huo Mingyi. After all, Kong Yu had always been compliant and docile. Initially, everyone held some reservations due to his esteemed lineage from the Kong family. However, they soon discovered that Kong Yu was not particularly articulate and lacked the ability to refuse. When tasked with a couple of arduous jobs, he would not shy away, silently completing them, even if all the credit was snatched away by others, never arguing in his defense. In short, he was a spineless, affable individual. Daoyuan was aware of his disciple's character, yet when Kong Yu was bullied by his peers, he turned a blind eye, never speaking up to defend him. As long as appearances were maintained, all was well. They were all fellow disciples, and given the involvement of other elders' prized apprentices, why escalate matters unnecessarily? It was better for his own disciple to endure some grievances behind closed doors. He persistently held this mindset, leading to Kong Yu, as the chief disciple, holding a title without any real authority or respect. In the past, Kong Yu had always obeyed his master, swallowing his pride for the sake of sect harmony. But now, things had changed. Daoyuan could sense that Kong Yu had noticeably transformed. Yet, how could someone who had clandestinely assisted him with a private task just yesterday dare to confront him today? Daoyuan found it hard to believe. Perhaps this was merely a fleeting display of temper. After all, he was a young man in his 20s with a bit of spirit. Kong Yu had already been sufficiently obedient. The assembly hall fell into a profound silence as the disciples exchanged glances. Xiao Zhe furrowed his brow, observing the somewhat unfamiliar figure of the senior brother before him. Huo Mingyi appeared bewildered, his eyes darting around. Accidentally locking gazes with Kong Yu, he found the latter scrutinizing him. Kong Yu, a scion of a prestigious family, had grown up in luxury. After arriving at Yashoushan Mountain, he had simplified his lifestyle, striving to align himself with his fellow disciples, yet the noble aura cultivated since childhood ultimately set him apart from the common folk. While he often became disheveled in his relentless efforts for the sect. Today, clad in new garments with his dark hair elegantly secured by a jade hairpin, he looked graceful and ethereal, a sight both alluring and unattainable. In a wonder, other sects spoke of Yashoushan Mountain as a dark place that had given rise to a radiant moon. They wished to pluck the moon from the sky only to trample it into the mud, seeking to tarnish its brilliance. Kong Yu was assessing him, as if appraising the worth of an object, and that gaze made Huo Mingyi exceedingly uncomfortable. This senior brother from Yashoushan Mountain had appeared far from the weak and easily bullied figure of rumors. Huo Mingyi clenched his fists in secret. He had not come to the mountain merely to scrape by. Yashoushan Mountain was a renowned sect, holding a significantly high status within the realm of cultivation. Even the most menial disciples here were of a higher standing than formal disciples from other sects. Reflecting on the days of hardship when he struggled to find enough to eat, and now witnessing the resplendent disciples within the assembly hall, he was determined to establish his footing and rise above, willing to employ any means necessary, no matter the cost. Gathering his courage, he met Kong Yu's gaze, the intricate dark embroidery on his clothing and the invaluable ring on his thumb stinging his eyes. What a farce! Was it not merely because of his family's wealth that he occupied the position of chief disciple? I, in my impulsiveness, have spoken out of turn. I, Mingyi, acknowledge my fault that I humbly beseech the esteemed seniors for your understanding. From a young age, I have known the pangs of solitude and homelessness. Having finally found a place to call home, my heart swells with joy, momentarily causing me to forget the proprieties. Mingyi paints a pitiable picture of himself. Most cultivators of Yashoushan Mountain hail from affluent backgrounds. Encountering someone like him inevitably stirs a flicker of compassion within them. Only Kong Yu remains indifferent, as though he has temporarily shut his ears. He extends his hand, lifts the half-drunk tea, and slowly sips. It has grown cold and is unpalatable. Once Mingyi concludes his theatrical display of emotion, he seeks to assert his determination. Mingyi shall never exploit loopholes. I am acutely aware of my numerous shortcomings, and I cannot be compared to the esteemed seniors. However, I vow to diligently study and practice, earnestly seeking guidance. I shall register for the entrance examination. Should I succeed, it would be my fortune. If I fail, I shall not surrender. After Mingyi's declaration, many of his peers began to reassess this timid and withdrawn descendant of the sect leader. He exhibits ambition and adherence to the rules. He is indeed a promising candidate. Kong Yu, too, smiled softly as anticipated. Whether in this life or the last, Mingyi remains merely a figure of empty words, adept at seizing credit and causing harm in the past. Although Kong Yu refused to mentor Mingyi, he could not escape the duties that awaited him. Mingyi's spiritual roots are impure, necessitating a cleansing of his marrow. The elder Daoyuan tasked him with procuring a cleansing elixir for Mingyi. Due to Mingyi's exceedingly poor aptitude, a standard cleansing elixir would be of no use to him, prompting Kongyu to take the risk of entering the secret realm, where he inadvertently sustained injuries. At that time, Kongyu was not particularly concerned about his wounds. As the eldest disciple, he had countless responsibilities awaiting him, leaving no time for recuperation. Consequently, new injuries compounded upon old ones, and over time. This is how Kongyu's health deteriorated. In contrast, Mingyi, with mere flowery words, managed to charm his master and senior brothers and sisters, to the extent that even a minor scratch during sword practice would keep him bedridden for half a month. During that period, Kongyu had to represent Yashoushan Mountain in discussions with other sects, all while concealing his unhealed beast claw wounds, enduring the pain in silence. Kongyu has always treated others sincerely, yet this has only earned him a reputation for being honest and easy to manipulate, leading to endless misunderstandings and exploitation. In this lifetime, he surveys the familiar faces within the conference hall. At first glance, they appear resplendent, yet in reality, they are a den of treacherous wolves. Kongyu lets out a cold laugh. Disciple. Elder Daoyuan calls for Kongyu once more, who silently conceals all emotion and smiles lightly at Daoyuan. What is your request, master? Elder Daoyuan coughs lightly. This is a habit of his whenever he seeks something from Kongyu. Mingyi has shown such awareness, and he himself has stated he will earnestly prepare for the entrance examination. Yashoushan Mountain never refuses any disciple who sincerely seeks the Tao. I believe it is time to grant him an opportunity. This time, Kongyu refrains from making things difficult. What you say is true. Observing his disciples return to a respectful demeanor, Elder Daoyuan regains a semblance of the authority befitting a master. In that case, you shall guide him in his preparations. When you first entered the sect, it was also your senior brother who led you. This tradition of mutual support among brothers must not be broken. Kongyu's senior brother was the previous chief disciple, who has since departed from the sect and now serves at the Yaotai. The Yaotai functions similarly to a governmental authority in the mortal realm, responsible for handling various legal matters within the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, every 3 years, the Yaotai hosts a grand event known as the Yaotai Wenda, which is the largest and most prestigious gathering in the cultivation world. Various sects compete against one another, categorizing themselves into ranks, from which the new rankings of the sects emerge. Elder Daoyuan has brought up the previous chief disciple, exerting pressure on Kongyu. Your senior brother acted in such a manner. If you refuse, do not be surprised by the criticisms of others. Kongyu, however, did not fall into the trap set by his master. A smile graced his lips, yet his eyes betrayed no mirth. The fact that my master entrusts this task to me signifies his trust. Mingyi, from this day forth, you shall accompany me, and I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Of course, Huo Mingyi was eager to remain by his side. After all, how else could he torment him? Observing the barely concealed excitement and exhilaration in Huo Mingyi's eyes, Kongyu's smile blossomed with genuine warmth. Let us proceed slowly, junior brother Mingyi. Chapter 3. You must speak and act with caution. The assembly called to the council hall primarily aimed to discuss matters concerning Huo Mingyi. Entrusting him to Kongyu had effectively settled the issue. The entrance examination was to take place within a month, leaving Huo Mingyi with little time. Elder Daoyuan uttered a few words urging the disciples to diligently cultivate and not neglect their studies, before turning to Elder Daoyuan, inquiring if he had any additional advice. The two foremost elders of Yashoushan Mountain had always been at odds, and Daoyuan, the smiling tiger, seized the opportunity to subtly chide Daoyuan. Elder Daoyuan, you've given ample advice, even concerning my disciples. What further words could my junior brother possibly need? Daoyuan, displeased by this remark, maintained a facade of cordiality. If that is the case, let us dismiss the disciples. There are still lessons to be attended to afternoon. All as you say, elder brother. The two elders were the first to leave the council hall, followed by the other true disciples. After the elders departed, Kongyu elegantly rose, brushing away the creases from his robes, preparing to exit. As for the future junior disciple that his master had thrust upon him, he did not spare even a glance. Huo Mingyi was still waiting for him to settle his affairs, yet Kongyu chose to leave without uttering a word, as though he were invisible. Flustered, Huo Mingyi turned to seek assistance from Xiao Zhe. Xiao, senior brother. Huo Mingyi's arrival at Yashoushan Mountain was entirely thanks to Xiao Zhe, who had handled everything including verifying his identity. Xiao Zhe and Huo Mingyi had encountered each other outside the mountain. At that time, Xiao Zhe had sustained severe injuries and was barely conscious. He had sent a messenger bird to the sect, awaiting rescue. However, the sect had not dispatched anyone for a prolonged period. When Xiao Zhe regained consciousness, he discovered a strange youth tending to him. His wounds had been meticulously bandaged, and the residual poison within him had been purged, though he experienced a slight headache. Patiently, he inquired about the name of his savior, to which Huo Mingyi responded. Upon hearing Huo Mingyi's name, a flicker of recognition stirred within him. The old sect master had a lost lineage, and he had expended considerable effort in search of it, yet had received no news. This was a lifelong regret for the old sect master, one he could never reconcile before his passing. Huo Mingyi, as recalled by Xiaozhe, was named by the old sect master, who even inscribed the name on a jade pendant. He inquired whether the youth possessed this pendant, and to his astonishment, Huo Mingyi produced it. The prospect of discovering a descendant of the old sect master stirred excitement within Xiaozhe, particularly since the youth was his savior. Consequently, Xiaozhe led Huo Mingyi to Yashoushan Mountain, guiding him to acknowledge his ancestral roots. However, Xiaozhe's true intention was to keep Huo Mingyi close by his side, yet the customs of Yashoushan Mountain dictated that only the sect master, the 4 elders, and the 6 hall masters could take on disciples, in addition to a chief disciple. Indeed, the authority of the chief disciple often surpasses what many might perceive. Once bestowed with the title of chief, an individual standing within the sect ranks just below the sect master and the 4 elders, making it difficult for even the hall masters to make arbitrary decisions regarding them. The previous chiefs, be it in law, swordsmanship, etiquette, medicine, or illusion, were all exceptional talents, lacking in no aspect of ability, virtue, or conduct. They were truly polymaths. Each of these 9 facets was indispensable. For the chief disciple, the tradition at Yashoushan Mountain is to evaluate when possible, leaving vacant positions if not, adhering to the principle of preferring quality over quantity. Thus, Kongyu's title of chief was well-deserved, though he did not place significant value on this identity in his past life. Reflecting on Kongyu, Xiaozhe felt a tangle of emotions. Ostensibly, he and Kongyu were brothers in the same sect, yet in reality, they were rivals. He merely arrived later, resulting in the chief position falling to Kongyu. While Kongyu was known for his aloofness and indifference, he had never committed any egregious acts. Xiaozhe was reluctant to admit that his aversion towards Kongyu stemmed from jealousy, attributing all blame to Kongyu instead. Surely, he must have exploited the Kong family's connections and employed some unscrupulous means to attain this position. Senior brother Xiaozhe Huo Mingyi timidly spoke, drawing Xiaozhe back from his wandering thoughts. In the presence of Huo Mingyi, Xiaozhe displayed a rare semblance of patience. Otherwise, given his temperament, it would be difficult for him to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Even before his master, Elder Daoyuan, he was unreserved in his remarks. However, Daoyuan had a long-standing friendship with the Shao family, having known him even before he ascended the mountain. Daoyuan regarded him merely as a spoiled junior, often showing a degree of indulgence towards him. Among the 3 true disciples under the great elder, Daoyuan coddled Xiaozhe, favored Mu Ruoxue, yet held Kongyu to the highest standards. Kongyu had never complained about his grievances, and in retrospect, Xiaozhe realized he had been somewhat at a disadvantage. It is indeed true that the child who cries gets the candy. Presently, Kongyu was indifferent to his master's opinion of him, nor did he care whether he could coexist harmoniously with his junior brothers and sisters. Thus, when Xiaozhe obstructed his path, he wore a cold expression. Is there something? Kongyu's demeanor shifted rapidly. Within the council hall, he maintained a gentle and restrained smile. Yet, upon exiting, he showed no inclination to offer even a modicum of goodwill, finding any additional conversation bothersome. Xiaozhe had never encountered such a tone from him, reminiscent of being pricked by thorns on a flower stem, causing him to instinctively retract his fingers. Yet, he soon felt vexed for his momentary retreat. What was Kongyu, after all? Merely a discarded pawn cast aside by the Kong family at Yashoushan Mountain. Were it not for the old sect master's consideration of the relationship between Yashoushan Mountain and the Kong family, and his pity in granting him the position of chief, Kongyu would not even possess the qualification to converse with him here. Furthermore, Kongyu had long since ceased to be worthy of the title of chief. The last time Yao Tai inquired, his strength had significantly diminished, leading him to suffer a defeat at the hands of a Summer Realm cultivator, thus bringing disgrace to Yashoushan and rendering it a laughingstock. It was a mercy that Yashoushan did not hold him accountable for this incident. However, his lack of remorse and audacity to publicly confront his master, thereby embarrassing his fellow disciples, was quite infuriating. Reflecting on these past events, Xiaozhe could not help but voice his displeasure. Your master entrusted Mingyi to you, yet upon leaving the council hall, you have neglected him entirely. What is the meaning of this? Kongyu found it amusing. He possesses hands and feet, as well as a mouth. He cannot perish in the mountains. Must I supervise him constantly and inquire into every matter? As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Huo Mingyi. Mingyi, do you require such oversight from me? I believe that only a child of 7 or 8, newly arrived at the mountain, would need his senior brother to guide him by the hand. Huo Mingyi bristled at Kongyu's words, silently gritting his teeth. However, with Xiaozhe still present, having just returned to the sect and with many matters yet to be understood, he could only endure the humiliation. Xiaoshi, he recalled that Kongyu forbade him from addressing him as senior brother, so he opted for another form of address, Xiaogu. Kongyu's words ring true. I am not a child anymore. I can manage these matters myself. Xiaozhe furrowed his brow in disapproval. Yashoushan comprises 3 mountains and 12 peaks, with fierce beasts lurking in the woods. Kong Shixiang, Mingyi is the bloodline of the former sect master. Should any mishap occur, how will you account for it to the sect? Isn't there yet any mishap? Kong Yu countered. Xiaoshidi, do not engage in baseless assumptions and prophecies. If Huo Mingyi were to encounter any misfortune, it would be unclear whether it is due to your ill words or his own ill fate. Huo Mingyi and Xiaozhe's expression soured instantly, while Kong Yu smiled amiably. Shidi, be cautious in your words and actions. Chapter 4. The Tao companion of a past life, disregarding the unpleasant expressions of the two before him, Kong Yu departed in good spirits. Along the way, he encountered several young disciples, who, upon seeing him approach, promptly stood still to greet him. De Shixiang. Kong Shixiang, greetings. Kong Yu offered a slight nod in return. After walking a short distance, he overheard the 2 disciples who had greeted him engaged in hushed conversation. I heard that Kong Shixiang had a quarrel with Elder Daoyuan in the council hall. One disciple whispered, is that possible? That Kong Shixiang, could he really have the ability to argue with others? The other disciple remarked with a hint of mockery and disdain. It was well known throughout Yashoushan that Kong Yu was a pushover, easily commanded even by newly initiated disciples, lacking both authority and dignity. The first disciple seemed to agree silently with the latter's words, though he chose to express himself more delicately. After all, he is the chief disciple and a direct descendant of the Kong family. But I truly heard someone say he clashed with the Grand Elder. Surely that cannot be true. Has he not always been subservient to the Grand Elder? Well, it seems it was due to that new little disciple who just arrived on the mountain. Is that child truly the illegitimate son of the former sect master? Do not speak nonsense. He is the child born before the former sect master returned to the sect. When the former sect master returned to the sect, was he not already 60 years old? Truly an example of age being no barrier. Then you need not concern yourself, for he is the former sect master's legitimate son, without a doubt. No wonder Kong Yu is in such a hurry. He fears his position as chief disciple may be unstable. Kong Yu, a practitioner of the mystical arts, possessed an acute awareness of his surroundings, and the whispers of his disciples reached his ears. In a previous life, he might have feigned ignorance and quietly slipped away, as the criticisms directed at him were nothing new. He had always considered his junior brothers and sisters to be young and impulsive, believing it unnecessary for him, as their senior, to stoop to their level. However, his perspective had shifted. It was now his duty to rein in the indiscreet tongues of these reckless juniors. The 2 disciples were engaged in a heated debate, with one of them audaciously proclaiming, if Kong Yu lacks the resolve, I shall ascend the mountain tomorrow while standing on my head. The notion of ascending the mountain in such a manner was indeed a novel one, and Kong Yu found himself intrigued. He turned to return, intending to witness this junior's performance, when a sharp voice halted his steps. Who permitted you to ridicule the eldest brother? Raising his gaze, he beheld a young girl clad in a smoky blue garment, standing before the 2 disciples. This girl, Mu Ruoxue, possessed a delicate visage with rosy cheeks and a petite, refined nose, her lips resembling soft petals. Her most captivating feature was her eyes, round like apricots, with an unusual hazel hue. Her naturally curly hair, though tied back, had a few rebellious strands framing her face, adding an endearing charm to her demeanor. Despite her small stature, she exuded an undeniable presence, in the realm of Yasho Mountain. She was known for her domineering attitude, yet her status as the sole adopted child of the old sect master earned her the indulgence of the 4 elders, leaving the disciples she bullied with no choice but to endure. After all, being teased by the little junior sister was not a grave matter. Her beauty and vivacious personality made her endearing, and everyone was willing to overlook her occasional temper. Among this forgiving crowd was Kong Yu from his past life. In that previous existence, Kong Yu and Mu Ruoxue were on the brink of becoming partners in the Tao. Before the entire sect, she boldly declared her affection for him, expressing her desire to be his companion. The little junior sister's audacity stirred the crowd, urging Kong Yu to accept her proposal. He stood alone before them, watching the spectacle unfold as though it were a performance in which he had no part. He understood Mu Ruoxue's motivation for publicly confessing her feelings. At that time, rumors circulated that Kong Ming, the second son of the Kong family, was not the biological child of the previous clan leader, and that the true heir was none other than Kong Yu, the eldest disciple of Yasho Mountain. Ordinary men are often concerned about their reputations, and the Kong family, being a prestigious lineage, was no exception. Should this claim be substantiated, it would spark a scandal of monumental proportions. Moreover, the position of clan leader rightfully belonged to Kong Yu. The Kong family was said to possess a vast estate akin to a treasure trove, continuously flowing with wealth that could not be exhausted in 10 lifetimes of expenditure. Kong Yu recalled that shortly after Huo Mingyi ascended the mountain, turmoil erupted within the Kong family, revealing that Kong Ming was not the legitimate son of the former clan leader. At that critical juncture, Mu Ruoxue seized the opportunity to confess her love, securing her golden opportunity. Her intentions were transparent. If Kong Ming were to fall into disgrace, Kong Yu would become the sole heir of the Kong family. Furthermore, as the chief disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, he stood to inherit the position of elder, or even that of sect master. In such a scenario, she would ascend to greatness alongside him, not only as the wife of the sect master, but also as the matriarch of the Kong family. Wealth, power, prestige, she effortlessly grasped them in her hands. Although Kong Yu was a rather dull and pedantic individual, his esteemed lineage held considerable value. He was oblivious to matters of the heart, solely focused on fulfilling the tasks assigned to him by his master and fellow disciples, rendering him a taciturn and oft-maligned figure. Even when junior sisters expressed their affections toward him, he remained utterly indifferent. Mu Ruoxue, in truth, preferred those with extroverted personalities, adept at sweet-talking. Otherwise, how could she have later exchanged knowing glances and unspoken sentiments with Huo Mingyi? Yet, for the sake of her promising future and financial prospects, she was willing to endure the rigidity of Kong Yu. At present, Mu Ruoxue remained blissfully unaware of the impending turmoil within the Kong family. She simply desired to ensnare Kong Yu, much like a fish into her pond. Her reasoning was straightforward. Even if Kong Yu was not the current head of the Kong family, he would surely inherit a significant share of the family wealth when the time came. This senior brother, lacking prestige within the sect, led Mu Ruoxue to believe that by occasionally stepping forward on his behalf and speaking kindly of him, this naive and easily deceived senior brother would undoubtedly feel grateful towards her. However, even if Kong Yu harbored feelings for her, she would exercise caution and refrain from hastily agreeing to anything. After all, there were numerous junior brothers and sisters within the sect who held favorable views of her, most of whom came from respectable backgrounds. She did not necessarily have to invest her precious youth in this rigid individual. Mu Ruoxue chastised two junior brothers, her voice sweet yet firm, sounding less like a reprimand and more like playful coaxing. At least in Kong Yu's eyes, the two scolded junior brothers seemed to take pleasure in the encounter. Kong Yu silently chuckled to himself, observing Mu Ruoxue's theatrical performance before him in her previous life. When the Kong family faced adversity, she had believed Kong Yu would inherit the family headship and thus publicly professed her love for him. However, the turmoil within the Kong family was ultimately navigated successfully by the joint efforts of the brothers Kong Yu and Kong Ming. Once it became clear that the family headship remained with Kong Ming, Mu Ruoxue's attitude toward her senior brother plummeted. By that time, they had already established a covenant in the presence of the sect leader and other members, akin to an engagement in the mortal realm, merely awaiting an auspicious day to formally unite as partners. Yet, Mu Ruoxue began to frequently associate with Huo Mingyi. You too, apologized to senior brother. If it weren't for senior brother's leniency, would you still be standing here unscathed? Mu Ruoxue admonished, her face stern as she addressed the two junior brothers, eye in the face of her. The junior brothers maintained a respectful demeanor, but exhibited a hint of defiance in the presence of Kong Yu. You too, Mu Ruoxue's almond-shaped eyes narrowed, prepared to continue, but Kong Yu casually raised a hand, signaling her to cease. Whether you apologize or not is inconsequential. My senior brother does not mind, he then teased, as the three onlookers held their breath, anticipating his next words. With a smile, the senior brother continued, however, I have yet to witness anyone ascend the mountain while standing on their head. Junior brother, since you possess such a remarkable skill, why not demonstrate it for us? Chapter 5. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. The primary peak of Yashoushan Mountain consists of two summits. The stone steps leading to the Immortals platform abruptly cease at the main peak. Comprising approximately 4,100 steps, why senior brother merely wishes to broaden his horizons. It is no hardship for you to climb this high, though the summit can be rather chilly. How about this? You shall ascend halfway, 2,000 steps if you will? Kong Yu even kindly offered to discount the challenge by half. The junior brother who had mocked him immediately turned as dark as a soot-covered pot. He spoke ill of the senior brother behind his back, and not only did the latter overhear the entire conversation, but he also made it abundantly clear that he had no intention of letting the matter be brushed aside. He aimed to make things difficult for him. Mu Ruoxue was taken aback as well. She had thought that her mild verbal reprimand of the junior brother, coupled with a bit of face-saving in front of Kong Yu, would suffice to resolve the issue. To her astonishment, Kong Yu clung to the matter tenaciously. The junior brother, who had narrowly escaped punishment, immediately interceded on behalf of his friend. Senior brother, Chenghe is merely a bit too hasty with his words. He is young and at times lacks the finesse in his speech. I kindly ask you to overlook this minor indiscretion. Kong Yu waved his hand dismissively, unimpressed by such excuses. Youth is not an all-encompassing shield against accountability. Furthermore, I have stated that I do not hold any grievances regarding the way the junior brother has spoken of me in private. I am not angered, I simply seek enlightenment. With one hand resting behind his back, Kong Yu regarded the junior brother Chenghe with a smile that carried an edge. 2,000 steps. What do you think, junior brother? If you find this insufficient for your prowess, we can certainly add another 4,000. The secondary peak offers an additional 3,000 steps. This vast Yashoushan mountain can surely accommodate your needs. Qiu Chenghe lowered his head, his jaw clenched tightly, fists balled in frustration. Senior brother, that moment. Mu Ruoxue interjected. She was somewhat intimidated by Kong Yu's seemingly lethal smile, yet Chenghe was a pet project of hers. She could not simply stand by. If the senior brother were to impose a harsh punishment, she would feel a pang of sympathy. Whether it be material possessions or individuals, she desired nothing less than perfection. Thus, she spoke up on Chenghe's behalf. Senior brother, Chenghe has only recently arrived at the mountain and is still unfamiliar with its customs. Unfamiliar? Kong Yu softly savored the word. Every family has its parents and siblings. If one cannot freely reprimand their family at home, should we then allow such liberties here on Yashoushan Mountain? The Qiu family is not a humble household. Surely your esteemed parents have imparted these basic rules to you. Indeed, that is a valid point, Mu Ruoxue stammered, an unusual occurrence for someone usually so assertive. However, enough, senior sister. Qiu Chenghe suddenly lifted his head, glaring fiercely at Kong Yu. It was my fault for speaking ill of you, and for you to overhear it. Chenghe, you ought to articulate your statements clearly. Is it inappropriate to speak ill of me? Or is it inappropriate that I overheard? I am not as eloquent as you. I cannot match your wit. You wish to see, do you not? I shall comply. To everyone's surprise, Chenghe actually acquiesced. Kong Yu laughed heartily, for while youth may have its shortcomings, this impulsive and reckless nature, acting without thought, was quite amusing. When he matures, he will learn that in such situations, it is wise to plead with the senior brother, to utter a few flattering words, and to assiduously negotiate his way out of trouble. Otherwise, he risks not only his own reputation but that of his family as well. Chenghe's agreement left another junior brother and Mu Ruoxue staring at him incredulously. Chenghe seemed to realize his hasty words and felt a twinge of regret. Yet, Kong Yu wasted no time in setting a date. There is no time like the present. Let us commence today. Afternoon, with still some time left before the afternoon lessons commenced, the disciples of Yashoushan Mountain typically gathered in small groups to find a warm spot to relax and engage in light conversation. However, today, their figures were conspicuously absent. Instead, they had all congregated at the mountain gate, whispering furtively about the two individuals on the stone steps, occasionally breaking into fits of brief laughter. Kong Yu casually snapped a twig from a willow tree and toyed with it between his fingers. He sat at the junction of two stone steps, where a flat surface provided a brief respite. At this moment, he leisurely enjoyed the mountain breeze, casting his gaze upon the individuals below. Qiu Chenghe, with his hands resting heavily on the rough stone steps, had veins bulging on his forearms, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, striking the steps one after another. His eyes were fixed intently on the next level of steps, mentally weighing which section was the most even, before cautiously extending his arm to ascend another step. Kong Yu had indeed kept his word, leading him to practice his handstand on the mountain steps. The disciples of Yashoushan Mountain were well grounded in their fundamentals. Even in a handstand, Chenghe's body remained perfectly straight, resembling an inverted sword. Yet, it seemed that this sword was destined to shatter upon the countless tiers of Yashoushan Mountain's heavenly steps. Kong Yu yawned, covering his face, and flicked the willow twig in his hand. Brother Qiu, that's only 100 steps. If you continue at this sluggish pace, you'll miss dinner entirely. Qiu Chenghe truly wished to roll his eyes, but he could not afford to let his focus waver for even a moment. The steps here were only half supported by the mountain, with the other half leading to a precipice. Even if he had not climbed high enough yet, a momentary lapse in caution could result in a painful tumble. The person before him continued to nitpick, "Brother, your exceptional skill is lacking in brilliance. At this rate, I could set a tortoise loose, and it would have already reached the immortal ascension platform." As a disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, how could he tolerate such a sense of inadequacy? Was he, perchance, being lazy? This simply would not do. Yashoushan Mountain harbors no idlers. Kong Yu not only criticized but also sought to instill a sense of urgency in Qiu Chenghe. Chenghe desperately wished to silence his incessant nagging, but he was far too preoccupied with his own predicament. He could hear the muffled laughter of other disciples, yet he was powerless to stop it. Today's ordeal was indeed his own fault. Being relentlessly chided by Kong Yu was something he had brought upon himself. Yet, was Kong Yu not being a tad excessive? He had thought that climbing a mere 10 steps would suffice to ease his frustrations, but now they had reached 100. Qiu Chenghe's arms began to tremble slightly, yet Kong Yu showed no signs of relenting. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhe was guiding Huo Mingyi through the mountain. Upon Huo Mingyi's arrival, he was still unfamiliar with the surroundings. Xiao Zhe led him to familiarize himself with the path, ensuring he did not inadvertently wander off. As they passed the mountain gate, they noticed a circle of disciples peering curiously ahead. Xiao Ge, is something amiss up ahead? Huo Mingyi expressed his concern, prompting Xiao Zhe to pause momentarily before deciding to approach one of the disciples for information. What is happening up there? The disciple, initially displaying a hint of impatience, straightened up upon recognizing Xiao Zhe as the second senior brother of Dao Yuan. Greetings, Brother Xiao. It is the senior brother who is currently disciplining Chenghe. Kongyu and Qiu Chenghe? Xiao Zhe frowned. How had these two, seemingly unrelated individuals, found themselves entangled in such a situation? Qiu Chenghe was a disciple of Mingjing Hall. It is said that Li Yushan, the master of Mingjing Hall, considers this disciple to be an extraordinary talent, devoting himself to nurturing and guiding him, eagerly anticipating the day when he will be accepted as a true disciple by one of the elders. As the chief of Yashou Mountain, Kongyu is not required to attend classes at various halls. He is unfamiliar with several hall masters, let alone the disciples beneath them. Moreover, a punishment? With Kongyu's meek disposition, would he even take the initiative to reprimand others? Xiao Zhe felt perplexed and instructed that disciple to lead the way, determined to uncover the truth. Huo Mingyi, for reasons unknown, felt quite uncertain. Yet, since Xiao Zhe was resolute in his decisions, he had no choice but to hasten after him. The two arrived at the noisy scene, where the disciple caught by Xiao Zhe's inquiry was exceedingly sycophantic. Senior brother Xiao Zhe has arrived. Make way! The crowd instinctively parted to create a path. His shout reached Kongyu's ears. Lifting his eyelids, Kongyu smirked internally. It turned out to be Xiao Zhe and Huo Mingyi, arriving at just the right moment. Chapter 6. You have arrived at just the right time. At first glance, Xiao Zhe noticed Kongyu. He sensed that Kongyu was displeased to see him, as their gazes met, and he noticed the other's eyelids half closed, with eyes darting left, rolling in a severely restrained manner. Naturally, Xiao Zhe was equally unenthusiastic about encountering this senior brother Kong. Their relationship was already strained due to both being esteemed disciples under the same elder. Maintaining a semblance of decorum was commendable enough. Reflecting on the unpleasantness that transpired in the council hall, an inexplicable anger surged within him. What is all this commotion about? He inquired in a calm voice, as other disciples clamored to report to him. Xiao Zhe's arrival diverted some of Kongyu's attention, allowing the punished Qiu Chenghe a moment to catch his breath. Junior brother Qiu, do not be lazy. Unexpectedly, Kongyu's gaze was so fierce that it left no room for Qiu Chenghe to relax, nor did it convey any intent to grant him a moment's respite. Ruoshue, who had been by his side, noticed Qiu Chenghe's trembling arm and hesitated to speak. Huo Mingyi, having grasped the backstory, felt a twinge of fear. It was said that junior brother Qiu had merely uttered something that displeased the senior brother and was publicly punished by being made to stand on his head while ascending the mountain. The elder had entrusted him to Kongyu for discipline. Could he possibly expect a favorable outcome? It was commonly believed that Kongyu had a gentle temperament and was easygoing. Huo Mingyi had sighed in relief upon learning he was assigned to Kongyu. However, that relief had come too swiftly. He did not anticipate that Kongyu would be the kind of person who harbored grudges. In truth, Kongyu was not one to hold on to resentment. He typically retaliated on the spot. He was astute enough to capitalize on others' faults, trampling them underfoot rather than dredging up past grievances. That, of course, he would not let the matter simply fade away. He was unconcerned with how the sect would judge him. Those were other people's affairs. For him, it sufficed to live comfortably. The opinions of others were inconsequential. Xiao Zhe, belonging to a family of self-proclaimed nobility, despite his lofty demeanor, would not casually bully his peers. Thus, upon seeing Qiu Chenghe drenched in sweat, with his hands bruised and battered, he displayed a disapproving expression. Senior brother Kong, you are neither the instructor of Mingjing Hall nor its master. Is it not unreasonable to punish the disciples within the hall in such a manner? Punishment? I have imposed no punishment, Kongyu replied, his smile unwavering. Junior brother Qiu claims that my heart is narrow and cannot accommodate the newcomer Huo Mingyi. Though I have been wronged, I do not hold it against him. At that moment, Qiu Shidi spoke again, claiming he possessed a remarkable skill that enabled him to perform a handstand while ascending a mountain. While I held little regard for my own reputation, I was eager to witness a display of extraordinary talent. I implored Qiu Shidi to demonstrate his prowess for me. Indeed, Qiu Shidi was in the midst of his performance. As we frolicked over here, Xiao Shidi, what is your intention in intruding upon our merriment? Kongyu spoke with an air of gravitas, his demeanor earnest, yet his words were utterly absurd. Xiao, however, revealed a look that questioned whether I truly considered him a fool. Qiu Shidi appears to be suffering, and you dare to label this as merriment? Qiu Shidi, do take a moment to rest and disregard him. Qiu Chenghe was obstinate. Despite the stars dancing before his eyes,
Kong Yu had yet to call for a halt. Fueled by fervor, he had now taken a stand against Kong Yu. Xiao, brother Xiao, I am fine, I can still endure. Qiu Chenghe gritted his teeth in response, causing Zhao's face to darken upon hearing such rebellious words. One is willing to strike, and the other to endure. Truly remarkable. Kong Yu, resting his chin on one hand, spoke leisurely. In life, one must never speak carelessly. Each word you utter carries a cost. This admonition was directed at all disciples present. In the past, they had whispered behind his back, even mocking his perceived cowardice and incompetence, disregarding him as the senior brother. Yet Kong Yu remained the foremost disciple of Yashou Mountain, his status towering over all others. Should anyone harbor grievances regarding his conduct, they would do well to keep such thoughts to themselves. Should he become aware, the fate that befell Qiu Chenghe today would inevitably become your own in the future. The disciples fell into a profound silence, not daring to breathe. Huo Mingyi lowered his head, fearful of attracting Kong Yu's attention. Kong Yu's scrutinizing gaze swept across the group before settling on Mu Ruoxue, accompanied by a faint smile. Am I not correct? Ruoxue shimmy? Cold sweat trickled down Mu Ruoxue's back. She recalled having spoken ill of the senior brother on several occasions, yet she believed he had not overheard her. However, his demeanor suggested he was aware of everything, and she pondered what other transgressions she might have committed against him. Unable to recall her numerous misdeeds against her fellow disciples due to her poor memory, she felt trapped. Nonetheless, with Kong Yu awaiting her response, she steeled herself to reply, Brother, you speak most accurately. Ruoxue shall bear this in mind. Kong Yu nodded in amusement, casting a seemingly casual glance at Huo Mingyi. Huo Mingyi suddenly felt a chill run through him, his body uncontrollably shivering. Enough, I too feel fatigued. Qiu Shidi, let us conclude for today. Kong Yu rose, nonchalantly brushing off the dust from his garments. His attire remained pristine, still adorned in the opulent shade of purple. Qiu Chenghe's body wobbled as he flipped over, his legs touching the ground. Leaning against a stone, gasping for breath, he examined his arms and hands, which had been ravaged by the stones, his forearms trembling uncontrollably. The disciple who had been with him earlier approached quietly, concern etched on his face as he gazed at Qiu Chenghe's hands. The senior brother has gone too far, he murmured. Chenghe Shidi, fear not. I have already reported this matter to the hall master. The hall master was incensed, declaring that the senior brother was abusing his position as the chief disciple to bully his fellow sect members, and intended to seek redress from Elder Daoyuan and the sect leader. Qiu Chenghe's head throbbed, as he struggled to comprehend the words of those speaking to him, requiring a moment to grasp their meaning. Upon discovering that his senior brother had secretly reported him, he felt no gratitude. Instead, he frowned in discontent. What purpose would it serve for the hall master to be informed of such matters? Ah, but the senior brother is bullying you. A nearby disciple looked somewhat bewildered. Qiu Chenghe revealed an expression of vexation. It was already humiliating enough, and now it had escalated to the hall master, even involving the elder and the sect leader. Never mind, I shall go and speak with the hall master. Alas, junior brother Qiu, you should tend to your injuries quickly. This matter is best left aside. I overheard the hall master indicating that the Qiu family should also be summoned to lend you support, and why parents are coming too. Qiu Chenghe's ears flushed red, his voice urgent. I am already of age. Must I still rely on my parents to defend me? No, I will write a letter at once, instructing them not to come. That may be too late. The hall master has dispatched a message via his mechanical bird, which travels at incredible speed. By now, your parents may have already set out. Chapter 7. You must cherish your time together. After departing from the mountain gate, Kong Yu returned to his residence. The living quarters of true disciples differ from those of other disciples, featuring separate houses and courtyards. Kong Yu resided in the bamboo serenity abode, nestled amidst a bamboo grove, a tranquil retreat. Upon opening the courtyard door, the fragrant scent of bamboo enveloped him, evoking a sense of otherworldliness. In a previous life, he had dwelled here, meditating, practicing swordplay, leading a peaceful yet monotonous existence. He was not one for socializing. However, as the chief disciple, he was obliged to attend certain gatherings. Each time he returned from such social engagements, Kong Yu would need to rest in his modest chamber for an extended period. He truly found these interactions taxing, as they were not his forte. During these moments, he could not help but think of his younger brother, Kong Ming. Unlike him, Kong Ming possessed a vastly different temperament. Kong Yu, more akin to their mother, was easygoing and gentle, preferring solitude and excelling in his pursuits. In contrast, Kong Ming resembled their father, not only in appearance but also in character. The father and son were adept in navigating both business and familial affairs with remarkable efficiency. Thus, when Kong Yu was sent to Yashou Mountain, Kong Ming remained with their father, learning the ropes of the family business. To outsiders, it appeared that the Kong family, adhering to ancestral agreements, had dispatched the weak and ineffectual eldest son as a hostage to Yashoushan Mountain, while the capable and decisive younger son was groomed to inherit the family estate. In truth, both Kong Yu and Kong Ming were content with this arrangement. Kong Yu had a penchant for studying sword techniques and inner strength, showing little interest in family affairs, while Kong Ming found the figures illustrated in Kong Yu's sword techniques perplexing, preferring to accompany their father on business ventures. The two brothers had been separated at a young age. Many speculated that Kong Yu and Kong Ming had a strained relationship, as Kong Ming had never made the journey to visit his elder brother. Had Kong Ming come even once, he would have understood the isolated and unsupported situation in which Kong Yu found himself on Yashoushan Mountain. If their brotherly bond were strong, would Kong Ming, as the younger sibling, have tolerated his elder brother being bullied by the sect? In truth, the decision for Kong Ming not to ascend the mountain was made by Kong Yu in his previous life. Kong Yu often contemplated the burdens his younger brother bore, managing the vast Kong family estate alone, while constantly contending with the watchful eyes of the collateral relatives, as an adult and the elder brother. How could he depend on his brother for everything? Moreover, his brother had a volatile temperament, unafraid to scold even their ancestors. The bond between the brothers was not as others speculated. Having grown up together, Kong Yu had taken meticulous care of Kong Ming during their childhood at the Kong residence. Unlike the ungrateful wolves of Yashoushan Mountain, Kong Ming was clear about gratitude and enmity. He remembered those who treated him well and repaid their kindness, while those who provoked him would face his wrath tenfold or 100-fold. To outsiders, it appeared that Kong Ming had never visited Kong Yu, yet when trouble befell him, Kong Yu rushed back to the Kong family to resolve the matter. When rumors circulated, Kong Yu convened the entire clan and, before all, reiterated that Kong Ming was the biological son of the former head of the Kong family, his only brother, and a direct descendant of the Kong lineage. There was no room for doubt regarding Kong Yu's position as the head of the family. He imposed heavy penalties on several collateral relatives who spread slander against the family head, deeming such actions unforgivable. This was the first time the typically gentle Kong Yu displayed genuine fury. United as brothers, they weathered this storm together. Kong Ming never forgot the kindness his brother had shown him. Upon learning that his brother was not faring well at Yashoushan Mountain, Kong Ming was incensed and demanded the return of his brother multiple times. How could the eldest son of the Kong family be treated so poorly? Yet, each time, Yashoushan Mountain asserted that Kong Yu was bound by a soul contract, unable to leave the sect until he turned 28, lest he face mortal peril. The soul contract was established between the ancestors of the Kong family and the founding master of Yashoushan Mountain. The master of Yashoushan Mountain had saved the life of Kong's ancestor, who, unable to repay the favor, promised that each generation of Kong descendants would have one member studying at Yashoushan Mountain, serving the sect until the age of 28, when they could formally depart. Kong Ming first cursed the foolish decision made by their ancestors, then berated the people of Yashoushan Mountain for their shamelessness. He did not give up. To rescue his brother from that den of thieves, he scoured everywhere, neglecting even the family business. Ultimately, however, Kong Yu did not survive to see 28, and in the meantime, Kong Ming's neglect allowed the collateral relatives to devour the family business. In the end, Kong Ming was expelled from the clan, dying in destitution. One brother falsely accused of betraying his master and ancestors, the other cast out. Both met with tragic fates. In this life, Kong Yu would never repeat the same mistakes. As the days passed, shortly after Huo Mingyi ascended the mountain, rumors began to circulate in the Kong family, claiming that Kong Ming and Kong Yu were half-brothers, with only Kong Yu being the legitimate heir of the Kong family. This news reached Yashoushan Mountain and was learned by Mu Ruoxue. Within days, Mu Ruoxue publicly confessed her feelings to Kong Yu, compelling him to respond under the gaze of all. However, once Kong Yu returned to the Kong family and quelled the turmoil, Mu Ruoxue's attitude towards him shifted once more. At this juncture, Huo Mingyi seized the opportunity to enter the fray. He and Mu Ruoxue were akin to a pair of playful adversaries. Though they often quarreled, their hearts had long since developed affection for one another. Before long, they became entangled together. Yet, even after they began their secret relationship, they frequently found themselves at odds. Each time Mu Ruoxue argued with Huo Mingyi, she would treat Kong Yu with particular kindness. Although Kong Yu was perplexed, he was always generous in reciprocating the goodwill of others. Yet, he never anticipated that Mu Ruoxue would conspire with him to secure the position of chief disciple for Huo Mingyi, not only poisoning herself but also framing him. Brother Kong insisted that he had no ties to the Heyun sect, yet he had rescued its disciples on multiple occasions and even shared a personal connection with the former chief disciple who had passed away. You sold the secrets of Yashoushan Mountain to the Heyun sect. I have uncovered all those letters. The evidence lies before everyone. How do you intend to exonerate yourself? Mu Ruoxue's sharp voice echoed in Kong Yu's ears once more. At that moment, Kong Yu found himself at a loss for words, as everyone stared at him with cold indifference, treating him as an unforgivable sinner. The glory he had painstakingly earned for Yashoushan Mountain and all he had done for his fellow disciples evaporated in an instant. No one recalled his past merits, only the fervent desire to drag him down and trample him into the mud, ensuring he could never rise again. The despair of being forsaken by all was a memory Kong Yu could never shake off. Even across lifetimes, a mountain sparrow flitted in through the window, plump and fluffy like a little ball of fur, landing before his desk and playfully pecking at the tea in his cup. Kong Yu extended his palm, and the little bird, unafraid of humans, hopped into his hand. He tilted his palm, cradling the tiny creature, gently stroking its soft feathers as it comfortably squinted its eyes. Those endowed with immense spiritual power often attract the beings of this world. Huo Mingyi, mu ruo shui in this lifetime. May you cherish each other and never part ways. Chapter 8. He was striking a stone with an egg. Xiao Chenghe's parents acted swiftly. The day after Kong Yu had punished their son, they arrived at Yashoushan Mountain. It was quite late. They were provided with suitable accommodations and would convene the disciples in the council hall the following day. That night, Xiao's father and mother first met with the hall master to ascertain the circumstances. They were not unreasonable parents and would not falsely accuse anyone. However, according to Hall Master Li, Kong Yu had punished their son for merely speaking a truth by making him stand for nearly 2 hours. What kind of decorum was that? Wasn't that a blatant humiliation? The Qiu family was a clan of cultivators, with many elders serving in the Yao Tai. Thanks to their background, Qiu's parents spoke with confidence when addressing Hall Master Li. I understand everything you have said, Qiu's mother replied, her demeanor both regal and slightly irate, the jade earrings on her ears shimmering with a gentle glow. This Kong Yu is truly overstepping, disregarding sect rules and arbitrarily punishing his fellow disciples. My son has only recently joined the sect and had no prior dealings with him. Yet, for a single remark, he publicly reprimands him. This clearly shows his narrow-mindedness and lack of tolerance. How can such a person be a senior brother or a chief disciple? She nearly crushed the handkerchief in her grip, and after she finished speaking, Qiu's father added, Hall Master Li, you have spent considerable time at Yashoushan Mountain and are more familiar with its rules than we are. The position of chief disciple requires not only intelligence but also virtue. Kong Yu's failure in the last Yao Tai inquiry has already brought disgrace to Yashoushan Mountain. That is a loss of talent. Now, as he bullies his fellow disciples and abuses his authority, it is a loss of virtue. The loss of both talent and virtue is lamentable. With all due respect, I truly fail to comprehend why Yashoushan Mountain continues to uphold him in the position of chief. Master Li is being subjected to relentless interrogation by the Qiu couple, sweat nearly pouring from his brow. The chief position of Kong Yu was established by the former sect leader. Our newly appointed leader is still uncertain on how to address Kong Yu's situation. However, rest assured, Yashoushan Mountain shall never shield any disciple who transgresses the sect's rules. I have summoned Elder Daoyuan and the head of the Mingzitang, along with the disciples present at the time. Justice shall certainly be served for Chenghe. This is indeed reassuring. Yashoushan Mountain is a prestigious sect, attracting countless cultivators. Our Chenghe has joined this order out of genuine aspiration. Master Li, Chenghe is the sole heir of the Qiu family, and we may sometimes be overly anxious regarding this child, particularly his mother, who is perpetually concerned about his health and well-being, often leading her to speak rather fervently. I sincerely hope you can forgive any offense. Qiu father first interrogated Li Yushan, then pulled back his words slightly before pressing him further. Chenghe is the only child of the Qiu family, a lineage carried on solely by him. Unlike the complicated situation of the Kong family, they regard this son as more precious than anything else. On one side is the abandoned child of the Kong family, and on the other, the cherished sole heir of the Qiu family. Qiu father hopes that Li Yushan will contemplate this distinction carefully. Qiu father is also a significant figure in Yaodai, and must not be offended. Master Li hastily assured him that Chenghe would not be wronged. In that case, I shall trouble Master Li tomorrow. When Qiu father and mother arrived at the mountain, Qiu Chenghe happened to be absent. Kong Yu had indeed heard of this matter. It was impossible for him to remain uninformed, as a little trumpet had rushed to him, chattering incessantly about the happenings. Qiu's parents were determined to seek justice for their son, and Master Li had gone to consult the Grand Elder. Brother Kong, what shall we do now? The boy of 12 or 13 leaned anxiously against the table, munching on Kong Yu's pastries. His round figure and fair skin resembled a freshly steamed rice cake. Kong Yu spoke, I meant rice cake, brother. How many times must I repeat myself? My name is Fa Gao. Ming Fa Gao. Very well, Ming Fa Gao. The little rice cake sulked, munching stubbornly on the soft delicacies. He was a child raised in the mountains, an orphan taken in by Kong Yu. As of now, he has yet to pass the entrance examination, remaining a servant disciple. Little Fa Gao has attempted the test 8 times, signing up each time, yet failing each time, emphasizing the importance of participation rather than success. This matter has left Kong Yu quite vexed as well that Fa Gao was taught by him personally, yet this child simply cannot pass. Moreover, he consistently falters in the first subject, the sect's history. Over time, Kong Yu came to a realization. Little Fa Gao simply lacks the mental acuity, and it is not a flaw in his teaching methods. Nonetheless, Fa Gao possesses his own merits. He is the orphan saved by Kong Yu, and since his initiation, his entire world consists solely of Brother Kong. Thus he remains unwaveringly loyal. Regardless of what others say against Brother Kong, he steadfastly believes in him without condition. In his past life, Kong Yu was falsely accused and ostracized by the sect, yet only Fa Gao persisted in speaking on his behalf. However, at that time, Fa Gao was merely a servant, and no one would patiently listen to the words of a servant disciple. Kong Yu was expelled from his master's teachings, and Fa Gao chose to accompany him. Yet, at that time, Kong Yu's illness had progressed too severely, rendering him powerless to turn back. Wishing to spare Fa Gao from sorrow, he ventured out alone, succumbing to solitude and death. It remains uncertain whether little Fa Gao sought him out upon realizing his absence, or if tears were shed in his wake. Fa Gao, the chubby boy stuffing his mouth with pastries, was seldom moved to genuine expression as he listened to Kong Yu's heartfelt plea. You must live well in this lifetime, gaining a bit of weight. Do not suffer alongside me as you did in the past, ending up emaciated and stunted. As Kong Yu spoke with emotion, Fa Gao resembled a squirrel that had lost its pine cone, scattering pastries across the porcelain dish in disarray. Suddenly, he burst into tears. Senior brother, you wouldn't truly sell me by the pound, would you? I don't want that. Woo-woo. Enraged and embarrassed, Kong Yu shoved a piece of pastry into his mouth. Just eat? Fa Gao continued to weep, but did not forget to indulge in his treat. Please, don't worry about me right now. Focus on yourself instead. Tomorrow in the council hall, the elders plan to question you. Question me about what? I haven't done anything wrong. While Fa Gao relished his food, Kong Yu's curiosity got the better of him, and he too sampled a piece. Tea was sweet yet not cloying. Indeed quite delightful. Your audacity is truly well. I cannot quite express it. Of course it is. Junior brother Chiu claims to possess unique skills, and I merely wish to observe. I did not provoke anyone. Really? Is that so? Fa Gao, being young and gullible, believed him without hesitation. That elder is being a bit excessive. Indeed. However, senior brother, I heard that Chiu's father holds a significant position in Yaodai. Do you think he might imprison you? A shiver ran through Fa Gao at the thought. Then they would torture you, whip you, spray you with pepper spray, sprinkle salt on your wounds, and roast you with fire tongs. Kong Yu couldn't shake the feeling that Fa Gao was becoming increasingly animated as he spoke, particularly at the mention of roasting, which seemed to stir a hint of craving within him. Stretching lazily, Kong Yu regarded the formidable Chiu parents with indifference. He has connections, but so do I. We are all part of the same network. In this contest, Chiu Chenghe is merely throwing eggs against a stone. Chapter 9. The confrontation in the council hall. The recent days at Yashoushan Mountain have been quite lively, with disciples unable to keep up with the unfolding drama. First, the long-lost son of the former sect leader returned to claim his heritage, followed by the head of the Chiu family arriving to interrogate the chief disciple. Both events were inextricably tied to Kong Yu. That morning, he had stepped out, and no one knew his purpose. As the hour approached, the Grand Elder dispatched disciples to fetch Kong Yu, but he remained elusive. Kong Yu's tardiness naturally soured the expressions of the Chiu couple. The Grand Elder, wishing to avoid offense, concocted an excuse for his disciple. Kong Yu takes his morning patrols seriously. He may have encountered some trouble. Please wait a moment. Mr. Chiu, with a stern countenance, replied, Elder, if waiting is necessary, so be it. It is not a significant matter. However, it seems your esteemed disciple does not regard us with the respect we deserve. Not at all. Kong Yu is a man of propriety. Look, here he comes. The venerable Dao Yuan found himself at a loss, unable to continue, when Kong Yu gracefully entered the chamber. Master, esteemed hall masters, he greeted. Having attended to some matters earlier in the morning, he returned, changed his attire, and then leisurely made his way to the council hall. After all, it was not he who was in a hurry, so what was the rush? The council hall was filled with individuals, including the Grand Elder Dao Yuan, Liu Shan, the master of the Mingzheng Hall, Zhao Tianyin, the master of the Mingzhi Hall, the distant visitors Mr. and Mrs. Chiu, and several disciples present that day. Chiu Chenghe was absent. Fa Gao informed Kong Yu that Chiu, his senior brother, fortuitously accompanied fellow disciples on a mission and was not on the mountain. It was said that he had already learned of the situation and was returning to Yashoushan Mountain, though it remained uncertain whether he would arrive in time. Kong Yu exhibited no signs of panic or confusion. He confidently crossed the threshold of the council hall, standing before everyone, calmly meeting their varied gazes. Naturally gifted in appearance, today he donned a loose, turquoise-blue robe with wide sleeves, adorned at the cuffs with cloud patterns. This hue enhanced his ethereal demeanor, rendering him even more transcendent. The jade ring on his finger peeked out from beneath the flowing sleeves. Dao Yuan's attitude towards Kong Yu had always been complex. He recognized the exceptional qualities of this disciple, noting that at Kong Yu's age, he himself had been far less accomplished. To nurture such a disciple was a lifelong honor for any master. Yet, Dao Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards Kong Yu's innate talent. Currently, Kong Yu's strength had significantly diminished, and as his master, Dao Yuan feigned sorrow while secretly relishing the situation. Kong Yu's decline in prowess stemmed from his failure to navigate a critical tribulation. In the path of cultivation, each ascension in realm requires overcoming a tribulation. Success leads to a surge in strength, while failure results in a complete reset. The 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter, each contain 3 realms from the lowest to the highest. Even a master like Kong Yu, who had reached the winter realm, could only barely maintain his standing in the spring realm after a failed tribulation. For a time, Kong Yu had felt disheartened by this, and Dao Yuan had pretended to console him on several occasions. However, it seemed that this foremost disciple had now found a sense of acceptance. No, he was not merely accepting. He appeared to regard it as a matter of course. It was as if, even in the face of failure, he believed he could still fulfill his role as the chief of Yashoushan Mountain, showing no inclination to yield his position. Now, there he stood at the doorway, slightly tilting his face, exuding an air of nonchalance as if to say, "What trivial matter have you summoned me for?" Upon seeing him in such a state, Dao Yuan's ire surged. "Kong Yu, are you still unaware of your transgressions? What fault does the disciple possess? I implore the master to elucidate," Kong Yu replied with a cheerful demeanor, his speech measured and unhurried. Regardless of Dao Yuan's attempts to assert his authority, venting his frustrations in front of the gathered assembly, Kong Yu remained unruffled and composed. Dao Yuan felt as though he had struck a blow against cotton. His anger had no outlet. "You have unilaterally punished your junior brother before your peers. Such conduct is exceedingly despicable. You show no remorse and dare question your master's error?" With a resounding thud, Dao Yuan slapped the armrest of his chair. Kong Yu's brow twitched, as if in pain. He elongated his tone, as if just recalling the incident. "You mean that day when, in front of the entire sect, I made junior brother Chiu Chenghe perform a handstand up the mountain, climbing 100 steps, only to leave him trembling and disheveled on his return? That incident." Kong Yu, fearful that the Chiu family might remain oblivious to the intricate details, elaborated on the events of that day, the cause, the course, and the outcome. Upon hearing this, Chiu's mother was instantly engulfed in wrath. "Indeed, it is you, elder. This time it is not our Chiu family that has intentionally slandered you. The leader of Yashoushan Mountain is truly a person of such malevolent disposition. My poor child has suffered this injustice without a means to voice his grievances, and how else could he express it?" Kong Yu interjected nonchalantly. "Is it evident that you 2 elders have already been stirred?" He remained unfazed, showing no concern for Chiu's father's esteemed position at Yaoda. Chiu's father, witnessing Kong Yu's demeanor, was incensed. "Kong Yu, as the legitimate heir of the Kong family, have you not been taught any decorum? How has the Kong family raised such an uncouth son? Your parents, in the afterlife, must surely be restless." Kong Yu had yet to unleash his full fury, but upon the mention of his deceased parents, his gaze hardened, and a cold smile graced his lips. "Elder Chiu, I address you as such out of courtesy, for I am one who values respect for the elderly and affection for the young. However, your reckless disparagement of my parents seems quite inappropriate. A lack of education is the fault of the father. The person you have become today is entirely a result of your own parents' failure to instill proper values in you. And as for my supposed cowardice and incompetence, that I entered the sect through dubious means to become the chief disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, such claims, as well as the insinuations regarding my character and legitimacy as a supposed illegitimate child of the former sect leader, must surely reflect the teachings you imparted to your disciple, Chiu Chenghe." These words were not fabricated by Kong Yu. They were the very utterances made by Chiu Chenghe during a heated discussion with another disciple on that fateful day. Kong Yu merely recounted them verbatim. Chiu's father was taken aback, realizing that his seemingly obedient son had been tarnishing another's reputation behind his back. Such accusations regarding one's character and legitimacy were not only a personal affront, but also an unintentional slander against the former sect leader. Chiu's father fell silent, visibly shaken by the revelation. At that moment, Chiu's mother interjected. "Right now, you are merely spouting baseless accusations. Who can verify that Chenghe uttered those words? Kong Yu, not only have you bullied your fellow disciples, but you also harbor malicious intent, unjustly besmirching another's reputation. Now that Chenghe is not present on the mountain, are you seizing this opportunity to vilify him?" With remarkable skill, Chiu's mother turned the conversation around. Putting Kong Yu in a precarious position, Kong Yu smiled. Resorting to such tactics, are we? Chapter 10. I urge you to hasten your pace. Chio's mother was not one to be foolishly indulgent, lacking reason or boundaries in her affection for her child. She was a mother who was both clear-headed and systematic in her boundless love. Kong Yu's allegations regarding Chiu Chenghe's disparaging remarks struck a chord of belief within her, albeit only partially. Chiu's father, not fully grasping the nuances of their son's character, was momentarily taken aback and incredulous. A mother knows her child best. Chiu's mother was acutely aware of Chenghe's temperament. This child, adored by many, often spoke without thinking, and it was not uncommon for him to clash with his elders or inadvertently offend his peers with his words. However, such minor flaws could be easily addressed by Chiu's mother herself, merely by shutting the door to her home and administering a lesson. What significance does Kong Yu hold? How dare he impose punishment on her son? Chiu's mother, well versed in the art of conversation, deftly turned the tide with just a few carefully chosen words. The cultivators present began to waver in their belief of Kong Yu's claims. Chiu Shidi and Kong Shixiang had previously had little interaction. It was quite audacious for a newly admitted disciple to speak so outrageously to his senior. Yet, once Chiu's mother spoke, doubt crept into the minds of all indeed. Who could guarantee that those words truly originated from Chiu Shidi and were not merely fabricated by Kong Shixiang? The disciples were like reeds swaying in the wind, easily swayed by the opinions of others. Chiu's mother raised her teacup and took a delicate sip, concealing her triumphant smile at the corner of her lips. Setting the cup aside, she leisurely dabbed her lips with a handkerchief and summoned a witness. It was not just you and Cheng He present that day. Cheng He Sr. was also there. Rather than futilely arguing here about who is right or wrong, let us call upon the others who were present to clarify the matter. Cheng He Sr., named Su Yao, was the one who had been beside Cheng He that day, even advising him to speak less. Kong Yu did not even need to raise his eyelids. This individual had undoubtedly been bought off by the Chiu family. As expected, the elder replied, indeed. The disciples were right beside Cheng He and did not hear Chiu Shidi utter such outrageous remarks. A commotion erupted throughout the hall. Those familiar with Su Yao knew him to be a kind-hearted individual, honest and gentle in demeanor, which allowed even the most cantankerous of characters like Cheng He to coexist peacefully with him. Su Yao would never lie. Thus Cheng He could not have possibly made such statements. It was Kong Shixiang who was slandering him? How despicable of Kong Shixiang! The gazes of the disciples toward Kong Yu swiftly transformed from uncertainty to disdain. This Kong Shixiang not only spread rumors about his junior, but also seized the opportunity to punish him, intending to humiliate him in public. At this opportune moment, Li Tangzhu added fuel to the fire. Elder, Tangzhu Zhao, you both have heard as well Su Yao is a disciple of our hall, known for his honesty, and would not speak falsely. It appears that it is indeed Kong Yu who is deliberately bullying Cheng He. Mingzitang is the designated place for discipline within Yashoushan Mountain, where any wrongdoing, regardless of whether it be by elders, hall masters, or even the sect leader, must be judged. Hall Master Zhao Tianin, with a face as dark as coal and a demeanor devoid of mirth, bore an old scar on the left side of his jaw that twisted grotesquely as he spoke. Bullying fellow disciples is a grave breach of moral conduct. Should the facts prove true, I shall report to the sect leader and recommend the removal of Kong Yu from his position as chief. Removal from the chief position. Upon Zhao Tongzhu's declaration, a wave of murmurs swept through the assembly both within and outside the discussion hall. Kong Yu was truly on the verge of being ousted from his esteemed rank. 3 years prior, he had failed his tribulation atop Yaodai, bringing shame to Yashoushan Mountain before the gazes of the 32 peaks. At that time, a fervent outcry arose within the sect, demanding the revocation of Kong Yu's title as chief. Among the overwhelming chorus of agreement, only 2 voices defended Kong Yu. One was Elder Daoyuan, who had a vested interest as Kong Yu was his own disciple. The next chief might not necessarily be one of his true prot-gs, hence Daoyuan's inclination to advocate for Kong Yu out of personal loyalty. The other was Chu Liangyao, the former chief who had long since departed the sect to serve at Yaodai, and who was also a true disciple of Daoyuan and Kong Yu Sr. Liangyao, the senior brother, uttered a single phrase. If Kong Yu is deemed unworthy to be the chief of Yashoushan Mountain, then which disciple is truly deserving? In the end, the sect leader spoke, suggesting that this matter be postponed for the time being, prioritizing Kong Yu's healing. This postponement has now stretched to the present day, with Kong Yu having reached the age of 27. Chu Liangyao departed the sect at the age of 28. Once Kong Yu turns 28, the sole contract binding him will expire, granting him freedom. However, the distinction between a choice and being expelled by the sect is significant. Should Kong Yu be stripped of his title as chief due to this incident, not only would his reputation suffer, but the Kong family would also face disgrace. At that point, the collateral branches would undoubtedly seize upon Kong Yu's scandal to make their case, thereby intensifying the pressure on the family head. Kong Ming. Zhao Hall Master's words reached the ears of Elder Daoyuan, who furrowed his brow, feeling frustrated with this elder disciple's lack of ambition. In his view, this was merely a trivial matter, a common conflict among disciples within the sect. However, Kong Yu had unfortunately drawn the ire of Cho Chungha, the only son with formidable parents. Typically, Hall masterly treated this disciple with leniency, yet Kong Yu seemed eager to provoke disdain. Having lived to this age, Dayuan was the oldest present and certainly did not believe Su Yao's claims were sincere. This youth had undoubtedly been bribed by the Cho family. Yet, the style of Mingyi Hall was strictly evidence-based, and Zhao Tianin was notoriously inflexible. There was no possibility of leniency. If this matter were to be conclusively decided today, he would undoubtedly seek to have Kong Yu's position as chief revoked by tomorrow. The elder's chronic headache was resurfacing. Tianin, I believe we should refrain from hastily reaching a conclusion. There should still be other witnesses. Before Zhao Tianin could respond, Li Yushan interjected. Elder, the sect rules must be applied equally. Kong Yu has clearly violated multiple regulations. His actions not only tarnish his own reputation but also yours, does it not? This statement cornered the elder, and Li Yushan would not allow even a hint of favoritism towards his disciple. Dayuan waved his hand, urging Li Yushan to hold her tongue for the moment. He then turned to Kong Yu. Disciple, were there any other witnesses present that day? From the moment he entered, Kong Yu had scarcely spoken. While others were embroiled in disputes over his predicament, he stood idly by, bored to the point of contemplating picking at his hands. Now, with his master inquiring, Kong Yu broke into a radiant smile. Amidst the clamor of those clamoring for his dismissal, he remained unfazed, exhibiting an extraordinary composure. Master, there was indeed another witness. It was junior sister Ruoshue. She was also present that day. Mu Ruoshue was aware of the scrutiny her senior brother faced, with members of the Cho family and those from Mingyi Hall present. Yet, she pretended to be oblivious. This was a troublesome matter. Given her standing, siding with anyone would be inappropriate, and Mu Ruoshue dared not involve herself. She was just about to concoct an excuse to slip away from the mountain when a junior brother intercepted her at the gate. Sister Ruoshue, the elder summons you. Mu Ruoshue truly wished to slap herself, chiding her reluctance to flee sooner. Chapter 11. Mu Ruoshue, 0 points. Mu Ruoshue arrived at the conference hall. The elder sat at the head of the table, with the leaders of Mingyi and Mingzheng Hall seated to one side, while the parents of the Cho family occupied the other. The disciples stood dispersed on either side, with Kong Yu positioned at the center, bearing the weight of all gazes upon him. Mu Ruoshue stepped over the threshold, the soles of her boots producing a soft sound against the ground. Various gazes shifted from the eldest senior brother to her head and shoulders. An uncomfortable sensation washed over Mu Ruoshue, prompting her to gently shake her left shoulder as if attempting to cast off that intense unease. Master, may I inquire about the two hall masters? In such a solemn setting, even the typically unruly Mu Ruoshue dared not behave frivolously. She subtly raised her eyes, catching the gaze of the eldest senior brother, which coincidentally met the indifferent stare of Kong Yu. The coldness and apathy in Kong Yu's eyes conveyed an unmistakable sense of impatience and disdain. Even without uttering a single word, disdain? The eldest senior brother had always been quite considerate towards her, as the adopted daughter of the former sect leader, and with the sect leader having shown favor to Kong Yu, it was only natural that Kong Yu would extend his kindness to Mu Ruoshue as well. After the passing of the former sect leader, apart from her master, the eldest senior brother had been the most benevolent towards her. There were times when Mu Ruoshue would bully others, and when those grievances were brought to the eldest senior brother, he would clearly recognize her fault yet still defend her in front of outsiders. On occasions when she spoke harshly to him, he would silently endure, never retorting. Xiao Zhe, the senior brother, remarked that the eldest senior brother had changed. Yet to her, what was so different? Even now, while he publicly reprimanded Cho Chungha, he was at a loss for words when confronted. With this thought, Mu Ruoshue slightly lifted her chin, exhibiting a touch of pride. Kong Yu remained the same ineffectual eldest senior brother, relying on her to speak on his behalf. Without uttering a word, Mu Ruoshue concocted an elaborate narrative in her mind. Master, may I ask why you summoned Ruoshue? She inquired of Dayuan. Ruoshue, you have arrived at an opportune moment. Dayuan succinctly outlined the events to her. Ruoshue, your senior brother mentioned that you were present that day. Surely, you heard their exchange quite clearly. Now, please recount what transpired. Did Chungha indeed utter those words? As Dayuan's voice fell, Mu Ruoshue opened her mouth. Before she could speak, Mu interjected, Miss Ruoshue, this matter is of great significance. You must reflect carefully. This was a subtle hint to Mu Ruoshue. At that moment, Mu Ruoshue thought to herself, this is bad. Her premonition had proven accurate, and even worse than she anticipated. The Mingyi Hall now sought to directly strip Kong Yu of his position as the chief. It was true that she was the fourth individual present that day, and she had nearly overheard the entirety of the dialogue between Qiu Chenghe and Su Yao. Kong Yu spoke the truth, word for word. He did not slander Qiu Chenghe, who indeed made those outrageous remarks, so excessive that even Mu Ruoxue could not bear to listen. She could vouch for her senior brother. However, Mu Ruoxue cast another glance at the elevated members of the Qiu family. Qiu Fu held a prestigious position at Yaodai, and she could not afford to offend him. If she spoke in defense of Kong Yu here, it would only serve to validate Qiu Chenghe's heinous words, and the Qiu family would undoubtedly retaliate against her. As for her senior brother, he was the disowned scion of the Kong family. Each generation of the Kong family would send a child to Yasho Mountain, yet that was still a revered lineage. In the past, the head of the Kong family would adopt a child from the collateral line to protect his own offspring, subsequently sending the child to Yasho Mountain. Although this practice exploited a loophole, it did not fundamentally contravene the ancestral teachings. Thus, the child sent to the mountain was tacitly regarded as one abandoned by the Kong family. In the current generation, there are two legitimate heirs, Kong Yu and Kong Ming. The facts are laid bare before everyone. Kong Ming inherits the family business and ascends as the new family head, while Kong Yu is forsaken and dispatched to Yasho Mountain. Theo put it more bluntly, would Qiu Fu and Qiu Mu come to the aid of their only son, Qiu Chenghe? Would Kong Ming extend the same courtesy to his brother, who has been cast aside by the family? It is essential to recognize that they are siblings and rivals. Kong Ming would likely relish the prospect of his brother's downfall and misfortune. Yu Ruoxue lowered her head, tightly closing her eyes. When she opened them once more, her gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. This fleeting change did not escape Kong Yu's notice as he stood a few paces away, quietly observing his junior sister. Mu Ruoxue was a beautiful yet foolish ornament. In their previous life, even though Kong Yu harbored no romantic feelings for her, he treated her as his partner, his future counterpart, granting her all the respect and dignity she deserved. Even upon discovering her betrayal with Huo Mingyi, he merely proposed to dissolve their partnership. However, when Mu Ruoxue learned of his intention to nullify their bond, she frantically attempted to retain him. She first confessed her wrongdoings, but when Kong Yu remained unmoved, she turned the tables and accused him of being an unyielding ice, claiming he had never truly cared for her. At that time, Kong Yu was exhausted by her torment, simply weary of gazing at his junior sister's contorted expression. Ruoxue, everything you desire, I have strived to provide for you. Whatever you wish to accomplish, I have made time to accompany you. I have offered you care, understanding, companionship, and significance. Yet you still assert that I do not care enough. What, precisely, is the affection you seek? Can you even articulate it? Mu Ruoxue found herself speechless. In their past life, Kong Yu had forgiven her transgressions, yet Mu Ruoxue could not forgive him. Unable to attain what she desired, she sought to destroy him, ultimately leading to his demise. And this life, Mu Ruoxue had yet to act against Kong Yu, so he continued to observe her, discerning whether any changes had occurred compared to their previous existence. In his mind, he wielded a metaphorical pen of judgment. However, the moment Mu Ruoxue uttered her first words, Kong Yu knew that while circumstances might change, one's inherent nature remains steadfast. Elder, that day I merely passed by as a common occurrence. I did not hear junior brother Qiu make such statements. The crowd was taken aback. The Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically. Li Hall Master interjected with a few supplementary remarks, while Zhao Hall Master's demeanor darkened, already formulating his report to the sect leader in his mind. Qiu Fu's expression relaxed, and Qiu Mu's eyes sparkled with a triumphant glimmer, while Su Yao, who had fabricated evidence, sighed in relief. Amidst the clamor, the metaphorical pen of judgment fell, gently striking through Mu Ruoxue's name. Under the mounting pressure, Mu Ruoxue summoned her courage to scrutinize Kong Yu's expression. His lips maintained a restrained arc, his gaze half lowered, showing no interest in others, nor any inclination to regard her further. He radiated an ethereal coolness, standing apart from all, untouched by the filth splashed upon him, remaining as pristine as fresh snow. Mu Ruoxue found herself at a loss for words to describe the fleeting illusion of that moment. It was as if she were trapped outside a door, her right to step further denied. Master Zhao turned to the side, whispering a few words to Dao Yuan. Since entering the council chamber, Dao Yuan's brow had remained furrowed. He seemed poised to speak, but ultimately chose silence, gravely nodding instead. Master Zhao straightened in his seat and cleared his throat. Given that both Su Yao and Mu Ruoxue had refuted Qiu Chenghe's statements from that day, it was evident that Kong Yu's slander against a fellow disciple was indeed substantiated, warranting a more severe penalty. I shall report today's events to the sect leader. Kong Yu's position as chief disciple is therefore in question. Before Zhao Tianyin could articulate the punishment for Kong Yu, a disciple suddenly appeared at the door of the council chamber, his expression fraught with urgency, hesitating to enter. Such boldness in a moment like this must indicate a matter of great importance. Daoyuan gestured for Master Zhao to pause, beckoning the disciple to come forward. The disciple hurried into the chamber, approaching the Grand Elder and whispering a few urgent words. The Grand Elder's expression shifted multiple times. Could it truly be him? Quickly, please. Chapter 12. Who has an opinion? An unexpected visitor arrives at Yashoushan Mountain. Within the council chamber, speculation ran rampant regarding the identity of the guest, while Huo Mu's face betrayed her unease. What does this mean for the elders? We have yet to depart, and already we must receive a new guest. Madam Huo, please remain calm, Daoyuan patiently explained to her. This guest has also come regarding the matter of Kongyu. Huo Mu and Xiao Fu exchanged glances. At such a juncture, who would dare to come? Could it be Qiu Chenghe? Or perhaps a new witness? Mu Ruoxue bit her lip, feeling a pang of guilt. Although she had spoken vaguely, claiming she merely passed by without hearing anything, her testimony served as crucial evidence. The final straw that could break the camel's back. Now, with her master not dismissing her, she stood alongside her senior brother in the center of the council chamber, as if they were the ones being interrogated. Moreover, with Kongyu facing condemnation, who else could possibly step forward? Regardless of who it might be, the situation seemed irretrievable. Whispers and murmurs filled the air as the crowd speculated, casting furtive glances toward Kongyu. He remained unfazed, standing there with an air of leisurely detachment, as if he reveled in the spectacle, seemingly in complete control of the unfolding events. When Kong Ming, the current head of the Kong family, entered the council chamber, every individual present was taken aback. In the realm of cultivation, even those who had never seen him were familiar with the name Kong Ming. The Kong family's business centered around crafting instruments, with one of their primary markets being the various sects within the cultivation world. The 32 peaks had, to varying extents, engaged in trade with the Kong family. Although these prestigious sects had their own means of crafting instruments, none could rival the Kong family's expertise and efficiency. With hair like spun gold and age-old wisdom, they all recognized the quality of Kong craftsmanship. At just 25 years of age, Kong Ming was remarkably young, yet he had been the head of the Kong family for a decade. With the previous head and his wife having passed away, and Kongyu having already become the true disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, stretched thin, Kong Ming had to shoulder the responsibility alone. He faced the predatory gazes of the collateral relatives and those eager to seize the opportunity to usurp the Kong family's business amidst the turmoil. At the tender age of 15, while other youths basked in the endless affection of their parents, Kong Ming had already learned how to navigate the treacherous waters of calculating business partners. At that time, others claimed that the business of the Kong family was destined to be squandered under the stewardship of Kong Ming. However, Kong Ming delivered a resounding slap to the faces of all naysayers. Not only did he refuse to allow the collateral branches to usurp even a fragment of the patriarch's authority, but he also expanded the Kong family's enterprise to unprecedented heights. Kong Ming possessed astounding negotiation skills. Even those sects that had previously been reluctant to engage in business with the Kong family began to waver and sought connections with them. Now, Kong Ming had made his appearance at Yashoushan Mountain. Clad in dark robes adorned with subtle patterns, a loose green jade belt at his waist, and a simply crafted fish-shaped jade pendant hanging from it, one side of which bore the character Kong, symbolizing its ancestral heritage. In addition to this, the only other treasure of immeasurable value upon his person was an exquisite jade ring. Though Kong Ming's status was exalted and his wealth rivaled that of nations, his attire was relatively unpretentious, devoid of ostentatious embellishments. This simplicity was not only reflective of his modest nature but also practical, as he frequently visited the workshops for crafting implements, making such attire convenient. Even his sleeves were narrow and fitted, contrasting starkly with the voluminous sleeves worn by Kongyu today, which would certainly never grace his wardrobe. Incidentally, it was Kong Ming who had commissioned the creation of Kongyu's flamboyant outfit. Among the two brothers, one had to dress like a peacock. They could not both appear so dreadfully plain. Kong Ming recalled that Kongyu had previously locked away such extravagant garments in a cabinet, and he was puzzled as to why he had chosen to wear them today. The similarities in their features were few, the only notable connection being the moles beneath their eyes, Kongyu's at the left corner of his eye and Kong Ming's at the right. Kongyu exuded a refined and gentle demeanor, while Kong Ming radiated an unmistakable sharpness. Standing silently, he resembled a sword polished to a brilliant sheen. This time, he traveled light, accompanied by merely 2 household attendants, one male and one female, in stark contrast to the ostentatious entourage of the Chiu family. Though the attendants' appearances were unremarkable, their imposing presence and the manner in which they wielded their swords revealed their profound capabilities. Kong Ming surveyed the council hall, his chilling gaze sending shivers down the spines of all present. He preferred to lock eyes with those he scrutinized, for the eyes rarely deceive. Whether it be averted gazes or feigned composure, both would betray the true state of one's heart. Ultimately, Kong Ming's gaze alighted briefly on Kongyu before withdrawing. Kong Yu smiled at him, not out of relief for the arrival of a savior, but simply out of joy at seeing his brother. Leading Kong Ming up the mountain was a plump little fellow named Fa Gao. Struggling to keep pace with Kong Ming and his attendants, he arrived breathlessly at last. Unable to enter the council hall freely, he gesticulated animatedly at Kong Yu from the entrance, indicating that he had successfully brought Kong Ming. Kong Yu nodded graciously, promising to reward Fa Gao with an extra 2 plates of pastries upon their return. Kong Ming need not speak first, for someone was already there to receive him. Elder Daoyuan took the initiative to rise from his seat. It was indeed a rare visit from the head of the Kong family. With 2 disciples present, an extra chair was added for the patriarch of the Kong family. The seating arrangement in the council hall shifted. Now, the Grand Elder occupied the foremost position, flanked by the 2 hall masters on either side. The Chiu couple remained in their original seats, but opposite them, an empty chair had been placed, reserved for Kong Ming. Kong Ming's gaze fell upon that chair, and he spoke, "If you would be so kind, please bring another chair over. My elder brother has been standing for quite some time and deserves a moment of respite." Kong Ming requested that Kong Yu join him at the table. Upon hearing this, Madame Chiu immediately expressed her discontent. The head of the Kong family, Kong Yu, is currently a disciple guilty of transgressions at Yashoushan Mountain. How could he possibly sit alongside them? Kong Ming's gaze shifted towards the elegantly attired woman. "I have just mentioned that my elder brother has stood for far too long and is weary. He must take a seat," he articulated clearly, each word enunciated with precision. Madame Chiu perceived this young man as utterly unyielding. Is the head of the Kong family so dismissive of others? The family head had just arrived and was yet to grasp the situation. "Your elder brother Kong Yu has violated several rules of Yashoushan Mountain. He is currently a sinner within the sect." Kong Ming replied with a nonchalant signifying his understanding. "I do not need to delve into the specifics of my brother's transgressions at this moment. He stands before you not merely as a disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, but as the legitimate scion of the Kong family. He is my only blood brother, possessing half of the family's assets. The jade ring he wears can also command the resources and servants of the Kong family, just as my authority can. However, the ancestral decree stipulates that there can only be one family head. My elder brother, disinterested in the intricacies of business, has allowed our father to appoint me as the family head. Nevertheless, my brother will lack for nothing that is rightfully his," with his hands clasped behind his back. Kong Ming slowly rotated the jade ring on his left thumb, his gaze steady upon the pale-faced Madame Chiu. "I now insist that my brother Kong Yu join me at the table. Madame Chiu, and esteemed guests present, do you have any objections?" Chapter 13. I am not here to pass judgment. Kong Ming had come expressly to advocate for Kong Yu today, a fact that did not escape the notice of those present. He first allowed Kong Yu to take a seat that no longer was Kong Yu merely a disciple subjected to the interrogation of Yashoushan Mountain and the Chiu family. He was now negotiating as a direct descendant of the Kong lineage. The pressure had shifted from the Chiu family to a joint discussion between the Kong and Chiu families. Moreover, Kong Ming made it abundantly clear before all that Kong Yu was not merely a disciple of Yashoushan Mountain in his eyes, but a member of the Kong family, his brother wielding equal power. This revelation was in stark contrast to the expectations of the onlookers. Due to the ancestral teachings of the Kong family and Kong Ming's previous absence from Yashoushan Mountain to visit Kong Yu, many had mistakenly believed that the brothers shared a strained relationship, with Kong Yu being a forsaken scion of the Kong family. Little did they anticipate that not only had he not been abandoned by the Kongs, but the family head had publicly declared that Kong Yu possessed half of the family's wealth. The Kong family, akin to a treasure trove, would continue to bestow riches upon them, regardless of whether Kong Ming or Kong Yu took any action. Who could have guessed that this seemingly modest and unassuming elder disciple held dominion over half of the family's power? Furthermore, Kong Ming had explicitly stated that since only one family head could be appointed, that role belonged to him. Implicitly, this meant that Kong Yu could also be regarded as a family head, standing on equal footing with him. Now, the Chiu family was questioning another head of the Kong family. Although the matter had not followed conventional protocols, the weight of Kong Yu's standing within the family and his share of authority was merely a matter of Kong Ming's decree. Once he acknowledged that Kong Yu shared in the family's entirety, all present were compelled to treat him with the respect due to a family head. The 2 brothers of the Kong family subsequently took their seats, with Kong Ming even allowing his elder brother to sit in the higher position. The order of seniority was maintained, with the elder brother seated prominently. Kong Yu, unreservedly, took a seat alongside his brother, casually brushing off the creases of his garments. It was only upon seeing him settled that Kong Ming leisurely occupied another vacant chair. The dynamics shifted entirely the moment Kong Yu sat down. The once aggressive Chiu family now found themselves filled with trepidation. To their astonishment, not only did Kong Ming acknowledge Kong Yu's standing within the Kong family, but he elevated him to an impressive stature. They were no longer questioning a mere junior, but engaging with the head of the Kong family. Though Kong Yu was not yet 30, and Kong Ming even younger, No one would dare regard them as naive youths, particularly Kong Ming, who had carved a path for the Kong family by the age of 15, was a figure known for his unyielding assertiveness. When he spoke, it was difficult for others to counter. By declaring Kong Yu as the head of the Kong family, all were bound to treat him with utmost respect. Kong Ming had a habit of listening before making judgments. Thus, from the moment he entered the assembly hall, he remained unhurried, not rushing to defend his brother. He was not there to act as a judge, but to wield the power of the Kong family as a means of exerting influence. Regardless of whether Kong Yu was right or wrong, Kong Ming's sole objective was to ensure that Kong Yu could enter the assembly hall and exit without incident. No one could pass judgment on the legitimate heir of the Kong family. The expressions of the others were a tapestry of emotions, but Kong Ming paid them no mind, merely lifting his teacup for a delicate sip. After just a taste, he set it aside, likely dissatisfied with the quality of the tea. Turning to Kong Yu, who was enjoying his drink, he suggested, "Why not spare yourself a few sips? There is fresh Qing Feng Sui at home. You do enjoy that, do you not? I shall arrange for some to be sent to you soon." Kong Ming engaged in casual banter with his elder brother, but upon hearing of the expensive tea, Kong Yu shook his head. "My palate has grown unaccustomed to such exquisite tea." Kong Ming displayed a hint of displeasure, perhaps discontented that the delicate taste of his brother had been dulled. The two brothers conversed as if oblivious to the reactions of those around them. Madame Chiu was on the verge of wringing her handkerchief to shreds. As it appeared that Kong Yu's position was about to be dismantled, and the head of the Mingyi Hall prepared to cast judgment upon him, unexpectedly, the head of the Kong family intervened. Kong Ming clearly intended to support his brother, and now the matter was likely to escalate from a mere bullying incident among peers to a minor squabble between noble families. Madame Chiu could not allow this matter to be brushed aside. She was determined to avenge her child. She initiated the confrontation. "Head of the Kong family, even with your arrival, this established fact cannot be altered. Your eldest son, driven by personal vendetta, has reprimanded my child in front of numerous disciples of Yashoushan. Both emotionally and logically, this matter cannot be so easily dismissed. Do not suggest that this is merely youthful banter." Madame Chiu spoke first, to which Kong Ming responded with a simple before turning to the head of the Mingyi Hall. "Masterly, what is your opinion?" Masterly, still somewhat taken aback, found himself needing Kong Ming to reiterate his inquiry. "Do you believe that my brother acted with the intention to bully the disciples of your Mingyi Hall?" Cold sweat trickled down Li Yushan's neck. From the moment Kong Ming stepped through the door, his heart had been in his throat. It is widely acknowledged that the Kong family's business is substantial, and naturally, Yashoushan is among their esteemed clientele, engaging in frequent commercial exchanges with them. Furthermore, Yashoushan has taken advantage of the name of Kong Yu to negotiate lower prices. While Kong Ming remains steadfast in negotiations elsewhere, he concedes slightly on his baseline when it comes to Yashoushan. Previously, they believed that the prominence of Yashoushan warranted respect even from the Kong family. However, upon witnessing the current situation, it becomes evident that this is merely a case of self-delusion on the part of their sect. The willingness of Kong Ming to lower prices is not due to the illustrious reputation of Yashoushan, but rather because his brother, Kong Yu, is a disciple here. It is said that whenever members of the Kong family come to negotiate, they invariably request that the esteemed individuals of Yashoushan take good care of their eldest son. Initially, Li Yushan thought this was merely a formality, never anticipating the genuine bond between the Kong brothers, nor that Kong Ming was sincerely concerned about his brother's well-being in this place. Li Yushan, a member of the Mingqing, which teaches swordsmanship and martial arts, is acutely aware that weapons constitute a significant expense. Several times, when the Kong family sent representatives, Li Yushan personally attended to them. He had also visited a shop under the Kong family's name and met Kong Ming in person. That time, they merely exchanged hurried greetings, as Kong Ming was quite preoccupied and unable to offer him much attention. However, that encounter left a profound impression on Li Yushan, as Kong Ming struck him as a rather aloof and unapproachable young man. Now, he has come to inquire whether Kong Yu has bullied the disciples of Mingqing. This is hardly an inquiry. It is an unmistakable threat, is it not? Li Tangzhu chuckled awkwardly, his earlier assertiveness dissipating. "As for the head of the Kong family, I am not a direct witness to this matter. I have only heard accounts from the two witnesses. This effectively shifts the burden onto Su Yao and Mu Ruoxue. The two of them must now loathe Li Tangzhu, as they had intended to remain in the shadows, only to be thrust into the spotlight before Kong Ming. Indeed, Kong Ming's gaze shifted towards these two disciples, who were unfamiliar to him. "Pray tell, how did my elder brother Kong Yu bully you?" Chapter 14. Is this an overreaction? The assembly hall fell into an eerie silence as Kong Ming interrogated the two disciples. It was supposed to be Kong Yu under scrutiny, yet the tables had turned, and now the two witnesses found themselves under immense pressure. Su Yao felt a chill run down his spine. He had assumed Kong Yu was isolated at Yashoushan, and that casting a slanderous remark would suffice. Little did he anticipate that the head of the Kong family would personally come to Yashoushan to mitigate his brother's predicament. Su Yao found himself in a precarious position. Madame Chiu had sought him out the previous night, employing both threats and temptations. Having accepted the benefits from the Chiu family, he was obligated to speak on behalf of Chiu Chenghe. However, he could not afford to offend the Kong family. At first glance, it appeared that Kong Ming was inquiring about the circumstances of the incident, but in reality, he was offering Su Yao a chance to realign his loyalties. Should he retract his previous unfavorable statements against Kong Yu, the matter could be laid to rest. Conversely, if he insisted that Kong Yu was in the wrong, then Kong Ming, along with the entire Kong family, would undoubtedly seek retribution. Kong Ming was not one to engage in idle chatter. His gaze served as a reminder to Su Yao to think carefully before speaking. Su Yao's hands, which hung at his sides, alternated between relaxing and tensing. I said. I did not hear what senior brother Chiu said. Ruashua interjected before Su Yao could respond. She stood tall, bolstered by a sense of righteousness, determined not to be outmatched in resolve. I was merely passing by and did not overhear their conversation. This matter is utterly unrelated to me. Ruashua has shifted all the blame onto Su Yao. Su Yao abruptly turned his head, filled with an overwhelming desire to eliminate this selfish little junior sister on the spot. Ruashua felt fortunate that she had not entirely sealed her fate earlier, as she still had the opportunity to turn the situation in her favor. Esteemed elders and the two hall masters, I implore you to see clearly that this incident has nothing to do with Ruashua from beginning to end. I am merely an innocent party drawn into this affair. Su Yao, in a state of agitation, retorted, You were clearly present that day, and you even urged me and senior brother Cheng He not to quarrel. That is impossible. Brother Su must be mistaken. I merely passed by casually that day, Ruashua insisted, adamantly claiming she had not overheard their conversation and was not inclined to offend anyone. Kong Yu watched their quarrel with amusement, choosing not to interject. Kong Ming's gaze flitted between the two, seemingly trying to discern who was in the right. He noticed the beads of sweat on Su Yao's forehead. His urgent demeanor did not appear feigned. As for the female witness, Kong Ming likely had an answer in his heart, yet he did not rush to inquire further, instead casting a glance at Kong Yu's expression. Kong Yu appeared utterly disinterested, even toying with the strap on his clothing, indicating his lack of fondness for the pair and his growing impatience. Kong Ming turned his attention back to Ruashua. You claim you did not hear. This statement is ambiguous. Not hearing does not equate to Chiu Chenghe not having spoken. However, your assertion of not having heard directly thrusts my elder brother Kong Yu into the fire. Ruashua found herself at a loss for words, prompting Kong Ming to add a few more remarks in a calm tone. I can understand your reluctance to offend the Chiu family, but that does not grant you the right to distort the truth and muddle right from wrong. Is this what Yaoshu Mountain has taught you? I would think not. Unlike Kong Yu, Kong Ming was not a disciple of Yaoshu Mountain and felt no obligation to uphold such trivial brotherhood. He spoke plainly, directly exposing Ruashua's intentions. Though Ruashua felt a pang of unease in her heart, she was accustomed to being assertive and found it difficult to alter her ways. When someone retorted against her, her instinct was to push back. I have already said I did not hear. As for how others perceive it, that is no concern of mine. On what grounds do you question me? My master does not confront me as aggressively as you do. Having vented her frustrations, Ruashua's master, Elder Daoyuan, was drenched in sweat. This foolish girl, please, stop talking. It was one thing to bully her peers. To dare to challenge the head of the Kong family in front of so many people was another matter entirely. Kong Ming, unfamiliar with Ruashua, merely inquired, Who is your master? Before Ruashua could respond, Kong Yu could not contain his amusement, laughing lightly. Kong Ming observed Kong Yu's expression and, seeing him reveling in the spectacle, scanned the faces of everyone present. Hall Master Li's eyes betrayed his thoughts, frequently darting towards Elder Daoyuan, who coughed awkwardly. Kong Ming understood the implications, choosing to leave it at that and not delve deeper. He then turned his gaze towards the equally perspiring Su Yao. You just said that this female disciple advised you and Chiu Chenghe against quarreling. Is that true? Kong Ming did not overlook this statement. Su Yao's words, hastily uttered in his fluster, were likely the truth. Su Yao regretted his hasty tongue. This passage entirely reveals the circumstances of that day, as he and Chiu Chenghe had engaged in a dispute regarding the matter of Kong Yu Huo Ming. At that moment, Ruashua interjected, urging them to cease their quarrel now. With Kong Ming pressing for answers, he had no choice but to concoct an excuse why fellow disciple Chenghe and I were merely discussing trivial matters. And due to differing opinions, we exchanged a few words. What trivial matters? Kong Ming inquired. It pertains to our cultivation, he replied. You are lying. Upon reaching this point, Kong Ming felt no inclination to pursue the matter further. He deemed it unnecessary. He turned directly to Elder Daoyuan. Elder, these two disciples are spinning tales, uttering nonsense. Their one-sided accounts not only fail to serve as evidence, but also carry the suspicion of slandering my elder brother. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Chio's parents, wondering who had invited them to confuse the situation. Lady Chio began to fidget in her seat, her voice sharp. Master of the Kong family, regardless of whether the two witnesses are lying, it is a matter of public record that your eldest son punished our child at the mountain gate. How did my elder brother punish Chungha? I have not heard of this. Could you kindly repeat it for me? At this point, Lady Chio struggled to continue. The act of standing upside down on the mountain was indeed shameful, and to bring it up repeatedly would be akin to beating a dead horse. The others fell silent, hesitant to speak. Ultimately, it was the party involved, Kongyu, who cheerfully restated the incident for his brother. Chungha claimed he could stand on his head to ascend the mountain. I expressed my desire to see it, and he performed it for me. From the moment I entered, I intended to clarify that we were merely engaging in playful antics. Is it not quite normal for brothers to jest and frolic together? Why the grave demeanor and the elaborate setup for questioning me, even threatening to strip me of my position? Is this not somewhat of an overreaction? Chapter 15. The kind-hearted senior brother. Kongyu asserted that he was merely playing with his junior brother. Naturally, Chio's parents could not accept such an explanation, but this time, Kongyu offered them no opportunity. If you insist on claiming that I punished Chungha, then why would I do so? Since my entry into the sect, I have been a direct disciple under the Grand Elder and have never practiced in the Mingjing Hall. I have not spent much time with Master Li, let alone with Chungha, who has only recently joined the sect for a mere 2 years. To punish someone, one must have a valid reason, no? I do not know Chungha well. Prior to this, we had no interactions. As the first disciple of Yasho Mountain, my every word and deed is scrutinized by the sect. I would never engage in such an unprovoked act. Conversely, my actions are well-founded. Thus, I stated that I happened upon some profoundly rebellious remarks that displeased me. I believe that Su Yao and Ruoxue should now possess a clearer understanding of the events. Can you now articulate what transpired? My brother Kong Ming is also present. He possesses keen insight. Should I have erred, violating the sect's rules and the Kong family's regulations, I would naturally accept my punishment. However, if I am being slandered, the Kong family would not allow others to frame me and then casually depart. Of course, if Chungha truly uttered those remarks, that would constitute a disdain for the sect master and an affront to the first disciple. The last disciple to commit such a transgression was likely stationed at the demon locking formation, and it remains uncertain whether he still draws breath. Since entering the council chamber, Kongyu had scarcely uttered a few words. Now, he unleashed a torrent of thoughts. He insisted that the Chiu family ponder carefully. Should they conclude that Kongyu is punishing Chiu Chungha, they would inevitably trace the roots of Kongyu's motivations for such punitive measures. With Kong Ming present, he would certainly not allow the matter to be obscured by claims of ignorance. If this accusation were substantiated, Kongyu might only face the charge of improper punishment, but Chiu Chungha would find himself in dire straits. Disrespecting the sect, offending the late patriarch, and fabricating tales about the sect's foremost members. Chiu Chungha would not only face severe repercussions, but would also be expelled from Yasho Mountain, bringing shame upon the Chiu family. Given that Chiu's father still holds a position at Yaotai, their family, which values reputation above all, would be particularly concerned. However, Kongyu had also stated that his actions were merely a playful jest with Chiu Chungha. If this were deemed a mere bout of frivolity among peers, the situation would become significantly more manageable. At the very least, Chiu Chungha would not be cast out. Nonetheless, the notion of Chiu Chungha standing on his head as he ascended the mountain was indeed humiliating. The Chiu family, in their quest to address this matter, risked further embarrassment. There was no bloodshed, but the blow to their hearts was palpable. Chiu's parents remained visibly displeased. Now, the Kong brothers had placed the Chiu family upon the proverbial hot seat. Leaving them to navigate their own course, Chiu's mother was unwilling to accept this. She sought to confront the situation for her son, yet instead found herself outmaneuvered. Gripping the armrest of her chair, she was about to speak when Chiu's father restrained her. "My dear." He gently shook his head. Chiu's mother raised her finely arched brows. Her son was a disappointment, and her husband equally so. The Kong family wielded wealth, but they, the Chiu family, served in Yaodai. If it came to matters of power, the outcome was far from certain. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the council chamber. To her astonishment, Chiu Chungha had returned. He appeared weary from his travels, having just been engaged in capturing spirit beasts alongside his fellow disciples, only to receive word that his parents had arrived. Chiu Chungha felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had previously sent letters urging them not to come, yet here they were, intent on seeking accountability. Hastily, he made his way back to the mountain, where the atmosphere in the council chamber had grown exceedingly tense. The expressions of his parents were dark enough to evoke a torrent of water, and the countenances of the Grand Elder and the two hall masters were equally grim. Elder Su Yao stood frozen, scarcely daring to breathe. Muruashua appeared to be irate with someone, though her ire, unvented, left her cheeks flushed. The remaining disciples exchanged glances, taken aback by his unexpected arrival. As for the two members of the Kong family, Kong Yu remained remarkably composed, greeting Cho Chungha with a wave of his hand, seemingly in high spirits. Sitting beside him was likely the current head of the Kong family. Cho Chungha, having never encountered Kong Ming before, noted that the resemblance between Kong Ming and Kong Yu was not striking. Yet, when the two appeared together, it was evident to onlookers that they were brothers. Kong Ming scrutinized him in return. Father, mother. Cho Chungha was the first to address his parents. Upon seeing her son, Cho's mother's eyes brightened. My child, you have finally arrived. What transpired? Cho Chungha, still unaware of the depth of their discussions, was at a loss. The atmosphere within the assembly hall is charged. It seems that the Chio and Kong families have reached a breaking point. With both parties present today, it suffices to listen to their accounts. Chiomu beckons Cho Chungha to step forward. Chungha, you tell us, on that day at the mountain gate, was it not Kong Yu who intentionally punished you? Chiomu insists that her son speak for himself, for if Cho Chungha were to utter a single affirmation, today, regardless of whether it is the Kong family or the people of Yashoushan that intervene, she would not rest until she had her due. However, upon casting a glance at Kong Yu, Cho Chungha responds to his parents and the assembly from Yashoushan with a resolute no. My senior brother and I were merely fooling around that day. What? Chiomu could never have anticipated that the greatest traitor was among their own ranks. Cho Chungha dares to speak on behalf of Kong Yu. The others are equally astonished. They had expected Cho Chungha to seize the opportunity with his parents present to voice his grievances, thereby exacerbating the conflict for the Cho family. Yet, Cho Chungha has chosen otherwise. What he desires is to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. Indeed, he had spoken excessively harsh words to Kong Yu that day, and thus accepted the punishment that followed. Moreover, Kong Yu's demands were not overly severe. Although he commanded Cho Chungha to ascend 2,000 steps of the main peak, he relented after just 100. Viewed in this light, it appears that the senior brother possesses a kind heart. Should Xiao Fu and Xiao Mu hear his unspoken thoughts, particularly his acknowledgement of Kong Yu's benevolence, they might well swoon from indignation. In truth, even without hearing his internal monologue, the Qiu couple is on the verge of apoplexy. Xiao Mu, rendered speechless by her fury, while Xiao Fu furrows his brow in deep perplexity. Chungha, if you have suffered any grievances, feel free to articulate them. The current leaders of Yashoushan are present. Someone will advocate on your behalf. Cho Chungha, possessing commendable physical stamina, finds that after climbing 100 steps backward and resting for a couple of hours, he is fully rejuvenated and feels no fatigue. Thus, he responds sincerely, Father, I harbor no grievances. Xiao Fu glances back at Xiao Mu, a profound confusion evident in his eyes. Both parents are astute and perceptive individuals. Could it be that they have unwittingly given birth to a fool? What affliction plagues their son? From the moment Kong Ming entered the assembly hall, he grew wary. At that juncture, he was still unaware of the ramifications brought about by the attendance of the other party. Now, it is evident that change has occurred, and it appears to be advantageous to them. Kong Ming also casts a glance at Kong Yu, his expression mirroring the inquiry of what is amiss with Cho Chungha. Kong Yu's eyelashes flutter, and a smile graces his lips as he silently conveys to his brother, it was merely a game. Chapter 16. A great deal of confidence, both parties steadfastly maintain that the punishment on that day was nothing more than playful banter among fellow disciples. No further commentary from others will alter this fact. Xiao Fu and Xiao Mu wish to defend their son, though it is evident that Cho Chungha does not require such intervention. The Grand Elder breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Cho Chungha's presence has salvaged the situation. Otherwise, this matter would have been left unresolved. As it stands, not only does the Cho family find themselves at a loss for words, but they also avoid offending the Kong family. Burdened with numerous affairs, Kong Ming is the first to take his leave. Elder Daoyuan offers to see him off, but Kong Ming politely declines. Allow my elder brother to escort me to the mountain gate. We have some familial matters to discuss. Kong Ming leads Kong Yu away from this contentious place. Shortly thereafter, Hall Master Zhao departs as well. Elder Daoyuan expresses his gratitude, to which Zhao Tianin responds that the elder's words are too kind. He hesitated to speak, and upon seeing Daoyuan, was reassured not to harbor any concerns and to express his thoughts candidly. The elder remarked that although the discord between Kong Yu and Cho Chungha had been resolved, there still remained Mu Ruoshue, and Su Yao. Was evident to any discerning observer that Mu Ruoshue had not only lied this time, but had also pushed her own senior brother into a predicament. Her relationship with Kong Yu transcended mere camaraderie among disciples. They were both students of the same master, which should have fostered a bond far closer than that shared with other disciples. However, Mu Ruoxue showed no regard for their shared friendship. Those present today witnessed the discord among the Grand Elder's true disciples, and should this incident spread, it would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule among the other elders in various halls. Especially that foolish girl, Mu Ruoxue, who brazenly sold out her master in front of Kong Ming. Zhao Tianin implied that Dao Yuan should discipline Mu Ruoxue. Sternly, he had heard of the many misdeeds committed by this adopted daughter of the old sect master, who had been behaving tyrannically within the sect, yet lacked the evidence from disciples to impose any punishment. However, the Grand Elder was Mu Ruoxue's master, and he held the authority to guide his disciples. Dao Yuan understood Zhao Tianin's intention and assured him that he would properly educate Ruoxue upon his return. Just as Mu Ruoxue was preparing to sneak away, Dao Yuan's voice rang out behind her. "Where do you think you're hiding?" Mu Ruoxue's shoulders trembled, and she approached her master, looking dejected. "Master, I understand my mistake," she confessed to Dao Yuan, squeezing out a couple of tears. Dao Yuan felt a pang of pity. After all, she was a child he had raised since her youth. Yet, if he were to spare Mu Ruoxue from punishment, it would tarnish his reputation, and the Kong family would certainly not let the matter rest. Once the crowd dispersed, Dao Yuan summoned Mu Ruoxue before him. Gazing at this disciple who, despite her pleasing appearance, possessed an empty mind, he felt a surge of frustration. "Tell me, you may bully your fellow disciples, but how dare you provoke your senior brother?" "Master, I didn't provoke him. I simply didn't speak up for him," Mu Ruoxue defended herself. "You dare to retort? Your senior brother has a gentle disposition. Do you think the head of the Kong family is easy to deal with? Do you consider Kong Yu one of those destitute disciples seeking refuge in the sect? He has the entire Kong family backing him. Now, even I must tread carefully when speaking to him," Mu Ruoxue pouted in defiance. She felt wronged, believing she was merely passing by and had only helped her senior brother discipline 2 disciples, yet somehow found herself in a heap of trouble, with her master now threatening punishment. "I understand, master. From now on, I will avoid my senior brother." "Avoid him?" Dao Yuan suddenly rebuked his disciple. Mu Ruoxue was utterly bewildered. Her master had just advised her not to provoke her senior brother, and now he was telling her not to avoid him. "I don't understand, master." Dao Yuan gently tapped the foolish girl's forehead. "Your senior brother is 27 this year, and it is time for him to seek a partner. Given the current situation, with the Kong family acknowledging his identity, by the time he turns 28 and his soul contract expires, he may not remain at Yashoushan Mountain. He spends his days fulfilling my various commands or practicing swordplay alone, rarely interacting with the other female disciples of the sect. You are his legitimate junior sister. Why not seize this opportunity to draw closer to him? Kong Yu currently holds half of the Kong family's estate." Observing the profound camaraderie between the brothers, should Kong Yu ever express a desire to assume the position of family head, it is conceivable that Kong Ming would acquiesce. "Silly girl, does the role of matriarch of the Kong family not hold any allure? Your talents are rather ordinary, and in this Yashoushan Mountain, where do you envision your ascent?" Mu Ruoxue suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile. "Thank you, master, for illuminating my path. Ruoxue understands now." "Still calling me master?" "Father." Mu Ruoxue sweetly addressed him, a sudden warmth in her tone. "It seems that Qiu Shidi has completely misjudged the situation. Kong Yu is not the illegitimate child of the old patriarch, but rather Mu Ruoxue is the secret offspring born of Dao Yuan's clandestine union with a mortal woman. Dao Yuan had a partner who passed away 5 years ago. Given that Mu Ruoxue is merely 18 years old, it suggests that Dao Yuan had already been unfaithful to his partner during her lifetime, brazenly bringing his biological daughter to Yashoushan Mountain, and even persuading the old patriarch to adopt her as his foster daughter. It is no wonder that after the old patriarch's passing, Dao Yuan continued to look after this adopted daughter. Even when she erred, Dao Yuan would turn a blind eye, ultimately nurturing her into a willful character. Initially, Dao Yuan did not regard this eldest disciple with much importance, believing, like everyone else, that she was a discarded child of the Kong family. However, the situation has changed. Kong Yu is transformed into the golden son-in-law in Dao Yuan's eyes. Mu Ruoxue has inherited her mother's beauty but lacks the innate aptitude for cultivation that Dao Yuan possesses, rendering her talents rather mediocre. Were it not for their unspoken father-daughter bond, Dao Yuan would never have considered her as a true disciple. It is apparent to discerning eyes that Kong Yu and Xiao Zhe are the favored children of destiny, while Mu Ruoxue stands in stark contrast to the two. Many say that Dao Yuan, in remembrance of the old patriarch's kindness, would rather endure personal grievances than deny Mu Ruoxue the opportunity to become his disciple. Now that Mu Ruoxue has surpassed 18, Dao Yuan is eager to find her a suitable match. Originally, he contemplated uniting Xiao Zhe with Ruoxue, but Xiao Zhe's rebellious nature would likely lead his daughter to suffer in the union. Kong Yu, on the other hand, is different. He understands his disciple well, knowing she has a good temperament and is obedient. If a marriage contract were truly established, it would allow his daughter to wield considerable influence, ultimately transforming half of the Kong family's fortune into theirs. Dao Yuan's plans were meticulous, and he advised his daughter, from this day forth, refrain from practicing swordsmanship. It is nothing but a futile endeavor. Instead, revolve around your senior brother, observe his daily activities, visit the places he frequents, and endeavor to win his favor. Ruoshua nodded repeatedly. Compared to facing the tedious and monotonous scriptures of cultivation, she would much prefer to take a shortcut through her beauty. With such a lovely visage, to not utilize it would be a waste. She felt confident. Rest assured, father, with Ruoshua's abilities, I will surely enchant senior brother Kong to the point of bewilderment. Meanwhile, on the main path of Yasho Mountain, Kong Ming walked ahead, with Kong Yu in the middle, followed by 2 attendants maintaining a suitable distance, ensuring they would not disturb their masters while remaining ready to protect them at a moment's notice. Kong Ming walked briskly, seemingly intent on creating distance from Kong Yu. His brother always behaved this way, maintaining his reputation in public, claiming it was essential to uphold the honor of the Kong family. Yet, when they were alone together, Kong Ming would shed the guise of the considerate younger brother and deliberately distance himself from him. Kong Yu's emotions were indeed complex. Although the 2 brothers appeared united, with either rushing to the aid of the other in times of trouble, he sometimes pondered whether Kong Ming simply wished to prevent the power of the Kong family from falling into the hands of collateral branches. After all, Kong Yu was still a brother who shared the same mother eye in their youth. The brothers could exchange a few heartfelt words. However, after Kong Yu arrived at Yasho Mountain and Kong Ming assumed control of the Kong family, their conversations dwindled significantly. Kong Yu had often hesitated to speak, feeling it necessary to remind Kong Ming of certain matters, yet he found himself at a loss for how to begin as he walked. He suddenly stopped, and the 2 attendants behind him stood quietly a few steps away. You may follow Kong Ming from here. I shall take my leave, Kong Yu said, his head slightly bowed. He thought to himself that today he had troubled Kong Ming to speak in the council chamber, likely wasting half of his time, and he feared that Kong Ming was now growing impatient. The attendants, however, did not move upon hearing his words. Did you not hear me clearly? Kong Yu lifted his head, preparing to repeat himself, only to find that Kong Ming was already standing before him, gazing silently. Kong Yu, you have caused a disturbance but failed to resolve it. Chapter 17. The thoughts of a younger brother are truly elusive even without Kong Ming's words. Kong Yu felt a twinge of guilt. However, today's incident could hardly be deemed an act of trouble for Kong Ming. To be precise, he had not even had the chance to write to his brother before Kong Ming arrived. At dawn, as the light began to break, Fa Gao knocked on Kong Yu's window, rubbing his eyes and expressing a desire for tofu buns. Such delicacies were not available in the mountains, necessitating a trip down to a tofu vendor. Kong Yu sometimes suspected that the child was not merely greedy but rather wished to catch a glimpse of beauty. Nevertheless, Fa Gao insisted, I want both. Having seen plenty of beautiful women and eaten well, Kong Yu, having lived a full life, no longer bothered with the other ungrateful disciples, but he was particularly tender and attentive towards Fa Gao, always fulfilling his request. He took Fa Gao to the tofu vendor's stall. The tofu vendor had been married for 7 or 8 years, but her husband had passed away last year, leaving her to raise 2 sons alone, a challenging endeavor. Thus, Kong Yu would often slip an extra 2 pieces of silver into her hand when paying, encouraging her to treat her children to something nice. The tofu vendor, shy and bashful, stole glances at the handsome young cultivator, while Kong Yu chose to feign blindness, seeing nothing. One hand paid, and the other held the tofu bun. He turned to seek out Fa Gao, only to find him standing beside a young man in dark robes, gazing longingly at the jerky in his hand, drooling. Kong Yu felt a wave of exasperation, wishing to retrieve this unambitious child, and as he inadvertently raised his head, he realized that the young man before him was someone he knew all too well. So familiar was he, that before arriving at Yasho Mountain, they had spent each day avoiding eye contact. Kong Yu had not expected to encounter his brother, Kong Ming, here. From Kong Ming's demeanor, it seemed he was nearby on business and had merely stopped to grab a bite for breakfast. Kong Ming was a man of taste, yet capable of simplicity when necessary. Thus, his breakfast was rather unpretentious: 1 bun and 2 strips of smoked meat. The strip in his hand remained untouched, and upon noticing the boy's mouth watering, he silently extended the jerky towards him. Fa Gao, still unclouded by the aroma of the food, looked up obediently, awaiting Kong Yu's words. The cultivators of Yasho Mountain seldom consumed meat to maintain their internal purity. However, the rice cake had yet to pass the introductory examination, thus not qualifying him as a formal disciple of their sect. Additionally, due to his tender age and ongoing development, he was often tempted by treats, leading Kong Yu to stealthily bestow upon him 2 pieces of meat from time to time. With a slight twitch of his lips, Kong Yu nodded, while the rice cake, filled with joy, first expressed his gratitude to Kong Ming before eagerly clutching the jerky in his hands. Kong Yu was well aware of Kong Ming's disposition. If he did not initiate a greeting, his younger brother would certainly remain silent. Kong Ming, I never anticipated encountering you here. Discussing business. The two brothers fell into an awkward silence. Their conversations resembled a turn-based game, and it was now Kong Ming's turn to speak. How have you been in the mountains? I'm doing quite well, Kong Yu replied casually. Although the Chiu family posed a formidable threat, he believed he could resolve this minor issue without burdening his brother. However, the rice cake was a glutton who could hardly keep his mouth shut. Oh no. My senior brother is being bullied by Chiu Chenghe and his family. Rice cake, mind your own business. Kong Ming frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the evasive Kong Yu. What is going on? The Kong family chief would like to hear the details. Kong Yu cleared his throat and recounted the events leading up to the current situation. Upon hearing this, Kong Ming turned to leave. Hey, I haven't. Kong Yu was taken aback. He had not even bid farewell to his brother, yet Kong Ming seemed unwilling to listen at all. Two attendants accompanied them, with the male servant following Kong Ming, while the female attendant approached Kong Yu, gesturing for him to follow. After walking 3 to 5 steps, Kong Ming turned around upon noticing that Kong Yu had not followed. Aren't you coming? I am unfamiliar with the route to Yashoushan Mountain. Oh, then let us go. Kong Yu, bewildered, complied. Once they exited the street, the female attendant suddenly drew close to Kong Ming, whispering a few words to him. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Ming turned to address Kong Yu. I have an urgent matter to attend to. You should return to the mountain first. Let this child accompany me. It will be convenient for navigation. Kong Yu understood that he wished to inform his business partners ahead of time and nodded in agreement. Rice cake, you will follow this elder brother. The rice cake, gnawing on his jerky, was initially reluctant, but his demeanor shifted when Kong Ming had the attendant purchase him 10 more pieces of jerky. Rest assured, senior brother, I will be just fine with brother Kong Ming. He even seemed eager to hasten their departure. Subsequently, the rice cake guided Kong Ming up the mountain, where Kong Ming single-handedly faced the assembly in the council hall, as for this matter. Although Kong Yu did not trouble Kong Ming, it was undeniable that Kong Ming alleviated a significant burden for him, paving the way for his future. Now that his status had changed, Kong Ming had allocated half of the family estate to him. Therefore, was his brother's current discontent due to having to relinquish half of the family assets in front of everyone to save face for him? Kong Yu suddenly understood, promptly reassuring his brother. Kong Ming, rest assured. I recognize that those were merely formalities. The affairs of the Kong family should rightfully remain under your stewardship. I lack the capability to manage them. Kong Ming's lips pursed slightly, and a deeper darkness seemed to envelop him. Kong Yu was taken aback. What? Did I guess incorrectly? If, however, you insist on my sharing your burdens, I am not entirely incapable of managing 1 or 2 establishments. But let me be clear from the outset, if I intervene, it is highly likely that losses will ensue. Kong Ming remained silent. His younger brother was a master negotiator with a silver tongue in front of outsiders, yet in private, he was as mute as a gourd with its mouth sawed shut. Since childhood, Kong Yu had to chase him with questions for a long time before he would reluctantly offer a word or two. The ring? What? The Kong family's ring. It's here. Kong Yu extracted the ring from a delicate silk pouch. The mountain path was treacherous, and fearing it might slip from his grasp midway, he had decided to remove it. This ring was a cherished heirloom left to them by their parents, and Kong Yu held it in high regard. However, as the ring symbolized power, he did not wish to arouse any suspicions in his already established brother, Kong Ming. Thus he suggested placing the ring within the Kong family estate. To his surprise, his brother refused. Kong Ming watched as Kong Yu slipped the ring back onto his left thumb before he averted his gaze. I'm leaving. Conversations between Kong Yu and Kong Ming were always fragmented. While Kong Yu lingered on the previous exchange, his brother turned to depart once more to, allow me to see you off. No need. Kong Ming descended a couple of steps before turning back to inquire about Kong Yu's birthday. Recently turned 27, Kong Yu replied truthfully. Yet his brother had sent someone to the mountain with gifts on that day, so he was well aware of the occasion. Hence, this inquiry seemed to serve as confirmation. Another year. Kong Ming muttered to himself, and before Kong Yu could gather his thoughts, he was already on the verge of leaving. It was then that Kong Yu remembered something of great importance he needed to convey to Kong Ming. Kong Ming, he called out, you must exercise caution regarding Zhang Guanshi. Zhang Guanshi was their family's longtime steward, having served the previous head of the family and now the new one. Recently, however, Kong Ming had discovered that he was conspiring with the shopkeeper below to embezzle funds and was planning to find an opportunity to replace him, having already identified a suitable new steward. Given that his brother suddenly mentioned this person, it was likely he had heard something. Kong Ming nodded. I understand. Kong Yu escorted Kong Ming out of the mountain gate, where a few disciples were whispering behind them, likely discussing the Kong family's wealth and the identities of the two brothers. Engrossed in their heated debate, they failed to notice as the senior brother vanished from sight. Just as they expressed their astonishment, a languid voice drifted from behind. "Greetings, junior brothers, senior brother." They hurriedly greeted him, not daring to meet his gaze, heads bowed as they scampered away, jostling one another like a flock of round mountain sparrows perched on branches. Kong Yu watched them depart with a smile, and out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Xiao Zhe and Huo Mingyi. Chapter 18. The white-eyed wolves number 1 and number 2 Xiao Zhe was explaining to Huo Mingyi the forbidden areas of the mountain, and upon lifting his head, he noticed Kong Yu standing not far away. A slight mist lingered in the mountain air, and Kong Yu, with his serene countenance and dressed in a flowing turquoise ensemble, appeared as if a celestial being had inadvertently descended into the mortal realm. In recent days, Xiao Zhe had encountered Kong Yu with remarkable frequency. Previously, Kong Yu was either away on missions or accompanying the elder sect leaders to other sects. Upon returning to the mountain, aside from patrolling, he rarely mingled, his presence barely felt. However, in these past few days, Kong Yu had changed his demeanor. No longer did he seclude himself in his abode, conversing with the bamboo around his home, but rather he relished wandering about, seeking the warmth of companionship. No, he has now transformed into the very essence of liveliness. Ever since Huo Mingyi ascended the mountain, there has been no respite on Kong Yu's side. Xiao Zhe has also heard of the Chiu family's arrival at the mountain, and it is said to be quite an eventful affair. Unlike Mu Ruoxue, Xiao Zhe, despite harboring various grievances towards his senior brother Kong Yu, is not devoid of reason. They share the same master, and creating a rift would only complicate matters for their teacher. The incident was left unresolved. With the Chiu family departing in disgrace, Mu Ruoxue was punished by the Grand Elder to kneel for 3 days in the ancestral hall, which honors the altars of past masters, and afterwards was placed under house arrest, forbidden from leaving without the elder's command. Upon returning to Mingjing Hall, Su Yao also faced reprimand from the hall master. Unlike Mu Ruoxue, he lacks a powerful backing, thus the punishment was particularly severe. Following this incident, Zhou Chenghe also tempered his demeanor, having been soundly chastised by his parents before their departure, urging him to be more astute. As for Kong Yu, he publicly humiliated the sole heir of the Chiu family yet faced no repercussions. Rather, with the support of Kong Ming, his standing within the mountain has ascended in front of everyone. Kong Ming allocated half of the family estate to him. Xiao Zhe is indifferent to this affair, as his lineage is commendable and wealth is no concern. However, the drastic change in Kong Yu's character weighs on his mind. In the past, Kong Yu would never have caused such an uproar, nor would he have summoned Kong Ming to champion him. Xiao Zhe finds himself slightly reassessing his elder brother, but soon he contemplates that perhaps this is merely a fade, a prelude to Kong Yu flaunting his status as the legitimate son of the Kong family. Huo Ming also caught wind of Kong Ming's actions. Unlike Xiao Zhe's detached stance, he eagerly anticipates a spectacle, waiting for Kong Yu to falter publicly. Yet, Kong Yu not only emerged unscathed from this turmoil but has also shifted the attitudes of the sect towards him. Previously regarded merely as a soft-spoken and accommodating senior brother, now everyone regards him with utmost respect. Though the senior brother is of a gentle temperament, the Kong family is not to be trifled with. Numerous families that oppose the Kongs have quietly vanished without a trace. They certainly do not wish to disappear without reason. For cultivators, such disappearances are all too common. They do not typically tread the well-worn paths, often venturing into deep forests for spirit herbs or hunting beasts. Sometimes for months on end. If the Kong family desires their disappearance, it is all too simple, requiring no elaborate excuses. Nevertheless, there exists a counter-narrative suggesting that Kong Ming and Kong Yu's relationship is merely superficial. A facade masking deeper discord. It is said that Kong Ming, to keep the restless branches of the family in check, is merely granting his elder brother a modicum of respect. This notion provides a sliver of solace to Huo Ming. Kong Yu, born into privilege and endowed with exceptional talent, holds an unparalleled position within the sect. The disparity between them is stark, an incongruity that Huo Ming cannot accept. As the son of the former sect leader, the position of chief should have rightfully been his, yet, due to his prior absence, Kong Yu has claimed that title. Tio Huo Ming, Kong Yu is the true thief. In fact, Kong Yu has yet to even make a move against him. Yet Huo Ming has already demonized him in his mind. To possess beauty is to invite calamity. In his previous life, Kong Yu was similarly cornered step by step into a dire predicament. In this life, heaven has bestowed upon Kong Yu a discerning vision, enabling him to see through many matters with clarity. Huo Mingyi could not conceal his envy from him. He merely gazed from afar and discerned the other's thoughts. Yet, in his previous life, he often held a too idealistic view of others. He had rendered significant assistance to Huo Mingyi, only to meet such a dismal fate in the end. As for Xiao Zhe, he was nothing more than an impenetrable block of ice, Wholly absorbed in his own interests, eyeing Kong Yu's eyes. The figures of Xiao Zhe and Huo Mingyi standing opposite him resembled nothing less than the first and second wolves in sheep's clothing. Kong Yu felt a sense of foreboding and did not disguise the chill and irritation etched upon his face. Xiao Zhe found it rather peculiar. Of late, whenever Kong Yu encountered him, he bore the expression of one who would rather be 1,000 miles away. Always forthright, he directly inquired, "Do you harbor any grievances against me of late?" Kong Yu, equally candid, replied, "Which matter are you referring to? There are so many that I cannot articulate them all at a tea that moment." Huo Mingyi sensed a dark aura emanating from Xiao Zhe. He first extended his greetings to Kong Yu before speaking softly to Xiao Zhe. "Xiao Gu, weren't you going to take me to witness the Qianzhu formation?" Upon hearing the term Qianzhu formation, Kong Yu let out a cold snort. Xiao Zhe, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples. "Yes. However, I must first ask Kong Shixiang if he can accompany us. Having him explain would be most advantageous. I would merely be showing off my lack of expertise." "Ah, and why is that?" "Because the Qianzhu formation was devised by him. The Qianzhu formation is one of the 9 protective formations of Yashoushan Mountain. When the demonic cultivators launched their assault, one of the mountain's defensive arrays was breached in a state of urgency. The 18-year-old true disciple of Dayuan, Kong Yu, employed the Qiandao Inlay talismans to establish the Qianzhu formation. This array has slain countless evil spirits and, to this day, remains one of the 9 formations safeguarding Yashoushan Mountain. Out of the 9 protective formations, 8 were laid down by successive sect masters, with this one being the sole exception. Kong Yu ascended the mountain at the age of 8, and within 10 years, he had cultivated such profound skills. At that time, Xiao Zhe held a deep admiration for Kong Yu, his senior brother. However, as time wore on, many events transpired, and Kong Yu gradually lost his luster in Xiao Zhe's eyes. Now, he was merely a hypocritical cultivator who had attained his position solely due to the formidable backing of the Kong family. Xiao Zhe intended for Kong Yu to join them, but his senior brother was no longer the same. He had become a figure of rebellion. "I have no desire to go." Kong Yu had evolved. He could now courageously refuse things he detested. Xiao Zhe refrained from further persuasion. Their relationship had not yet matured to that extent. After Kong Yu's rejection, he chose to remain silent. As for Mingyi, "I shall take you." Xiao Zhe led Huo Mingyi, brushing past Kong Yu. Silence reigned behind them, and after they had walked a distance, Xiao Zhe turned back, only to find the spot where Kong Yu had stood now empty. Kong Yu had already departed. "Xiao Ge?" Huo Mingyi noticed Xiao Zhe lost in thought and gently called out to him. Xiao Zhe lowered his gaze and, upon raising it again, bore no trace of unusual emotion. "Let us proceed." The two traversed deeper into the woods. Xiao Zhe remarked, "Every disciple entering the sect first encounters the 9 protective formations. Each formation is unique, yet they all possess tremendous power. Allowing the disciples to witness them not only showcases the sect's strength, but also provides them with a sense of security. More importantly, it is imperative to remind these oblivious young lads to memorize the positions of the mountain formations and to refrain from wandering indiscriminately. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to a tragic self-destruction. Every seemingly absurd rule of the formation is inevitably backed by a story. Under the guidance of Xiao Zhe, Huo Mingyi has already encountered 8 formations, the last of which is the Qianzhu formation laid down by Kong Yu. They arrived at a clearing within the forest. This place was desolate, devoid of grass or any signs of creatures passing through the mountains. In Huo Mingyi's eyes, he could discern no talismans or magical instruments necessary for the arrangement of a formation. Puzzled, he turned to Xiao Zhe. "Brother Xiao, I don't see any formation here." He began to suspect whether Xiao Zhe or Kong Yu were playing tricks on him. However, Xiao Zhe suddenly retrieved a bag containing all things, opening its mouth to release a wooden puppet. This puppet, with limbs resembling a human, moved in a rather stiff manner. It stumbled awkwardly towards the center of the clearing, and before it could reach its destination, a series of cracking sounds filled the air. In an instant, a blinding flash of lightning seared through the space, unleashing an uncountable number of bolts accompanied by a pungent scent of charred matter. Huo Mingyi instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes, and when he opened them again, all that remained of the formation was a patch of black ash. Had he not witnessed the puppet entering, he would have been utterly incapable of restoring it from that heap of gray. Huo Mingyi gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. This was the Qianzhu formation, devised by Kong Yu at the tender age of 18. Now 27, Kong Yu had maintained this formation's terrifying power for nearly a decade. No wonder Xiao Zhe had remained glued to his side upon entering this dense forest. He could hardly fathom the fate that awaited him should he venture even a step further. Gradually recovering from his shock, Huo Mingyi pondered that although the Qianzhu formation was formidable, it encompassed only this limited area, likely capable of slaying merely 3 or 5 intruding foes. He posed a question to Xiao Zhe, who responded with an expression that conveyed disbelief at his words. Yet, In the presence of his savior, he exhibited what little patience he possessed. The Qian-Zhu formation is not a singular arrangement, but rather a collective of formations. Kong Yu once activated 1,000 formations in a single night. I cannot ascertain their precise locations, but I shall delineate a restricted area for you, as he spoke. He gestured for Huo Mingyi to hand over the booklet he held, and with an ink brush, he circumscribed the entirety of the nearby forest. From here to there, all passage is prohibited. Chapter 19. Brother, you must truly commend yourself. Just as Xiao Zhe finished outlining the restricted area for Huo Mingyi, a streak of lightning appeared in the diagonal front. Huo Mingyi was taken aback. What on earth just happened? Xiao Zhe clicked his tongue in annoyance. This is precisely what I meant when I said that behind every seemingly ludicrous rule, there lies a story. While he was elucidating this to Huo Mingyi, someone rushed forward bearing a case in point. The nearby thicket rustled, indicating that someone was approaching. Xiao Zhe shielded Huo Mingyi behind him, the latter feeling exceedingly tense. Before long, a peculiar figure emerged from the underbrush. No, it was not just one but rather a person clutching another as they navigated through the shrubs. It was the speechless senior brother, accompanied by the plump little follower who often trailed behind him. Kong Yu was truly at his wits' end. After parting ways with Xiao Zhe and the others without a word, he began his search for the whereabouts of the steamed cake amidst the mountains. Since leaving the council hall, he had not caught a glimpse of him, which left Kong Yu feeling somewhat anxious. Indeed, this directionally challenged little steamed cake inadvertently stumbled into the perilous array he had designed. Just as the chubby little one was on the verge of being struck by lightning, Kong Yu swiftly dashed in, scooping him up and fleeing in a critical moment. Fortune favored Kong Yu with his quick reflexes. Though the hem of his garment was singed, and his heel sustained a minor injury. Several years prior, he had faced a tribulation and regressed in his cultivation. He was no longer as nimble as he once was. The little steamed cake, startled to the point of paling, dropped the jerky in his hand. Trapped under his senior brother's arm, he became as stiff as a small bundle. When Kong Yu finally set him down, the little one suddenly regained his senses and burst into tears. "Brother," he wailed. Kong Yu initially intended to scold him for running off recklessly, but instead, the boy's tears flowed freely first. His senior brother found himself both amused and exasperated. All right, it's fine now. Didn't I rescue you? But brother, you're hurt." The little steamed cake had a keen nose. Even without seeing the wound, he could sense when someone was injured. This was his unique ability. Thus, in their previous life, during Kong Yu's darkest moments, the little steamed cake had always remained by his side, bearing a pained expression and silently shedding tears. He understood the gravity of Kong Yu's injuries. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not save him. It's merely a surface wound. A bit of medicine will suffice. And no more tears, little steamed cake. Although the little one cried sorrowfully, his hair had become disheveled and frizzed from the lightning, resembling a stubborn green onion, which was somewhat amusing. Kong Yu stifled a laugh while gently wiping the tears from the boy's face, his palm dampened by the boy's tears, which he then inadvertently smeared onto the boy's wild hair. Waste not, want not. Kong Yu was remarkably patient with children. Even as a child himself, he had known how to care for his younger siblings. Upon reaching Yashoushan Mountain, in addition to diligently honing his swordsmanship and magical arts, he also had to look after those even younger than himself. Memories from the distant past stirred within Xiao Zhe's mind. He recalled his early days on the mountain, often isolated by peers due to his incompatible personality. What did children understand? If they could play together, they would. If not, they would leave you behind. Xiao Zhe, dismissive of the chattering little ones, secretly envied them. It was then that Kong Yu first noticed his thoughts. Smiling as he approached. "Are you a new disciple? I don't believe we've met." Xiao Zhe thought to himself, who is this person? Are they familiar? Why is he speaking to me? He turned his face away, choosing to ignore the youth. However, Kong Yu had a knack for dealing with children of such aloof temperaments. His own younger brother was a prime example, even more stubborn than Xiao Zhe. "Why master asked me to peel the iron lotus seeds. But I cannot do it alone. Would you kindly lend me a hand? I'll treat you to something to eat." Kong Yu's request was sincere. Indeed, Xiao Zhe, who appeared to shy away from trouble, secretly longed for someone to seek his assistance, as it would showcase his reliability and maturity. Ultimately, Xiao Zhe spent the afternoon helping Kong Yu peel lotus seeds, and in return, Kong Yu treated him to lotus cake. Perhaps due to his hunger, Xiao Zhe thought at that moment that the lotus cake was the most delectable thing he had ever tasted. In retrospect, when he first ascended the mountain, there was a time when he relied heavily on his senior brother. How did their relationship evolve into what it is now? Even Xiao Zhe found it difficult to articulate. Standing beside him, Huo Mingyi observed the subtle shifts in his expression with keen clarity. His gaze drifted to the distance, where Kong Yu and an unfamiliar youth stood. his eyes reflecting a faint nostalgia and confusion. Clearing his throat, Huo Mingyi turned to inquire of Kong Yu, Senior Kong, is your injury severe? The audacity of Huo Mingyi to express concern for Kong Yu's wounds was akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Kong Yu offered no response, his eyes averted, while Fa Gao regarded Huo Mingyi with palpable wariness. What are you doing here? I simply accompanied Brother Xiao on a stroll. Huo Mingyi smiled gently. After all, I now reside in the mountains and must adhere to the local customs, ensuring I do not become a burden to anyone. You are unwelcome here. Though Fa Gao lacked memories from a past life, he had heard that due to Huo Mingyi, the son of the late sect leader, there were those within the sect who proposed that the senior brother voluntarily relinquish his position to make way for Huo Mingyi. Fa Gao harbored animosity toward anyone he perceived as a threat to his senior brother. Noticing the hostility emanating from Fa Gao, Huo Mingyi furrowed his brow, but then he noticed that Fa Gao was still dressed as a disciple of the miscellaneous chores, and his expression softened. This young man, as I am new here, if I have inadvertently offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. After all, we will be cultivating together in the mountains, and it is best that we coexist harmoniously. Xiao Zhe's gaze shifted to Fa Gao, who had taken the entrance examination 8 times without success. Mingyi, it would be incorrect to say that you both will be cultivating together in the mountains. So that is the case, Mingyi realized. Xiao Zhe and Huo Mingyi joined forces to tease Fa Gao mercilessly. Fa Gao was akin to a powder keg, his temperament shaped by Kong Yu's indulgence. You two are colluding, he managed to articulate an idiom, startling even himself with its spontaneous emergence. Senior brother, faced with a dilemma, he instinctively looked to Kong Yu. Kong Yu's hand gently patted his head. Our little Fa Gao is quite impressive, even using idioms. Your senior brother has not taught you in vain. He smiled warmly at the bright-eyed Fa Gao, his words striking like needles towards the other two. And used appropriately, so your senior brother must commend you. Chapter 20. Xiao Zhe is merely blind. Fa Gao was raised single-handedly by Kong Yu, and every time the child participated in the entrance examination, his senior brother was by his side. If the child failed, it was one thing for Kong Yu to comment, but he would not tolerate outsiders casting judgment. Now, Kong Yu spoke without regard for his senior brother's status or the bonds of brotherhood, retorting whenever necessary, even in front of the sect leader and elders. Huo Mingyi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Zhe remarked, if you cannot teach idioms, do not mislead. Do not corrupt the child. Kong Yu dismissed him with a glance. Fa Gao, let us go. Your senior brother will take you to enjoy some delicacies. We do not converse casually with strangers. This time, he had unequivocally categorized Xiao Zhe as a stranger. With a hand resting on the young man's shoulder, Kong Yu led Fa Gao away as they brushed past one another. Fa Gao made a grotesque face at Huo Mingyi, who felt his neck flush with anger. How dare a mere servant be so audacious as to provoke him? Once he passed the entrance examination and became a direct disciple of the elder, he would relish the opportunity to deal with such insolence. Silently stewing in his wrath was not sufficient. Huo Mingyi struggled to suppress his fury and turned to Xiao Zhe, saying, Brother Xiao, the entourage of Senior Kong Yu is truly excessive. How could they speak to you in such a manner? He hoped Xiao Zhe would join him in rebuking them, but Xiao Zhe seemed oblivious to his intent and frowned instead. Why bother with a servant? That plump lad is hardly clever. With Xiao Zhe declining to defend him, Huo Mingyi found no outlet for his rage and resorted to digging his nails into his palm in frustration. Nevertheless, he quickly reassured himself that it was of no consequence. Xiao Zhe was merely blind to the truth. Given his elevated status within the sect and his deep regard for Huo Mingyi, it was prudent to remain by his side for the time being. Xiao Zhe observed Kong Yu's retreating figure, noting the singed hem of his opulent garments and the slight limp in his left foot. Yet, Kong Yu seemed disinclined to reveal his injury to anyone. Brother Xiao, Huo Mingyi called out twice, realizing that Xiao Zhe had not only been inattentive lately but was also lost in thought. Xiao Zhe withdrew his gaze. That will be all for today. I shall take you elsewhere tomorrow. He led Huo Mingyi out of the dense forest, intending to grab a meal first. However, midway, they encountered a suspicious woman. Clad in a soft lotus-colored dress, she stood out starkly among the plain-clothed disciples. When they spotted her, she was hiding behind a tree, also watching Kong Yu's retreat. Huo Mingyi felt puzzled. This place was typically deserted, so what was this girl doing in such a secluded spot? Their footsteps startled her, and she whipped around like a frightened doe. Huo Mingyi caught sight of her wide, startled eyes, glistening with emotion, as she gazed at them. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, cascading in natural curls. Taken aback by such a lively and animated girl, Huo Mingyi found himself momentarily entranced until Xiao Zhe spoke, snapping him back to reality. Ruo Shui, why are you here? Did the Grand Elder not punish you to kneel? It turned out she was Mu Ruo Shui, the third direct disciple under the Grand Elder, Yu Ruo Shui, spoke to everyone with an endearing charm, and rather than asking about her mourning, Xiaozhe focused on her failure to comply with her punishment, which visibly displeased her. Second senior brother, Master said I need to wait until evening to receive my punishment. Why are you rushing me? I'm not rushing you, Xiaozhe replied earnestly, but the elder has publicly declared your punishment. Wandering about is inappropriate. That's what Master said. Going in the evening is perfectly fine. Did Master truly say that? Suddenly, Mu Ruoxue covered her mouth, her eyes darting about. Senior brother, spare me. I just needed some fresh air. I'll return shortly. She covered the lower half of her face with her hands, her voice becoming muffled, exuding an air of pitiable charm. Xiaozhe, however, found himself perpetually at a loss when it came to this junior sister. Unlike the senior brother, who exhibited abundant patience towards his younger disciples, Xiaozhe quickly grew weary after just a few exchanges. Moreover, Mu Ruoxue had been thoroughly spoiled by the late sect leader and her master, Elder Daguan, rendering her willful and headstrong. A mere stern word from Xiaozhe would send her weeping to the elders. Claiming that her second senior brother was bullying her in Xiaozhe's eyes, Elder Daguan, who was typically fair and just, would invariably lower his standards whenever Mu Ruoxue was involved, even going so far as to impose punishments on Xiaozhe on several occasions. Reluctant to quarrel with the young girl, Xiaozhe accepted each punishment without protest, yet an invisible barrier persisted in his heart regarding this little junior sister. Unbeknownst to Mu Ruoxue, she regarded Xiaozhe as one of the fish she kept in her pond. Had it not been for the sudden rise in her senior brother's status, her target of pursuit would still have been firmly set on her second senior brother. After some time of dilly-dallying, Mu Ruoxue found Xiaozhe still unwilling to allow her to wander freely, insisting instead that she kneel at the ancestral hall. With her hands on her hips, she glared at her second senior brother several times in frustration. A fleeting glance caught sight of Huo Mingyi standing beside Xiaozhe. Who are you? Huo Mingyi inadvertently met Mu Ruoxue's gaze, his face flushing crimson as he lowered his head at I. He stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Prompting Mu Ruoxue to laugh. It turned out he was merely a little stutterer. Second senior brother, is this your new little follower? Just like the chubby one beside senior brother? The chubby one referred to Ming Fugao. Xiaozhe dared not acknowledge this follower, opting instead to explain Huo Mingyi's identity to Mu Ruoxue. His junior sister, immersed in her own little world, was blissfully unaware of the significance of Huo Mingyi's arrival at the mountain. This is a descendant of the late sect leader, whom I have brought back. He has now recognized his roots. The descendant of the late sect leader? Mu Ruoxue exclaimed in surprise, hastily inquiring about Huo Mingyi's age. How old are you this year? 20 years old. Then that makes you my elder brother? Suddenly, Mu Ruoxue beamed sweetly, eagerly moving closer to Huo Mingyi. The latter's face turned beet red, causing him to step back a considerable distance. Ruoxue senior sister. Oh dear, don't call me senior sister. I'm only 18. You're making me feel old. Just call me by my name, then. Huo Ming mustered his composure. Ruoxue. Yes. Mu Ruoxue smiled brightly, growing familiar with Huo Mingyi. Then I shall call you Mingyi Gijed. We are siblings now. Actually, I should have shared the sect leader's surname, but when I was adopted, my mother had already given me my name. What a pity. If we shared the surname Hua, it would feel even closer. With her beauty and sweet voice, Mu Ruoxue had a way of charming those around her. Not many men in Yashoushan Mountain could withstand her overt affections. Senior brother Kongyu was one, and the oblivious Xiaozhe was another. Accustomed to her capricious nature, these two were hardly swayed by her current demeanor. Huo Mingyi felt his face ablaze, hardly recalling how he responded, only catching the faint scent of jasmine emanating from Mu Ruoxue in the end. Mu Ruoxue declared, Mingyi Gijed, with you here on the mountain, I finally have someone to rely on. Otherwise, the elder and second elder brothers constantly bully me, and the junior disciples within the sect often mock me as a foster daughter. She spoke with a sense of injustice, while Xiaozhe displayed an expression that was difficult to articulate. Are others truly bullying you? If you are not bullying others, that would indeed be a rare occurrence. Yet, she wholeheartedly accepted this nonsense. Ruoxue reassured me, although my abilities are still limited, I shall exert every effort to protect you. Mu Ruoxue smiled, her eyes curving with delight. Then I must express my gratitude to you, brother. Just as they were about to say more, Xiaozhe interjected. Junior sister Ruoxue, do not linger around Mingyi. I am aware that you wish to take the opportunity to loiter outside a little longer. You must return to the ritual hall immediately and kneel there. Xiaozhe spoke with unwavering authority. If she did not act promptly, he would indeed escort her there himself. Mu Ruoxue stuck out her tongue and made a face, huffing as she turned to run away. As she departed, she did not forget to wave goodbye to Huo Mingyi. Mingyi, brother, farewell. I shall come looking for you to play again. Huo Mingyi raised his arm in farewell. When Mu Ruoxue glanced back, her face still bore a smile. However, as she turned away, the smile vanished completely, and her gaze turned icy. The biological son of the old sect master, a poor boy emerging from who knows which remote valley. Daring to compete with her for territory? What a farce. Once Murua Shui was far away, her figure out of sight, Huo Mingyi reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Turning around, he found Xiao Zhe's eyes fixed upon him. Having scrutinized him for an unknown duration, Xiao Gu. Huo Mingyi was taken aback, yet Xiao Zhe refrained from uttering any superfluous words or revealing his thoughts. He simply gazed ahead and offered a warning. Ruo Shui is not what she appears. Do not be deceived by her exterior. Dao Yuan, Kong Yu, and Xiao Zhe often held divergent views and judgments on various matters, yet they all remarkably reached a consensus regarding Ruo Shui. The only advantage this little junior sister possesses is her beauty. However, Huo Mingyi was precisely captivated by Ruo Shui's charm, thus he disregarded Xiao Zhe's counsel. Ruo Shui. Perhaps she is merely young and a bit lively. In the future, as she matures, she may very well improve. Xiao Zhe's rare kind-hearted warning fell on deaf ears. Xiao Shixiang is not a petty person. Having spoken once without being heeded, he chose not to repeat himself. Chapter 21. 2 decades at Yashoushan Mountain. Kong Yu is a man of his word, never trifling with children. When he promised to take Fa Gao to enjoy good food, he truly led him down the mountain. However, Fa Gao was preoccupied with concern for Kong Yu's injured foot and adamantly refused to go. Master brother, do apply some medicine. Do not let the wound tear further. They were at Kong Yu's residence, where Fa Gao, tearfully, leaned against the table, observing Master brother, who was leisurely sipping tea across from him. Kong Yu set down his cup and pinched the child's face with both hands, playfully squeezing it. Ah, you still know to care for your brother, as long as you do not run about recklessly. I shall consider it a blessing. Concerned that he might forget this lesson, Kong Yu recounted several typical tragic events from the past in vivid detail. Fa Gao was easily frightened. Upon hearing 2 of Kong Yu's captivating tales, he burst into tears. Master brother, you won't die, will you? Kong Yu was both amused and exasperated. How did it come to the point of his impending demise? Afterward, he took an extensive amount of time to pacify the steamed cake. As the cake prepared to depart, its eyes remained red. Kong Yu suggested that he take 2 plates of pastries home, but he declined. Senior brother, I will always follow you. If you are ever unhappy, you should leave Yashoushan Mountain. Kong Yu was taken aback. The cake was the first to notice that he was not content staying here. Kong Ming had inquired in his letter whether Kong Yu wished to return to the Kong family, but that was merely a necessary greeting from the clan leader to his wandering elder brother. Kong Yu reflected for a moment. It seemed he had never complained in front of the cake. This child, being sensitive, had discerned the emotions he tried to conceal. Kong Yu felt a sense of comfort, realizing that his efforts in nurturing the cake were not in vain. Even if the entire sect betrayed him, this child steadfastly stood by his side. He gently patted the child's round head. Leaving Yashoushan Mountain would mean relinquishing such a luxurious lifestyle. Right now, you can enjoy pastries, tasting 1 plate after another. If you leave, you will only be able to have a single piece each day. I'm fine with it. The cake suddenly appeared to have grown up. I was brought up the mountain by senior brother, and I never considered Yashoushan Mountain my home. Wherever you go, I will follow. Though the child was young, he was no ingrate. He understood who truly cared for him. This was not something that could be swayed by merely a few plates of pastries. The child's words moved Kong Yu's hardened heart, and he vigorously rubbed the cake's face, which caused the child to grunt and flail his arms. When did you become so articulate? Senior brother hardly recognizes you now. He lightly flicked the child's forehead. Rest assured, no matter where I go, I will take you with me. In the end, the cake still left with 2 plates of pastries. Once the door was securely closed, Kong Yu reined in his smile. The child's words had served as a reminder to him. The tumultuous events of the past few days left him little time to pause and contemplate deeply. Now, it was clear that he indeed needed to devise a solid plan. In his previous life, he had witnessed the myriad faces of his fellow disciples at Yashoushan Mountain. It was indeed a den of ingrates in this life. Kong Yu was already 27 years old. He had ascended the mountain at the age of 8, dazzling in the entrance examination, and was exceptionally accepted as a true disciple by Elder Dao Yuan. Thereafter, he diligently practiced for years, undeterred by the changing seasons and inclement weather. At 16, he accompanied the previous chief, Chu Liangyao, to participate in the Dao inquiry. He was still young then, with little experience, having merely participated in a few competitions, all of which he won. That time, under Chu Liangyao's leadership, Yashoushan Mountain ranked 4th after the Dao inquiry concluded. 1819. Senior brother Chu was selected by Yao Dai and left the sect. As a result, Yashoushan Mountain had no choice but to temporarily appoint Kong Yu to lead the other disciples in the Yao Dai Dao inquiry. To everyone's astonishment, Kong Yu displayed extraordinary talents, allowing Yashoushan Mountain to secure the first place in the Dao inquiry. Overnight, he became renowned throughout the cultivation world. Everyone knew that a genius had emerged from Yashoushan Mountain. By the time Kong Yu was 22, he led the team once more, successfully defending their position and once again claiming the top spot. Those years saw Yashoushan Mountain basking in unparalleled glory, being consecutively hailed as the #1 on the heavenly list, a distinction that other cultivation sects could scarcely aspire to. At 25, the new Yaotai Dao inquiry arrived as scheduled. This time, all eyes were on him, watching to see if Kong Yu could once again create a miracle. However, the multitude was left profoundly disappointed. Kong Yu was unable to endure until the November examination, having been vanquished by a cultivator from the summer domain. Yashoushan Mountain barely managed to secure a spot among the top 8. It was ultimately Xiao Zhe who, under dire circumstances, took on the mantle of leadership, guiding the other disciples to achieve a commendable 7th place. Among the 3 rankings of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity, only 3 positions were allotted to the Heaven ranking. Consequently, Yashoushan Mountain fell to the Earth ranking, a dismal outcome not witnessed since the tenure of Chu Liangyao. The populace did not cast blame upon the temporarily elevated Xiao Zhe. Rather, their ire was directed at Kong Yu, who had brought shame upon the sect, leaving their dignity in tatters. Those dark days were memories Kong Yu preferred not to revisit. He reflected on the years spent at Yashoushan Mountain, from the age of 8 to 27, 2 decades devoted to this place. Upon reaching 28, he would be able to dissolve his soul contract and depart. He had no intention of lingering at Yashoushan Mountain any longer, for it was unworthy of his continued presence. Once he left, a retreat remained available to him. Kong Ming had stated that as long as he was willing to return to the Kong family, he would have no worries, allowing him to live a life of luxury and leisure. However, the Kong family was now under Kong Ming's stewardship, relying on his younger brother for sustenance, which posed a psychological hurdle for Kong Yu. He certainly could propose managing the family's affairs to Kong Ming, and Kong Ming would not refuse, but deep down, he understood that he was not cut out for business. When he expressed to Kong Ming that he would incur losses, it was far from mere modesty. Kong Yu preferred to remain in the realm of cultivation, where his talents lay. Only by engaging in pursuits he excelled at could he truly shine. Thus, he began to contemplate finding a new sect. Kong Yu would not demean himself by remaining in an obscure, unfounded sect. Starting from scratch would be a time-consuming and perilous endeavor, and utterly unnecessary. His sights were set on sects that had recently graced the Heaven ranking. In the previous competition, the Phoenix Tower claimed 1st place, while the Sparrow Song Peak secured 2nd. The Phoenix Tower had previously lingered around the 7th and 8th positions, barely grazing the outskirts of the Heaven ranking. However, with the strongest contender, Yashoushan Mountain, faltering midway, and the He Yun Zone, which had contended for 1st place against Yashoushan Mountain for 2 years, also dropping out, the Phoenix Tower encountered relatively weak opponents and thus secured an unexpected victory. Sparrow Song Peak, being an established sect, had consistently maintained a solid standing, often ranking between 2nd and 3rd, with occasional setbacks landing them around 5th or 6th. Nevertheless, Kong Yu had to consider not only the sect's strength but also whether there would be available positions for him. Given his current qualifications, he would not entertain any offers below that of a true disciple. While he held no fervent desire for the position of chief, at the very least, he sought the status of a true disciple. It appeared that Sparrow Song Peak had recently undergone adjustments, filling all available positions, with the true disciples being of a similar age to Kong Yu, many even younger than him. The circumstances of other sects were not vastly different from those of Sparrow Song Peak. Much like Yashoushan Mountain, each prestigious sect adhered to its own systematic approach, progressing from ordinary disciples to true disciples, and then to the chief. This progression was seamless. Occasionally, they would recruit promising talents from other sects but would often nurture them within their own ranks for 5 or 6 years, ensuring they became thoroughly integrated before considering the next steps. Given his age and qualifications, it would be challenging for Kong Yu to find acceptance in a typical sect. He perceived himself as a somewhat undesirable asset, neither particularly appetizing nor easily discarded. However, there exists another method that would allow him to seize the initiative while searching for a new patron. That is to enroll in this year's Yaodai Wenda, thereby showcasing his talents to the fullest once more. After his defeat in the previous Yaodai, Kong Yu is more acutely aware than anyone else of the issues that plagued him. He has faced a calamity. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, with his back straight and legs folded, he deftly weaves hand seals, quietly reciting a spell under his breath. In the cramped room, spiritual energy flows silently at that moment. Anyone who approaches this room would sense the overwhelming, ocean-like abundance of spiritual power contained within. Yet, this force appears to be ensnared, giving an impression of stagnation. For cultivators, regardless of the quantity of spiritual energy, the paramount concern is its fluidity. Otherwise, various sword techniques and spells cannot be executed. However, Kong Yu finds himself in such a predicament, possessing a profound reservoir of spiritual energy within him, yet unable to manipulate it freely. It is akin to being deeply encased in the icy grip of winter. The minor cold tribulation. This is the tribulation that Kongyu is currently enduring. There are moments when the four seasons coexist: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and all things in the mortal realm adhere to the cyclical patterns of these seasons. In the realm of cultivation, this has led to the emergence of the four domains of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each further divided into three realms: Meng, Zhong, and Ji, each realm consisting of 9 stages. Prior to his failure in overcoming tribulations, Kongyu had already reached the first stage of the Mengdong realm. Achieving the winter domain at his age is a rarity not seen in a century, thus marking him as an unparalleled genius in the realm of cultivation. Transitioning from the autumn domain to the winter domain inevitably entails a tribulation. The Mengdong realm presents 2 tribulations: the onset of winter and the minor snow. Which arrives first is uncertain. Yet, given Kongyu's strength at that time, he was confident in successfully navigating whichever came first. However, to his utter astonishment, upon ascending to the winter domain, the first tribulation he faced was the minor cold tribulation, typically encountered only in the Jidong realm. The number of cultivators who have attained the Jidong realm is exceedingly few, and to have successfully endured both the minor and major cold tribulations, only one, the venerable Tsongtsong Taoist, is known to exist. This individual, reputed to have received guidance from a master, ascended to immortality after overcoming both tribulations. Aside from this, Kongyu has yet to hear of another individual who has navigated these 2 trials. The ascension within the cultivation realm is a rigorous process. Crossing boundaries to face tribulations is a matter of life and death. That Kongyu survived the overwhelming assault of the minor cold tribulation is already a stroke of fortune. Yet, his powers remain shackled, allowing him only to exert the strength of the Zhongchuan 3rd stage. In his previous life, Kongyu's plight was dire. Having failed a tribulation, he was poisoned by nefarious individuals during his moment of weakness. Just as he had barely recovered from the poison, he was compelled to lead the people of Yasho Mountain to the Yaotai. Still unwell and beset by the minor cold ceiling, it was no surprise that he failed. Struggling to return to his sect, he was met with skepticism from both the sect master and his master, who suspected him of colluding with He Yun's sect and deliberately losing. As these memories flooded back, a surge of emotion coursed through him, amplifying the howling of spiritual energy in the room. He opened his eyes to behold the heavy iron chains crisscrossing the space. The chains were cloaked in a layer of frost. Slowly sliding and producing a clattering sound, an oppressive chill permeated the air, casting the entire room in a hue of icy blue and white. Rising to his feet, Kongyu slowly approached the chains. Feeling the frost gripping the wound on his left foot, he ventured to a small corner, which bore a distinct difference. Here, some of the chains imbued with coldness had vanished, replaced by vines and branches symbolizing the spring domain. They entwine upward, vying for dominion over the land with those iron chains. Kongyu gazed here for a long while, sensing that something was amiss. Were these verdant vines and brownish branches more lush than before? Chapter 22. Reflecting on what I have done right in this life. Kongyu placed his hand upon a segment of the vine, feeling the flow of spiritual energy coursing through it. He possessed a water spirit root. The moment his palm made contact with the branch, he could hear the gentle sound of flowing water. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Kongyu's eyes. Ever since he was trapped by Xiao Han's calamity, his spiritual energy had remained stagnant. Despite his efforts, he had been unable to restore its vitality. Yet now, the energy began to circulate, indicating a glimmer of hope for him to lift the confinement of his realm. This was a promising omen, but Kongyu recalled that in his previous life, he had never encountered such a situation until his dying breath. He began to ponder what he had done right in this life. Since his rebirth, it had only been a few short days. Aside from his regular sword practice each morning and evening, Kongyu had not added any other training to his regimen. Furthermore, he had spent these past few days embroiled in arguments with others. Wait a moment. Could it be that the very act of arguing, which had lifted his spirits, was the reason his repressed spiritual energy began to flow? Kongyu was somewhat taken aback, however, upon deeper reflection. It indeed seemed to hold true. The transformation had commenced with Huo Mingyi's ascent to the mountain. Unlike his previous life where he had chosen to evade, in this life, Kongyu had agreed to keep the Grand Elder by his side. Yet, due to his busyness over the past few days, he had not found the time to torment him, so the credit should not be attributed to Huo Mingyi. Besides him, the person he interacted with most was Qiu Chenghe. However, in his previous life, he had little to no connection with Qiu Chenghe, making it difficult to say that this matter was related to him. Aside from these 2 individuals, there remained Xiao Zhe and Mu Ruoxue. In his past life, Kongyu had treated Xiao Zhe with utmost sincerity, only to find that he was an impenetrable ice, perpetually misunderstanding him. Thus, in this life, he altered his attitude towards Xiao Zhe. If he could not warm him, then so be it. He had no desire to expend effort for the sake of so-called camaraderie among sect members. What purpose was served in being the perfect senior brother? In the end, apart from the rice cake, no one on Crow's Head Mountain remembered his kindness. Therefore, in this life, he wished to avoid any entanglements with Xiao Zhe. The latter had yet to commit any heinous acts. So for the time being, it was inconvenient for him to torment him. As for Mu Ruoxue, her actions were even more reprehensible than Xiao Zhe's. In his previous life, she had poisoned him. In this life, she sought to push him into the fire pit. Kong Yu would not allow her a peaceful end. Even if he were to transition to another sect in the future, he would ensure her suffering. Furthermore, his master, Elder Dao Yuan, was merely a manipulative old wretch, forever commanding him to do this and that, even coveting Kong Yu's inheritance within the Kong family. This old scoundrel, like Mu Ruoxue, would find himself unmasked at the opportune moment, sent tumbling from the clouds to the depths below, utterly disgraced. Kong Yu possessed countless methods to directly eliminate both Dao Yuan and Mu Ruoxue, yet such a swift demise would be far too lenient for them. The humiliations and ailments he had endured in his previous life, he intended for them to experience one by one in this life. Moreover, at present, Kong Yu retained these few individuals for other purposes. If it were not for the practice of his cultivation technique breaking the shackles, perhaps what confined him was his inner demons. Kong Yu begins to comprehend why, despite his relentless efforts in his past life, he was unable to break free from his confinement. His inner demons remained unresolved, and he found himself mired in a quagmire, sinking ever deeper. Thus, the chains and icy barriers only served to tighten the shackles upon his spiritual energy. Reflecting upon this, a tinge of regret washed over him. Indeed, one must recognize that excessive sincerity and emotion can invoke divine retribution. The resolution of one's inner demons is not merely a matter of eliminating adversaries. Should Kong Yu's inner turmoil remain unaddressed while his foes are vanquished, he would find himself unable to proceed. It is far wiser to explore gradually, unlocking his realm bit by bit. Kong Yu had just tested his spiritual power. In the brief days since his rebirth, he had ascended from the 3rd tier of mid-spring to the 4th. His spiritual energy remained intact, merely sealed for the time being. Thus, once his realm is unshackled, he would immediately regain the corresponding strength. By conquering his inner demons, he could shatter the constraints upon his spiritual power. Kong Yu now grasped this fundamental truth. It appeared he could not yet depart from Crow Peak Mountain, for the individuals responsible for his inner turmoil primarily resided there. With a flick of his sleeve, the myriad chains in the room vanished in an instant, leaving only the furnishings, still imbued with lingering chills. On the table lay a plate of unblemished pastries, a gift of steamed cake left for him to stave off hunger. He picked up a piece and savored it thoughtfully. He began to count the significant events awaiting him in the coming month. Foremost among them was the biannual entrance examination, which both Fa Gao and Huo Mingyi would attend. Once the examination concluded, the registration for the Yao Tai inquiry would commence. The Yao Tai inquiry imposed only age restrictions, with no distinctions based on realm or sect status. Those aged between 15 and 30 could participate. In truth, there are various criteria for assessing a sect's standing within the realm of cultivation, including its scale, history, and the prowess of its leader and elders. However, Yao Tai holds that the longevity of a sect is paramount, and it is the youth within the sect who are instrumental in achieving this. Thus, the ability to attract and cultivate talented young individuals is deemed a crucial standard. Every 3 years, these individuals are gathered to compete against each other, determining their respective standings. Since the Yao Tai inquiry is linked to the rankings of sects, each sect places great emphasis on it, dispatching their finest teams to Yao Tai. Among the multitude of sects within the realm of cultivation, 32 are recognized as the most formidable, known as the 32 Peaks. The top 30 positions in the Yao Tai inquiry are predominantly filled by these 32 sects, with only rare exceptions. Furthermore, the 32 peaks themselves are stratified into tiers. For instance, Crow Peak Mountain, consistently ranking within the top 10, is regarded as a prestigious sect, alongside its long-standing rival, Crane Cloud Sect, as well as Phoenix Tower, Sparrow Song Peak, and Deer Call Valley, among others. Kong Yu's thoughts paused at the mention of Crane Cloud Sect. The animosity between Crane Cloud Sect and Crow Peak Mountain was profound and long-standing. Their rivalry transcended mere rankings at Yao Tai. It was rooted in a bloody history that had once stained their ancestral grounds. It is said that the founders of Crow Peak Mountain and Crane Cloud Sect were originally brothers, who, after a falling out, parted ways, leading a faction from Crow Peak Mountain to establish Crane Cloud Sect. Thus, the practitioners of Yashoushan Mountain have long held a disdainful view of Hiyun's sect, believing themselves to be the true orthodox sect, while considering the members of Hiyun's sect as traitors who have merely pilfered the treasures of their sect. This stereotype persists throughout the realm of cultivation. Yashoushan Mountain is regarded as a prestigious and righteous sect, with its practitioners epitomized by Kong Yu, embodying the virtues of integrity and moral rectitude. Conversely, despite its ethereal name, the disciples of He-Yun's sect are predominantly characterized by their erratic tempers and violent dispositions. Each year, during the Yaodai inquiry, the casualties brought by their sect are the most grievous. Other sects express considerable discontent towards He-Yun's sect's rebellious and defiant conduct, repeatedly petitioning Yaodai to expunge He-Yun's sect from the ranks of the righteous. They argue that such a bloodthirsty and violent sect bears no distinction from demonic cultivators. However, Yaodai has its own considerations. Despite the numerous calamities instigated by He-Yun's sect, they also eliminate the highest number of demonic cultivators and beasts each year. The relative peace and stability within the realm of cultivation owes much to the efforts of He-Yun's sect. Moreover, these self-proclaimed righteous sects have developed a certain fastidiousness. They disdain to engage in battles where demonic cultivators and beastly soldiers congregate. Whenever Yaodai issues a decree for extermination, they offer countless excuses to evade responsibility. Yaodai finds itself in a predicament, as maintaining cordial relations with these sects is imperative. Thus, at such times, they must rely on the practitioners of He-Yun's sect, who, unconcerned with dietary restrictions, can execute tasks efficiently and effectively. Consequently, regardless of how fervently other sects petition Yaodai for the expulsion of He-Yun's sect, Yaodai chooses to turn a deaf ear, pretending not to have heard. Thus, this anomaly, He-Yun's sect, has persisted in the realm of cultivation for many years. Kongyu recalls that during the last Yaodai inquiry, the chief of He-Yun's sect met with misfortune due to a failed tribulation, leaving that position temporarily vacant. Kongyu furrows his brow slightly, weighing the pros and cons of approaching He-Yun's sect. Logically, as the chief of Yashoushan Mountain, embarking towards the sworn enemy, He-Yun's sect, would invite scorn. Yet, apart from his training here, he shares no deep ties with Yashoushan Mountain. He is a legitimate descendant of the Kong family, and the enmity between He-Yun's sect and Yashoushan Mountain bears no relevance to him. However, the more active disciples of He-Yun's sect, whom Kongyu encountered during the inquiry, are associated with some unsavory rumors, in the world outside. One's identity is self-assigned. Many individuals strive to cultivate a favorable persona when dealing with outsiders, yet the disciples of He-Yun's sect seem utterly devoid of such considerations. Perhaps their poor reputation has led them to abandon any pretense. He-Yun's sect prioritizes strength above all, resorting to violence against those who dare oppose them, even among their own brethren. Kongyu is not averse to combat. However, he wishes to avoid becoming embroiled in a frenzied brawl. He raises his hand, pressing his fingertip against his temple, applying a slight pressure as he contemplates. The matter of finding a new mentor cannot be rushed. It requires careful thought. Yet, dispelling his inner demons takes precedence. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it, if remaining at Yashoushan Mountain allows him to vanquish his inner turmoil and return to the winter domain. He would not mind engaging with this pack of ungrateful wolves once more. Through these days of practical experience, Kongyu has grasped some nuances of discourse. With this thought, a sense of ease washes over him, and he feels his spiritual energy unbinding significantly. The past is the past, and the present is the present. In his previous life, Kongyu exemplified the virtues of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame to perfection in this life. However, devoid of such qualities, he finds himself much happier. The injury on his foot has significantly healed, nourished by mystical energies. Kongyu opened a drawer filled to the brim with medicinal vials, various spiritual elixirs he had prepared for himself following his cultivation breakthrough. With the upcoming Yaodai inquiry looming, he was determined not to hinder his sect. Thus he sought every possible means to unlock the sealed realms within him. Many of these potions were toxic. Kongyu was acutely aware of this, yet he had no alternative, for his sect still required his presence. Now, he bundled the vials in an old garment, setting them aside, leaving only the healing ointment. He first applied the medicine to his wounds, and then performed a simple bandaging. Having advanced from the third to the fourth tier of cultivation, even without treatment, these superficial injuries would eventually heal by themselves. Nevertheless, Kongyu chose to bandage them, vowing to treat himself with greater kindness in this life. With the entrance examination approaching, he anticipated that Daoyuan would likely request him to give a lesson to Huo Mingyi, prompting him to wrap his foot with several additional layers of gauze. In this world, no one would empathize with your struggles, and occasionally feigning misfortune might yield unexpected benefits. Kongyu bound his injured foot like a zongzi. Satisfied as he stepped outside to bask in the sunlight, dragging along the bundle of vials, he settled on the steps at the entrance, overlooking the narrow courtyard with the gate wide open. With slender fingers, he deftly peeled back the fabric concealing the vials, randomly selecting 2 bottles which he hurled to the ground. The resounding shatters echoed powerfully. The vials, made of porcelain, shattered crisply upon striking the cobblestone path, scattering their contents across the ground, transforming the pebbles into a smooth, lustrous surface. Kongyu relished the sound, proceeding to break 5 or 6 more bottles. It felt as though the anguish he had endured in his past life fragmented alongside the shattered glass. Engrossed in his revelry, he was observed by Xiao Zhe, who happened to pass by and caught sight of the chaotic scene through the open gate. The mingling scents of the various herbs assaulted his senses, and he furrowed his brow at the sight of blue, white, black, and red shards strewn across the ground, their essence pooling irregularly. Meanwhile, on the steps, Kong Yu had changed into a garment adorned with deep purple patterns, his hem trailing on the stones as he listlessly gazed at the shattered porcelain. His fingertip traced the narrow neck of a white porcelain vial, spinning it with ease. Once he had tired of this amusement, he flicked his finger, sending the vial into an arc before it met the ground with a resounding crash. Xiao Zhe stood at the threshold, observing for a moment before finally speaking up. "If you have no use for these, you could give them to someone else. This is a waste." Kong Yu was aware of Xiao Zhe's lingering presence at the door, yet he chose to ignore him until prompted. He lazily retorted, "These are my belongings, I shall dispose of them as I please. Outsiders have no say in this matter." The two, originally lacking common ground, now found themselves even more at odds. Previously, it was Xiao Zhe who had little desire to engage in conversation with Kong Yu. Now, the roles were entirely reversed. However, Xiao Zhe did not possess the same patience as Kong Yu. Uninterested in lingering where he felt unwelcome, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Yu called after him, "If you have nothing better to do, could you please clean the courtyard?" Xiao Zhe departed without a backward glance, concealing the medicinal ointment within his palm. Truly, this senior brother had become increasingly intolerable. To bully his fellow disciples was one thing, but to seek to trample upon his head. Who would deign to tidy his courtyard? Xiao Zhe had indeed spoken too soon. On the following day, news spread through the sect that Xiao Shidi had visited the senior brother, ostensibly to apologize for his parents, and even went so far as to clean his disheveled courtyard. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhe could only feel speechless. Indeed, what else could be expected from Yashoushan Mountain, a place teeming with all manner of characters? Chapter 23. Awakening of a peculiar attribute. Could it be that Xiao Shidi had lost his senses? Despite being bullied so mercilessly by the senior brother, he still chose to tidy up his courtyard. I would deem him utterly mad if it were me, having been humiliated in public by Kong Yu. Merely refraining from cursing at him would be considered civil behavior. There were whispers that someone had detected a strange medicinal aroma in the senior brother's courtyard yesterday. Could it be that he had administered some sort of potion to Xiao Shidi? Is there a possibility that he has awakened some bizarre attribute? The Qiu family elders must be beside themselves with rage. Their own son, who has never lifted a finger at home, is now off sweeping someone else's courtyard. In my view, it appears that the senior brother has expertly grasped the nature of these young lords from noble families. They ignore what is presented to them while eagerly pursuing that which eludes them. A chorus of laughter ensued. At that moment, during breakfast, several disciples gathered in the Lu Shan Hall, incessantly discussing sect gossip. Xiao Zhe, having rarely awoken late, found the hall already filled to capacity upon his arrival. A few sharp-eyed disciples quickly vacated a seat for him. "Xiao Shixiang, sit here," they urged. Xiao Zhe expressed his gratitude and took a seat. The true disciples possessed their own separate dining hall, which is why he seldom dined here or mingled with other disciples. Thus, their table was particularly quiet, contrasting sharply with the boisterous chatter of the adjacent table, which was abuzz with discussions about Kong Yu and Xiao Chenghe, as well as the relationship between the Kong and Xiao families. Naturally, while jesting, they could not afford to offend either family, for the dynamics between individuals were indeed intricate. Everyone assumed that Xiao Chenghe would harbor resentment due to the public reprimand from Kong Yu. To their astonishment, he had instead chosen to treat the senior brother with courtesy and respect. Given Xiao Chenghe's temperament, it was unlikely he had succumbed to the wealth and power of the Kong family. Surely, he could not have been conquered by the senior brother's character and charm, could he? Regarding the incident of sweeping the courtyard, even his current master, Li Tangzhu, did not dare to assign him such menial tasks. How could he willingly serve Kong Yu, the one who had humiliated him in front of others? The other disciples found this hard to believe, leading them to speculate that the senior brother was intentionally bullying him and oppressing his fellow disciples. Xiao Zhe attentively absorbed the various snippets of gossip from the neighboring table. Xiao Chenghe must have arrived at Kong Yu's bamboo retreat after him. What transpired between the two remains a mystery, though it was evident that Xiao Chenghe had swept the courtyard full of broken porcelain shards before taking his leave. In his heart, Xiao Zhe could not help but berate Xiao Chenghe for his lack of ambition. What was Kong Yu? Did he truly possess the authority to command others? As he silently consumed his breakfast, preparing to depart, the Lu Shan Hall suddenly fell into a hushed silence. It is quite challenging to maintain silence, especially with the principal party standing right at the threshold. Kong Yu gazes at his astonished disciples with a smile, an expression of amusement dancing upon his lips. He has never dined at the Lu Shan Hall before. This marks the first occasion. Thus, the disciples could hardly fathom his presence here, their faces revealing a mixture of shock, with a few even choking on their food in surprise. This was precisely the dramatic effect Kong Yu desired. Qiu Chenghe stands beside him, presumably aware of the discussions taking place within. However, ever since Kong Yu instructed him to stand on his head, his demeanor seems to have been recalibrated. In the past, if Qiu Chenghe knew others were gossiping about him, he would have rushed over to engage in a debate. Now, he merely dismisses such chatter with indifference. Senior brother Kong, your foot is injured. Please tread carefully, he reminds, cautioning Kong Yu about the threshold. Kong Yu's left foot retains its peculiar dumpling shape, as he had recently undone the bandaging before his bath last night, rewrapping it this morning. The conspicuous wrapping draws the attention of onlookers, leading to hushed whispers regarding Kong Yu's injury. It is no wonder that Xiao Shidi offers to assist him with the courtyard chores. It appears that Kong Shixiang is now unable to manage on his own. With keen ears, Kong Yu quickly catches wind of the murmurs questioning his independence. His gaze, laced with a smile, inquires who dares to suggest he is incapable, causing the culprit to sheepishly bury their head in their bowl. Fortunately, the disciples at Xiao Zhe's table are considerate. They promptly vacate 2 seats. Senior brother, Xiao Shidi, please join us here. This leaves Xiao Zhe in a predicament, whether to stay or to leave. As a disciple of the same master as Kong Yu, he is acutely aware of the scandal surrounding Mu Ruoshua's betrayal of her senior brother. If he were to leave in such a public manner, what would become of his standing under the esteemed elder? In these so-called reputable sects, nothing is more paramount than maintaining one's dignity. Anyone who disrupts this decorum would be met with scornful and questioning glances from others. Xiao Zhe, raised in a noble family, cannot completely disregard these piercing stares. Thus, he remains passive, even going so far as to extend greetings to Kong Yu. How did you sustain your injury, senior brother? I possess some excellent healing ointment. I can fetch it for you shortly. The pretense of brotherly affection and cordiality makes Xiao Zhe himself feel somewhat nauseous. It is likely that Kong Yu shares this sentiment. Moreover, given his recent temperament, he may very well embarrass himself in public. Yet, Kong Yu's actions consistently defy Xiao Zhe's expectations. When Xiao Zhe anticipates a civil exchange, Kong Yu leaves him speechless. Conversely, when Xiao Zhe fears another verbal assault, Kong Yu speaks pleasantly. Thank you for your concern, Shidi. This injury occurred merely from a careless mishap while practicing swordplay. It is not severe. Not severe, yet wrapped as if to ensure no one could overlook the injury. The two engage in a charade of mutual humility, leaving the disciples utterly perplexed. Did not the disciples of the esteemed elder's direct lineage have a contentious relationship? How is it that Kong Shixiang and Xiao Shixiang appear to share an amicable rapport? Xiao Zhe discreetly glances at Qiu Chenghe, and out of courtesy, engages him in small talk. He even inquires about the courtyard cleaning, not intending to belittle Qiu Chenghe but rather curious as to whether he truly did the work. Senior brother Kong's left foot is injured, making movement cumbersome. I noticed his courtyard was littered with sharp shards, so I merely lent him a hand, Qiu Chenghe replies calmly. Xiao Zhe nodded slightly, evidently confirming the disciple's speculations. However, this Qiu Shidi was rather foolish. Did he not realize that those fragments were merely the chaos created by Kong Yu himself? Why would he offer to help him clean up? If anyone derived the greatest joy from this meal, it was undoubtedly Kong Yu. He had cast aside his troubles and possessed quite the hearty appetite. After enjoying breakfast, following his usual routine, he would either venture out on a mission or seclude himself in the bamboo mist cottage for sword practice. Yet today, he did neither. After finishing his meal, he vanished without a trace. Qiu Chenghe watched as his senior brother's figure receded into the distance, bidding him farewell before continuing his meal. As the time for the morning class approached, the surrounding disciples dispersed, leaving only Qiu Chenghe and Xiao Zhe at the table. Observing the youth seated across from him, Xiao Zhe pondered for a moment before kindly advising him, Chenghe Shidi, Kong Shixiang's temperament has recently undergone some changes. For your own sake, it would be prudent not to grow too close to him. Xiao Zhe privately mused that Kong Yu seemed to have mistakenly ingested poisonous mushrooms, behaving erratically throughout the day. It baffled him that Qiu Chenghe, unaware of the need for caution, would deliberately approach him, risking public reprimand. However, Qiu Chenghe replied, senior brother would never do such a thing. Xiao Zhe considered that the young man was still naive, perhaps easily swayed by Kong Yu's persuasive words, and remarked again, you have only been on the mountain for a short time. You do not truly understand him. Xiao Shixiang, Qiu Chenghe set aside his meal, his chopsticks clattering down as he regarded Xiao Zhe with earnest yet perplexed eyes. How can you harbor such doubts about senior brother? He is such a kind-hearted person. Xiao Zhe felt a surge of frustration. He had come to realize that anyone associated with Kong Yu seemed to lose their sanity to some extent. Leaving behind a terse, Take care of yourself. He departed, as Xiao Zhe stepped outside. He discovered Huo Mingyi waiting for him. Had it been a few days prior, he might have shown some patience. However, today he found his tolerance depleted and was unwilling to continue accompanying Huo Mingyi. Originally assigned by Elder Dayuan to Kongyu, how had it now become his responsibility to assist Kongyu with others? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Yet facing Huo Mingyi's confused gaze, he took a deep breath to quell his emotions. Mingyi, my master entrusted you to Kong Shixiang, and it is not appropriate for me to keep leading you around the mountain like this. How about I take you to find him? Xiao Ge, Huo Mingyi responded, slightly flustered. Just when it seemed Xiao Zhe was guiding him well, why the sudden change? He did not wish to be in close quarters with Kongyu. He always sensed something amiss about him and found him difficult to approach. The senior brothers and sisters within the door claimed that senior brother had a good temper, but Huo Mingyi did not share this sentiment. Kongyu was like a hedgehog, a word out of place, and he would prick anyone nearby. Xiao Zhe was firm in his decision. Listen to me. Senior brother's abilities surpass mine. He can teach you everything I can, and what I cannot, he can in order to rid himself of the burden that was Huo Mingyi. Xiao Zhe was willing to extol Kongyu further. Although Huo Mingyi was reluctant, he recognized Xiao Zhe's impatience. Continuing to argue would likely wear on his nerves, he still maintained the persona of a simple, kind-hearted junior brother, compliant and agreeable. Xiao Zhe preferred that others obey his words, so it was best for him to keep his comments to a minimum. I understand. Xiao Gu. I will study diligently under senior brother Kong. Huo Ming followed Xiao Zhe listlessly, and Xiao Zhe, not being foolish, could perceive the trepidation in the young man's demeanor towards Kongyu. He wished to rouse Huo Ming's spirits, assuring him there was no need for fear, as Kongyu was not a man-eater. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he could not help but question whether Kongyu might indeed possess such a disposition. Given Kongyu's current penchant for tormenting others, it was likely that Huo Ming would endure daily tribulations in his company. Contemplating this, Xiao Zhe was about to reassure Huo Ming that it would not be necessary for him to remain by Kongyu's side every day when a familiar voice resonated from ahead. Disciple, Mingyi, what are you doing here? It was Elder Dayuan. The two younger individuals promptly greeted the elder, with Huo Ming responding, Elder, Brother Xiao is guiding me to find Senior Kongyu. Looking for Kongyu? Did I not instruct him to take care of you? Elder Dayuan's displeasure was palpable upon learning that Kongyu had disregarded his words, failing to attend to his junior disciple. His brows furrowed deeply. Huo Ming glanced at Xiao Zhe, his expression laden with concern, hesitant to speak. Elder Dayuan then turned to his own disciple. Xiao Zhe, you tell me, has Kongyu neglected to accompany Ming these past few days? Xiao Zhe opened his mouth. Honestly, he only needed to speak the truth. However, his grievances twisted in his throat, and he instinctively took up for Kongyu. Master, brother has been preoccupied with various matters these days, and yesterday he accidentally injured his foot, leaving him unable to attend to Ming-Yi. Once his injury has healed, I will discuss this with him. Xiao Zhe was indeed speaking in defense of Kongyu. The moment those words escaped his lips, not only was Huo Ming taken aback, but even the elder displayed an unexpected expression. It must be noted that Xiao Zhe, this young man, had always held disdain for his senior brother, Kongyu. While others may be unaware, Elder Dayuan, as their master, was acutely aware of the dynamics between these two male disciples. Xiao Zhe had often wished for Kongyu to vanish entirely, so it was indeed a perplexing day when he chose to speak in favor of his most detested senior brother. Huo Ming was also left dumbfounded. Even though his interactions with Xiao Zhe had not been extensive, he was well aware of how much this senior brother loathed Kongyu. When outsiders were present, it was manageable. However, in private, Xiao Zhe would distance himself from Kongyu as much as possible. Brother Xiao. Huo Ming found himself at a loss for words when Elder Dayuan interjected. Even so, I cannot entrust Ming-Yi to you. He cannot simply be cast aside. Elder Dayuan had always been the harshest towards Kongyu. Xiao Zhe had been under his observation since childhood, and Mu Ruoxue was even more so, being his own daughter. Yet Kongyu was a complete outsider, and thus Elder Dayuan placed all burdens upon him. This time, it was no different with Huo Ming. Elder Dayuan was aware that Kongyu, as the sect's foremost disciple, was frequently overwhelmed with responsibilities. Still, he insisted on assigning this task to him. It was a clear case of taking advantage of the diligent. Kongyu had always endured without complaint regarding Elder Dayuan's directives. Indeed, he possessed remarkable capabilities, managing to resolve numerous tasks with methodical precision. However, every individual's endurance has its limits, and the pursuit of perfection exacted a toll. Kongyu had ultimately worn his body down. Yet, would Elder Dayuan care about such matters? Certainly not. Just like now, he was fully aware of Kongyu's injury, yet still insisted on putting him to work. Elder Dayuan's ire startled even Xiao Zhe. He suddenly regained his senses, realizing something profound. Over the years, It seemed he had never heard Kong Yu utter a single complaint regarding the sect. The sect leader had tasked him, who was not adept at socializing, to venture out alone and engage with other sects. On the busiest of days, Kong Yu visited 3 or 4 factions. Elder Daoyuan treated Kong Yu as a free laborer, assigning him not only his own responsibilities, but also transferring his own tasks onto him, even requesting him to handle personal matters, all under the guise of trust in his disciple. At times, Xiao Zhe would listen from behind a door as Daoyuan assigned tasks to Kong Yu, and he himself found it unreasonable. Yet, Kong Yu remained silent. When the senior brother emerged from the master's quarters and had walked a distance, he would chase after him to inquire, "Do you not know how to refuse? Must you attend to matters that are not yours?" Kong Yu merely returned a silent glance, wordlessly walking away, leaving Xiao Zhe in place, visibly perturbed. Once again, Daoyuan was fuming, intent on confronting Kong Yu. For reasons unknown, Xiao Zhe stepped forward, blocking Daoyuan's path. "Master, I have already said that Kong Yu is injured and cannot be disturbed." Chapter 24. The senior brother's array of 1,000 punishments and familial estrangement. Kong Yu had vanished from sight before everyone for an entire morning. Yet he was not idly wandering. Rather, he was diligently attending to important matters. He was now at the 4th stage of early spring, poised to undertake the responsibilities appropriate for that level. The spring domain, a realm accessible to 9/10 of cultivators, harbored few taboos and allowed for relatively free practice. Unlike the winter domain, where pitfalls lay in every direction and every step was fraught with danger. Nonetheless, as a prodigy in cultivation, Kong Yu had managed to devise a unique set of techniques for self-cultivation during his time in the spring domain. Spring, the season of beginnings, heralded the awakening of all things. Cultivators must adhere to the laws of the heavenly way, avoiding isolation in their pursuits. It was precisely due to his comprehension of this principle that Kong Yu's advancement in realm was so rapid. The 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, correspond to the 4 elemental roots of wind, fire, wood, and earth. If a cultivator possesses a wind root, they would find themselves more at ease in the spring domain than those with any of the other 3 roots. As for someone like Kong Yu, who possessed a water root, true potential could only be unleashed upon reaching the winter domain, making him a late bloomer in talent. Thus, he exercised caution, carefully laying his foundation in the previous 3 domains, ensuring that subsequent cultivation would not prove arduous. Currently, Kong Yu was repeating the actions he had undertaken upon first entering the spring domain. He sought a secluded hillside on the 2nd peak of Yashoushan Mountain, sitting cross-legged directly upon the grassy expanse. The verdant grass rose above his knees, soft and vibrant. Seated there, Kong Yu closed his eyes, attuning himself to the winds upon the hillside, the warm sun filtering through the clear sky, and the pulse of the earth. He recited no incantations. Instead, he summoned his limited water spiritual energy, allowing it to flow gently from within, spreading across the hillside. The spiritual energy was drawn out finely and elongated, reminiscent of a woman's hair, akin to a spider's web, and more like the lifeblood coursing through the land. Many cultivators fail to grasp, even unto death, that spiritual energy is not confined to the human body. It is omnipresent. It hides in the wind, settles upon the grass. What Kong Yu was currently engaged in was harmonizing his own water spiritual energy with the 3 elemental energies of wind, earth, and fire present in nature. Release and then retrieve. This was an exceedingly slow process, one that could not tolerate any disturbance. Kong Yu employed thunder symbols to establish dozens of small-scale Qian-Zhu formations around him. Anyone daring to disturb him would be met with certain death. The elder, lacking foresight, nearly charged in, and had it not been for Xiao Zhe's timely intervention, he would have been reduced to mere ashes by now. While all things possess sentiment, Kong Yu's Qian-Zhu formations show no mercy. Even to Ki and It appears that Daoyuan ought to extend his gratitude to his second disciple, who unknowingly saved his life. This entire ordeal lasted 2 hours, and by the time Kong Yu concluded his work, it was already time for lunch. He surmised that Fa Gao should be waking by now. Not being an official disciple, he was exempt from morning classes. Although he was a mere errand boy, his assigned task involved cleaning only the bamboo quiet abode of the eldest senior brother. This essentially amounted to no work at all, allowing Kong Yu to indulge Fa Gao in his slumber. Ultimately, Fa Gao's prolonged entrance examinations, which began at the tender age of 8, were not entirely unrelated to Kong Yu's leniency. As Kong Yu pondered what to treat Fa Gao to for lunch, he made his way towards the bamboo quiet abode. On the way, he encountered a disciple hurrying towards him. "Eldest brother, Daoyuan elder is waiting for you at the bamboo quiet abode." "Daoyuan? What idle business does that old man have to seek him out again?" Kong Yu was perplexed, filled with confusion as he pushed open the door to the bamboo quiet abode. Xiao Zhe stood guard at the entrance, and upon seeing him, a flicker of complexity crossed his face. Soon after, Kong Yu heard Dao Yuan scolding from within. Where has the eldest disciple been all morning? And the second disciple is preventing me from finding him. Wasn't it said he had an injured foot? Instead of resting properly in his own quarters, where has he run off to? I see the two of you have conspired to deceive me. How audacious. Go find another master. I, Dao Yuan, will not be your master any longer. Alongside the elder's tirade, a familiar youthful voice interjected. It was Huo Mingyi, attempting to soothe the elder's temper. Elder, please do not be angry. The eldest brother may have urgent matters to attend to. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that he is absent at this moment. His words were artfully crafted, the first half intended to pacify, while the latter half stoked the flames of ire. As expected, the elder's fury intensified. How many times do I come to find him? Do I relish coming to this wretched place? As a disciple, he should be paying his respects to his master, yet I find myself compelled to seek him out. What audacity! And where is Xiao Zhe? Have you vanished as well? Were you not instructed to wait at the entrance for your senior brother? If he does not arrive, you are not to enter. As Dao Yuan continued his scathing remarks, Kong Yu had already stepped into the courtyard. Xiao Zhe stood to one side, slightly bowing his head, furrowing his brows as he silently inquired, "Why have you returned?" Returning midway, just as his master was at the peak of his wrath, Kong Yu smirked and retorted, "This is my home. Why should I not return?" With that, he suddenly slumped his shoulder, altering his gait to a noticeable limp, commencing his performance. Though he limped, his words were unrelenting. I had mentioned before, my humble abode is modest. I had urged you not to visit, yet you insisted on coming to tea that moment. Dao Yuan's scolding was interrupted by a clear, melodious voice. He paused, realizing it was his own disciple. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of scolding, Kong Yu hobbled in on one foot from outside. He had not anticipated that his eldest disciple's injury was genuine. Momentarily taken aback, the words of reproach lodged in his throat like a goose caught by the neck. You truly are injured?" After paying his respects to the master, Kong Yu flung his foot, which was swaddled like a rice dumpling, forward at that instant. He deliberately tripped himself with his right foot, causing his body to tilt precariously, seemingly on the verge of collapsing in a most undignified manner. In a moment of crisis, Xiao Zhe intervened, swiftly catching him before his face could meet the ground. "Thank you, junior brother," Kong Yu expressed his gratitude, while Xiao Zhe's lips twitched as he observed the eldest brother flash a resilient smile to their master. That smile, piercing to the soul, made Dao Yuan forget that he had come to confront Kong Yu, and he even disregarded the earlier disrespect from Kong Yu before his entrance. Such a severe injury? Elder Dao Yuan felt a sudden unease in his heart as he beheld Kong Yu's even stronger smile. Then, with a heavy sigh, Kong Yu sank down, nearly causing Xiao Zhe to lose his grip. "It's not too serious. Master need not worry about me." He then turned to the equally astonished Huo Mingyi. "Apologies for keeping you waiting these past few days. Tomorrow, no, today, I shall guide you through the introductory examination curriculum." Just as he seemed about to topple again, even Dao Yuan felt the urge to reach out. "Forget it. Mingyi shall accompany me for these few days." Or perhaps Xiao Zhe, "Master, have you forgotten? I am to join the other 4 sects to quell the demon beasts starting tomorrow," Xiao Zhe stated solemnly. "While the realm of cultivation is currently peaceful, there are still instances when demon beasts pose a threat. As the true disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, this was not Xiao Zhe's first such task. Only then did Elder Dao Yuan recall having assigned Xiao Zhe to this mission, nodding in acknowledgement. "Then Mingyi shall follow me for now. Mingyi, come with me at once. The entrance examination is fast approaching. We must prepare diligently." From the moment Kong Yu stepped through the door, chaos ensued. Huo Mingyi had initially planned to stoke the flames, urging the Grand Elder to reprimand Kong Yu. Instead, not only did Kong Yu escape scolding, but he also deftly shifted the burden onto Huo Mingyi. Surely, Kong Yu's injury was not as grave as it appeared. Huo Mingyi had witnessed the entire event. After Kong Yu had saved the chubby boy from a near lightning strike, he had conversed with them and departed with ease. It was hardly plausible that after a single night, his wound had deteriorated to such a degree. Huo Mingyi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he observed the elder rise to leave, hastily approaching him to speak. "Elder, when Senior Kong Yu was injured, I was right beside him. He was accidentally grazed by the lightning talismans of the Qianzhu array, but it was not a direct hit. Merely his left heel sustained a minor injury." "Qianzhu array? Lightning talismans?" The Grand Elder found himself momentarily struggling to follow the line of thought. Xiao Zhe realized that Huo Mingyi's words were rather reckless and ill-considered. Was he not insinuating that Elder Kong Yu was feigning his ailment? Before Kong Yu could speak, he interjected, continuing from Huo Mingyi's statement. "The lightning contained within the talismans bears the essence of spiritual power. When such lightning strikes a person, the wound may progressively worsen. The eldest brother likely failed to address it promptly, leading to a deterioration of his condition. At this moment, Daoyuan finally comprehended the subject of their conversation, nodding in agreement with Xiao Zhe's assertion. Mingyi, Xiao Zhe is indeed correct. The thunderous power of the Qianzhou formation is formidable. However, Kongyu, what is your purpose in visiting the Qianzhou formation? I merely intend to ascertain whether the formation has faltered. Kongyu casually fabricated an excuse, brushing the inquiry aside. You are indeed thorough in your considerations. Very well, you should focus on your recovery. I shall escort Mingyi away. The Grand Elder approached, seething with anger, yet surprisingly concluded by commending Kongyu before departing. A scene that no one could have anticipated. Although Huo Mingyi felt reluctant, he obediently followed Daoyuan out. As they passed by Kongyu, he cast a furtive, resentful glance in his direction. To his surprise, Kongyu had been waiting for him, his eyes curving into a smile devoid of genuine warmth. You would do well to behave yourself, lest you incur suffering. Huo Mingyi deciphered this implicit warning from his gaze. Once the two had departed, Kongyu ceased to feign his limp, swiftly distancing himself from Xiao Zhe, wishing fervently for him to vanish on the spot. All right, junior brother Xiao, since the master has left, you needn't continue this charade of benevolence before me. I am a master at feigning kindness. No one can outplay me in this regard, Xiao Zhe retorted, finally experiencing a pang of conscience for assisting him, only for Kongyu to mistakenly believe it was all an act. Otherwise, what is it? Kongyu found Xiao Zhe's casual dismissal rather peculiar. Between us, as brothers, are we not merely maintaining a faade of friendship that appears acceptable to outsiders? As long as we avoid causing a scene, isn't that sufficient? Kongyu's expression conveyed incredulity at Xiao Zhe's peculiar behavior. Infuriated, Xiao Zhe resolved not to exchange another word with him, affirming their fundamental incompatibility. Take care of yourself. I am leaving now. He lifted his leg, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, and no longer pretending to be lame. Kongyu swiftly approached the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Xiao Zhe mistakenly assumed that Kongyu had undergone a change of heart, finally realizing the extent of his assistance before their master. However, Kongyu was devoid of such sentiment. He did not even glance at Xiao Zhe. Did you not say you had healing ointment? Bring me a bottle, demanding items with an air of entitlement. I do not have any. Xiao Zhe had initially prepared some but was now disinclined to share. Kongyu accused him of being stingy, but Xiao Zhe chose to ignore it. Such a heartless individual as Kongyu deserved to rot in some dark corner, Xiao Zhe thought indignantly. Kongyu was uninterested in speculating about Xiao Zhe's thoughts. He muttered a complaint about stinginess, dismissing the absence of ointment, as he was not lacking in resources. With the Grand Elder dispatched and no need to accompany Huo Mingyi, and with the news of his leg injury circulating, Xiao Zhe would soon be embarking on a journey far away. Logically, Kongyu should have enjoyed several days of leisure. However, his right eyelid continued to twitch, and he felt an unsettling sense that he had forgotten someone. A person who could undoubtedly bring him much trouble, Mu Ruoxue. How had she not crossed his mind for such a lengthy duration? Kongyu recalled that Mu Ruoxue had been punished by the Grand Elder to kneel. Yet, the Grand Elder was always one to go through the motions. He could not bear to let her suffer. It was likely that the offerings sent to the sacrificial hall had all found their way into her stomach. The punishment of kneeling was over, but there was still house arrest to contend with. However, this serves as a form of protection for Mu Ruoxue. Now that her betrayal of the senior brother has become common knowledge, her wandering about would tarnish her reputation. The Grand Elder's plan is to confine her for a period, allowing her to vanish from the sight of her peers, thereby diminishing the incident's significance before releasing her. By then, most will have nearly forgotten the affair, except for Kongyu, who will remain aware of Mu Ruoxue's public betrayal of her senior brother. The elder Daoyuan envisions this as a splendid strategy, and indeed, it is a clever scheme. Had it been the Kongyu of the past, even if he had seen through the elder's intentions, he likely would not have voiced any objections. However, the current Kongyu is different. He has not only learned to courageously refuse everyone, but he has also discovered the importance of expressing his grievances aloud. Did Mu Ruoxue think she could simply walk away after causing such a significant ruckus? Dream on. Just as Mu Ruoxue, having feasted and imbibed, was plotting a carefully orchestrated yet unintentional encounter with her senior brother within the tightly closed ritual hall, her beloved senior brother arrived in person. Not only did he come himself, but he also brought along a fellow disciple. This junior, a student of the Ming Yitong, possessed an endearing baby face and bright, round eyes, resembling a character from a traditional Chinese painting when he smiled. Although 17 years old, he was often mistaken for a child. This junior was nicknamed Little Swona of Yasho Mountain. The moniker arose because any news that reached him would, through his mouth, swiftly spread throughout the entire sect. This morning, the Swona Jr. had been lurking outside Zhu Yoju, peering in with curiosity. At this moment, Kong Yu emerged from his ablutions, still limping slightly. Senior brother, are you truly injured? The little Swona's eyes widened, incredulous. Indeed, Kong Yu replied with a warm smile. I must trouble you, junior brother, to accompany me to the ritual hall. Should I stumble on the way, you would be there to assist me. Rest assured, senior brother, with me around, you shall not be harmed. He patted his chest, assuring his senior brother, and then could no longer contain his curiosity. Are you heading to the ritual hall to see Sister Ruoxue? Precisely, Kong Yu responded, handing a food box to the perceptive junior. Since Ruoxue is being punished to kneel, I fear the master would not allow her to eat. I shall go and see if she is still alive and well. Chapter 25. Enough, my heart aches for him. In recent days, Mu Ruoxue has enjoyed a comfortable existence within the ritual hall. Although her freedom has been curtailed, the ritual hall is typically off-limits to disciples. So apart from the sect leader and elders, no one would discover what she was doing inside. At first, she felt a twinge of fear upon entering. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that these old relics had long turned to dust. What was there to fear? The latest memorial tablet belonged to her adoptive father, Huo Mingyi, the previous sect leader of Yashoushan Mountain. His portrait depicted an elderly man with drooping brows and a gentle demeanor. Amidst the gazes of the imposing and stern portraits of past leaders, Huo Mingyi was the only one with half-closed eyelids, exuding an air of scholarly grace and kindness. In life, he indeed possessed such a character. Kong Yu was his sole disciple, bearing a striking resemblance to him. As a child, Kong Yu was not particularly close to his master, Elder Dao Yuan, but rather favored this elderly, youthful-looking leader, who imparted wisdom and teachings to him. The late patriarch left a testament during his lifetime, declaring that the position of chief belonged to Kong Yu, as long as he had not committed any grave offenses such as betraying his master or the sect. His title should not be stripped away. The patriarch's final words served to protect Kong Yu. After the recent debacle at Yaodai, where Kong Yu faced a barrage of skepticism, the Grand Elder invoked this testament, asserting that Kong Yu's defeat was not by his own volition and thus could not be construed as treachery against his master or disloyalty to the sect. Should they forcibly seize Kong Yu's rank, it would be a violation of the late patriarch's wishes. This heavy accusation rendered the assembly silent. Thus, Kong Yu managed to retain his esteemed title. It can be said that Kong Yu's dedication to the sect over the past 2 decades stemmed from his enduring gratitude towards the patriarch. Regrettably, the patriarch departed too swiftly, leaving no time to ensure Kong Yu's well-being before passing away. The new sect leader, hastily assuming authority, was utterly uninformed, relying entirely on the elders and the chief. Consequently, the burden on Kong Yu grew heavier. All the while enduring the incessant reproaches and suspicions of his peers, he felt an overwhelming weariness and saw no glimmer of hope. However, the current Kong Yu did not experience such fatigue. He lived a life of considerable comfort, engaging in disputes when necessary and bantering with others during idle moments. Not only did this bring him joy, but it also allowed him to liberate himself from the constraints imposed by the cold realm of Shaohan, leading to a profoundly content existence. Every 3 days, offerings of incense, candles, and fruits would be delivered to the altar. During her 3 days of penance, Mu Ruoxue had an additional task, to arrange these offerings before the spirit tablets of the various patriarchs. Within the altar, a small door facilitated the passage of items between the interior and exterior, but not people. Each time offerings were needed, disciples would arrive early to pass the items through this small door. Placing them on the ground, Mu Ruoxue merely had to arrange them in order before the tablets, a task that was both easy and uncomplicated. However, the disciples serving penance could only drink water during these 3 days, forbidden from consuming food. In truth, given the foundation of a cultivator, this was not a challenging ordeal and would not result in death. Yet, as Mu Ruoxue gazed longingly at the alluring offerings, she thought to herself that it would be a shame not to indulge. Considering she would be kneeling there for 3 days, and new offerings would undoubtedly arrive by the time she departed. When that moment came, she could easily arrange them without anyone noticing. To her surprise, Kong Yu arrived at the altar at that very moment to check on her well-being. As the eldest senior brother spoke his first words from outside, Mu Ruoxue was inside, nibbling on an apple. Ruoxue, are you doing well inside? I came to see you, Kong Yu initiated. Just as the second disciple of the Swona began to speak, the eldest senior brother raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to remain silent. The young Swona player nodded vigorously, covering his mouth, his eyes darting around eagerly, waiting for gossip. Eldest brother, Mu Ruoxue, with her legs draped over the offering table, sat in a rather unrefined manner. Upon hearing Kong Yu's voice, she hurriedly straightened up, causing the half-eaten apple to fall. Mu Ruoxue felt a pang of regret for the remaining apple while trying to maintain an air of nonchalance. Eldest brother, what brings you here? From the moment Kong Yu heard her stammering response, He realized she had not been engaged in any virtuous activities. Amusement bubbled within him, though he maintained an expression of concern. Sister, you have been confined in there for 2 days. I presume you haven't eaten? I brought you some food, including your favorite osmanthus cake. Mu Ruoshua harbored a profound aversion to the scent of osmanthus blossoms. Yet Kong Yu had the audacity to bring her osmanthus cake. The mere mention of those 3 words caused her features to contort in distaste. How could her senior brother, after all these years of acquaintance, remain oblivious to her preferences? Nevertheless, considering Kong Yu's initiative in presenting her with food, she chose to overlook his transgression, embodying the magnanimity of a superior. Brother, this conduct is rather unorthodox, she remarked, though her stomach protested with a low growl. Yet, she maintained her facade, feigning a stance as if it were he who implored her to partake. During the disciples' penance period at the sacrificial hall, they were forbidden to eat for 3 days, with no outside provisions allowed, lest others be punished alongside them. But, Ruoshua, is it not my concern that you might starve? Kong Yu inquired, genuinely perplexed. Are you truly refusing to eat? No, she replied. I have already committed an error and cannot further violate the rules. She feigned contrition, yet in her heart, she mused that if Kong Yu were to plead once more, she would readily acquiesce. Should their master discover her surreptitious indulgence, she would assert that it was her senior brother who coerced her. However, Kong Yu's next utterance extinguished all her hopes. Refuse? That was merely my misguided affection. I shall take my leave, he stated, raising a hand to signal to his junior disciple with the Suona to assist him as he departed for Juyu residence. What? Mu Ruoshua exclaimed, her eyes widening as she lifted her gaze, only to find the figure at the door had vanished, leaving no trace of footsteps outside. Had her senior brother truly left, without even leaving her a morsel? He departed just like that? What was the purpose of his visit? To witness her plight? Confined within the cold and eerie sacrificial hall for 2 days, Mu Ruoshua's spirits were already dampened. The only sustenance she could manage was the cold, lifeless offerings, deprived of even a warm meal, which further soured her mood. Reflecting on her previous existence, where she was the center of attention, surrounded by her master and fellow disciples, she had never endured such deprivation. Now, she found herself without food, without a bed to rest upon, and forced to share space with the spirits of the deceased. Her frustration mounted, and she directed her ire towards her senior brother. If it weren't for him punishing Qiu Chenghe, causing the situation to escalate uncontrollably, how could Dao Yuan have sentenced her to kneel in the sacrificial hall? The thought filled her with a sense of humiliation and grievance. She rushed to the door of the hall, unleashing a torrent of invective. Kong Yu, you truly are ungrateful. Why don't you just let me starve? Is it merely because I did not speak on your behalf in the council chamber that you have acted so vindicatively? How petty of you. I have misjudged your character. What right do you have to call yourself the chief? You care not if your junior sister perishes from hunger. Was your presence here merely to gloat? Are you feeling quite pleased with yourself? I believe Master should impose a severe punishment upon you for bullying your juniors. Qiu Chenghe too, how despicable, siding with you. Ah, now I understand. You two have conspired against me. Haven Tu, Kong Yu, you are truly contemptible. Once I escape, I shall ensure Master punishes you severely. Why must I kneel before these old spirits? This is utterly maddening. I am unable to bathe or change my clothes. I feel as though I might become infested with vermin. Master is insufferable. Within the sacrificial hall, Mu Ruoshua raged against Qiu Chenghe, berating Kong Yu, and cursing Elder Dao Yuan and her ancestors alike. Meanwhile, in the shade beside the hall, Kong Yu leisurely opened a food box, inquiring of his junior disciple with a cheerful demeanor, "Would you care for a bite?" "No, no, no, I shall not partake any longer. Master brother." The young Suona player has truly opened his eyes this time. He can hardly believe that the frenzied woman, cursing heaven and earth within, is indeed the usually lively and charming sister Ruoshua. Could it be that she is possessed by an evil spirit? Yet this is the shrine hall. It houses the spirits of those who devoted their lives to the Yasho mountain. How could it be that an evil ghost could possess someone here? So, is it true that Mu Ruoshua's genuine nature is as such? Just as the disciples had previously gossiped, Mu Ruoshua, in front of so many, had set a trap for Kong Yu, nearly causing him to lose his position as the chief disciple. Such underhandedness is truly reprehensible. Now she even turns the tables and insults Master Brother as being lowly. The young Suona player finds himself feeling sympathy for Master Brother. Theo dare act in such a manner before everyone. One can only imagine how she bullies Master Brother behind his back. In this light, Master Brother indeed possesses a kind heart. Even after being deceived by his own junior sister, he does not hold it against her. Rather, he worries about her hunger, risking punishment to bring her food. Yet Mu Ruoshua shows no gratitude and berates him instead. Earlier, When Kongyu brought him to sit in the shade, he had whispered that Sister Ruoxue was merely a bit hot-tempered, and once she calmed down, he would secretly bring her food into the shrine hall. However, Kongyu had only sat there for a brief moment before being met with a torrent of curses from Mu Ruoxue. Enough! My heart aches for Master Brother. The young Suona player, filled with righteous indignation, is determined to seek an explanation from Sister Ruoxue. Yet Kongyu reaches out, pressing down on his shoulder. Sit, junior brother. Master Brother. The young Suona player exclaims in a tone of fury, she has spoken to you in such a manner, and you still choose to endure? At that moment, Mu Ruoxue's cursing continues, serving as mere background noise to their conversation. Kongyu's expression reveals a sorrow that he strives to conceal. This expression tests his composure remarkably well. Observing his junior brother's changing gaze, he succeeds in his performance. Ruoxue, she is merely young. There are many things she does not yet understand. I do not blame her. The young Suona player, who is a year younger than Mu Ruoxue, grows even more incensed. Is youth truly an excuse? I am younger than her by a year. I would never speak such words to Master Brother. Kongyu revels inwardly, but the act must persist. I understand you are quite sensible. Ruoxue may simply be spoiled by the elders and us senior brothers. Yet that does not justify her words towards you. Master Brother, I shall confront her. Kongyu feigns an attempt to stop him, yet allows him to proceed. At this moment, the young Suona player rushes out, seeking to demand an explanation from the unfortunate yet kind Master Brother. Just then, Mu Ruoxue suddenly shrieks, "Ah, a fire! A fire!" A fire in the shrine hall is a grave matter, for it is home to the spirits of the ancestral masters of Yashoushan Mountain, a sacred place. At Mu Ruoxue's cry, the young Suona player at the entrance is thrown into a panic. A fire! I shall find the elders. His youthful inexperience leads him to the immediate thought of seeking the elders, which plays right into Kongyu's hands. He uses his spiritual energy to assess the situation within the shrine hall. The flames are not severe, likely sparked by Mu Ruoxue's rage when she smashed something, accidentally toppling the incense candles upon the offering table. Kongyu stands with his hands tucked into his sleeves, merely observing the scene unfold. Even Mu Ruoxue could extinguish this fire herself. It was merely that she was momentarily flustered and could not conceive a solution. Even if there was a need to rescue someone, Kongyu was not in a hurry. He squinted his eyes, the piercing screams of Mu Ruoxue ringing in his ears, becoming somewhat bothersome. Fortunately, help had arrived. Sparing his ears from further torment in the distance, he spotted a large crowd, dark and imposing. With the shrine ablaze, aside from the clan leader and the fourth elder, who were attending to external matters, as well as the 3 hall masters who were out, the remaining 3 elders, the other 3 hall masters, and disciples carrying water buckets to extinguish the flames had all rushed over. Without the clan leader present, if they allowed the shrine to be reduced to ashes, it would indeed warrant 1,000 deaths. Seizing this opportunity, when the leading elders could see him, he kicked open the shrine's door and charged inside. At that moment, a line was necessary. Junior sister, your big senior brother has come to save you. As he crossed the threshold, he inadvertently kicked over the food box outside, a gesture to illustrate his panic and anxiety, while simultaneously leaving evidence of the meal delivery. Every action of the big senior brother was meticulously orchestrated. Mu Ruoxue was rolling on the ground. Just as Kongyu had surmised, the fire within the shrine was hardly significant. Only the hem of Mu Ruoxue's garment had been scorched. Yet, the flames upon her person had rendered her pale with fright. When the crowd from Yashoushan Mountain stormed in, Mu Ruoxue was weeping uncontrollably, clinging to Elder Dayuan's legs and wailing, "Master, Master, save me!" At first glance, Elder Dayuan did not see his pitiful daughter, but rather the chaos within the shrine. The portrait of the clan leader was askew. Footprints marred the offering table. The offerings had vanished without a trace, and the plates that had contained the offerings lay shattered. Such a solemn and austere place had been reduced to this state by Mu Ruoxue. This scene did not only catch the eye of the Grand Elder, but also that of the second and third elders, the 3 hall masters, and the disciples. This was indeed a grave disrespect. After performing his hasty rescue act, Kongyu concealed himself in an inconspicuous corner, observing the expressions of everyone present. In truth, he had not intended to create such a commotion. He had not anticipated that his junior sister would coordinate so effectively, nearly igniting the shrine. Now, he was curious to see how Mu Ruoxue and Elder Dayuan would attempt to justify this debacle. Mu Ruoxue knelt on the ground, sobbing piteously, lamenting her injured knee and the soiled state of her clothing. She had been confined for 2 days, unable to fetch water or wash herself, her hair a tangled mess, and the scent of jasmine had long faded from her person. Upon seeing her master finally arrive, her eyes sparkled with the light of salvation. However, when Elder Dayuan turned to her, His chilling gaze caused her to tremble slightly. Master, the second elder, upon observing that the shrine was unharmed, felt a sense of relief. Anticipating a spectacle, he feigned concern for Mu Ruoxue, saying, "Ruoxue, why are you kneeling on the ground? Quickly, stand up." Mu Ruoxue, trembling, could hardly discern who was speaking. Hearing someone express concern for her, she shakily attempted to rise. "Kneel," Elder Daoyuan admonished sternly in front of everyone in the shrine. Mu Ruoxue knelt in trepidation, facing the assembly of elders and hall masters, belatedly realizing the magnitude of the trouble she had caused. This is indeed a sacred hall, where even the esteemed leader must pay their respects with reverence before departing. Yet, in a moment of fury, she was consumed by her anger, oblivious to her surroundings. The source of her ire was that detestable senior brother. Where is Kongyu? Where is he? Kongyu remains hidden within the crowd, for the time has not yet come for his appearance. He stands alongside Suona and Qiu Chenghe. Initially, he was the sole occupant of this space, until Suona and Qiu Chenghe discovered him. Since Kongyu had influenced Qiu Chenghe's character, the latter has become considerably more disciplined. He inquires about Kongyu's foot injury, to which Kongyu forces a brave smile, claiming it still aches a bit, but it is nothing of great concern. At this juncture, the young Suona interjects. The senior brother is injured and still needs to deliver meals to Sister Ruoxue. To their astonishment, Sister Ruoxue even chastises him. Is this true? Not only was Qiu Chenghe taken aback, but the disciples nearby were equally astonished. The young Suona animatedly recounted how they arrived, detailing how Mu Ruoxue scolded their ancestors, the elders, and both the senior brother and Qiu Shixiao. He relayed these anecdotes to the others with remarkable precision, even mimicking Mu Ruoxue's tone. The disdainful arrogance in her voice made the other disciples feel quite uncomfortable. Did Mu Ruoxue truly scold the senior brother? Not only him, but even her master. The murmurs among the disciples reached the ears of the elders and the hall master. Currently, the disciples, including Kongyu, stood outside, while the elders were within the sacred hall, the door wide open. Zhao Tianyin, the master of the Mingyi hall, cleared his throat, causing the whispering disciples to fall silent instantly. All awaited the elders' decision regarding Mu Ruoxue in the previous council. It was evident to the keen eye that the elders' punishment of the three junior brothers was not particularly severe. Compared to Su Yao, who had been demoted in rank, Mu Ruoxue's few days of kneeling in the hall and subsequent house arrest seemed a trivial consequence. Moreover, observing her unblemished knees, it was likely she had not truly knelt. However, the circumstances today were markedly different. The chaos within the sacred hall was conspicuous to all. During this turmoil, only Mu Ruoxue remained confined within. She had no opportunity to frame others for her misdeeds. In the past, she had always managed to find a scapegoat for her errors. Now, faced with her own predicament, she was thrown into a panic. Master, please allow me to explain." Elder Daoyuan remained silent, while the second elder, Daoshan, relished the unfolding drama, smiling as he stoked the flames. "Perhaps Ruoxue has some grievances. Let her speak, and do not frighten the child." The third elder, Daoqing, known for his taciturn demeanor, was strict with his disciples. Regardless of how unruly they were before ascending the mountain, they all submitted to his authority. Thus, he had long harbored dissatisfaction with the first elder's indulgence towards Mu Ruoxue. Dao Quan was stern with Kongyu and disciplined the second disciple, Xiao, effectively, yet he seemed to coddle this sole female disciple. Such favoritism was not the proper way to nurture disciples. Although Elder Daoqing also had female disciples, he treated them equally, imposing the same rigorous standards on her as he did on her senior brothers. In his view, Mu Ruoxue's grave mistake stemmed from Daoyuan's negligence in her upbringing. Deep down, Daoyuan too felt a sense of regret. Because Mu Ruoxue is his biological daughter, he always turns a blind eye to her misdeeds and indulges her, regardless of her behavior. However, he never anticipated that Mu Ruoxue would prove to be such a disappointment. Not only was her talent inferior to that of her two senior brothers, but her character was also lacking. She was even rather dim-witted, to the point of provoking laughter. Daoyuan began to doubt whether Mu Ruoxue was truly his daughter. Her mother's lowly status as a songstress on a painted boat was a stark contrast to Daoyuan's own partner. Hence he had never considered bringing her to the mountain. Nevertheless, she was still a clever and astute woman. Daoyuan himself was no fool. How could they have produced such an utterly foolish daughter? Tears glistened at the corners of Mu Ruoxue's eyes, and her nose was red from crying, presenting a pitiful sight in the past. Whenever she adopted this demeanor to plead with her master, Daoyuan would always relent and forgive her transgressions. But today her master could hardly bear to cast her a glance. Elder Daoshan, noticing Daoyuan's reluctance to speak, stepped forward with a gentle and kind smile. "Ruoxue, do not be afraid. Both second uncle and third uncle are here." If you have any grievances, feel free to express them. Mu Ruoxue was utterly oblivious to the ill intentions of the second elder. She wiped her tears with her sleeve, smudging her face in the process. Master, second uncle, third uncle, esteemed hall masters. Ruoxue did not mean to. Her first words were an attempt to exonerate herself, yet her unwillingness to admit fault only served to aggravate others. Hall Master Zhao of the Mingyi Hall frowned in displeasure. However, with the three elders present, he refrained from speaking out. It was the third elder, Dao Qing, who addressed the innocent facade of Mu Ruoxue with a stern voice. You have disrupted the offering hall, privately consumed the offerings, overturned the offering table, and nearly set this place ablaze. Having committed such grave errors, you still attempt to argue. Mu Ruoxue had never been scolded in such a manner before. She had always felt a tinge of fear towards the third elder, often going out of her way to avoid him within the sect. When the third elder reprimanded someone, his fury was like thunder, causing other disciples to tremble at the mere sound. Now, as the target of his admonishment, her legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Third elder, I am not. Wait, it was senior brother. Kongyu? How is he involved in this? Just as the third elder was about to say more, Dao Yuan gestured for him to pause. Kongyu, step forward. Indeed, every time Mu Ruoxue stirred up trouble, Dao Yuan would think of making him take the blame. Only when Kongyu was unavailable would he consider Xiao Zhe. With Kongyu present, he called his eldest disciple into the offering hall. Master, elders, hall masters. Kongyu stood before them, cupping his hands in greeting, while beside him knelt the trembling Mu Ruoxue. Dao Yuan took a deep breath, seemingly striving to calm the tumultuous emotions and uncontrollable anger within. Why have you come to the offering hall today? Before Kongyu could respond, Mu Ruoxue interjected. Master, it is Kongyu who has deliberately sought to harm me. He claimed he was bringing me food, but in truth, he intended to see me make a fool of myself. I said I would not violate the sect rules and refused his offerings. However, I was concerned he might encounter trouble, so I urged him to leave quickly. Then, a wave of panic washed over me. Fearing that others might discover him, which led me to inadvertently knock over the fragrant candles, in the process of extinguishing the flames, I accidentally toppled the offerings. I truly did not intend to do this. Master. In an instant, Mu Ruoxue concocted a plausible tale for herself. It must be said that she possessed a certain talent in this regard. However, her story was rather forced, and there were witnesses present. Indeed, as soon as Mu Ruoxue finished, Xiao Suona could no longer contain herself. Elder, she is lying. The head of the Minjiatang, Chu Suehuan, was also present. Upon noticing that it was her own disciple who spoke, she was taken aback. Lin Suo, what are you doing here? Xiao Suona, whose real name was Lin Suo, was a disciple of Minjiatang. Due to his amiable nature and remarkable talent in the medical arts, the head of the hall treated him exceptionally well. Dao Shun, upon observing the situation, saw an unexpected opportunity. He beckoned Lin Suo to approach. This disciple, please come forward and recount everything you know, in detail, for everyone to hear. Lin Suo stepped over the high threshold and approached Kongyu, bowing respectfully to the elders of Yashoushan Mountain. Elder, head, I am Lin Suo, a disciple of Minjiatang. Dao Yuan also spoke up. Lin Suo, today the elders and the head are present. Speak truthfully about what you have witnessed. Yes. Lin Suo then recounted the events of that morning to all present, from start to finish. He had a good memory, capable of memorizing thick medical texts, but unfortunately, such talents were often devoted to gossip. Thus, it could be said he was exceptionally gifted. He narrated everything from his arrival at Zhu Youju to tend to his injured senior brother, to his senior brother informing Mu Ruoxue about bringing her a meal, and finally to hearing her curse within the ritual hall. When Lin Suo recounted Mu Ruoxue's words verbatim, the faces of the elders and the head darkened immediately. Although the cultivators of Yashoushan Mountain were hypocritical, they at least maintained a sense of civility, understanding the importance of respecting elders and cherishing the young, and no matter how much they despised others, they would not resort to such blatant and vulgar insults. Kongyu brought food to Mu Ruoxue, only to receive not a single kind word in return, and was even insulted as cheap. Moreover, she did not only berate her senior brother, but also insulted elder Dao Yuan. Even their ancestors did not escape the scorn of Mu Ruoxue's tongue. Upon hearing Mu Ruoxue insult Kongyu and Cho Chenghe was one thing, but when he heard her insult him directly, Dao Yuan's expression changed dramatically, and upon learning that this foolish girl dared to speak of their ancestors, he nearly succumbed to his rage. Preposterous, Mu Ruoxue. You have a great deal of audacity, master. Mu Ruoxue was left speechless. She had forgotten the words she had uttered in her fury, as who could recall their own words in such a heated moment? Yet, while she could not remember, someone else had taken note. Dao Shen turned to the indignant Lin Suo. Lin Su, can you guarantee the truth of your words? If we find that you have intentionally slandered her, we will hold you accountable. Tio, the second elder, every word I speak is the truth. I would never dare to speak recklessly. Chu Suehuan watched with trepidation. Her young disciple, who usually appeared sharp-witted, seemed utterly flustered at this moment. Was this truly the time for him to step forward? Lin Suo, come here to your master. Chu Suehuan gestured for the youth to come closer, seeking to shield him. The intricate enmities among these true disciples were of no concern to her. She had no desire to discern who was right or wrong, as long as her Mingyi remained unscathed. Lin Su, albeit reluctantly, returned to Chu Suehuan's side, murmuring softly, Master, the senior brother is truly pitiable. Silence. You have no place to speak. She hastily admonished her disciple, fearing that further dialogue would exacerbate the situation. Lin Su, this small witness, recounted the events with remarkable clarity. The scattered lunch boxes at the entrance corroborated the veracity of his words. Kong Yu had indeed come to the altar merely to deliver a meal to Mu Ruoxue, and contrary to her claims, he had no intention of provoking her. Concerned that Mu Ruoxue might throw a tantrum, he had deliberately waited nearby, hoping that once her temper cooled, she might be amenable to eating. Who could have anticipated that instead of Mu Ruoxue softening, she would unleash a torrent of scorn upon him? Kong Yu stood solitary in the center of the altar, flanked by the spirits of his ancestors. With his eyes half lowered, he exuded an air of dignified resilience, impervious to the scorn he faced. This was precisely the effect he sought, an embodiment of the unjustly wronged yet unyielding. The disciples were profoundly moved. It turned out that the senior brother possessed such a gentle temperament, enduring numerous grievances under the elder's command, all while assisting others. With every ounce of sympathy for Kong Yu, their disdain for Mu Ruoxue grew correspondingly. Everyone awaited Elder Daoyuan's response, eager to see how he would shield Mu Ruoxue this time. Daoyuan found himself in a precarious position, unable to extricate himself from the situation. Though Kong Yu remained silent, the hearts of the majority had already swayed in his favor. Under the collective gaze, he could not overtly favor Mu Ruoxue. Moreover, the burning of the altar was not a trivial matter. Had the fire ignited today, Mu Ruoxue would have faced dire consequences. His expression darkened as he pondered how to navigate this predicament. Elder Daoyuan, calculating his next move, was well aware of Dao Shan's understanding of his character, and thus he spoke with a smile. Brother Daoyuan, burning the altar, cursing our ancestors, and slandering fellow disciples. Each of these acts constitutes a grave violation of our sect's regulations. The third elder, Dao Qing, chimed in. According to the sect's rules, Mu Ruoxue is to be stripped of her cultivation by 3 levels and confined in the Zhenxie Tower for a month. Whether she faces expulsion from the sect thereafter is for the sect leader to decide. Upon hearing that her powers would be stripped and she would be imprisoned in that dreadful tower for such an extended period, with the possibility of being expelled from the sect, Mu Ruoxue panicked. Master, I cannot be cast out. I will change. I truly will repent. Daoyuan remained unmoved by her pleas as she frantically turned to Kong Yu. Senior brother, please say a word for me. I know you still care for me. I cannot be driven away. Kong Yu's heart was cold, yet he feigned a look of helpless regret. Junior sister Ruoxue, I can overlook your insults towards me, but to insult our ancestors is utterly excessive. Among them is your father, the spirit of the previous sect leader. How could you utter such blasphemous words? No, the former sect leader is not my real father. I am not blasphemous. Silence. Just as Mu Ruoxue, in her desperation, was about to reveal the identity of her biological father, Daoyuan struck her sharply across the face. Master? Mu Ruoxue pressed her burning, crimson cheek, tears welling in her eyes. Master, you cannot treat me this way. You are the only one who mustn't. The torrent of resentment surged within her, and with a piercing scream, she lunged towards Daoyuan. Daoyuan, equally consumed by fury, declared, I shall strip you of your cultivation. You ungrateful disciple. Elder, please hold. Daoyuan's hand was raised, poised to strike Mu Ruoxue, when suddenly, a figure burst forth from the crowd. Kneeling before him to shield her, it was Huo Mingyi, his countenance awash with alarm. Chapter 27. The ill-fated little Mandarin duck. No one anticipated that Huo Mingyi would place himself in front of Mu Ruoxue. After the discussions in the council hall, this descendant of the esteemed sect leader had vanished from sight. Rumors suggested he had been taken on a tour by senior brother Xiao Zhe, yet few had laid eyes on him since. The gossip mill of Yasho Mountain was relentless, and the matter was swiftly overshadowed by new tales. Now, as he re-emerged before the assembly, all present were taken aback. Why did you rush out? Daoyuan exclaimed, fearing collateral damage, and he quickly withdrew his hand, exasperated. Elder, please reconsider. Ruoxue was raised under the watchful eye of the former sect leader. After all, she is a cherished remnant of his legacy. We cannot so easily cast her out. She disrespected her elders and showed disregard for the deceased. Does she not deserve punishment? Mingyi, step aside. Elder, do not act rashly. Ruoxue is but a young girl, confined in the altar for 2 days without adequate food or rest, terrified and bewildered. Her mind is not clear at this moment. She usually heeds your words. Surely, her recent slip of the tongue is a result of her suffering these past days. Huo Mingyi defended Ruoxue, gently nudging her arm. Ruoxue quickly apologized to the elders and the masters. I'm sorry. I truly know my mistake. Ruoxue was genuinely frightened, sobbing so hard she could hardly breathe, endlessly offering her apologies. At this juncture, Daoyuan also regained his composure. Seeing his daughter in such a pitiful state tugged at his heartstrings. He realized that Ruoxue had endured little hardship throughout her life. The former sect leader had indulged her, and he himself had spoiled her. Everyone had catered to her every whim, however. During her 2 days of confinement, she had gone without nourishment, subsisting on mere fruits. Alone in the dead of night with the ancestral tablets, her heart must have been gripped by terror. Even if she were foolish and lacking in wit, she remained his child. In that moment, Daoyuan was not the esteemed elder but merely a concerned father, pained by his daughter's suffering. He needed a way out, and Huo Mingyi, perceptive as ever, presented him with that very opportunity. Having wandered for over a decade and recently returned to my roots, I have finally gained a sister. I am willing to bear a portion of Ruoxue's punishment. I implore the elders and masters to show leniency and not expel her from the sect. I have experienced the harshness of life. If Ruoxue, so delicate, were to be cast out of Yashoushan Mountain, it would be akin to pushing her towards her doom. For the first time, Huo Mingyi asserted his identity as the sect leader's son, doing so solely to plead for Ruoxue. This status posed complications for others, for the former sect leader had made substantial contributions to Yashoushan Mountain during his lifetime, earning great respect and authority within the sect. At present, Huo Mingyi, under the esteemed name of the former sect leader, is safeguarding Ruoxue, thereby preventing others from escalating the situation into a farce. The disciples exchanged glances, while several hall masters wore expressions of complexity, all furtively observing the 3 elders to gauge their handling of this matter. Kongyu, with a hint of derision in her eyes, gazed at the kneeling Huo Mingyi, who was drenched in sweat, and the weeping Ruoxue. Truly, a pair of ill-fated lovebirds. The ever-curious second elder had fallen silent, yet the unyielding third elder continued to press the issue. Daoyuan, even if Mingyi intercedes, the transgressions committed by Ruoxue are undeniable and cannot be overlooked. All disciples are present. If Ruoxue is allowed to evade punishment for her numerous misdeeds, how can Yashoushan Mountain continue to guide its disciples in earnest cultivation? That would lead to utter chaos. The third elder remained indifferent to the connections of sect leader's son or adopted daughter. In his view, it was precisely due to the multitude of such entangled relationships that Yashoushan Mountain had become mired in turmoil. Once Daoyuan regained his composure, he looked down at the 2 kneeling figures and let out a deep sigh. Daoying, I comprehend your sentiments, and I assure you this matter shall not be brushed aside lightly. As a disciple under my tutelage, Ruoxue has breached several sect rules and is thus deserving of punishment. However, considering Mingyi's plea on her behalf, and her dedication as the former sect leader's daughter, who has served faithfully at the old leader's sickbed, let us bear witness to this today. Ruoxue, I hereby impose upon you the penalty of voluntarily relinquishing 1 tier of your cultivation and confinement in the Zhenxia Tower for half a month. Do you accept this punishment? Elder Daoyuan had halved Ruoxue's penalty and refrained from explicitly stating her expulsion from the sect, which was a display of considerable leniency. Given that Ruoxue's innate talent was already lacking, after over a decade of cultivation, she had barely attained the midsummer realm. With this demotion, her remaining cultivation levels would dwindle further. Moreover, the act of relinquishing one's cultivation is profoundly detrimental for a practitioner. Many disciples, after being punished in such a manner, have faced severe repercussions, including the reversal of spiritual energy, complete destruction of their dantian, or even paralysis. The outcome largely hinges on the execution of the punishment. A single misstep could irreparably ruin the condemned's life. Aside from the immediate agony of the punishment, there are countless lingering repercussions. For someone like Ruoxue, who lacks ambition in her cultivation, merely descending a tier may seem trivial. However, the potential harm to her body instilled a deep-seated fear within her. Furthermore, she was to be confined in the Zhenxia Tower. The Zhenxia Tower serves as a repository for malevolent entities within Yashoushan Mountain. When practitioners venture out to subdue demons and vanquish evil, they often encounter entities that cannot be entirely eradicated. Thus, every sect possesses such places of confinement. Within Yashoushan Mountain, these include the Zhenxia Tower and the Jianghua Tower. Inside the Zhenxia Tower dwell countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. Although they lack physical form, their eerie wails at midnight are tormenting enough. Moreover, Mu Ruoxue harbors a fear of ghosts. While in the sacrificial hall, she could reassure herself that the spirits within were once protectors of the sect, yet upon being sent to the Zhenxia Tower, she would find herself among the malevolent spirits that had committed heinous acts. Should she inadvertently fall prey to possession, the sect would purify her on the spot. Although Elder Dao Yuan had mitigated Mu Ruoxue's punishment, he feared that it might not satisfy the crowd, thus refraining from making any absolute declarations. As an elder, I possess no authority to expel a disciple from the sect. Such a decision must await the return of the sect leader, to whom I shall report the matter. By articulating this, he also leaves himself some leeway. It is anticipated that the sect leader will not return until the names are reported at Yaotai. During this interim, he can thoughtfully consider how best to communicate with the sect leader in order to safeguard Mu Ruoxue. The two punishments proposed by Dao Yuan are, in fact, relatively reasonable. However, the disciples present are acutely aware of the underlying leniency he has exhibited. Exhausted, Mu Ruoxue kneels on the ground, refraining from further defending herself. Even if she were to be somewhat dim-witted, she understands the wisdom of knowing when to concede. Dao Yuan is already exerting himself to protect her. Just as the Grand Elder is about to consult Mingzitang for their opinion regarding Mu Ruoxue's sentencing, a languid voice suddenly interjects. Master, have you forgotten that the seal of the Zhenxia Tower has been compromised in recent days? If we were to confine the junior sister there, what if a malevolent spirit were to escape and harm her? It would be far more prudent to place junior sister Ruoxue within the Jiangma Tower, whose seal was recently reinforced and is unlikely to present any issues. Even in the event of punishment, we cannot place her in an unsafe environment. Would you not agree? At this moment, Kong Yu, who had remained silent until now, speaks up with a faint smile, his expression one of constant concern for his junior sister. The Jiangma Tower is a place far more terrifying than the Zhenxia Tower. If the Zhenxia Tower harbors formless malevolent spirits, which can be evaded as long as one protects oneself from possession, then the Jiangma Tower is, in comparison, a veritable den of flesh-eating monsters. Within its confines are demons that have lived for centuries, bound by heavy chains of magic, lying in the darkness, their labored breaths echoing, their eerie green vertical pupils fixated on those who guard the tower. The night of the full moon is the most dreadful. These demons possess a sensitivity to the moon's power. When the moon is full, they become frenzied, struggling more violently to break free from their chains and the thickly sealed cage adorned with talismans, causing the tower to reverberate with their ferocious howls and the clattering of chains. There exists no impenetrable seal or barrier. Despite the relentless efforts of the sect leaders of Yashoushan to fortify the Jiangma Tower seal, there have still been instances of malevolent spirits escaping. Such occurrences represent true tragedies in the mortal realm. 50 years prior, one such incident nearly claimed half of the lives in Yashoushan, necessitating the re-imprisonment of a millennia-old demon within the tower. Even though the current seal is tenfold stronger than that of yesteryears, who can guarantee that a more formidable demon will not emerge from the depths of the dungeon? The very nature of demons is elusive. The cultivation methods and systems of the demon realm remain largely enigmatic to the realm of cultivation, necessitating a forceful sealing approach. Such seals are not everlasting. Mu Ruoxue, having grown up in Yashoushan, understands this better than anyone else. Her face pales in fear. Yet, Kong Yu speaks truthfully. The Zhenxia Tower is indeed undergoing repairs. The formless spirits are increasingly difficult to seal, hence the frequent renovations of the Zhenxia Tower. Fortunately, these spirits require a host, either human or animal, to manifest their powers, granting Yashoushan the time needed to capture them before disaster strikes. Presently, the Zhenxia Tower remains incomplete, making it unwise for Mu Ruoxue to enter recklessly. The Grand Elder and the others are certainly aware of the terrors of the Jiangma Tower. Yet Kong Yu's reasoning holds merit. Mu Ruoxue must be punished, yet it is equally improper to deliberately place her in a location under maintenance. Such an action would contravene established protocols. Thus, the proposal put forth by Kong Yu was readily endorsed by the second and third elders. With a flourish of his feather duster, the second elder maintained his familiar, amicable demeanor devoid of sycophancy. I found Kong Yu's suggestion to be most timely. With the Zhenxia Tower undergoing repairs, should Ruoxue be cast there, it could lead to dire complications. The third elder nodded in agreement, stating that if Mu Ruoxue were to be confined within the Demon Suppression Tower, he too would consent. The second and third elders reached a consensus, leaving only the Grand Elder's opinion unvoiced. The Grand Elder was truly exasperated, wishing to silence the tongues of the two. The Demon Suppression Tower, even if it were fully sealed, it would be far more terrifying than the Zhenxia Tower. Kong Yu, in his naivety, may not have realized the gravity of the situation. However, these two cunning old men were surely harboring ulterior motives, Did he not consider suggesting an alternative form of punishment for Mu Ruoxue? Perhaps a lesser penalty or merely the forfeiture of her first-tier cultivation? Surely that would suffice. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the second and third elders had resolved to pursue their agenda against Mu Ruoxue and the Grand Elder with unwavering determination. In just a few exchanges, the decision for Mu Ruoxue to be sent to the Demon Suppression Tower was finalized. Mu Ruoxue felt as if her soul were about to escape her body. I refuse to go to the Demon Suppression Tower. That place is far too dreadful. If I go there, I shall never return. Daoyuan had already exerted himself to advocate for his daughter, but now, his two troublesome junior brothers, in collaboration with several hall leaders, had made up their minds to impose punishment upon Mu Ruoxue. It was unfortunate that Mu Ruoxue had long fostered a reputation for misconduct, leaving a rather poor impression on the sect. As she found herself in this predicament today, aside from Daoyuan and Huo Mingyi, no one spoke in her defense. Then it shall be the Demon Suppression Tower. His statement brooked no room for reconsideration. Previously, while accompanying Xiao Zhe, Huo Mingyi had heard mention of the so-called Demon Suppression Tower. He was acutely aware that it was a place best avoided for a lifetime. Yet he had already utilized his status as the sect leader's son to persuade Daoyuan to mitigate Mu Ruoxue's punishment once. He could not afford to do so again in such a short span, for it would reflect poorly upon him and incite unfavorable opinions among the other disciples. Huo Mingyi found himself genuinely powerless to assist this time. Even if he wished to rescue Mu Ruoxue, the opportunity had slipped away. He glanced back at Mu Ruoxue, who deciphered the helplessness in his gaze, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Suddenly, Mu Ruoxue grew quiet, despondently sinking to the ground, allowing the two disciples to help her rise. Daoyuan, unable to bear the sight of his daughter's plight, gestured slightly. First, she would be escorted back to her quarters to wash and tidy herself, before being sent to the Mingyi Hall, and subsequently to the Demon Suppression Tower. The Mingyi Hall had personnel specifically tasked with managing the consequences of cultivation forfeiture. The disciples gradually dispersed, with the various hall leaders preoccupied with their own affairs, departing ahead of the others. The Grand Elder let out a deep sigh. Punishing his cherished disciple left him feeling quite unsettled. The second and third elders, however, believed such measures were entirely justified. If everyone behaved as Mu Ruoxue did, how could they, as elders, maintain order among the younger disciples? How could Yaoshu Mountain uphold its standing in the realm of cultivation? An example must be made to deter similar behavior in others. Huo Mingyi replaced one of the disciples, gently supporting Mu Ruoxue's weakened arm, and spoke softly into her ear. Ruoxue, I shall once again plead with the sect leader and the elders on your behalf, striving to secure your early release from the Demon Suppression Tower. At that moment, Mu Ruoxue's hollow eyes suddenly sparkled with life. She became filled with resentment and fury, forcefully pushing Huo Mingyi away. Get lost. It was Huo Mingyi who had interceded for her, prompting the Grand Elder to show leniency and lighten her punishment. Yet Mu Ruoxue appeared ungrateful. Huo Mingyi, caught off guard by her shove, was momentarily stunned. Ruoxue? Despite the profound changes she had undergone, Mu Ruoxue's complexion remained pale, her hair disheveled, yet she retained an astonishing beauty. With tearful eyes brimming with anger, she glared at Huo Mingyi. Oh, you think yourself so clever? Ruoxue, that was not my intention. Ever since you entered the mountain, my master and the senior brothers have spoken on your behalf. You are the true heir of the sect, while I am merely an adopted daughter picked off the street. Our statuses are worlds apart. Have you ever regarded me with any respect? Mu Ruoxue aimed to sound more severe, but as she began to speak, tears streamed down her face, rendering her even more pitiful. At this juncture, Huo Mingyi set aside her ingratitude. Ruoxue, do not think that way. I truly consider you family. I simply did not have the opportunity this time. Next time. Enough, Mu Ruoxue interrupted sharply, unwilling to hear another word. Another disciple escorting Mu Ruoxue could no longer tolerate her arrogant demeanor and spoke up for Huo Mingyi. Ruoxue, Mingyi has already risked much by pleading for you before the Grand Elder. Were it not for the Grand Elder's mercy, he would face punishment alongside you. I do not care. You are all villains. You all wish to harm me. Mu Ruoxue refused to listen to any reasoning. The conversation among the three drifted into Kong Yu's ears. Assigned a task by the Elder, Kong Yu was instructed to clean the ritual hall, prepare offerings, and lock the door. Efficiently, Kong Yu tidied up the chaos left by Mu Ruoxue, relighting the incense and arranging the offerings neatly in a blue porcelain dish. Using a feather duster, he swept away the dust from the offering table. Sunlight streamed through the open wooden door, illuminating a slanting corner within the dimly lit ritual hall. The eldest disciple of Yashoushan Mountain stood there before the portrait of the venerable sect leader, Huo Jingtian. Sect leader, he whispered softly, just as he had many years prior, calling out to the kind and gentle elder. That year, You had guided me down the carriage of the Kong family, leading me step by step up the mountain stairs of Yasho Mountain's peak. How steep those stairs were! At the age of 8, I needed to use both hands and feet to ascend each step, and in some treacherous spots, you had even lifted me up directly. Now, I have spent 20 years here at Yasho Mountain. I was exceptionally admitted as a personal disciple of the Elder, and at 19, I astonished everyone on the Yao platform. Though it may seem glorious, in truth, it is but a mess. There have certainly been moments of honor, yet more often, there exists an unspoken suffering. I have resolved to leave Yasho Mountain. I know you have always hoped I would remain here to carry on the legacy of Yasho Mountain. However, after your departure, everything has changed beyond recognition. I fear that if I stay any longer, I shall no longer recognize myself. Standing before the portrait of the venerable sect leader, Kong Yu spoke silently in his heart. Huo Jingtian was the one who guided him up the mountain and the first to lead him onto the path of cultivation. In Kong Yu's eyes, he would forever remain a venerable elder deserving of respect and remembrance. When a traveler bids farewell, it is customary to pay respects to their elders. In the end, Kong Yu bowed 3 times before the portrait, offered 3 sticks of incense at the censer, turned away from the memorial hall, closed the door gently, and affixed a talisman to seal it, ensuring that no one could intrude. The last ray of sunlight vanished as the door closed behind him. Upon turning around, he found that Mu Ruoxue and the others had already departed, leaving only the vast, ethereal expanse of the forest before him. Chapter 29. I perceive you are of a confused mind. On that day, Kong Yu rescued Fa Gao, who had been injured, wrapping his own leg like a white rice dumpling, feigning illness. This charade persisted for a full 10 days. Because he falsely claimed to be unwell, Elder Daoyuan was reluctant to press him further. Since Mu Ruoxue had been confined, her father, Elder Daoyuan, had also become considerably more restrained. The second disciple had gone to exorcise demons, and the third disciple was imprisoned in the demon-subduing tower, leaving only the eldest disciple by his side. Thus, Elder Daoyuan had to tread carefully. Moreover, after Mu Ruoxue's outburst that day, the entire sect had witnessed how much Kong Yu had suffered under his authority. At such a critical juncture, he could not afford to humiliate Kong Yu any further. Otherwise, how would the other disciples regard him, the esteemed elder? It was said that the people of Yasho Mountain valued their reputation, and the elder was no exception. Kong Yu seized this period of leisure to engage in uninterrupted meditation and cultivation, striving to maintain the vitality of the meager spiritual energy within him. Spring is a season of renewal, and Kong Yu needed to restore the vigor that had long lain dormant in his body. During this time, in addition to his own efforts, he also took Fa Gao under his wing, encouraging him to strive harder. Fa Gao was a constant source of commotion. Senior brother, I refuse to participate in the entrance examination. Stand properly, Fa Gao. How old are you this year? 12th. You ascended the mountain at the same age as I did. At 8, when I was your age, I was learning diligently from my senior brother, preparing to seek enlightenment at Yaotai once I reached the appropriate age, while you are here, indulging in food. Senior brother, comparing me to anyone else is a form of torment, an affront. I am being insulted right now. I need to take a break, or I shall die of shame and indignation. What shame and indignation? If you truly felt such emotions, you would have passed the examination long ago. Such exchanges would unfold daily, from 1 to 3 times. Kong Yu estimated that Huo Mingyi was likely cultivating alongside the elder. Although that individual harbored malevolent intentions, he was diligent in his efforts. Then there was little Fa Gao. Kong Yu could only conclude that evildoers are often more industrious than fools. Today, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply memorize 10 pages of text and remember the key points I have drawn for you. Senior brother, may I only memorize 5 pages? Negotiate further, and I shall throw you out. The entrance examination for Yasho Mountain is held biannually, once in the first half of the year and once in the latter half, attracting gifted and talented individuals from afar to join the ranks of its disciples. Each time, there are approximately 1,000 to 1,800 applicants, yet only a scant few, barely a dozen, manage to pass the examination. The entrance examination primarily assesses aptitude and talent. Most of those who come to apply are children no taller than saplings. Aside from a handful who hail from families with a history of cultivation and possess some experience, the rest are novices. They lack any knowledge of sword techniques or spells, and Yasho Mountain does not pose insurmountable challenges to complicate matters for them. The entrance examination is primarily divided into 3 sections: root bone, sect history, and spirit summoning. Root bone serves to assess the spiritual roots of the candidates. Only those possessing a single spiritual root are deemed eligible to advance to the next round, while those with mixed roots will be eliminated at this stage. As for sect history, it is self-evident. Candidates must memorize the 500-year history of Yasho Mountain's founding, which primarily involves rote learning. Lastly, the spirit summoning entails a summoning ritual. At Yasho Mountain lies a spirit summoning well. where each candidate must summon using their consciousness. This well is not merely a repository. Treasures are not stored at its bottom. Rather, it resembles an entrance connecting to another realm, a realm rich with boundless treasures. Each individual is granted but a single opportunity. However, the vast majority find themselves unable to summon anything from the well, as this endeavor tests not only one's abilities but also their fortune. Furthermore, the summoned items vary in rank. Some may be ancient swords of great renown, while others might be commonplace artifacts. When Kongyu ascended the mountain at the tender age of 8, he stood before the spirit summoning well and successfully summoned 2 treasures in one go. One was the sword Yashoushan, which he now carries with him. Yashoushan is a legendary sword, capable of cleaving rivers and parting the heavens, a treasure of unparalleled rarity. The spectators were left astounded when young Kongyu summoned this sword. But that was not the end. Soon the earth trembled and the winds howled as another entity leapt forth from the well. This time, it was a colossal creature, alive and moving. The force of its emergence knocked down all present, leaving them gazing in astonishment at the magnificent form of the ancient divine beast. It is said that the name of this beast cannot be spoken, and that its summoning resulted in numerous casualties, leading the survivors to remain tight-lipped about its existence. Some claimed that Kongyu summoned the storm-bringing azure dragon, while others insisted it was the human-faced, serpent-bodied Zhu Jiuyin. There were also whispers suggesting that the Kong family had bribed others to stage a spectacle, bestowing upon the newly arrived Kongyu an aura of genius. Such rumors were rampant. Ultimately, it seemed the creature was escorted back, departing through the well. Yashoushan Mountain could hardly sustain such a being. Yet, the mere fact that Kongyu was able to summon it speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent, one that transcends description. The Yashoushan sword remains at Kongyu's side, and by virtue of this sword alone, his strength is abundantly evident. Fa Gao, despite having taken the entrance examination 8 times, consistently falters at the sect history segment, never having even approached the spirit summoning well. Kongyu himself is perplexed by this. The 500-year history of Yashoushan Mountain is comprised of only a handful of critical events, and the key points he illustrated should suffice. Why, then, does Fa Gao struggle to pass? At this moment, Fa Gao has picked up the question booklet he provided and is mumbling as he attempts to memorize it. Kongyu suggests that Fa Gao hand over the booklet, proposing a question-and-answer format to enhance their efficiency. As Kongyu prepares to read the first question, Fa Gao clenches his fists and widens his eyes. Bracing himself, the first question: who was the first cultivator to summon an ancient divine beast in the history of Yashoushan Mountain? It was the elder brother, indeed. The second question: who was the first cultivator to possess a millennium-old divine sword in the history of Yashoushan Mountain? It was the elder brother. Correct. The third question: who was the first cultivator to slay 100 demons in the history of Yashoushan Mountain? Still the elder brother. Absolutely right. After posing 3 questions, Kongyu found himself utterly perplexed. It seemed so reasonable. Yet why was it that he could not provide the correct answers during the formal examination? Kongyu was baffled. He had never considered that the accurate responses to those 3 inquiries were the first, second, and third sect leaders. Ultimately, he offered himself a comprehensive explanation. The questions had become exceedingly difficult. 2 decades ago, when he took the introductory examination, there was no mention of sect history whatsoever. His senior brother was indeed correct. If Kongyu possessed any sense of conscience, it would be prudent for him to allow other disciples to teach Fa Gao. Otherwise, with his current method of instruction, Fa Gao might very well fail the introductory examination even at the age of 80. Fa Gao lingered at Kongyu's place until dusk before returning to his own abode. Inside the room, only Kongyu remained. He closed the open books and returned them to their rightful places, meticulously washing the empty tea saucers one by one, tidying up the somewhat chaotic room, and then seated himself by the window to gaze at the setting sun. Calculating the days, he reckoned that at this moment, Huo Mingyi should have realized that his spiritual root was impure and that he would be unable to pass the introductory examination. In his previous life, Huo Mingyi's path to cultivation had been remarkably smooth, entirely due to the fateful bond that compelled Kongyu to pave the way for him. Reflecting on the various actions he undertook for Huo Mingyi, it became evident that not all were driven by the compulsion of destiny. Huo Mingyi was a descendant of the former sect leader, who had shown great kindness to Kongyu. Moreover, Kongyu was a man of gratitude, unable to repay the former sect leader directly but determined to treat his son well in any way possible. Little did he anticipate that Huo Mingyi was a treacherous individual, outwardly extolling his senior brother while secretly coveting the position of chief disciple. Kongyu's assistance to Huo Mingyi began when he applied to take the introductory examination. At that time, Huo Mingyi discovered the impurity of his spiritual root and saw that he might be destined to be estranged from Yashoushan Mountain. Thus, he sought out Kongyu. Huo Mingyi had long since learned that Kongyu was a person of cold demeanor yet soft heart, who would never refuse a request from fellow disciples. Although he sensed Kongyu's disdain, He understood that Kong Yu valued loyalty and friendship. As long as he invoked the name of the former sect leader, Kong Yu would undoubtedly acquiesce to his request, no matter how challenging it might be. Consequently, Huo Mingyi played the emotional card. He privately approached his senior brother, weeping and lamenting that if he could not pass the introductory examination, his life would be over. He claimed he would bring shame upon his father and become the subject of ridicule among his peers, as the son of Huo Jingtian would be deemed a useless individual with an impure spiritual root. His performance was remarkably convincing. Even though he held no genuine affection for the father he had never met, he feigned the deepest filial piety. Kong Yu reminisced about the myriad kindnesses bestowed upon him by the former sect leader during his lifetime. He felt a pang of sympathy recalling how, at such a tender age, he had ascended the mountain alone, receiving meticulous care from the former sect leader who feared he might be bullied. The former sect leader had even assigned the then chief disciple, Chu Liangyao, to accompany him. It was this nurturing that shaped Kong Yu's gentle character, significantly influenced by the protection of the former sect leader and senior brother Chu. In gratitude for even the smallest kindness, Kong Yu had agreed to assist Huo Mingyi in his past life. Initially, he intended to purchase a remedy, yet the exorbitantly priced cleansing elixirs proved utterly ineffective for Huo Mingyi. Left with no choice, Kong Yu resorted to seeking rare herbs within the secret realms, returning to concoct the remedies himself. It was during this expedition that he unfortunately sustained injuries, leaving him with lingering ailments. Having suffered so grievously in his former life, Kong Yu would not be so naively sacrificial in this one. Huo Mingyi, possessing an impure spiritual root, decided to seek solutions on his own. However, Kong Yu surmised that since Huo Mingyi ascended the mountain, he had consistently regarded him with disdain, and thus it was unlikely that Huo would ever come to him for assistance again. If he were to do so, it would indeed require an extraordinary level of audacity. Nevertheless, Kong Yu's premonition proved partially accurate. Although Huo Mingyi did not approach him directly, Elder Daoyuan made an appearance. During this period, Xiao Zhe was absent from the mountain, and Mu Ruoxue was enduring torment within the demon suppression tower. The relationship between Kong Yu and his master had grown strained, leaving Huo Mingyi to accompany Elder Daoyuan. Seizing this opportunity, Huo Mingyi endeavored to cultivate a closer rapport with the elder, affectionately addressing him as master and showering him with endearments, which brought joy to the elder's countenance. After all, neither Kong Yu nor Xiao Zhe would deign to serve him like an attendant, and his biological daughter, as long as she did not provoke his ire, could be deemed dutiful. Huo Mingyi was a considerate individual, always anticipating the elder's needs, whether he felt cold or warm, hungry or thirsty. The more Elder Daoyuan observed Huo Mingyi, the more he found him agreeable. Mingyi, once you pass the entrance examination, I shall certainly report to the sect leader, advocating for your acceptance as my true disciple. Huo Mingyi, standing behind the chair and massaging Elder Daoyuan's shoulders, broke into a triumphant smile upon hearing this. Thank you, master, he replied softly, yet he was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. I am not as gifted as brother Kong Yu, brother Xiao Zhe, or Ruoxue, so please do not think ill of my clumsiness. Elder Daoyuan, eyes closed, smiled faintly. You are mistaken, my dear. If I could teach Ruoxue, what is there that I cannot impart to you? From Elder Daoyuan's perspective, Mu Ruoxue was the least capable among his disciples. Yet, life is rife with surprises, for Huo Mingyi proved to be even less talented, his spiritual root being utterly impure. In order to ensure a smooth passage through the entrance examination, Elder Daoyuan borrowed a piece of spirit-testing stone in advance for Huo Mingyi to try. This stone was specifically designed to assess the foundational roots of cultivators, corresponding to the four elemental energies of wind, fire, wood, and water, represented by the colors green, red, yellow, and blue. Any cultivator with a singular spiritual root would cause the stone to emit a single color upon contact. The brightness or dimness of the color reflected the purity of the cultivator's root. For instance, when the 8-year-old Kong Yu placed his finger upon the stone, it instantly transformed into a block of ice, a feat achievable only by those with an exceptionally pure water spiritual root. However, when Huo Mingyi grasped the stone, the dull, unassuming surface erupted into a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. Upon witnessing this, Elder Daoyuan nearly fainted. It seemed that the complexities of heredity remained inscrutable. His own daughter, Mu Ruoxue, was a cultivational failure, while Huo Jingtian's son possessed a veritable medley of spiritual roots. With no alternative, Elder Daoyuan steeled himself and reassured Huo Mingyi that it was of no consequence. The young man appeared quite disheartened. At the age of 20, time was not on his side, and with the impurity of his roots, the gates to cultivation seemed poised to close before him. A flicker of determination ignited within Elder Daoyuan. The more lacking in talent a disciple was, the more he felt compelled to elevate them to prominence. He patted Huo Mingyi on the shoulder, encouraging him not to lose heart, for he would devise a plan. Elder Daoyuan had become accustomed to the extraordinary talents of Kong Yu, which had spoiled his expectations. Upon entering the realm of solitude, Kong Yu relied entirely on his own capabilities to reach such heights. Dao Yuan, however, took all the credit for himself, truly believing he was some unparalleled master. He resolved to ensure that Huo Mingyi would pass the entrance examination. Huo Mingyi, moved by the elder's determination, felt a profound gratitude swell within him. Master, your kindness towards me surpasses that of my own father. I shall never forget your grace and will serve you faithfully throughout this lifetime. Dao Yuan, flattered by his words, beamed with delight. Yet, once Huo Mingyi departed, he clutched the rainflower stone in his hand, grappling with concern. The examination of the spirit stone revealed that Huo Mingyi possessed mere mortal qualifications, rendering him unsuitable for cultivation. To purify his spiritual roots, at least 5 top-tier washing marrow pills would be required. However, these exceptional pills were not only immensely valuable but also exceedingly rare. Dao Yuan had previously heard rumors that 2 supreme washing marrow pills were being sold in Tianshuan. With his own financial means, acquiring them was out of the question. Fortunately, he now had a wealthy disciple. The head of the Kong family had declared that Kong Yu possessed half of the family's fortune. Given Kong Yu's current financial strength, acquiring 2 or even 10 washing marrow pills would be a trivial matter. For the affluent Kong family, the so-called priceless washing marrow pills were hardly worth considering. With this in mind, Dao Yuan sought out Kong Yu, confidently asserting his purpose. He visited Zhu Yoju once more, where he found Kong Yu basking in the sun, nursing his injured leg. Before Dao Yuan even entered the courtyard, Kong Yu recognized his presence but chose not to rise. The wound on my disciple's foot has yet to heal completely. I beg for your understanding, master. Dao Yuan, having come with a request, was in no position to be picky. No trouble at all, my disciple. Remain as you are. He stood beside Kong Yu, their roles completely inverted. Kong Yu lifted an eyelid, scanning Dao Yuan's face, his gaze shifting to the fluttering black gold butterfly. Master, you've come to Zhu Yoju at such a blazing hour. Surely, there is something urgent at hand. He spoke first, allowing Dao Yuan to present his subsequent thoughts. It appears we are truly in sync, my apprentice. Kong Yu smirked, on the verge of laughter. Master, do not hesitate to speak. There is nothing for us to hold back, then. I shall speak plainly. Dao Yuan recounted the incident of examining Huo Mingyi's roots, culminating in a plea for his eldest disciple to assist him by procuring the 2 washing marrow pills for Huo Mingyi, thus facilitating his smooth acceptance into Yashoushan Mountain and fulfilling the late sect master's final wish. Employing reason, appealing to emotions, and even resorting to moral coercion, he executed a seamless series of persuasive tactics. Kong Yu found it amusing, setting aside the sunshade fan and tossing it onto the bamboo couch before rising and gesturing for Dao Yuan to proceed. Master, I believe the sun has clouded your judgment. Perhaps you should return and clear your mind. Chapter 30. A meat bun for the dog. Kong Yu's meaning was abundantly clear. Do not seek my help. Dao Yuan's countenance fell, his displeasure evident. Kong Yu, you are not only the sect's foremost disciple but also my prized pupil. The matter of 2 washing marrow pills is hardly significant. Why must you so adamantly evade it? Kong Yu wore a look of incredulity. Chuckling, Master, the 2 washing marrow pills displayed at the heavenly market are priced equivalent to the living expenses of an ordinary family for 3 decades. Do you truly consider this a big deal? Yet, as you mentioned, that is the perspective of ordinary families. Is the Kong family an ordinary family? Dao Yuan's intention was for Kong Yu to borrow money from his own clan to purchase the washing marrow pills for Huo Mingyi. To express such a notion with such nonchalance reveals a remarkable audacity. Kong Yu, however, felt no anger. He resolved to treat himself with kindness in this life, recognizing that squabbling with these shameless individuals would only lead to self-harm. He slowly resumed his seat. Master, your words imply that the Kong family is the Kong family, and I am simply myself. I have yet to reach the age of 28. I am still a disciple of Yashoushan. Even if I am to inherit the family business, I must await the expiration of the soul contract I bear. Until then, it is imperative to draw clear distinctions. I must clarify to you that I do not possess such funds. Should a purchase be necessary, it would inevitably involve the family fortune of the Kong clan. My younger brother, Kong Ming, is the head of the Kong family. Should such a substantial sum be withdrawn from the accounts, he would undoubtedly inquire, do you believe Kong Ming would approve of utilizing the family's resources to procure washing marrow pills for a complete stranger? Kong Yu added with a smile, this would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. There is no return. Kong Yu jestingly chastised Huo Mingyi, who had shown such ingratitude. The eloquence of the eldest disciple had become increasingly refined, leaving Dao Yuan somewhat taken aback. In this moment, he realized that his impulsive request for money from Kong Yu was rather inappropriate. Yet, he had grown accustomed to the submissive Kong Yu of yesteryears, believing that even if he, as the master, was in the wrong, Kong Yu must endure and fulfill his requests. Kong Yu, You are increasingly disregarding your master's words. You have stated that you are a disciple of Yashoushan. Matters of the sect are your matters. Now that Mingyi requires washing marrow pills, will you truly stand idly by? Huo Mingyi had yet to pass the entrance examination and thus could not be considered a disciple of Yashoushan. However, he was the biological son of the former sect master. Had you forgotten the kindness shown to you by the former sect master? Now, when his son seeks assistance, you remain so cold and indifferent? The former sect master is the former sect master, and Huo Mingyi is Huo Mingyi, and I, Kongyu, am clear about right and wrong. I will not attribute my father's mistakes to his son. Naturally, I shall not regard the former sect master's kindness as a debt owed to me by Huo Mingyi. Kongyu's eyes crinkled with amusement. And you, master, why must you insist on bringing a person of mediocre talent into the mountain, thereby diminishing the stature of our sect? What are your true intentions? At that point, other sects will surely mock us, claiming that any stray cat or dog can infiltrate Yashoushan. Impudent. Mingyi is the descendant of the former sect master. How dare you compare him to a stray cat or dog? I merely proposed a hypothetical. Why must you take it to heart? Kongyu leaned against the bamboo couch, a butterfly with a black base and golden edges alighting beside him, its wings fluttering. As for the matter of the washing marrow pills, do not harbor any illusions. I shall not part with a single copper coin. Moreover, master, in light of our master-disciple relationship, I must offer you a word of advice. Huo Mingyi is the son of the former sect master, yet Yashoushan has long since appointed a new sect master. The sect leader has been preoccupied with external affairs, yet he has likely heard about the matters concerning Huo Mingyi. As the leader prepares to return to the mountain, one cannot help but ponder what emotions he might experience upon encountering the son of the former leader, who seemingly emerged from nowhere. Kongyu has expressed all that needs to be said. The rest is left for Dao Yuan to contemplate at his leisure. With the old giving way to the newly appointed leader of Yasho Mountain has barely settled into his position when the son of the former leader makes an unexpected appearance. Will he treat Huo Mingyi with kindness? Perhaps ignoring him would be considered leniency on his part. Dao Yuan's countenance shifted, indicating that he has recently been too indulged by Huo Mingyi's flattery, prompting a realization of the complications arising from this individual's identity. Kongyu's warning holds merit. The new leader appears to be gentle in demeanor, attentive to the counsel of the elders, and shows them great respect. However, this is largely because the three elders are advanced in age and harbor no aspirations for the sect leader's position. Huo Mingyi, on the other hand, is young and shares a bloodline with the former leader. The sect leaders of the 32 Peaks have often passed their roles to their sons. Even Kongyu, as the chief elder, may not pose as great a threat as Huo Mingyi. The head of the Kong family has already made it clear that once Kongyu dissolves the soul contract, a vast estate awaits his inheritance. Having spent 20 years on Yasho Mountain, Kongyu, who lost his parents early, might have longed to leave and return to the Kong family, where he could find solace with his brother. In summary, Huo Mingyi is now a proverbial hot potato. Dao Yuan's expression fluctuated, and he truly needed to contemplate the situation regarding Huo Mingyi. The eldest disciple had made it clear that he intended to send the guest away. And bamboo, you could no longer remain there. Dao Yuan hastily bid farewell to Kongyu, returning to his residence empty-handed. Huo Mingyi awaited Dao Yuan's favorable news with eager anticipation. Yet, Dao Yuan returned, downtrodden, and Huo Mingyi paused, quickly realizing that he had likely encountered disappointment at the hands of Kongyu. Elder, regarding the washing marrow pill, Dao Yuan's expression shifted, and he waved his sleeve, signaling Huo Mingyi to refrain from mentioning it. What washing marrow pill? If you do not diligently cultivate, how can you expect to take shortcuts with such external aids? Return to your abode and contemplate what you ought to do. Dao Yuan chastised Huo Mingyi vehemently, and though Huo Mingyi could not afford to sever ties with him, he left in a huff, brimming with indignation. Not wishing to return home, he wandered aimlessly through the mountains. As he roamed, he inadvertently found himself at the Demon Suppression Tower. The tower, ostensibly a 9-story pagoda, actually has another 9 levels beneath its surface. Its exterior is dark as coal, adorned with intricate spells inscribed in gold, and merely gazing upon it instills an unsettling chill. Muruoshue is currently imprisoned within. The entrance to the tower is concealed, rendering it impossible to locate from the outside. After circling the structure, Huo Mingyi found no discernible way to gain entry. Having walked for some time, his legs grew weary, and he leaned against the base of the tower to rest. This edifice seemed to possess an enchanting power that lulled one into slumber. Before long, Huo Mingyi could no longer keep his eyes open in a state of half-dream. He began to hear the voices of many people. Hee, a little girl has been locked in this time. She possesses a certain charm. And is currently weeping, truly pitiable. Hee. She is mumbling something, but it's inaudible. She claims that she is the daughter of the Grand Elder Dao Yuan, and that no one is permitted to punish her. Chapter 31. An unexpected gain. Huo Mingyi awoke with a start, his eyes wide open. He was recalling the whispers he had heard in his dream. Ruoxue is actually the daughter of the Grand Elder? But did not the Grand Elder have a Dao partner? Xiao Zhe had once told him that master and mistress shared a harmonious bond. The mistress had been frail since childhood, and his master, Grand Elder Dao Yuan, had sought medicine far and wide for her, ultimately failing to save her life. It was said that Grand Elder Dao Yuan had secluded himself for a month, emerging looking haggard and his spirit scattered. At the time, the entire sect praised the Grand Elder as a person of deep affection and loyalty. Yet now, a love child has suddenly emerged, raised by him under the guise of a disciple. Huo Mingyi was utterly astonished, his faith in the veracity of this news wavering. After all, given Dao Yuan's age, it seemed rather improbable for him to be Mu Ruoshue's father. However, considering his own circumstances, it appeared inappropriate to question Mu Ruoxue. Moreover, what he had overheard was likely the murmurs of the demon imprisoned within the demon suppression tower. It was probably the words that Mu Ruoxue had uttered in despair when gripped by fear. When one is enveloped in terror, the likelihood of uttering the truth becomes significantly higher. Huo Mingyi had merely come to the demon suppression tower to clear his mind, while also checking on his beloved Ruoxue. Little did he expect that this visit would yield such unexpected revelations. With this secret tucked away, he quietly departed from the tower's vicinity, and his ears, he faintly heard Mu Ruoshue's heart-wrenching cries. Yet he chose to disregard them. He jogged down the slope, departing hastily. Behind him, a vague, eerie laughter echoed from within the demon suppression tower. He heard it. Those who harbor secrets will ultimately be harmed by them. We shall await his return. Huo Mingyi ran with great urgency, his face flushed crimson. A passing disciple happened upon him, astonished by his frantic demeanor. Xiao Hua, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? I urgently need to. Huo Mingyi was caught off guard upon being called by name, stammering out a hasty excuse. The three male disciples across from him erupted in laughter. Hurry along then, don't soil your trousers. They teased him, yet Huo Mingyi refrained from retorting, merely offering a simple, foolish grin as he brushed past them. The smile faded from his face, revealing a cold, serpentine expression. Once he became a true disciple and ascended to the position of chief, he would undoubtedly rectify the sect from top to bottom, dealing harshly with these dim-witted individuals. Having just finished a meal, Kongyu, who was limping around the sect, caught sight of Huo Mingyi's figure. With his hands tucked within his wide sleeves, Kongyu's calm gaze followed Huo Mingyi as he fled. He glanced towards the direction from which Huo Mingyi had come. There, amidst the desolate mountains and wild forests, stood the demon suppression tower. Indeed, Huo Mingyi could not resist the temptation to sneak away and visit Mu Ruoxue. However, his face was flushed, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes, betraying his instinctive panic upon encountering other disciples. Could it be that Mu Ruoxue had accepted his affections? No, given his current capabilities, he likely wouldn't even know which direction the demon suppression tower's door faced. His expression resembled that of someone who had just uncovered a momentous secret. What mysteries could possibly lie within the demon suppression tower? Kongyu's eyes flickered slightly as he stood beneath the shade of a tree, akin to a fox poised to ensnare its prey. Beside him sat a plump squirrel. Fei Gao, you ought to indulge less in sweets. They won't help you grow. While the elder brother contemplated silently, Fei Gao continued to eat joyfully. I'm famished. I haven't had enough to eat. Not enough. The portion you consumed for dinner was equivalent to 2 of mine. I am still growing. I should eat more. Do not feign innocence. You are merely growing sideways. Fei Gao finished the glutinous rice cake in a few bites, huffing and insisting on returning. You can go back on your own. I shall wait a while. Elder brother, with your injured leg, where else do you intend to wander? Adults have their own matters to attend to. Children should not pry. Fei Gao kicked small stones as he departed, while Kongyu watched him until he vanished from sight. Before limping away himself, the other disciples, witnessing Kongyu's pitiable state and recalling the events that transpired at the altar, felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Elder brother, where are you going? We can assist you. Kongyu smiled and shook his head, signaling that he could manage on his own. He appeared both fragile and resilient. As he ventured a distance, the whispers of the 2 disciples reached his ears. Elder brother is far too courteous. Even in such a condition, he refuses our help. It is said that his injury was sustained while rescuing a disciple who inadvertently fell into the 1,000 punishments array. Indeed, a kind-hearted elder brother. What a pity, though. His strength has diminished significantly as the kind-hearted Kongyu traversed increasingly desolate paths. The number of disciples greeting him dwindled from 4 or 5 to just 1 or 2. And eventually, none at all. He found himself gradually enveloped by the shadowy embrace of the dense forest. Following this path, there lay but one destination. The demon suppression tower. Under the moonlight, it appeared even more sinister and enchanting. Kongyu knew where the entrance was, Yet he had no desire to enter. What was there to be gained from stepping into such a place rife with heavy malevolence? Besides, he was not inclined to face Muruoshua's visage at the moment. His senses were keen, allowing him to hear the faint cries of the girl from within. The fact that she could cry indicated that she was still alive, as long as she was not dead. That sufficed. It would be rather dull if she had perished. However, Kongyu had not come here to ascertain Muruoshua's condition. His purpose was to unravel what Huo Mingyi had truly experienced. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back under the moonlight, he faced the eerie and frigid tower. Once more, voices, some high-pitched, others deep, resounded from within. They intertwined, reaching Kongyu's ears. Another one has arrived. This one is quite the important figure. What brings you here? Could it be that you miss us? The little girl trapped in here. Could she be your beloved? Such sins nearly devoured her soul. The cacophony of demonic voices echoed in succession. Their tones possessed a certain allure, capable of ensnaring those with weak resolve, leading them astray with their words. Yet, Kongyu had vanquished hundreds of demons beneath his blade. Such trivial tactics were insufficient to sway him. He wished not to entangle himself further with these foul entities. Thus he approached the matter directly. This evening, did a young lad arrive at the demon suppression tower? What kind of youth? I cannot say. Who would come to visit us here? We are so lonely. Master Kong has implored us, and so we shall tell you. Kongyu furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed it. He too chuckled softly. I advise you to answer honestly. The reason you were confined here was merely to embellish the facade of Yashoushan Mountain. After all, this mountain would not be regarded as a notable one without a few formidable demons to guard it. Should the day come when I find you of no further use, I could effortlessly restore tranquility to this place. He uttered these seemingly jesting words, yet they carried a weight of truth. The demons comprehended the underlying threat in his tone, reflecting on past events, and there was a moment of silence. Then they spoke again. Master Kong, please don't be so serious. We are all old acquaintances. As for that timid young fellow, indeed, we have seen him. We spoke to him about the young lady in this tower. Chapter 32. Lovers ultimately become siblings. Muruoshua is, in fact, the biological daughter of the Grand Elder? Kongyu, upon hearing this revelation from the demons, was surprisingly unfazed. It is no wonder that in both this life and the last, his master had shown such kindness to Muruoshua. It is not merely a matter of a master being tender towards his sole female disciple. Rather, there were many instances where Kongyu sensed that Daoyuan harbored disdain for this apprentice of modest talent, yet still treated her with utmost care. At times, he could not help but ponder that even a biological father might not exhibit such affection. Little did he expect it to be true. How intriguing! Moreover, this news, once known to Huo Mingyi, became even more fascinating. Upon learning of this information, Huo Mingyi hurriedly made his way back. His options were limited to two. First, to act as though he had heard nothing, thereby safeguarding the secret of his beloved and future master. Or second, to wield this secret, capable of ruining Daoyuan's reputation, as leverage against him. Should Huo Mingyi choose the former, he would not only be a romantic at heart but a sage as well. It is evident, however, that he was not. Thus, Huo Mingyi would undoubtedly opt for the latter. Having just arrived at Yashoushan Mountain, the cards he held were still insufficient, and he would grasp firmly onto any that he could. This particular card was of great significance. Yet if Huo Mingyi were sufficiently astute, he would refrain from playing it just yet. For Elder Daoyuan could easily deny the allegations and retaliate, claiming that Huo Mingyi was slandering him. Kongyu surmised that after offering those few words of advice at noon, Daoyuan would likely reassess what Huo Mingyi could potentially bring him, benefit or trouble. There existed a rift between them, with mutual distrust evident. Given Daoyuan's temperament, which shunned trouble and responsibility, it would be ideal for him to expel Huo Mingyi from Yashoushan Mountain. If Daoyuan harbored such sentiments towards Huo Mingyi, then the latter, being the astute individual he was, could not possibly be oblivious to it. Therefore, he would not act impulsively until he uncovered more compelling evidence. Kongyu felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Huo Mingyi's current reaction. After leaving the demon suppression tower, his first destination was Huo's residence. Although Huo Mingyi had yet to become a formal disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, his status was exceptional, and the sect had prepared a separate small courtyard for him. It is indeed remote and lacks refinement, yet it boasts the advantage of solitude, free from disturbances. A solitary oil lamp illuminates the space, casting the shadow of Huo Mingyi, who paces anxiously within the room. Kongyu, with a graceful motion, flips over to the rooftop. Joining his index and middle fingers, he gently taps his brow, allowing the rooftop to no longer obstruct his view, enabling him to fully discern the happenings inside. Huo Mingyi is indeed burdened with worries. He attempts to calm himself by sitting at the table, yet his legs tremble incessantly. He seeks to pour himself a cup of water, only to find the tea scalding hot. causing 2 drops to fall onto the back of his hand, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Bringing his hand to his lips to blow gently upon it, his gaze inadvertently drifts into emptiness. His teeth biting down on the inflamed skin. It is likely that he has inadvertently stumbled upon the gravest scandal of Yasho Mountain. Mu Ruoshue, the illegitimate daughter of the sect's Grand Elder, has been raised as the adopted daughter of the sect leader for many years. Should this revelation surface, it would not only tarnish Dao Yuan's reputation but also jeopardize the standing of Yasho Mountain as a whole. After all, these lofty cultivators hold their honor in the highest regard. Selling this information to Yasho Mountain's rivals could render him fabulously wealthy overnight, securing a life free from financial worries. However, Huo Mingyi does not wish to be so short-sighted. Even if he were to exchange this intelligence for a substantial sum, money is ultimately finite, and he cannot afford to squander it. Furthermore, he does not desire to see Yasho Mountain's prestige within the realm of cultivation plummet. What benefit would that bring him? After all, he is destined to inherit the entire sect. Huo Mingyi also has no intention of severing ties with Elder Dao Yuan. As it stands, Dao Yuan is the only person of considerable status at Yasho Mountain with whom he can connect. This individual is exceedingly hypocritical, yet possesses numerous vulnerabilities, greedy for beauty, enamored with false fame. If Huo Mingyi can exploit Dao Yuan's weaknesses, he can achieve his own objectives. What he desperately requires now is a cleansing elixir. For he seeks to attain the qualification of an official disciple of Yasho Mountain. He cannot falter at the starting line. However, Dao Yuan has encountered obstacles with Kongyu, who may have said something that has adversely affected Dao Yuan's attitude towards him. This cannot stand. He must take the initiative and act. Yet, he must tread carefully, for his relationship with Dao Yuan is already precarious. Restless, Huo Mingyi resumes his pacing within the room. Upon regaining clarity, he finds himself standing beside the bookshelf in the corner. The shelf holds but a few tomes. Aside from the sword manual and mental techniques gifted by Xiao Zhe, there are only the mundane novels he has purchased himself. Disturbed, Huo Mingyi idly flips through the novels. His mind too troubled to read attentively, he schemes through 2 pages of each, setting them aside. However, he lingers over the last book for an extended time, reading the thin volume 4 or 5 times over. He treasures this newfound gem, placing it alongside the attire he plans to wear the following day. Perhaps he has discovered a life-saving artifact, for Huo Mingyi finally relaxes, lying back on the bed. And soon his breathing becomes steady. After he drifts into slumber, a figure stealthily slips into the room. Kongyu appears silently, surveying the surroundings before approaching the wooden frame. Rarely does he indulge in such leisurely reading. Yet upon this occasion, he finds himself captivated, unable to put the book down. No wonder it is a bestseller. It is indeed well written. He proceeded at a leisurely pace, unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered by Huo Mingyi. He possessed sufficient confidence to vanish the moment his counterpart regained consciousness. He arrived at the place where Huo Mingyi stored her garments, and there nestled amid the fabrics was a book. Kongyu carefully extracted it. The cover bore the title song Huang Yang. This tome, rather obscure, left Kongyu pondering where Huo Mingyi had unearthed it. The narrative was brief and straightforward, yet it was rich in depth. Huang Yang was a strikingly beautiful woman who, having lost her parents at a young age, was taken in by a benevolent wealthy man. The man had a son who fell in love with the enchanting Huang Yang. Their affections were mutual. Yet when the time came to discuss marriage, the steward of the household vehemently opposed the union. It turned out that Huang Yang was the daughter born from the illicit affair between the steward and the wealthy man's first wife, making her and the wealthy man's son half-siblings. Once the truth came to light, the wealthy man not only punished his wife and the steward according to family rules, subjecting them to humiliation and torment until their demise, but he also callously drowned the innocent Huang Yang in the river. As for the wealthy man's son, unable to bear the fact that his beloved was slain by his own father, he succumbed to despair and starved himself to death, a tale of star-crossed lovers turned siblings, with a tragic toll on many lives. While the story itself was rather cliché, having been retold countless times, none had managed to strike the heart of the Grand Elder quite like this one. The fact that the woman with whom he had an affair was not the sect leader's wife, and that the illegitimate child had become a foster daughter, seamlessly integrated into the household. These details were almost too fitting. It seemed that Huo Mingyi intended to perform this play before the Grand Elder, perhaps to deliver a subtle rebuke. Kongyu's lips curled into a smile as he returned the script to its place, not intending to intervene. No, he would not only refrain from hindering but would also subtly encourage the unfolding drama. He was genuinely intrigued to witness the expression of that hypocritically virtuous Grand Elder. Chapter 33. The senior brother is a wealthy man. Every morning, Fa Gao was compelled to report to Kongyu, even if his eyes had yet to fully open. His legs seemed to have a mind of their own, leading him to Zhu Yu Ju. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of a resplendent peacock within, momentarily causing him to question if he had entered the wrong chamber. I must have intruded. He retreated a step, ensuring the door was securely closed. After counting to 3. Bang. The door was abruptly flung open, and Fa Gao's eyes widened in shock. Senior brother, what on earth have you taken? Today, Kong Yu was adorned in an extraordinarily lavish outfit, draped in cloud-patterned silk, a deep green base accentuated with golden fruit and double fish motifs, exuding an air of unattainable opulence. Kong Yu found Fa Gao's astonishment rather excessive. What's wrong with a wealthy senior brother dressing a bit ostentatiously? Not just ostentatiously, senior brother, you're practically blinding everyone. Kong Yu donned this attire not to flaunt at Yashoushan Mountain. This humble place hardly warranted such finery. Fa Gao's gaze dropped, noticing the absence of the white boots that typically adorned Kong Yu's feet. So, senior brother is no longer feigning illness? Taking a day off today. I've grown weary of pretending to be unwell. I'll assess the situation tomorrow. Then, senior brother, are you not staying on the mountain today? Correct, I shall be going out. Fa Gao diligently racked his not-so-sharp mind. There shouldn't be any sect affairs to attend to, right? Senior brother, have you found someone special? If you were to channel your inquisitive spirit into your studies, by the 9th attempt at the entrance examination, you would stand a chance of success. Indeed, Kong Yu is set to venture out today, but not in his own identity. This is because Fa Gao has observed that after changing his attire, the senior brother has begun to fuss over his face. He has concealed the mole on his left eye and placed a new one beneath his right eye. Moreover, he has applied a special disguise clay meticulously across his visage, not in broad strokes, but with subtle adjustments in a minuscule area the size of a fingernail. When he has completed his work, Fa Gao looks again at his face and sees that he has been entirely transformed into the likeness of his younger brother, Kong Ming. Senior brother. Fa Gao hesitates, but ultimately, risking a rap on the head from his senior, boldly inquires, are you finally intending to usurp the position of the clan leader? As expected, Kong Yu delivers a light tap on Fa Gao's head. What nonsense are you imagining? I have no desire to be the clan leader. Facing the faces of those relatives daily, I fear I might lose all sense of propriety and commit fratricide. Kong Yu merely intends to assume Kong Ming's identity to accomplish a singular task. He is bound for Tianshiwan, a street renowned in the realm of cultivation. Here, with sufficient wealth, one can procure anything from celestial beings to terrestrial creatures, magical artifacts, treasures, and even demonic beasts. In his adolescence, Kong Yu relished the thrill of prospecting for hidden gems in Tianshiwan, where seemingly inconspicuous items, with a bit of restoration or combination with other objects, could be transformed from trash into treasure. However, after ascending to the position of chief, his responsibilities became so overwhelming that he scarcely found time to wander through the market. Now, as his status as chief is somewhat disregarded, his occasional forays beyond the mountain go unnoticed, granting him much more personal time. Kong Yu intends to seize the opportunity to acquire the marrow-cleansing elixirs mentioned by Dao Yuan. He purchases the 2 spiritual pills, and of course, he will not part with them easily for Huo Mingyi. No. Regardless of what price Huo Mingyi offers or what sacrifice he demands, Kong Yu refuses to sell. Although the marrow-cleansing elixirs hold no value for a cultivator of his pure spiritual root, he would rather shatter them to feed to dogs than relinquish them to certain individuals. What Huo Mingyi currently covets is none other than these 2 elixirs, and he is engaged in a battle of wits with the Great Elder, seeking rewards that are also these very pills. Kong Yu remains indifferent to whatever schemes Huo Mingyi and the Great Elder concoct, whether they are acting or spectating. He intends to go straight to the conclusion and claim all the rewards. By the time Huo Mingyi exhausts himself to reach the destination, he will find it utterly barren. Fa Gao insists on accompanying Kong Yu, who contemplates and decides it would be acceptable. However, someone must remain behind to guard the premises. With a swift stroke of his brush, Kong Yu sketches an image of himself onto a piece of paper and tucks it beneath the quilt. Before long, a figure resembling him emerges from the quilt, taking on a curvilinear form. It cannot speak, only occasionally shifting position. Yet, the impression of Kong Yu's recent ailment has been deeply ingrained in the minds of the sect members. Outsiders will merely assume he is too frail to engage with anyone. Thus, Kong Yu quietly departs Yashoushan Mountain with little Fa Gao in tow. Once they are far from the confines of the cultivation mountain, the outside world brims with liveliness. To ensure a swift return, Kong Yu affixes a wind talisman onto the rented carriage. Should someone approach, they will proceed slowly. If no one notices, they will take to the skies at a lower altitude, in order to facilitate business. The Tianshiwan is not situated in a concealed location. Thus, affluent merchants and wealthy patrons from the mortal realm can freely come here to indulge themselves. Upon entering the Tianshiwan, one is greeted by a plethora of vibrant sights lining both sides of the street. There are celestial steeds, their hooves raised and calls echoing, adorned with two prominent horns upon their foreheads. There are animated paper figures, skillfully manipulated by spirit guides, and a dazzling array of exquisite swords and magical artifacts. The face of Fa Gao is obscured by a large red mask, reminiscent of a traditional Nua opera, which he holds with both hands as he gazes around, utterly mesmerized. Kong Yu leisurely continues to provide him with introductions. The Tianxiyuan is home to the 8 esteemed families, corresponding to the 8 trigrams: Qian, Kan, Jin, Jian, Sun, Li, Kuren, and Dui. These 8 families boast the most comprehensive inventory, yet their prices are, unsurprisingly, significantly higher than those of the scattered stalls and shops. As Kong Yu speaks, he leads Fa Gao down a narrow alley at the end of the alley. A triangular flag flutters in the wind, bearing the character Sun, indicating that this is the Sun store among the 8 families. Before the entrance, several luxurious sedan chairs are waiting, each resplendent and opulent. Fa Gao expresses concern. Master brother, are we really going to enter so recklessly? Won't we be stopped? Do we need an invitation, or are there any protocols to follow? What is there to fear? I have you with me, Kong Yu replies, his demeanor calm and composed. His tranquility does not stem from self-assurance, but from the confidence that his countenance inspires. Indeed, as he steps to the threshold of the store, the steward within recognizes his visage and immediately dons a courteous smile. What a splendid day it is to have such an esteemed guest grace us with their presence. Having already donned a disguise, Kong Yu reciprocates the warmth with a smile, engaging in pleasantries with the steward. There is no need for invitations or protocols. The Kong family conducts countless transactions with the 8 esteemed families of the Tianxiyuan each year, and Kong Ming's face serves as the most effective passport on this street. Chapter 34. The demanding Lu Steward is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He welcomes Kong Yu and his small entourage into the shop, extending warm hospitality with tea and refreshments. It is truly an honor to have the family head visit our humble establishment from afar. We have recently received a new batch of goods that have yet to be displayed. Would you care to take a look? The custom among the 8 families dictates that esteemed guests have the privilege of selecting from new arrivals first, and even receive door-to-door service. While Kong Ming is certainly entitled to peruse the goods first, Kong Yu does not intend to waste time on such formalities today. Lu Steward, please do not trouble yourself further. I have come specifically for one item: the pair of top-quality Shisui Dan that your store possesses. Upon hearing the mention of Shisui Dan, a flicker of unease crosses Lu Steward's face. Kong Yu, perceptive as ever, does not miss this subtle change in expression. What is it, Lu Steward? Are you unwilling to part with them? No, of course not. If the head of the Kong family requests it, our humble shop would brave any peril to procure the items for you. Kong Yu finds this amusing. There is no need for such extreme measures. It is merely a transaction. If you have them, then you have them. If not, then simply say so. Kong Yu has no urgent need for the 2 Shisui Dan. Lu Steward rubs his hands together, tentatively inquiring, may I ask, esteemed head, what purpose do you have for these 2 Shisui Dan? If you are not in a rush, we could deliver them to your residence once the new stock arrives. Would that be agreeable? It appears that someone else has already reserved them. Kong Yu adopts a posture as if to depart. Since your esteemed establishment is unable to provide the goods, so be it. I find myself in no urgent need, as I had intended to present it as a gift. Initially, I thought this was a rare treasure, and regardless of the price your shop might set, I would be amenable. It seems, however, that fate has deemed me and this precious item incompatible. Farewell, Manager Lu. Master of the house, please wait a moment. Manager Lu hesitated for a moment, but upon hearing Kong Yu mention a considerably high offer, a flicker of temptation crossed his mind. Fa Gao, a few steps ahead, noticed Kong Yu, who had his back to Manager Lu, and raised his eyebrows, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Fa Gao. Manager Lu scratched his head, pondering how to explain this matter to the master of the Kong family. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he respectfully invited Kong Yu back to his original position. Kong Yu, calm and composed, savored the tea that Manager Lu had freshly poured for him. The aroma wafted through the air as he took a delicate sip. Manager Lu, sweating profusely, began his explanation. Master of the house, it so happens that a distinguished guest sent someone yesterday to arrange a viewing of that pair of washing marrow pills before noon today. Our humble establishment had already acquiesced to their request, and we did not anticipate your esteemed presence today, which is quite the coincidence. Thus, the situation unfolded. Manager Lu had committed to the prior guest, and the washing marrow pills could not be presented to Kong Yu at this moment, lest they be remiss in their obligations to the other patron. However, the guest had not explicitly declared their intent to purchase, and Manager Lu did not wish to lose the opportunity with the master of the Kong family, a significant client. Hence, he sought to retain him. In short, he desired to have it both ways. Conducting business does adhere to certain rules, and Kong Yu understood the principle of first come, first served. Yet, he could not simply wait for the other party to discard what they did not desire. Manager Liu, I am not one to disregard reason. Since both the other guest and I have taken a liking to this item, according to the customs of your heavenly market, should we not engage in a bidding war? The bidding war is a unique tradition of the heavenly market. Rare treasures frequently appear for sale, and the interested buyers are often numerous. In such cases, the buyers are typically affluent individuals of noble lineage, who are not to be offended. It would be improper to allow these esteemed guests to engage in a crude brawl to determine superiority. Yet, the items must be sold, hence the establishment of the bidding war tradition. A slender-necked double-eared vase, priced at 100 taels, is displayed in quantities of 10 before the participating bidders. A copper hammer is provided alongside the white jade vases. For each broken vase, a fine of 100 taels is incurred. The one who shatters the most vases earns the right to purchase the goods. Conversely, those who fail to secure the items must compensate for the vases they broke. In other words, once one enters the fray, there is no possibility of retreat unscathed. Thus, when Kong Yu proactively mentioned the bidding war, Manager Liu's heart soared with joy. He could avoid offending anyone while still profiting. Once the bidding commenced, the final sale price would undoubtedly far exceed the intrinsic value of the item itself. With the master of the house proposing a bidding war, the matter became straightforward. When the distinguished guest arrives, our humble establishment will inquire about their intentions. Should they share a similar interest, the white jade vases will be prepared for both esteemed patrons. If they show no interest, then we shall deliver the pair of washing marrow pills directly to you, master of the house. Kong Yu nodded slightly, acquiescing to Manager Liu's arrangement. As fate would have it, at that moment, the beaded curtain at the entrance of the shop was lifted, and a young man inquired loudly, "Where is Manager Liu? I made an appointment to see the washing marrow elixir. Where is he?" The visitor spoke with a commanding presence and a touch of arrogance, likely a wealthy young master from some affluent family. These young lords may lack knowledge of cultivation, yet they are often inclined to meddle, believing that with the aid of some miraculous elixirs, they could rapidly advance in their Taoist practices. Kong Yu remained composed, contemplating the identity of the newcomer. Manager Liu, sweating profusely, repeatedly bowed in apology to Kong Yu. "No worries, Manager Liu. Please attend to the gentleman outside. I shall remain here for a moment. If you require anything, simply summon the lad beside you," he added. Manager Liu bypassed the screen and departed. Kong Yu instructed the attending servant to fetch him a pot of tea, preferably hot. The servant promptly left, leaving only Fa Gao and his senior brother behind the screen. "Senior brother," Fa Gao whispered, "are you acquiring this washing marrow elixir for Huo Mingyi?" Although Fa Gao's status was somewhat lacking, Kong Yu had privately assessed his spiritual roots and found him to possess a wind spirit root. Despite Fa Gao's relatively modest spiritual power and average aptitude, his roots could still reach the threshold of cultivation, making the elixir unnecessary for him. At this moment, Fa Gao's mind raced, recalling that the Grand Elder had entrusted the ill-fated Huo Mingyi to his senior brother's care. Since the washing marrow elixir was of no use to his senior brother, it was likely intended for Huo Mingyi. Kong Yu raised the corners of his lips and lightly tapped Fa Gao's forehead with his index finger. "For one so young, your thoughts are quite astute. But unfortunately, you are mistaken. Huo Mingyi hardly deserves such an extravagant item. I am merely stockpiling it for myself." Fa Gao looked puzzled and murmured, "But senior brother, if you have no use for it, why hoard something so precious yet seemingly useless? It is merely a frivolous pastime of the affluent. You would not comprehend." Just as Fa Gao was about to voice another thought, Kong Yu's gaze shifted behind him, signaling for silence with a gesture. Fa Gao covered his mouth, his eyes widening in surprise. At that moment, a young man emerged from behind the screen, addressing Kong Yu rather impolitely. "Are you the one who seeks to strike the jade?" Chapter 35. A certain tranquil madness. The newcomer was a youthful man of around 20, with striking sword-like brows and starry eyes. His raven hair was tied high into a ponytail, adorned with a jade crown shaped like a lotus petal. He was clad in a deep blue satin outfit embellished with dragon motifs, his waist cinched with a jade belt, and his hands resting behind him. His demeanor was unruly, with his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of superiority as he regarded others. "Are you the one who seeks to strike the jade?" he reiterated. The young man strode forward with purposeful strides, while Manager Liu hurried behind him. Struggling to keep pace, covered in sweat, he finally stopped, casually wiping his brow and forcing a smile. "Young Master Liang, allow me to introduce. This is I know you." Young Master Liang interjected, sizing up Kong Yu. "You are the new head of the Kong family." Though he refrained from using overtly disrespectful language, his tone was far from pleasant, revealing his disdain for the Kong family. Caught between the two, Manager Liu, noticing Kong Yu's silence, quickly attempted to mediate and shift the topic. "Since both of you have arrived, Shall we present the washing marrow elixir for your inspection? Kong Yu subtly raised his right hand, palm facing down, signaling Lu the steward to refrain from bustling about. I'm also acquainted with you, he remarked, lifting the teacup to his lips and savoring a slow sip, his gaze resolutely averted from the visitor. You are the ineffectual young master of the Liang family. The words ineffectual struck Liang Etian profoundly, causing him to furrow his brows and step forward. Lu the steward hastily interposed himself. Gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is not easy for our humble establishment to conduct business. Let us foster goodwill, for harmony breeds prosperity. The young man uttered a low grunt, refraining from actual conflict with Kong Yu, evidently mindful of the situation. I have no ties to the Liang family now. I am merely a disciple of the He-Yun sect. Liang Etian is a direct disciple of the esteemed Chan Tan, the third-ranking elder of the He-Yun sect. The He-Yun sect differs significantly from the Yaoshu mountain. It comprises 1 master, 3 venerable elders, and 9 hall leaders, with disciples referring to the elders as Shizuan. Chan Tan holds the esteemed position of the third elder, with 3 direct disciples, Liang Etian being the youngest among them. In his previous life, Kong Yu had heard of this name, yet they had never truly crossed paths, until the day of his demise. Liang Etian remained a mere passerby in his mind, devoid of substantial interaction. Unbeknownst to him, this life would unfold differently, bringing their paths together much sooner than anticipated. Liang Etian's personal journey is quite intriguing. As Kong Yu had gleaned from hearsay, he is backed by the venerable Liang family, known for their traditional ways. Their alliances are with several reputable sects among the 32 peaks, which are regarded as the more esteemed factions. Offspring of the Liang lineage are sent to these sects for years of training, and upon reaching an appropriate age, they depart to assume roles in Yaodai. Initially, Liang Etian was sent to the Yanxing sect. The Yanxing sect is a well-regarded and distinguished sect in the realm of cultivation, where disciples don white garb, exuding an aura of purity and otherworldliness. The reputation of the Yanxing sect is exemplary. Cultivators emerging from this sect often thrive in their roles at Yaodai, paving promising paths ahead. During Liang Etian's time with the Liang family, he was exceedingly cherished by his parents, particularly his mother, who often pondered whether her indulgence had led him to stray from the righteous path. Liang Etian spent a total of 2 years at the Yanxing sect in his first year. He trained in swordsmanship alongside his peers. He was a quick learner, surpassing others by leaps and bounds. However, during duels, he never held back. On one occasion, he nearly killed a fellow cultivator who had been his opponent, prompting his parents to visit the Yanxing sect for a reprimand. Liang Etian was scolded by both his instructor and his parents, yet he showed no inclination to amend his ways. Similar incidents recurred 3 or 4 times until he ultimately lost interest in battling with these individuals. So useless. How can you bear to live, being so foolish? He openly derided a fellow disciple in front of everyone. From that point on, Liang Etian ceased his sword practice altogether, finding the lack of worthy opponents utterly tedious. It was only on the following day, when the disciples were permitted to venture forth to undertake various tasks and execute the sect master's orders, that Liang Etian resumed his physical training. On a certain occasion, he ventured out with his fellow disciples to slay monstrous beasts, single-handedly dispatching dozens of these colossal creatures, driven to a frenzy of bloodlust. In the end, his blade was inexplicably aimed at his own companions. Amidst the ensuing chaos, several disciples of the Yanhang sect sustained grave injuries. Upon returning to their sect and regaining their senses, they unanimously declared that it was Liang Etian who had brought them to ruin. Liang Etian's brutal treatment of his fellow disciples constituted a grave transgression against the sect's principles. Consequently, the Yanhang sect expelled him. But, out of consideration for the Liang family's reputation, they merely stated that he had reached an age where he was no longer suitable to remain. With such a son who had tarnished the family name, the Liang family suffered a profound loss of face. They promptly severed ties with Liang Etian, henceforth disregarding his fate. Subsequently, Liang Etian fortuitously found his way to the Huo sect. This sect was unconcerned with the decorum or mental stability of its disciples, prioritizing only their ability to exterminate demons and monsters. Their motivations were refreshingly straightforward and blunt, resulting in numerous incidents of varying magnitudes. Occasionally, practitioners from other sects would remark how fortunate it was that these demons continued to trouble the cultivation world. In times of turmoil, the Huo sect's disciples could unleash their formidable vigor. Without any threats, however, the disciples of the Huo sect would indeed pose the greatest danger. Regardless of the external evaluations of the Huo sect, Liang Etian found solace in this place, experiencing an undeniable sense of belonging, akin to returning home. Thus, he committed himself to the Huo sect and, before long, became the true disciple of a venerable master. Kong Yu was no stranger to the disciples of the Huo sect, but each encounter left him with a sense of wonder. Those nurtured by the Huo sect were simply distinct from those of other sects. This was not to suggest that they bore fearsome visages or were brutish in appearance. On the contrary, the Huo sect was home to numerous handsome men and beautiful women. Yet, anyone who met their gaze would realize unmistakably that they were disciples of the Huo sect. One could never predict what surprise they might unleash next. Indeed, there existed a palpable sense of calm madness among them. After leaving the Liang family, Liang Yiqian's life improved considerably. The disciples of the Huo sect were not lacking in financial resources. The Yao Tai orders they held represented challenging yet highly rewarding tasks, sufficient to sustain them for half a year with just one assignment. Moreover, they were exceptionally diligent, appearing wherever trouble arose. Kong Yu was unclear about the specific reasons behind Liang Yiqian's need for the cleansing essence pills, but through elimination, he could surmise the general circumstances. The impurity of spiritual roots could arise from both innate and acquired conditions. Liang Yiqian had been renowned for his exceptional talent during his time at the Yinheng sect, suggesting that he was not born with impure roots. It was plausible that he had sustained injuries while on a mission, tainting his spiritual essence. Thus, he required the cleansing essence pills, which could purify and eliminate impurities from his roots. He was determined to acquire these two pills. Manager Liu, no need to look further. I want both of these cleansing essence pills, he declared. Manager Liu, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a tinge of regret. He could not afford to offend either party. Disappointing either would adversely affect his business. He conferred with the two esteemed guests, proposing, esteemed guests, as fortune would have it, there are precisely 2 cleansing essence pills available. Why not each take one? This way, everyone can leave satisfied. In truth, Liang Yiqian required only one, yet he was not one to settle for compromise. We agreed upon 2. Not a single one less, it not merely a matter of negotiating for the jade. He insisted, gesturing towards the array of vials. What say you, esteemed head of the family? Kong Yu set down the teacup, a smile gracing his eyes. Since Master Liang has spoken, I shall trouble Manager Liu to bring everything out. He certainly would not yield in any regard. Chapter 36. Kong Yu is indeed quite bothersome. The act of striking jade is not merely a transactional affair. It is also an activity of considerable spectacle. Whenever one of the 8 esteemed families wishes to strike jade, the entire street is filled with men, women, and children eager to join in the merriment. The first floor of the Sun shop has been cleared, leaving only a few tables and 2 chairs. The armchairs are adorned with opulent embroidered cushions, with Kong Yu and Liang Yiqian seated on either side. Beside their seats stands a small square tea table, laden with tea and snacks. Just 2 paces away, a long table displays 10 exquisite white jade vases. At the end of the table, 2 young attendants stand ready, wielding bronze hammers. At the slightest command from a guest, they will shatter those jade vases. The 2 washing marrow pills are nestled within a delicate cloison box, their appearance pure and white as jade. The Sun shop comprises 3 stories, hollow in the center, with various rooms for receiving guests and storing goods surrounding it. The onlookers have filled all 3 floors, buzzing with discussions about the 2 seated on the first floor. Business at the Sun shop is booming today. As there are guests eager to strike jade, a splendid spectacle is about to unfold. The 2 individuals engaging in the jade striking are none other than the current head of the Kong family and the Liang family's rebellious younger son. When did Kong Ming develop an interest in such cultivation matters? Perhaps it is for the sake of his elder brother residing on Yashoushan Mountain. Kong Yu? That discarded chief. He is no longer the discarded chief. Kong Ming has declared that he will allocate half of the family assets to Kong Yu. That amounts to half of the Kong family. Kong Yu has truly begun to flourish. Wasn't it said that the relationship between the brothers was strained? Surely, this news cannot be true. It is indeed the truth. Ever since Kong Yu's last failure in his inquiries, Yashoushan Mountain's attitude towards him has been rather unwelcoming. Yet, Kong Ming still represents the entire Kong family, specifically ascending the mountain to lend support to Kong Yu. Honestly, if I were in Kong Yu's position, with such a diligent family head brother, I would have long since reclined at home, waiting for death. It seems to me that Kong Yu is simply overthinking things. After a few more beatings, he will surely realize the comforts of returning home. Kong Yu possesses keen hearing, and the cacophony of gossip reached his ears. He smiled faintly, the curve of his lips unchanged, dismissing the rumors as inconsequential. As a fellow cultivator, Liang Yiqian naturally caught wind of the gossip as well. Typically, he pays little heed to such trivial matters, but hearing it occasionally piques his interest. For Liang Yiqian, he is more familiar with Kong Yu than with Kong Ming in his prime. Kong Yu is undeniably charismatic and influential. Many youths aspired to achieve remarkable feats like his, which led them onto the long path of cultivation. Of course, Liang Yiqian did not embark on this journey because of Kong Yu. He simply found himself bored at home. Nevertheless, the circumstances of the 2 share similarities, both desiring independence from their families. Initially, Liang Yiqian held a degree of admiration for Kong Yu's refusal to return to the Kong family. Upon hearing that Kong Yu originally relied on the family head's younger brother to establish a foothold within the sect, a trace of disdain inevitably crossed his face. If that were the case, why linger at Yashou Mountain? Would it not be simpler to return to the Kong family and be supported by his brother? Yet, Kong Yu persisted. He remained at Yashou Mountain, despite his significantly diminished strength, far inferior to his former self. Liang Etian regarded Kong Yu with disdain, and this sentiment extended to his views on Kong Ming. Surely, Kong Ming must possess some leverage over Kong Yu, to so easily cede half the family's assets to his own brother. Even among siblings, what does that signify? In the Liang family, even biological parents could sever ties with their sons. In Liang Etian's eyes, Kong Yu was merely an annoyance. It was likely that Kong Yu was playing the familial card, seeking his brother's intercession on his behalf. Sitting across from him, Kong Yu, though unable to hear Liang Etian's thoughts, sensed that the man surely spoke no kind words about him. Were he to hear Liang Etian claim he depended on the Kong family and his brother, he would likely acknowledge it with remarkable composure. What of playing the familial card? If one possesses such a card, why not use it? Should he allow himself to squander a good hand, as he did in his previous life, dying with bitterness? Before the ritual of jade knocking formally commenced, the two sat apart, their occasional glances exchanged filled with scrutiny. In addition to Kong Ming, Liang Etian also made for an excellent subject of gossip. How could he overlook Kong Ming? Wasn't he the youngest son of the Liang family, the one cast out? What was he doing here? He had joined the Heiyun sect some years ago and reportedly thrived there. The Heiyun sect? What kind of sinister place could possibly yield good people? When Liang Etian heard the discussion shift from the head of the Kong family to himself, his brow twitched with irritation. At that moment, he lifted his gaze and saw the individual across from him, who, with a faint smile, reiterated that he was no good person, further unsettling him. Just then, two young attendants wielding copper hammers approached the guests and whispered that all preparations were complete, inquiring if they should commence the jade knocking. "Let us begin," Kong Yu replied. Liang Etian similarly nodded at the attendants. Overseeing the entire jade knocking ceremony was Steward Lu, attired in a deep crimson garment, with his sleeves meticulously rolled up. In his hand, he held a copper bell, and before him lay a table adorned with a blank ledger, a brush, an inkstone, and a small incense burner containing a single stick of incense. Once the incense burned down entirely, the one with the most fragments would be entitled to take the washing marrow pill. Steward Lu adjusted his collar and sleeves, cleared his throat, and grasped the bell's handle firmly, shaking it vigorously. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of the bell resonated, instantly silencing the surrounding chatter. Steward Lu raised his voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. The bell has rung. The jade knocking begins. 1 vial for 100 gold. Those with more vials shall prevail." The jade knocking commenced at Sun's shop. Meanwhile, just a few stores away, a modest carriage came to a slow halt. Inside, Kong Ming, engrossed in examining a ledger, suddenly lifted his gaze. "Why have we stopped?" he inquired of the bearers. The steward of the Kong family quickly positioned himself at the carriage window to report, "Master, the Sun shop is currently engaged in jade knocking." "And what concern is that of mine?" Kong Ming replied, his tone indifferent, returning his attention to the account book. The steward lowered his voice, "Master, the party knocking jade at Sun shop falsely claims to be the head of the Kong family. As for this matter, how should one proceed? There are indeed many who dare to impersonate the head of the Kong family, yet few would audaciously attempt to negotiate for jade in such a blatant manner." In almost an instant, Kong Ming had pinpointed the suspect. He snapped the account book shut with a decisive motion, his fingers gently massaging his temple. "Lift the sedan chair. Let us proceed to the Sun shop." Upon arriving at the side entrance, I entered from that direction. Chapter 37. You are not Kong Ming. The side entrance was quite discreet, akin to a VIP passage. There are always some guests who prefer not to have their movements observed. Thus they enter the establishment through this route. The sedan chair halted at the entrance, and a young servant emerged to greet us. The steward retrieved a jade token emblazoned with the character Kong from his sleeve, and the young servant displayed a look of bewilderment. If the occupant of the sedan was indeed the head of the Kong family, then the individual currently negotiating for jade within the shop must be. The steward maintained his composure, refraining from urgency. It was the young servant who appeared utterly perplexed. However, recognizing the authenticity of the jade token, he dared not summon the occupant from the sedan, for offending the wrong person could lead to dire consequences at the hands of Steward Lu. Thus, he respectfully ushered the visitor inside, intending to report this development to Steward Lu shortly thereafter. As the sedan chair was carried into the courtyard, Kong Ming disembarked. The young servant cast a glance and was further astonished. The individual before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the man seated within the shop. Kong Ming's gaze shifted toward the Kong family steward, who promptly approached. Kong Ming whispered a few instructions before stepping into the room. followed closely by 2 attendants. Once Kong Ming was inside, the steward cheerfully beckoned the young servant over. "Kindly arrange a private room. My master wishes to observe the jade negotiations." He produced a small, elegant purse from his sleeve and handed it to the young servant. Merely holding it, the servant felt its substantial weight. With the promise of a reward, the young servant nodded vigorously. "Please have the esteemed guest wait a moment. I shall make the necessary preparations at once." He moved discreetly and, having decided against reporting to Steward Liu, directly arranged a room for Kong Ming. There was a hidden passage that led directly to the second floor of the shop. After sipping half a cup of tea in the room, Kong Ming departed. The shop was abuzz with excitement, as everyone awaited to see how much gold these two could potentially procure. Seated in the private room, Kong Ming, through the beaded curtain, could just make out his brother's face. He had intentionally altered his appearance to resemble his own. After all, they were brothers. While they did not share a striking resemblance, subtle changes in certain details made it difficult for outsiders to discern the truth. The attire worn by Kong Yu was also one he had brought from the Kong family. Although Kong Ming had never visited Yashoushan Mountain, Kong Yu would return home during festivals and holidays after leaving the family. Every so often, Kong Ming would send someone to the tailor's shop to create new garments. He regarded Kong Yu as a member of the Kong family. Hence, he always included a set for him, which would be placed in his room at the Kong residence upon completion. Given the sentiment of a brother, Kong Yu always appreciated these gestures. Though Kong Ming had yet to see him wear any of them, he presumed that his elder brother favored ethereal, light-colored fabrics, showing little interest in the vibrant, richly colored materials. However, Kong Yu had now changed his tastes, opting for brightly colored attire. Kong Ming found this transformation agreeable. In the past, Kong Yu had been somewhat overly modest. Not only did he don splendid garments, but the expression on his face also exuded a newfound carefree and liberated demeanor compared to the past. He plucked a peanut from the fruit platter with one hand, deftly rubbing it between his fingers until the shell cracked open, revealing the plump kernels that tumbled out, one after another. He merely shelled them without tasting. Gathering a handful of the extracted kernels, he casually fed them to the chubby young lad behind him. The boy resembled a squirrel, cradling the white, plump nuts in one hand while methodically bringing them to his mouth with the other. Kong Yu smiled and inquired from which side he should begin striking. He, lacking understanding, merely nodded along to Kong Yu's words. At that moment, Liu, the steward, called out, and Liang Etian took the initiative. Smash 3 at his dark eyes swept over the white jade vases on the table before shifting to the leisurely Kong Yu across from him. With a resounding bang, the copper hammer struck the jade vase, shattering it into pieces that fell to the ground with another crash. 6 strikes later, 3 jade vases lay in ruins. The onlookers were acutely aware of the immense value of those seemingly ordinary white jade vases. 300 taels. They winced at the sight of the scattered shards, yet Liang Etian remained unfazed. Now it was Kong Yu's turn. The spectators turned their gaze toward the head of the Kong family. With the Kong family's wealth, the 3 vases were hardly worth a mention. Kong Yu slowly spoke. Smash 5. Bang bang. The young attendant wielding the copper hammer showed no sign of remorse, striking powerfully. The more vases shattered, the greater their commission, so the attendant naturally hoped for the destruction of as many as possible. This time, 7 vases remained for Liang Etian, and 5 for Kong Yu. Liang Etian cleared the table. Smash 7. A series of shattering jade vases echoed as the attendant moved from one end of the long table to the other. The long table before Liang Etian stood empty, yet 2 attendants brought over 10 new white jade vases, filling it once more. Now Liang's side had been filled with 10 vases. 10 vases. 1,000 taels, and in gold, no less. This would sustain an ordinary family for generations. With just a few words, 1,000 taels in gold were at stake. Truly a valuable exchange. It was undeniably a game for the affluent, an eye-opener indeed. Yet, the Kong family was wealthier still. Kong Ming would surely not concede easily. The genuine Kong Ming, seated in a private chamber sipping tea and enjoying the spectacle, while the feigned head of the family smiled amiably on the ground floor. Smash 10. Kong Yu crushed another peanut and spoke. This time, Kong Yu cleared the table as well. The attendants brought forth another 10 vases, and with a series of bangs, 5 more shattered. Kong Yu raised the stakes to 1,500 taels. 1,500 taels. I sensed that the Kong family would not relent. But was this madness? While the cleansing elixir was rare, it hardly warranted such extravagant expenditure. There were many substitutes available. Who could say? Perhaps the wealthy had lost their senses. Observing that Liang Etian showed no signs of hesitation, it seemed the young man had no intention of stopping either. They were already into the second round. If they continued, the third round would commence. It was rare for such a game to extend to a third round. Yet they called out quickly. Without a moment's pause, I had expected them to deliberate for a while. If I were Liang Etian, I would have given up. Competing in expenditure against the Kong family was akin to inviting one's own suffering. However, Liang Etian exhibited no intention of retreating. He gazed at the 10 vases before him. Smash 15. Smash 15. Liang Etian unexpectedly raised the price to 2,500 taels. The sound of jade shattering echoed incessantly, and even after clearing the table, they would need to bring in 10 more. Accompanying the sound of shattered jade was the increasingly raucous chatter of the crowd. Had the stakes truly escalated? Did Liang Etian genuinely possess such wealth? I observed that young man remaining composed, likely still affluent. How else could he maintain his poise? Surely, the Kong family would not bid any further. The head of the family, being a businessman, must have a baseline estimate for a treasure. Once crossed, he could not afford to invest further, unless he was utterly irrational. Were Kong Ming seated on the second floor, he would not continue bidding once the price reached 2,500 taels. Many knew in their hearts that this washing marrow pill was hardly worth such a sum, especially for him, as it held little utility. To squander money on such trivialities would merely be a means of frivolity. However, Kong Yutu's aim was precisely that, a diversion undermining Huo Mingyi's future. Thus, he calmly uttered 3 words, bid 15,300 taels. The Kong family had driven the price of these 2 inconspicuous white pearls to an astonishing height of 3,000 taels of gold. The entire room erupted in astonishment. Could it be true that someone would spend such a fortune on 2 washing marrow pills? I surmised that the Kong family was doomed. Their patriarch was a stubborn fool. The world of the wealthy had thoroughly bewildered me. I felt as though I was humiliating myself merely by standing here. Could Liang Etian still contend? He gazed at Kong Yutu, whose eyes sparkled with determination. He gritted his teeth in silence. 3,000 taels was his limit before the jade was struck. Like the onlookers, he believed the head of the Kong family, as a businessman, would not squander so much on something as useless as a washing marrow pill. Unexpectedly, his opponent showed no signs of yielding or withdrawing. Liang Etian furrowed his brow. Now that the other side had bid 3,000 taels, he needed to surpass them to secure the washing marrow pill. Bid 6,300 taels, just 100 more than Kong Yutu. It was evident to all that Liang Etian was no longer inclined to raise his bid further. He was merely holding on by a thread. Now, it was up to the Kong family. The steamed cake was smeared with red peanut skins, and despite his efforts, he could not remove them. Kong Yutu placed his handkerchief on the clean side of the fruit plate, picked up the teapot, moistened it, and handed it to the steamed cake to wipe his hands. His movements were deliberate, and his voice, though soft, carried significant weight. Bid 20 at this time. Kong Yutu directly escalated the price to 5,000 taels, completely severing Liang Etian's retreat. 5,000 taels. Had I misheard? It truly was 5,000 taels. I noticed that the attendant's hand was nearly numb from striking the table. Did you not see the delight blooming on his face? He would indeed receive his payment. If only I had known that Sun Shop was hiring yesterday, I should have arrived a day early. Now it was too late. Truly, the Kong family was extravagantly affluent. It appeared that Liang Etian had no choice but to concede. The incense stick placed before Steward Lu was nearing its end, leaving Liang Etian with little time to deliberate. Yet, he remained unperturbed. For he had realized something crucial. Why was the head of the Kong family so adamant about acquiring the washing marrow pill? Firstly, it is inconceivable that Kong Ming would purchase anything for his own sake. He is not a practitioner of the mystical arts and thus of no utility. Throughout the entirety of the Kong family, there are scarcely a few cultivators among them. The sole reason that could have compelled Kong Ming to squander such a substantial sum would be his brother residing at Yashoushan Mountain. However, between the 2 siblings, there appears to be little correspondence, their bond rather tenuous. Would Kong Ming truly expend a significant amount of money to curry favor with a brother who is 1,000 miles away? Moreover, this individual before him, since their initial encounter today, he has evoked a sense of familiarity. Liang Etian, with a mind attuned to fortune, perceives through layers of shattered fragments and mottled shadows, settling his keen gaze upon the members of the Kong family across from him. You are not Kong Ming. You are his elder brother, Kong Yu. Chapter 38. Today, young Master Kong foots the bill. When Liang Etian's words reached the ears of the crowd, a flurry of murmurs ensued. What did he just say? The person seated on the first floor is none other than the head of the Kong family, Kong Yu. Isn't he the eldest son of the Kong clan? Has he assumed his brother's identity to masquerade as a wealthy patron? I suspected as much. When one spends money not earned by their own toil, they are oblivious to the pain of parting with it. It seems that the 5,000 taels have come to naught. Steward Lu is merely left with empty hopes. Having struck jade, is it conceivable that one could leave without settling their dues? The 8 prominent families have established their foothold in the Tianshiwan through considerable prowess. The crowd continued to speculate on Kong Yu's identity and the relationship he shares with Kong Ming. I believe it is high time for the head of the Kong family to reclaim the half of the family fortune that belongs to Kongyu. Who could tolerate a brother flaunting their name and engaging in deceit? In my opinion, Kongyu is exceedingly ungrateful. Kong Ming has been quite lenient towards him. Now reduced to a mere invalid, he clings to the title of chief at Yashou Mountain while relying on his brother for sustenance. Truly, he is shameless. Indeed, one wonders how such a person finds rest at night. It will be interesting to see how this unfolds. Liang Etien's instincts are remarkably acute, surpassing those of the average individual, and he seldom hesitates to speak his mind. Having suspected the legitimacy of the Kong family head's identity, he boldly exposed the truth without regard for any potential consequences for himself. When he posed this challenge, even he was taken aback. Yet, upon observing the individual seated before him a moment longer, he felt validated in his assertion. Kongyu displayed little reaction, but the flustered expression of the young attendant behind him did not escape Liang Etien's notice. The child, being inexperienced, could not conceal the truth. Outsiders could discern it at a glance, and Liang Etien, through the attendant's response, became increasingly convinced of his correctness. The young attendant whispered anxiously to his senior, imploring what should be done, cautious not to speak too loudly for fear of being overheard. Yet, the man whose true nature had been unveiled remained composed and unperturbed, betraying not a hint of panic. Liang Etien's perceptiveness was somewhat unexpected, yet it was merely the beginning. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder, creating an uproar that could not be suppressed. In the midst of the clamor, Kongyu spoke. Young Master Liang, our encounter is merely a matter of striking jade. What purpose does it serve for you to dwell upon these trivialities? Trivialities, Liang Etien replied, akin to a wolf that has seized its prey and refuses to relent. If you truly are Kong Ming, then there is little to discuss. However, if you are Kongyu, can you afford to pay this 5,000 taels? At this, Steward Liu also felt a twinge of uncertainty. He had encountered Kong Ming in person 3 or 4 times and was well aware of what the head of the Kong family truly looked like. Regrettably, today I find myself in a state of confusion. These two brothers bear a striking resemblance, and Kongyu has deliberately adopted the guise of Kong Ming, leading this outsider to be deceived. Were it not for the throngs of people occupying the 3 levels of the shop, Manager Liu would surely be regretting his oversight. Kong Ming is the affluent head of the Kong family, while Kongyu is of little consequence. Even if Kong Ming were to declare before all that Kongyu possesses half of the Kong family fortune, it would merely be a facade to save face for his brother in front of outsiders. Could it truly be that half of the wealth would be bestowed upon him? Manager Liu has mistakenly misidentified the individuals involved. Should Kongyu fail to produce the requisite funds, not only would he suffer embarrassment, but Manager Liu would also face reprimand from his superior. Observing Kongyu's expression, which lacked the previous warmth and even bore a hint of resentment, the servant who was shattering the bottles regarded him with an unusual gaze. Initially, they believed they had encountered a wealthy patron who might yield a greater share of profit. Instead, it appears they are dealing with a charlatan who cannot furnish the funds. Before Kongyu could respond to Liang Etien's inquiry, Manager Liu interjected hastily. Regardless of which member of the Kong family you may be, you are surely aware of the rules. The shattered bottles must be accounted for, and no regrets can be entertained. 5,000 taels, for you have already broken 50 jade bottles. The servant's hands moved swiftly. The moment Liang Etien cast out, the 51st bottle met its shattering demise. The atmosphere became tense. Liang Etien was no longer inclined to raise the bid, insisting that Kongyu produce the money. Manager Liu was equally insistent. Sir, the rules are immutable. 50 bottles, 5,000 taels of gold, must be settled today. Traditionally, the unspoken rule regarding the breaking of jade permits a promissory note to be issued, allowing the shop staff to collect the corresponding silver from the patron's residence. After all, once jade is broken, the cost can easily escalate into the thousands, and these esteemed guests rarely carry such substantial sums of money with them. However, Manager Liu today made it abundantly clear that Kongyu was expected to pay directly, and failure to do so would result in his inability to leave. Kongyu now found himself in a precarious situation, under scrutiny from Liang Etien, Manager Liu, and the onlookers, who were unwilling to allow him to escape unscathed. He noticed that in the dimly lit corners, numerous skilled cultivators had emerged, likely hired by the shop to deal with patrons who refused to pay. This presented quite a predicament. Kongyu had originally planned to negotiate a promissory note. He had some family assets remaining in the Kong family. Even without resorting to the wealth managed by Kong Ming, he could muster 5,000 taels. Once, he regarded wealth with indifference. However, after 20 years away from the Kong family, living a life of simplicity and frugality, he had unwittingly accumulated a fair sum. Yet, he could not immediately convert this substantial amount here. No one would carry 5,000 taels of gold on their person. The surrounding noise grew increasingly loud, as it became apparent that he could not produce the funds, and the crowd's tone turned increasingly rude. What business does a pauper have pretending to be a man of means? He plays the part convincingly enough, his pockets cleaner than his face, and yet remains so composed. While young Etienne had been disowned by his family, he could still muster 3,000 taels through his own efforts. This Kongyu, riding on the coattails of the Kong family's reputation while squatting at Yasho Mountain, displays an audacity unlike any other. Have you not heard? He lost face during the last Dao questioning. Yet Yasho Mountain has been lenient with its disciples, not only allowing him to remain but also preserving his position as the chief disciple. To his astonishment, he truly regarded himself as a person, daring to wreak havoc in this place. This is Tien Shiyuan, a realm that the cultivation world does not easily offend. Everyone was watching, reveling in the spectacle. Kong Ming gazed at Kongyu, who was surrounded by various jests and ridicule. He inexplicably recalled the last Yao Tai inquired, that time. He had ventured to a remote location to inspect a batch of newly forged weapons, unable to extricate himself for a while. By the time he returned, Kongyu had already accompanied his fellow disciples back to Yasho Mountain. Kong Ming pondered whether the current Kongyu was similarly enveloped in a cacophony of unfriendly voices. Unable to defend himself, with a gentle flick of his right hand as forefingers, he beckoned the steward standing outside the curtain to enter. Rest assured, my lord, everything has long been prepared. The steward quietly exited the elegant chamber. Avoiding the crowd as he descended the stairs and stepped outside, he nearly made a complete circuit outside before returning, presumably to ascertain whether everything was in order. Once he had completed his inspection, he stood at the doorway and announced loudly, I kindly ask everyone to make way. The 5,000 taels requested by my master have arrived. The steward's declaration. All eyes immediately turned towards the entrance. Standing outside were 10 attendants clad in blue, with 5 enormous chests resting heavily on the ground, appearing to contain a considerable amount. The moment the steward appeared, the chatter among the crowd ceased abruptly. This steward bore a youthful visage. Recently, Kong Ming often preferred his company over that of the elder steward surnamed Zhang from the estate. His appearance, coupled with his address of my master, inevitably led people to speculate whether Kong Ming was indeed present. Was Kong Ming here? Did he become aware of someone impersonating him? Wait, did you not hear what that young steward just said? He mentioned that the 5,000 taels had arrived. Is Kong Ming truly so proactive in cleaning up the mess for his ineffectual brother? Could it be that the chests contain the 5,000 taels? The crowd parted automatically as the blue-clad attendants, gripping the wooden levers of the chests, filed in through the doorway. The heavy lids of the chests banged open, revealing glimmering gold ingots within 5,000 taels of gold, 1,000 taels per chest. Lu Steward, please count them. The steward from the Kong family wore a restrained yet polite smile as he faced Lu Steward. Lu Steward, taken aback, had not anticipated witnessing the 5,000 taels in person today. The grievances and regrets etched on his face vanished, replaced by a cordial smile. This is truly is quite an honor for your esteemed house to deliver it personally. I feel quite guilty. Though he spoke thus, his legs had already led him to the side of the gold. The Kong family steward methodically explained to Lu Steward and all the onlookers that 5,000 taels was no small sum, and it had taken several money houses to gather it. Now that the funds were here, our master has not violated the rules of your 8 esteemed families. Surely, one should be allowed to take the goods now? The young steward possessed a knack for concealing daggers within smiles. The stewards of the 8 families were blind to use rules to constrain Kongyu, so he would, in turn, wield the same rules to admonish Lu Steward. Moreover, by referring to Kongyu as my master, it indicated that Kongyu was also regarded as the head of the Kong family. Therefore, the rumor that Kong Ming had acknowledged Kongyu as another head of the family was indeed true? It seems I have misjudged the situation. Clearly, the bond between brothers is genuinely strong. It appears that manager Lu is in serious trouble, and the entire Sun shop is on the brink of collapse. Offending Kongyu means incurring the wrath of the entire Kong family. Will the Kong family still engage in business with them? Just look at manager Lu, drenched in sweat. Now he realizes the gravity of his mistake. Today, he has not ceased perspiring. Had he remembered to consult the almanac before stepping out, he would have refrained from agreeing to the shift change with the other manager. This time, he has truly stirred up a significant mess. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly ineffectual disciple from Yasho Mountain would actually possess half of the Kong family's fortune? The 5,000 taels of gold are not beyond their reach. It is merely that before they could retrieve it, he was met with mockery and relentless pressure. Is he not effectively offering his face for a slap? Manager Lu hastily extends an apology to Kongyu, acknowledging that he was a fool for not recognizing the other head of the Kong family. Please, esteemed head of the family, do not hold my ignorance against me. Kongyu finds the situation amusing. Throughout the ordeal, he has shown little anger. Even when everyone questioned and pressured him, his demeanor remained calm. After all, this is not the first time he has faced such circumstances. Manager Lu, rather than wasting time on apologies. Why not assist me in properly packaging the Shisui Dan? Furthermore, I am unworthy of the title of head of the Kong family. Only my brother, Kong Ming, truly holds that position. I am merely a useless disciple of Yasho Mountain. Please do not elevate me. Manager Lu is not oblivious. Kong Yu is clearly making a mockery of him. The beleaguered manager would prefer to vanish on the spot. In Chapter 39. There are indeed many peculiar individuals within the Kong family. With an undeniable advantage, Kong Yu successfully acquires 2 Shisui Dan, amounting to a total of 5,000 taels of gold. Those present, initially filled with disdain, are now left in shock, yet some cannot help but question his sanity. To this, Kong Yu maintains that he would rather others think him eccentric than perceive him as impoverished. Manager Lu is visibly sweating and panicking. He hurriedly packages the Shisui Dan for Kong Yu, stacking variously sized brocade boxes high for him to choose from. Kong Yu, however, finds the process unnecessary and requests the original box to take with him. At this moment, the manager of the Kong family leans in closely beside Kong Yu and whispers something swiftly. Kong Yu nods in understanding. Liang Etian stands a few steps away. Although he has exposed Kong Yu's identity, he has not succeeded in preventing him from taking the Shisui Dan. A servant from the Sun shop approaches Liang Etian to settle the payment for the broken jade bottles. Liang Etian pays without hesitation, though he harbors resentment towards Kong Yu. He strides up to Kong Yu, fixing his gaze upon him, and speaks deliberately, relying on your brother to clean up your mess. You truly have some nerve. Kong Yu responds with a smile, unfazed. Matters concerning my brother are not for outsiders to comment on. Ultimately, Liang Etian departs in a huff, his youthful temper flaring. Manager Lu, eager to rectify his mistakes, notes that Kong Yu has not yet left and rushes to his side, inquiring if he needs anything further. No, thank you, Kong Yu politely declines. I merely wish to speak with my brother. Has the esteemed head of the family also arrived? Manager Lu is taken aback, glancing at the servant beside him. The young scoundrel was indeed the one leading Kong Ming, and now he was acutely aware of the trouble he had stirred, desperately lowering his head to evade detection by Manager Lu. With a mere glance, Lu discerned the unfolding situation and reprimanded the youth sharply, vowing to deal with him later. However, as he turned around, his expression transformed into a broad smile, his ability to change demeanor astonishingly swift. He declared his intention to see Kong Yu off, and this time, Kong Yu did not refuse. Kong Ming awaited Kong Yu in the previous room. Before arriving here, Lu's heart was still somewhat chilled. But when Kong Ming's indifferent gaze fell upon him, his heart sank entirely. Kong Ming was not fond of excessive pleasantries. He directly instructed Lu to leave, leaving only the 2 brothers in the room. In their private interaction, the brothers exchanged little, remaining in a state of mutual silence, even after Kong Ming had just bestowed 5,000 gold upon his elder brother to procure 2 trivial trinkets of no real worth. It was Kong Yu who first broached the subject. Kong Ming, consider this 5,000 gold as a loan from me. Kong Ming remained silent. Kong Yu found it rather curious. In that moment, he seemed to sense his brother's emotions. Perhaps he was angry. If you like these marrow-cleansing pills, I could give them all to you. Of course, I shall repay the 5,000 gold. I wouldn't want you to pay for my whims. Kong Ming gazed directly at his brother, who was always considerate of him. I have no desire for the marrow-cleansing pills. They hold no value for me. Kong Yu immediately felt remorseful. I understand. I do have a penchant for acquiring these useless items. Kong Ming sighed. It was the first time Kong Yu had witnessed his brother sigh. The head of the Kong family was capable of anything. To him, it seemed no challenge was insurmountable. I have returned. Kong Ming, having ensured matters were settled, prepared to take his leave. Wait, regarding the 5,000 gold, shall I write you an IOU as proof? Kong Ming furrowed his brow, on the verge of discontent, but Kong Yu promptly added, if not, then it's fine. It saves me the trouble. Only then did Kong Ming refrain from expressing his frustration. As the brothers were about to part ways, Kong Ming suddenly recalled something. I settled an amount with Manager Zhang. Causing him to depart from the Kong family. It appeared that Kong Ming had not forgotten Kong Yu's previous counsel at Yasho Mountain, and he had taken appropriate measures. Kong Yu had intended to mention this matter to his brother, but it seemed they were in sync, as Kong Ming spoke first. Kong Yu exhaled in relief. That Manager Zhang was indeed the instigator of past troubles. He uncovered certain long-buried secrets within the Kong family and disclosed them to the collateral branches, intending to conspire with them to usurp the position of family head. Kong Yu remembered this individual. In this lifetime, he aimed to ensure his brother took preventive measures against potential threats. Kong Ming observed his brother's expression, and indeed, Kong Yu was aware of information that eluded him. Rather than immediately interrogating him, he chose to wait for Kong Yu to speak. Manager Zhang has been in charge for many years. Did he not cause a scene when you dismissed him? Well, the uproar was quite significant. Kong Ming replied calmly, and he even allied with several old accountants. claiming I was ungrateful. Kong Yu frowned. Did he truly dare to say such things to you? Later, I confronted him with evidence of his embezzlement of shop funds and rare artifacts, and he could utter not a single word thereafter. Kong Ming has always acted with a reputation that precedes him. Before taking any decisive steps, he meticulously prepares, ensuring that his opponent is left with no avenue for escape. Whether it be serving time in prison or departing with dignity and a sum of money, I presented him with these two options. In truth, Kong Ming offered no real choice at all. Manager Zhang could only obediently accept the money and depart from the Kong household. Kong Yu nodded, greatly approving of his brother's resoluteness. However, the complexities of the Kong family's collateral branches lingered. Since the passing of their parents, these relatives had been lurking, waiting for an opportunity to cause trouble, necessitating utmost caution. I am aware, Kong Ming replied, assuring that he would keep his elder brother's words close to heart. This is where Kong Ming's prowess lies. Even while managing such vast wealth and power, he remains receptive to Kong Yu's counsel, though he trusts only him and no one else. When Kong Yu bid farewell to Kong Ming, the latter lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and offered a heartfelt reminder. Brother, now only you and I remain of the direct line of the Kong family. Do take care of yourself. This was perhaps his most candid expression. Kong Yu smiled and nodded in response. Rest assured, I have not been as relentless in my endeavors lately, and why health is paramount. The ailments suffered by outsiders will ultimately return to torment oneself, and it is hardly worth the trouble. In this lifetime, Kong Yu lives solely for himself. Kong Ming gazed at this sole family member, noting that Kong Yu had indeed transformed. He observed him now, free from the weariness and concealed suffering of the past. A faint smile began to grace Kong Ming's face. Kong Yu, taken aback, found himself still reveling in the unexpected sight of his typically stoic brother smiling, just as Kong Ming lowered the curtain and the sedan chair departed. As Kong Ming left Sun's shop, the sedan moved slowly, allowing him to hear the manager reporting from outside. His visit to Tianshiwan was not without purpose, as the Kong family engaged in annual trade with the 8 great families. To ensure fairness, he would procure different goods from each of the 8 families, with their prices being roughly equivalent. As the manager recounted each establishment, Kong Ming interrupted upon hearing about Sun's shop. Sun's shop is to be cut by 1/5 this year. But, master, the elixirs provided by Sun's shop are the rarest and finest among the 8 families. What Sun's shop possesses, its neighboring shop will also have. It is not indispensable. If they lack it, instruct the other 7 shops to seek elsewhere. I have no doubt they will find it. Understood. The steward acquiesced. It seemed that the previous dealings at Sun's shop had indeed provoked both the Kong family and Kong Ming. He was now resolute in establishing Kong Yu's identity before outsiders. No one could impede this endeavor. Following the recent journey, he had come to a singular conclusion. Yashou Mountain was utterly unreliable. The entire mountain had been distorting truth and abusing the vulnerable Kong Yu. Observing Kong Yu's demeanor, it was clear that he had been deeply hurt by Yashou Mountain, no longer harboring any affection for the place. Thus, before the end of their sole contract, Kong Yu must secure a viable escape route. The steward then began to address the second matter at hand: how to account for the 5,000 gold. It was impractical to record it as a washing marrow elixir, for that was hardly worth 5,000 gold. Given Kong Ming's disposition, he would not allow Kong Yu to cover the expense with his own funds. Thus it would need to be accounted for under the Kong estate. After some contemplation, Kong Ming casually suggested a trivial item. Just note that I purchased 2 luminous pearls for personal enjoyment. Ah, very well. The steward's lips twitched as he noted it down. From this perspective, it seems that the outsiders have been rather conservative in their speculations. The Kong family does not have a singularly normal head, but rather more than one. Shortly after Kong Ming's departure, Kong Yu returned to Yashou Mountain, accompanied by a well-fed and satisfied rice cake, along with 2 precious cleansing elixirs. Upon arriving at Zhu Yu residence, he discovered a throng of individuals gathered at his doorstep, their expressions filled with sorrow. What could have transpired? Chapter 40. It seems the senior brother has passed away. The individuals blocking the entrance to Zhu Yu residence were all young disciples, some familiar, others not. At the forefront stood someone he recognized. Qiu Chenghe. He was stationed at the entrance, preventing other disciples from entering, seemingly embroiled in a dispute with them. The others were questioning him, demanding to know why he was still obstructing their path when something had happened to the senior brother. Chenghe, you should step aside. The disciples from the Ming Medical Hall have arrived. Let them see the senior brother, or at the very least, allow us to bid him a final farewell. After all, we are fellow disciples. Kong Yu lingered unnoticed in a corner, absorbing their conversation. He held the small rice cake, which appeared bewildered, gazing up at him with confusion. Senior brother, it seems you have passed away, he silently remarked, from the cacophony of voices among the disciples. Kong Yu pieced together the sequence of events. It turned out that during his absence from the mountain, a disciple had been sent by the Grand Elder under the pretense of inquiring about his injuries, ostensibly to check on his well-being. However, Kongyu had merely lain in bed for an extended period, doing nothing but occasionally turning over. Even more alarmingly, the disciple discovered that Kongyu had been turning over with such regularity that he averaged 8 turns each hour. Terrified by this revelation, he fled from Zhuyu residence, colliding with a passerby who inquired about his distress. He responded with a simple 6-word phrase: "The senior brother is not well." This straightforward statement, passed along by a dozen individuals, morphed into the rumor that the senior brother had died. Upon hearing this, Kongyu was rendered speechless. Fortunately, the astute Qiu Chenghe suspected that he had used a decoy to make his escape, thus providing him with cover. Otherwise, a swarm of individuals would have surged in, and his ruse would have been exposed. This incident led Kongyu to reassess his opinion of Qiu Chenghe. Perhaps the youth was not as foolish as he had previously thought. Yet, Qiu Chenghe's next proclamation was, "None of you may enter. Mourning must follow a protocol. The elders must arrive first." With no lingering attachment, Kongyu swiftly slipped inside the house. He had overestimated him. He retrieved the decoy he had tucked under the quilt back into the mustard seed bag, slightly disheveling the bedding, and changed out of his opulent garments into nightwear. Then, feigning just having awakened, he opened the door, prepared for what was to come, and stepped aside. At that moment, the crowd of disciples outside, caught off guard, surged in, tumbling over one another. Kongyu squinted at them, still appearing somewhat groggy. "What is all this commotion?" he inquired. The disciple at the bottom of the pile, clutching his throbbing head, raised his eyes to meet Kongyu's half-closed gaze. He exclaimed, "Senior brother, you are not dead. Why, do you wish for my demise?" Kongyu retorted with a cold smirk. The disciple quickly realized his blunder and immediately apologized to Kongyu. Kongyu ordered the idle crowd to disperse swiftly. "I was merely enjoying a leisurely slumber, and you create such a ruckus. If there ever comes a day when I truly pass away, would you not celebrate with gongs and drums, rejoicing across the land?" The senior brother now shows no leniency towards anyone. His tongue is sharp, leaving the disciples with their heads bowed in reprimand. "Senior brother, I was wrong. Please, calm your anger." Kongyu casually waved his hand, signaling them to depart from his sight as soon as possible, preferring ignorance over confrontation. The last to leave was Qiu Chenghe, who observed that Kongyu's feet were no longer tangled like before, indicating a recovery. "Senior brother, please take care of yourself," Chenghe said before taking his leave. Qiu Chenghe shut the door behind him, leaving only Kongyu and Fa Gao inside. Fa Gao was once again sneaking bites of Kongyu's snacks. Kongyu pondered over the final expression and tone of Qiu Chenghe, perplexed. Was Qiu Chenghe truly foolish or merely pretending? By his words, it seemed he had known all along that I was not on the mountain and had deliberately intervened on my behalf. Fa Gao, only half comprehending, could only echo, "What senior brother said is right. It's none of your concern. Just eat." Kongyu had no time to dwell on Qiu Chenghe's matters, for at that moment, his master, Elder Daoyuan, came to visit. This time, Daoyuan's demeanor was markedly different from previous encounters. Previously, he had spoken down to Kongyu, relying on his status as master, exuding an air of superiority. Yet today, he exhibited no trace of such arrogance, instead considering Kongyu's feelings in every aspect. "Disciple, is your injury healing?" Daoyuan was the second to notice that the bandage on Kongyu's leg had vanished. Kongyu gestured for Daoyuan to sit, blocking the sunlight at the doorway, which was blinding. He poured himself a cup of tea before serving Daoyuan. Kongyu had adopted this habit, prioritizing his own needs before attending to others. Daoyuan, who typically valued the hierarchy of age and formality, felt a surge of discontent upon seeing Kongyu's casual demeanor, as if the person seated across from him was not his nurturing master, but rather someone inconsequential. However, since he sought something from Kongyu today, he suppressed his irritation. Kongyu could intuitively discern that the elder had adopted such sycophantic behavior because he had a favor to ask. As the one being solicited, Kongyu held the upper hand, remaining unruffled, eager to see what trickery Daoyuan would concoct this time. He responded to Daoyuan's inquiry. "Master, which injury do you refer to?" "The wound on my foot is nearly healed. However, I still bear quite a few old injuries. Last time, in an attempt to procure a heart-nurturing pearl for you, I nearly had half my body bitten off by the guardian spirit beast. The heart-nurturing pearl is a precious artifact used for cultivation. The day before Huo Mingyi ascended the mountain, Kongyu had returned with this item in hand. Daoyuan, now facing a bottleneck in his cultivation, found himself unable to break through his current realm despite his efforts. Anxious, he considered various methods. Upon hearing of the heart-nurturing pearl from others, he sent his eldest disciple to retrieve it. That encounter was perilous, and Kongyu nearly lost his life. Fortunately, he was blessed and managed to escape the clutches of the spirit beast. Those were bygone days. Had Daoyuan dared to make such shameless demands now, Kong Yu would have unhesitatingly tossed him to the spirit beasts. Reflecting on that incident caused a flicker of annoyance on Dayuan's face. People can be ungrateful. Despite his kindness, Kong Yu had never appreciated it. It was only when the honest individual turned against him that he began to reflect on his own actions in the past. The master was somewhat stringent in his expectations of you, yet that was merely a means to motivate you. Now that the situation has reached this point, Dayuan still stubbornly clings to his pride, striving to defend himself at every turn. Indeed, I am your most ineffectual disciple. I fear I am of little assistance to you, so it would be best if the master were to take his leave. Kong Yu directly called for Fa Gao to escort the guest away. Dayuan grew agitated. What is this nonsense about sending the master away? Kong Yu, the master came here simply to see how you are faring. Your behavior is truly a disservice to the master's goodwill. I am quite well. Since you have seen for yourself, master, please do return. Fa Gao, please see the Grand Elder out. Kong Yu once more called for Fa Gao to usher the Grand Elder away. This time, the Grand Elder could no longer conceal his intentions and directly addressed Kong Yu. Enough, enough. Master will not hide it from you. The reason for this visit is to inquire whether you might reconsider the 2 washing marrow pills. Chapter 41. You shall become my chess piece. Dayuan finally revealed his purpose. Indeed, it was concerning the washing marrow pills. Holding 2 superior-grade washing marrow pills, Kong Yu smiled with assured composure. Yet, he was also curious as to why Dayuan had come to seek him out once more. Dayuan had previously faced rejection from Kong Yu at that time. His relationship with Huo Mingyi was harmonious, and Huo Mingyi had flattered him to great comfort, leading him to boast that he could persuade the senior brother to procure the costly washing marrow pills for him. However, he encountered a setback with Kong Yu, who outright refused to assist and sent him packing. Lacking Kong Yu's support, Dayuan's boasting fell flat, leaving him humiliated in front of Huo Mingyi. When Huo Mingyi inquired about the washing marrow pills, Dayuan, in a fit of anger, reprimanded him sharply. This incident strained their relationship significantly. However, Huo Mingyi was a junior adept at winning the favor of seniors. Enduring Dayuan's merciless rebuke, unlike the now-absent submissive Kong Yu, no one else could face him with such equanimity. Yet, Huo Mingyi managed to do so. He even took the initiative to appease Dayuan, restoring their rapport. He mentioned that he had personally funded a troupe of performers from the foot of the mountain to put on a show before Dayuan. For cultivators like them, many activities were deemed unsuitable for their reputation, and leisurely pursuits were few and far between. Watching a play was one of the rare pastimes that could be publicly indulged. This time, Huo Mingyi spent a considerable sum, inviting only Dayuan to witness the performance. Dayuan greatly appreciated the young man's efforts to curry favor and willingly accepted the invitation. The splendid performance was set to unfold that afternoon. It was an overcast day, humid yet devoid of snow. Dayuan sat in his courtyard, observing the painted actors singing melodiously on a makeshift wooden stage. The play was titled Sending Huang Yang, a title Dayuan had never heard before. Huo Mingyi poured him a cup of tea, stating that the script was less known but had the merit of being fresh. This was also his first time hearing Huo Mingyi spoke. He smiled somewhat bashfully. If I were fortunate enough to be accepted as your disciple, elder, I could invite senior brother Kong, senior brother Xiao, and Ruoxue, and the 5 of us could joyfully enjoy the play together. What a delightful prospect that would be! He indeed pondered this. There is no one who does not cherish reunion. Although the relationships among the true disciples under the Grand Elder are tense, it does not imply that Dayuan does not wish for harmony among them. Your sentiment is commendable. Dayuan even praised Huo Mingyi for his thoughtfulness. He comprehended the intentions behind Huo Mingyi's words. The other party's flattery was merely a ploy to encourage him to exert further efforts to persuade his senior brother into purchasing the 2 cleansing elixirs. However, Huo Mingyi, having relinquished his greed, now desired only one. While 5 could transform his spiritual root into a singular essence, 1 would suffice to help him pass the upcoming entrance examination. As for future matters, they could be contemplated later. It was far more pressing to navigate through the immediate challenges. Huo Mingyi subtly conveyed his true feelings to Dayuan, yet Dayuan remained in a quandary. Their last encounter with Kong Yu ended on an unpleasant note. Despite Kong Yu's ever-present smile, his words had been unmistakably blunt. Without funds, there would be no support. Dayuan was reluctant to create a scene with this disciple, especially since Kong Yu could assist him in myriad ways. Backed by the formidable Kong family, Dayuan often pondered how to glean some benefits from the Kong household. Otherwise, what was the point of having been Kong Yu's master? Such a fortuitous opportunity. Observing Dayuan's hesitation, Huo Mingyi chose to remain silent, refraining from further persuasion. The drama was still unfolding at that moment. A sharp cry pierced the air from the stage, where the actress portraying Huang Yang called out to the stooped steward. "Steward, how could you be my own father?" The actress elongated her tone, filled with astonishment and anguish. her piercing voice snapping Dao Yuan's attention back to the stage. Watching the unfolding performance, Dao Yuan seemed struck as if by a bell. With a dull ringing in his ears, the drama grew increasingly captivating. It turned out that Huang Yang was the daughter of the estate steward, serving as damning evidence of an illicit affair between the steward and the lady of the house. The subsequent scenes played out in succession. Huang Yang wishing to unite with the young master, the steward's obstruction, and the master's furious wrath. Truly, the professional troupe hired at great expense delivered a spectacular performance, particularly the scenes where the master struck down both the steward and Huang Yang, executed with remarkable realism. Huo Mingyi discreetly glanced at the Grand Elder, noticing the color drain from Dao Yuan's face, as though he himself were the bloodied steward. Furthermore, that pitiful Huang Yang evoked memories of Mu Ruoshue's fate. Ruoshue, his only daughter. The Grand Elder became increasingly restless, his hand trembling as he lifted his teacup, spilling the tea all over himself. Huo Mingyi hastily provided a handkerchief to wipe it up, continuously expressing concern for the Grand Elder. "Elder, what troubles you?" The Grand Elder clasped his wrist with considerable force, his eyes fixed intensely upon Huo Mingyi. "What do you know? Speak." The actors on the wooden stage, witnessing the sudden conflict between the two, paused in shock. Dao Yuan erupted in fury, smashing everything in sight and ordering them all to leave. "Elder." Huo Mingyi feigned ignorance, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Had I known you disliked this play, I would not have arranged it. I didn't mean to upset you." Dao Yuan recognized that he was unleashing his fury on an unrelated party, and as Huo Mingyi attempted to restrain him, he noticed the long, bleeding gash on Huo Mingyi's arm. A chilling sight. At that moment, Dao Yuan regained his composure, calming himself as he pulled the trembling Huo Mingyi back into position. He forced a smile. "Mingyi, do you desire the cleansing elixir?" "I want. No, I don't want." Huo Mingyi dared not nod. Dao Yuan reassured him not to fear. "If you wish for the cleansing elixir, the elder shall procure it for you. After consuming the elixir, you must not squander it. Instead, diligently cultivate your skills. You are to become my pawn, ascending to the position of the sect leader, thereby usurping the current leader's place. Only then shall my daughter and I be able to live in peace for the rest of our lives." Chapter 42. The Reversal Script of Huo Mingyi. For various reasons, Dao Yuan altered his perspective and resolved to nurture Huo Mingyi as his own. This lad is of the bloodline of the former sect leader. Should he be supported to become the new leader, it would be entirely legitimate. Although Huo Mingyi's talent is astonishingly lacking, Dao Yuan deemed these matters inconsequential. In fact, it could facilitate his manipulation of Huo Mingyi even further. What of his eldest and second disciples, whose abilities are formidable? The most obedient is, after all, the seemingly ineffectual third disciple, Mu Ruoshue. Huo Mingyi, too, is a manageable subject. Having made up his mind, Dao Yuan shamelessly approached Kongyu. Kongyu, discerning his intentions, reflected on their master-disciple relationship. In the past, Dao Yuan had been indifferent to understanding him, yet Kongyu had meticulously studied Dao Yuan. His master was one who would not rise early without the prospect of gain. It was implausible for him to suddenly alter his opinion of Huo Mingyi without cause, unless something had transpired that shifted his stance. Could it be that Huo Mingyi, seizing the opportunity to observe, had exposed the relationship between Dao Yuan and Mu Ruoshue? No, Dao Yuan would never assist Huo Mingyi again. His benevolence would only extend to ensuring that no one was deceived into a remote ravine for destruction. Now, the two not only coexisted harmoniously, but Dao Yuan also seemed to genuinely consider Huo Mingyi, treating him as one of his own. Wait, could it be that the Grand Elder feared Huo Mingyi would unveil the truth, prompting him to make a concerted effort to win him over? Huo Mingyi clearly aspired to become the sect leader. The Grand Elder might believe that once Huo Mingyi assumed leadership, his unspeakable little secrets would remain forever buried with the informed. Kongyu found this notion rather amusing. Dao Yuan approached him, laden with schemes, while attempting to feign nonchalance. How ridiculous! Upon Dao Yuan's arrival, Kongyu had donned a robe of bamboo green. He slipped his hands into the wide sleeves, his right hand brushing against the porcelain vial containing the two cleansing elixirs. His fingers glided slowly over the icy surface of the porcelain as he faced Dao Yuan, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The price of the cleansing elixir was exorbitant, and many wealthy young masters and mistresses coveted such items. The disciple had previously declined his master's offer due to various complications. However, since his master had broached the subject, he was willing to give it a try. He merely stated he would try, yet Dao Yuan, believing he had received a commitment, felt a glimmer of hope. If that were the case, then all matters would be entrusted to the disciple. Dao Yuan left in high spirits, likely eager to share this delightful news with Huo Mingyi. Fa Gao remained within Kongyu's quarters, and Dao Yuan had completely overlooked him. Holding a piece of lotus pastry, he lowered his head to take a bite, mumbling a question to Kongyu. Is the senior brother truly going to give the cleansing elixir to Huo Mingyi? Wasn't it agreed that he wouldn't? Of course, I won't give it, Kong Yu replied slowly. I merely made a verbal promise. I never claimed I could retrieve it. Oh, I understand. Fa Gao clenched his fists and struck the table, causing the teacup before Kong Yu to tremble. The senior brother had previously refused the Grand Elder. Should he decline again, he would undoubtedly become insistent. It would be prudent to tentatively agree to his request. Should the situation arise where the purchase cannot be made, it would not be deemed a lack of effort, would it? Initially, Kong Yu presumed that Fa Gao would once again engage in nonsensical chatter, but to his surprise, the rotund boy occasionally articulated profound insights, managing to discern some of his thoughts. Kong Yu smiled, reflecting that he was not entirely foolish. Fa Gao mumbled that he was not foolish to begin with, but then his expression turned to one of concern. However, senior brother, your identity has already been revealed at the Sun Shop. Everyone is aware that you procured the cleansing elixir, and it cannot be concealed for long. Well, that can be easily managed. I shall simply claim that Kong Ming stealthily took it to gift it to someone. Ah? But would the Grand Elder, perhaps, ask you to retrieve it from Brother Kong Ming? The way he casually referred to Kong Ming as brother was rather fluid. A trace of urgency was absent from Kong Yu's visage as he lowered his gaze, gently blowing on the tea, the steam swirling delicately. Let them seek out Kong Ming themselves. Then Fa Gao recalled having met the head of the Kong family only once. Although the encounter was relatively amicable, the man's imposing presence was genuinely intimidating. In any case, Fa Gao would not dare to initiate a conversation with Kong Ming. This thought. He suddenly felt a sense of injustice for his senior brother. They only know how to bully you, thinking your temperament is mild. If you were their brother, they would not even dare to speak to him. Reflecting on the past transgressions against Kong Yu, Fa Gao was so incensed that he lost his appetite for the pastries. Kong Yu's demeanor remained indifferent as he urged Fa Gao to consume the delicacy in his hand. Do not allow unrelated individuals to disturb your peace. Fa Gao, one must learn to adapt to circumstances. Despite his words of adaptation, Kong Yu did not consider himself a particularly fortunate individual. All the advantageous circumstances surrounding him were entirely of his own making. Elder Dao Yuan arrived at Huo Mingyi's side with promising news, announcing that Kong Yu had agreed to purchase the cleansing elixir. Huo Mingyi was, of course, elated, yet a shadow of unease lingered in his heart. The chief of Yashou Mountain was not particularly amicable towards him. He had subtly undermined Huo Mingyi several times since his arrival. Huo Mingyi regarded Kong Yu as the archetypal antagonist who frequently obstructs the protagonist. He did not view himself as a villain. Sacrificing and betraying for the sake of one's goals seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, Kong Yu was his greatest impediment, and he was determined to drag him down from his lofty perch into the mire. Huo Mingyi had meticulously crafted a script for his own resurgence. Unfortunately, Kong Yu was no ordinary stumbling block. 3 days later, Elder Dao Yuan arrived at Zhuyuju, filled with anticipation, and inquired about the progress of the matter. Kong Yu sighed. Master, the 2 cleansing elixirs at Tianshuan have already been purchased by someone else. What? Elder Dao Yuan could hardly believe his ears. Those 2 elixirs had lingered in the shop for so long, untouched, only to be snatched away just as he intended to buy them. Disciple, who procured those elixirs? Is there any possibility of acquiring them from the buyer? Kong Yu evaded the first question posed by Dao Yuan, his gaze shallow as it met his master's. Master, those who can shop at the 8 prominent families of Tianshuan are not ordinary figures. It would not be prudent to brazenly snatch something they desire. I have no issue with spending money, but it would be best to minimize unnecessary complications. After uttering these words, Kong Yu turned away from the dazed Dao Yuan, preoccupied with trimming a pot of begonia. It is not yet the season for blossoms to bloom. Kong Yu's demeanor towards these silent plants is far more patient than his attitude towards people. Dao Yuan, not wishing to embarrass himself in front of him, could only leave in disappointment. Huo Mingyi was still waiting there, having sat in silence for quite some time. As Elder Dao Yuan entered, he sprang to his feet. Elder, do you have any news? In truth, upon seeing the glum expression on Dao Yuan's face as he entered the room, Huo Mingyi's heart had already sunk. That moment, Dao Yuan added, Ming-yi, you need not dwell on the pair of cleansing elixirs from Tianshuan. I shall devise an alternative plan for you. Huo Mingyi was taken aback. Yes, it is that Senior Kong Yu is unwilling. Kong Yu had indeed exerted his utmost effort, yet that pair of cleansing elixirs had been purchased by another, rendering the situation unavoidable. Dao Yuan urged him to relinquish his fixation and not to be obstinate. Huo Mingyi, feeling the weight of Dao Yuan's presence, refrained from expressing his thoughts, merely responding obediently. I appreciate the elder and senior Kong Yu's concern for Mingyi regarding this matter. Mingyi will heed the elder's arrangements. His words were commendable, and Dao Yuan was quite satisfied with his compliance. Mingyi, your composed demeanor in handling affairs will surely lead you to great accomplishments in the future. Huo Mingyi managed a faint smile. After departing from Dao Yuan, he returned to his quarters. Along the way, he encountered several disciples from Yashoushan Mountain, greeting each one despite their indifference towards him. He hurriedly entered his room. Upon stepping into the dim surroundings, he found himself utterly alone. Huo Mingyi suppressed all traces of his earlier smile, his expression transforming into one of calm despondency. He closed the door with both hands, allowing himself to succumb to the enveloping darkness. Then, with a heavy fist, he struck the wooden door. A dull ache resonated in his palm as he pressed his forehead against his fist, his weight leaning against the door, gritting his teeth with determination. Kongyu. Why does he always obstruct him? Huo Mingyi clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging into his palm, leaving deep imprints. He maintained this posture until approximately the length of an incense stick had passed before finally standing upright. Lowering his head, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. When he lifted his gaze once more, there was no trace of anger upon his face. Huo Mingyi concealed his temper once again. He had yet to establish his footing and was not entitled to unleash his fury. However, he could not fully trust Kongyu's words. He must investigate personally to discern the truth of the matter. Chapter 43. How could you strike him? 3 more days had elapsed, and within this span, Xiao Zhe had returned. Upon his return, Xiao Zhe first went to Dao Yuan to report the details of the demon extermination mission. Xiao Zhe spoke little, his words succinct, recounting the entire experience from beginning to end, awaiting Dao Yuan's response. After a brief moment, he found that Dao Yuan did not admonish him as he typically would. Raising his head, Xiao Zhe discovered that the Grand Elder was lost in thought, unaware of what occupied his mind. Xiao Zhe still held great respect for his master, and after some contemplation, he decided to voice his concern. Master, is there something troubling you? Dao Yuan snapped back to reality with a long sigh. Ah, my disciple, you are unaware of much. During your absence from the mountain, many events have transpired. Although Xiao Zhe was not the best confidant, Dao Yuan found himself without another to confide in. His own daughter remained imprisoned within the demon suppression tower, and his eldest disciple's attitude was indifferent at best. The other 3 elders, though nominally his junior disciples, were in fact each more astute than the last. Dao Yuan found himself at a loss and could only vent his frustrations to his own second disciple. This child, Mingyi, was previously under the care of your elder brother, was he not? However, due to Kongyu's prolonged leg ailment, I feared that his recovery would be hindered, thus I took it upon myself to keep Mingyi by my side. This child is pure-hearted and virtuous, displaying great filial piety and understanding. As the son of the sect master, his status is undeniable, and he is destined to become a true disciple under one of the elders in the future. I thought to myself, given his gentle nature, he may be subjected to bullying by the other true disciples. If sent to another elder, it would be wiser to take him under my wing, ensuring that you, Kongyu, and Ruo Shui can watch over him together. Xiao Zhe, upon hearing this, nodded in apparent agreement with Dao Yuan's words. However, his thoughts were entirely divergent. His master still harbored the intention of taking Huo Mingyi as his true disciple. With Kongyu's current peculiar and obstinate temperament, would he acquiesce? Even if he did, would Huo Mingyi enjoy a peaceful existence? Xiao Zhe occasionally found himself oblivious to the truth, yet he was not foolish. Despite his own blindness, he endeavored to persuade his master to open his eyes and recognize the reality. Huo Mingyi's apprenticeship under the Great Elder would be a genuine nightmare. The other true disciples might still choose to ignore his existence, but it was evident that Kongyu had set his sights on him. The Great Elder was incessantly rambling, and Xiao Zhe attempted to interject several times, only to find his efforts thwarted. He resolved to remain silent until his master concluded. However, it was clear that Mingyi had arrived at the mountain a bit late. His spiritual roots were rather muddled, and he was unlikely to pass the entrance examination. Yet, his fervent dedication to the path compelled me to devise a strategy for him. Dao Yuan concealed his own ulterior motives, presenting himself as a benevolent elder concerned for his disciples' welfare. Thus, he approached your senior brother, intending to ask him to procure a pair of marrow-cleansing pills for Mingyi. This was the first time Xiao Zhe had heard Dao Yuan mention the marrow-cleansing pills, and he spoke with such audacity, as if the one shamelessly requesting assistance was not himself, but Kongyu. Xiao Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Master, are you suggesting that Kong Shixiang should buy the marrow-cleansing pills for Mingyi? Indeed, Dao Yuan replied, his confidence unwavering. Is there anything wrong with a senior brother aiding his junior? Xiao Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words, utterly astonished by the proposition. He struggled to formulate a response. While it was true that the Kong family was affluent, Kongyu was still considered a disciple of Yashoushan Mountain. Before he returned to his family, Kong Ming would not transfer substantial wealth into his name. The Kong family was composed of shrewd individuals, and as members of a prestigious lineage, they placed great importance on the concept of boundaries. Kongyu currently held a dual identity. He was to serve Yashoushan Mountain, and any funds provided by the Kong family could easily be squandered on his unrelated junior disciples. Even if Kong Yu was inclined to be helpful, it did not necessarily follow that Kong Ming was a benevolent benefactor. Furthermore, even if Kong Yu could access a portion of the family wealth, it did not imply that he would freely spend it on the son of the old sect master. Such reasoning seemed illogical. Xiao Zhe recognized that his affairs were his own and should not entangle the Xiao family. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. He was uncertain of how Kong Yu perceived his dual identity, but Xiao Zhe believed that he would not brazenly extend his hand to his own brother, demanding financial assistance. However, at this moment, the Grand Elder has truly compelled Kong Yu to devise a means to procure such a substantial sum of money. The items displayed by the 8 great families of the heavenly market are by no means inexpensive, as Xiao Zhe is well aware. Until now, he had not perceived it, but today he suddenly found himself contemplating that his master might indeed possess a certain degree of shamelessness. Such thoughts felt irreverent, prompting Xiao Zhe to shake his head vigorously, expelling these errant notions from his mind. Master, the items in the heavenly market are not cheap. Brother Kong is bound to encounter difficulties. Your senior brother has already agreed. Dao Yuan interrupted Xiao Zhe's words. What? Xiao Zhe was taken aback. He has agreed, but he also mentioned that the item has been purchased by someone else in advance, leaving no alternatives. Dao Yuan sipped his now lukewarm tea, cleared his throat, and inquired of his second disciple, Xiao Zhe, do you think Kong Yu is merely feigning interest for my sake? It couldn't be that the washing marrow pills were not sold at all, and he simply does not wish to spend any money. Well, based on my understanding of Brother Kong, he would hardly stoop to such deceit. If Kong Yu were unwilling, he would have declined long ago. Yet, Xiao Zhe misjudged Kong Yu's character once more. Not only had he learned to refuse matters and individuals he disliked, but he had also become adept at observing the misfortunes of others. Kong Yu was currently waiting to witness the unfolding drama. After parting from Dao Yuan, Xiao Zhe was burdened with a plethora of complicated emotions. He had not anticipated that during his absence from the mountain, such troublesome events would transpire. Matters within the sect can indeed be exceedingly vexatious at times. Amongst the brothers, a competitive dynamic exists with mutual disdain, yet they are obliged to coexist in a manner that allows for both avoidance and confrontation. Conflicts of various magnitudes arise incessantly, with at least 1 or 2 significant disturbances occurring each month. The former Kong Yu had made every effort to evade such disputes, even when occasionally bullied by his peers. He would not take offense, valuing harmony above all else. However, now, Kong Yu had become the very source of turmoil. If he did not stir up some commotion on any given day, that day would be deemed wasted. Xiao Zhe privately believed that Dao Yuan's suspicions were quite accurate. Kong Yu simply did not wish to procure anything for Huo Mingyi and had found an excuse to avoid doing so. Should Mingyi become aware of this news, she would likely feel disheartened. Alas, as the son of the sect leader, how could his spiritual roots be so muddled? Xiao Zhe sighed inwardly, resolving to visit Huo Mingyi to offer some words of comfort, urging her not to lose hope. With the intention of checking on Huo Mingyi, he found himself, unbeknownst to him, arriving at Zhuyuju, the territory of Kong Yu. Upon regaining his senses, he realized he was already encircled by the verdant bamboo. He thought to himself, since he had come, he might as well see what Brother Kong was occupied with. He recalled that when he had departed from the mountain, Kong Yu's foot injury had still not healed. He wondered how he had fared in the intervening days. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, he noticed the door was ajar. Just as he was about to enter, a sudden sharp clap echoed from within. Smack! Xiao Zhe was taken aback and hastened inside. Brother Kong, you? Kong Yu was seated at a stone table, leisurely holding a cup of tea, while the one with the swollen half of his face was none other than Huo Mingyi. Xiao Zhe's brow furrowed. Kong Yu, how could you strike Mingyi? Chapter 44. Does one need to choose a day to strike? Xiao Zhe rushed to Huo Mingyi's side, the young man shielding the bruised portion of his face with his hand, attempting to obscure the evidence. The strength of a cultivator is not to be underestimated. Even without employing spiritual power, Huo Mingyi's face had swiftly become swollen. Xiao Zhe retrieved a pouch of ice from his mustard seed bag. He possesses a fire spirit root, and to avert the peril of succumbing to madness, he often carries a considerable quantity of ice cubes for unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, they prove to be quite useful. Huo Mingyi silently applies an ice pack to his face, bowing his head, his expression fraught with discomfort and grievance, remaining utterly silent. Xiao Zhe's protective instincts towards the vulnerable always seem to surface at the most inappropriate times. He furrows his brow and questions the nonchalant Kong Yu. Is it not enough that you have punished your junior brother Chenghe, but now you must also strike Mingyi? Kong Shixiang, does this vast Yasho mountain not have room for you? With a sharp crack, Kong Yu had not intended to pay heed to the two of them, merely wishing to enjoy a quiet moment with his tea. However, Xiao Zhe, indiscriminately voicing such outrageous remarks, provoked a swift response. He delivered a slap, not of grand gesture, but rather a palm formed from his spiritual energy. As a cultivator, Xiao Zhe was more resilient than Huo Mingyi. Though the blow did not bruise his face, it certainly darkened his expression. You are becoming increasingly unhinged, Xiao Gu. Huo Mingyi quietly interjected, gesturing for Xiao Zhe to refrain from escalating the situation further. Mingyi, you cannot always be so feeble. Kindness invites exploitation. Xiao Zhe's words elicited a cold chuckle from Kong Yu. What are you laughing at? As Xiao Zhe's temper flared once more, Huo Mingyi hastily restrained him. Enough, Xiao Gu, it is my fault. He directed his gaze, filled with resentment, at the unwillingly averted Kong Yu. Yet his words remained submissive. I apologize, Senior Kong Yu. It was my lack of discernment, and it shall not happen again. Kong Yu waved his hands dismissively. Leave, and do not tarnish the beauty of my courtyard. You, Xiao Gu, let it go, let us depart. Huo Mingyi urged Xiao Zhe away, scarcely daring to linger. Should he tarry even a moment longer, the truth might unravel. Half an hour prior, Kong Yu had been basking in the sun, relishing a leisurely afternoon. Just then, this ill-fated individual, Huo Mingyi, burst in, standing before him, teeth gritted, pointing an accusing finger. It was you who purchased the marrow-cleansing elixir. To his astonishment, Huo Mingyi had swiftly uncovered the identity of the buyer. Kong Yu found himself somewhat impressed by his initiative. It was I. What of it? Kong Yu admitted without a hint of trepidation. His candid demeanor only served to further infuriate Huo Mingyi. Then why did you deceive the Grand Elder, claiming the elixir had been bought by someone else? If I procured it myself, is it not accurately described as being bought? Kong Yu smiled faintly, casually manipulating a golden-sprinkled fan, rhythmically opening and closing it with his fingertips. Huo Mingyi, or perhaps Dao Yuan might come seeking an explanation. He had anticipated this eventuality long before. He had already prepared the appropriate rhetoric indeed. Having spent his own coin, it could be considered as having been purchased. Huo Mingyi had not anticipated Kong Yu's cunning, engaging in such linguistic games. His anger escalated, and he erupted in a vehement tirade. Kong Yu, how can you be so despicable? If you did not wish to purchase the elixir for me, you could have simply stated so, rather than mocking me thus. Kong Yu raised an eyebrow with a smirk. I say, Huo Mingyi, you question my integrity, and yet I am left curious as to who granted you such boldness to come here demanding money and goods from me. The elders are one thing, for we share a master-disciple bond. But you? What do you even amount to? This marked the first time Kong Yu had so openly expressed his disdain for another. Indeed, he harbors disdain for Huo Mingyi, a wild youth whose origins are shrouded in mystery, claiming to be the progeny of the venerable patriarch of Yashoushan Mountain. Instead of diligently honing his own skills, he resorts to ingratiating himself with the elders and the true disciples of the sect, pursuing personal gain with unbridled ambition. Huo Mingyi, do you truly believe that by invoking the name of the patriarch, everyone is obliged to heed your commands? Open your eyes and behold who the current leader of Yashoushan Mountain is. Your spiritual roots are impure. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can enter not only Yashoushan Mountain, but even the sects beyond the 32 peaks. You wish to take shortcuts while flaunting such arrogance, devoid of the humility that befits one seeking assistance. Who granted you such audacity? In my opinion, you exhibit sheer folly. Dao Yuan and Xiao Zhe, those two are far kinder to you. Yet you insist on seeking my ire. I advise you not to miscalculate your ambitions, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of a crushing blow, with your own schemes backfiring spectacularly. Some words that Kong Yu did not utter before do not imply he is incapable of voicing them now. Huo Mingyi, having gained a foothold, has seen enough of the theatrics. It is now time for him to provide his commentary. Kong Yu's words, now sharp and incisive, can strip one of all dignity with but a few casual remarks. Huo Mingyi, in Kong Yu's presence, has abandoned all pretense, seething with indignation. You are the foolish one. No, you are the base one. What face do you have to remain at Yashoushan Mountain after failing your tribulation? And yet you cling to the position of chief disciple. In my eyes, you are ignoble. Why do you not return to the Kong family, where Kong Ming is so favorable to you? You might as well spend your days as a timid turtle. Slap. Huo Mingyi's words were abruptly silenced as Kong Yu's gaze turned icy, delivering a resounding slap through the air. Hua, you are now 20 years old. Words once spoken must be accounted for. Chapter 45. Did he truly say that? Huo Mingyi did not anticipate that Kong Yu would so bluntly strike him. He had assumed Kong Yu's disposition was one of tolerance and forbearance. How can you strike a fellow disciple? What kind of senior brother do you consider yourself? He clutched the throbbing side of his face, gazing at Kong Yu in disbelief. Kong Yu scoffed. What makes you think you are my fellow disciple, and do you truly regard me with the respect due to a senior brother? You merely point fingers at others, and when faced with adversity, you bemoan your fate. Huo Mingyi, this is the extent of your capabilities. Huo Mingyi's temperament and disposition were exceedingly vile. Prior to his arrival at Yashoushan Mountain, he had mingled with a disreputable crowd, where he was solely the oppressor. Yet upon reaching Yashoushan Mountain, he has had to swallow his pride, unable to provoke the haughty and arrogant disciples of esteemed families, harboring a growing resentment within. Kong Yu's slap only served to stoke this inner fire further. Just as he was about to erupt, he caught the sound of approaching footsteps. Someone was coming. Huo Mingyi swiftly composed himself, feigning the demeanor of an oppressed victim, awaiting intervention. Fortune smiled upon him as the newcomer was none other than Xiao Zhe, who had previously treated him favorably. Indeed, upon witnessing the unprovoked assault, Xiao Zhe immediately stepped in on his behalf. Huo Mingyi chuckled inwardly, relishing the thought of Kong Yu's comeuppance. Time and again, he had bullied his fellow disciples. He was eager to see how this would unfold. However, after Xiao Zhe uttered a mere few words, Kong Yu delivered another slap, clearly uninterested in listening to the remainder of Xiao Zhe's defense. He offered no justification for himself, simply advising Xiao Zhe, "Inquire thoroughly with your disciple Mingyi about the nonsense he has been spouting. Get out now." In a state of panic, Huo Mingyi feared that Xiao Zhe would press further and quickly pulled him outside. "Xiao Gu, let us go to." As they departed from Zhu Yuju, Xiao Zhe inquired about the condition of his face. "I'm fine, Xiao Gu. It doesn't hurt much." Huo Mingyi, with a slightly reddened face, managed to force a reassuring smile. Perhaps it was just that Kong Yu was in a foul mood today. "It's all my fault." He took the blame upon himself. At this moment, Xiao Zhe had also regained his composure. He recalled the incident with Qiu Chenghe from last time. That occasion arose when Qiu Chenghe had spoken inappropriately, prompting Kong Yu to reprimand him for his disrespect. After all, they had been brothers for many years, Xiao Zhe thought. Surely Kong Yu would not strike someone without just cause. There must be a reason. He turned to Huo Mingyi and asked, "Mingyi, you are usually quite fearful of Kong Yu. Yet today you sought him out alone. What was the purpose of your visit?" Huo Mingyi was taken aback by Xiao Zhe's inquiry. He lowered his head, glancing sideways, pondering how to respond. "I came to seek the favor of Senior Kong Yu." He quickly devised a justification in his mind, lifting his head with a defiant yet awkward gaze. "My talent is lacking, and I am in need of a Shisui Dan. If I had any other means, I would never trouble Senior Kong Yu. However, I find myself utterly at a loss, so I implore him. Can he possibly lend me some money?" Yet, not only did Senior Kong Yu refuse to lend me any, he also belittled me, mocking my background and ridiculing my poverty. I am indifferent to his words, but I genuinely require the Shisui Dan. I am the son of the old sect master. I cannot succumb to despair and tarnish my father's reputation. Huo Mingyi spoke these words with such fluency that by the end, he felt a stir of emotion within himself. Xiao Zhe had always held a deep respect for those who, despite humble origins, were willing to toil hard. He recognized Huo Mingyi's stubborn nature. Being young, he often spoke bluntly, and perhaps one poorly chosen word had triggered Kong Yu's ire, leading to such an outburst. However, one simply cannot resort to violence. "I must confront him," Xiao Zhe declared, turning back towards Zhu Yuju. "You are so subservient in your request, and he still mocks you. How can you expect to be regarded as a senior brother? How can you aspire to be the leader of Yashoushan Mountain?" Seeing Xiao Zhe prepare to turn back, Huo Mingyi quickly obstructed him. "No, please don't, Xiao Ge. If you stand up for me, Senior Kong Yu will only become angrier and target me even more. Yet, we cannot allow him to bully you. I'm fine. Truly, Xiao Ge. If this escalates further, it will be detrimental for everyone. I beg you, Xiao Ge." Huo Mingyi persistently blocked Xiao Zhe, until he finally relented with a sigh. "Mingyi, your disposition is too weak. You will be taken advantage of in the future. I will change." Huo Mingyi lowered his head, as if he had committed a grave transgression. "Enough, I am not scolding you. Go to my place and get some medicine. Apply it generously to your face, and you'll be fine by tomorrow." "All right, thank you, Xiao Ge." Xiao Zhe led Huo Mingyi back to his residence. Xiaoranju provided him with a vial of ointment and escorted him to the door. As he turned around, he noticed a figure perched atop the courtyard wall. He is a chubby little boy, short in stature with stubby legs. Unable to descend once he climbs up, one foot dangling in midair as he continuously gauges the distance to the ground. Xiao Zhe approaches the wall of the courtyard, somewhat speechless as he observes the tearful youth who seems on the verge of crying. It is the plump squirrel that often follows Kong Yu. "What brings you here?" "To apologize on behalf of Kong Yu," Xiao Zhe inquires, crossing his arms without extending a hand. Meng Fagao stiffens, turning his head to see Xiao Zhe's face, which he finds quite detestable, and impulsively grabs a small stone from the courtyard wall to throw at him. "I hate you. You're a bad person." Xiao Zhe tilts his head, effortlessly dodging the stone, while Fagao, enraged, pounds his fist against the wall. "What have I done? I haven't committed any wrongdoing." Xiao Zhe responds with a hint of amusement. "You falsely accuse the senior brother. You and that person named Huo are both bad people. You insulted the senior brother, Fageo cries out, expressing his indignation over the perceived slander against Kongyu. It seems this little chubby boy has come to defend Kongyu, and Xiao Zhe is curious to hear what absurdities he can concoct. In fact, when Huo Mingyi went to find Kongyu, Ming Fageo was also at Zhu. Fageo's daily tasks involve cleaning the senior brother's residence and assisting him in preparing for the entrance examination. Today, after stealthily sneaking out to play for the entire morning, he returned only to be confined in his room by Kongyu, who forbade him from leaving until he finished his reading. It was at this moment that Huo Mingyi arrived. Fageo overheard their entire conversation, including the highly offensive remarks made by Huo Mingyi. Infuriated, he found himself powerless to intervene. By the time the senior brother released him, Huo Mingyi had already received a slap and left in a dejected manner. Of course, Fageo also heard the part where Xiao Zhe wronged the senior brother. Therefore, as soon as he dashed out of the room, his first instinct was to confront the two of them. Now that Xiao Zhe asks him what Huo Mingyi said, Fageo repeats the words verbatim. He insulted the senior brother, calling him despicable. He said the senior brother should relinquish his position as the top disciple and go back to the Kong family. The more Fageo spoke, the angrier he became, his voice rising in volume. Xiao Zhe's amusement fades, his expression turning serious as he asks in a low tone, "Did he truly say that?" Upon hearing the doubt in Xiao Zhe's voice, Fageo becomes even more incensed. "Of course he said that. I heard it myself. I was right there in the room. You heard what I said too. When you asked the senior brother why he struck him, he only slapped him once, which is quite lenient. If it were me, I would have hung him up and beaten him." At heart, Fageo is a kind soul, and even when prompted to suggest tormenting methods, he cannot articulate anything more sinister. Hanging him up and beating him is perhaps the most dreadful notion he can conceive. This is likely due to the constant threats from Kongyu, who would scare him by saying that if he did not study diligently, he would confiscate his treats and tie him to a post, whipping his flesh with willow branches. Although Kongyu has never actually done this, the threat alone is enough to terrify Fageo. Seeing the youth in such a furious state, Xiao Zhe starts to believe him. If what he claims is true, then indeed, Kongyu's slap was rather lenient. However, Huo Mingyi is typically a quiet and reserved individual. Would he truly utter such harsh words? This notion challenges Xiao Zhe's worldview. After contemplating, he resolves to inquire with Huo Mingyi. Yet, at that very moment, a disciple knocks on his door. "Brother Xiao," as Huo Mingyi was walking, he suddenly collapsed on the road. "Since Sire Anju is nearby, I came to seek your assistance in carrying him to Minjiatang." Huo Mingyi has fallen ill? The sudden misfortune of his savior left Xiao Zhe no time to question the truth. He promptly followed the disciple out. He had forgotten the rice cake he left on the wall. The rice cake, feeling neglected, sulked for a moment, only to realize that the yard was empty. "What? Brother Xiao, you should at least set me down first," the rice cake shouted, but no one responded. Frustrated, he decided to find a way down by himself. Just then, someone called out to him with a laugh. "Little one, if you had practiced diligently, you wouldn't be stuck now, would you?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, the rice cake's eyes sparkled with delight. "Senior brother." Kongyu stood beneath the courtyard wall, gazing up at him with a smile. He casually drew a symbol in the air, and the rice cake felt as if he had transformed into a willow leaf, floating down from the wall. "Senior brother, I did exactly as you said." The rice cake immediately sought to take credit with Kongyu. Kongyu patted his head. "You did splendidly, Fei Gao. When we return, I shall treat you to a delightful meal." After Xiao Zhe and Huo Mingyi returned, Kongyu sat in the courtyard, feeling a sense of injustice for himself. Why should he be wronged? Why endure such humiliation? Although he ultimately sent Xiao Zhe to inquire what nonsense Huo Mingyi had spouted, he suspected Huo Mingyi would not tell the truth and would instead distort the facts, in no matter. The reversed black and white. Kongyu would set right. Just then, little Fa Gao was scratching at the door, expressing his desire to take revenge for his senior brother. Kongyu, seeing an opportunity, did not hinder him, allowing Fa Gao to seek out Xiao Zhe. Upon hearing Fa Gao's words, Xiao Zhe indeed wavered. After all, he was blind, not foolish. However, Huo Mingyi was quite the actor, knowing he could not conceal the truth for long, and thus feigned illness to garner sympathy. If he intended to act, Kongyu could not be bothered to intervene further. He rescued little Fa Gao from the wall and planned to take him for a delightful meal. They went down the mountain to enjoy wontons, with Fa Gao opting for meat-filled ones while Kongyu chose a vegetarian variant. Kongyu ate very little, barely scooping more than 2 spoonfuls, likely finding it unpalatable. In the past, he had lived on simple fare, frugal and sparing. Yet ever since Kong Ming learned of his modest living in the mountains, he would frequently send provisions to Yasho Mountain for him. The items brought by the Kong family were undoubtedly of the highest quality. Even the small snacks sold at stalls outside were crafted with great thought. Kong Yu savored these treats and shared quite a bit with Fa Gao. Unfortunately, it only spoiled Kong Yu's discerning palate. While Fa Gao remained a hearty eater, having finished his own bowl, Fa Gao still had his eyes on his senior brothers. Kong Yu placed his large bowl before him, but Fa Gao merely scooped from it into his smaller bowl. You can have the leftovers. I haven't touched it. It's all right, senior brother. I don't mind. As Fa Gao continued eating, he suddenly posed a question to Kong Yu. Senior brother, what if I fail the exam again this time? What would happen? Kong Yu smiled gently. Then I shall skin you alive. Kong Yu uttered a rather terrifying statement in an exceedingly mild tone. Fa Gao shivered, yet he held his bowl steadily in hand. Isn't Huo Mingyi also supposed to participate? Ah, who knows? If he participates, Fa Gao will bow his head, slurp down a wonton, and I shall not allow him to succeed. I am determined to defeat him. There are no battles in the entrance examination. Kong Yu is aware that Fa Gao seeks vengeance for him. However, this child lacks ambition in his cultivation journey and possesses little talent. Allowing him to indulge in the simple pleasures of life is the best fate for him. Kong Yu has long since resolved this within himself. Should Fa Gao fail the examination for the 9th time, he will cease to pressure him. After all, he currently relies on the affluent Kong family, effortlessly carrying the little glutton Fa Gao wherever he goes, which poses no inconvenience. Do not concern yourself with others, Fa Gao. Focus solely on your own path. For you, too, shall one day leave this place alongside me. Fa Gao nodded, half comprehending, while Kong Yu affectionately patted his round head. Once we are satisfied, let us return to Zhuyu residence. As Kong Yu and Fa Gao leisurely enjoyed their wontons, Xiao Zhe was busy reviving the unconscious Huo Mingyi. He brought Huo Mingyi to the Ming Medical Hall, where the hall master, Chu Sui Huan, was present to check his pulse. This child had been startled and likely caught a chill a couple of days ago, which rendered him faint. He should rest at the Ming Medical Hall for the next few days. I will prescribe 2 doses of medicine for him to take at home, and he will recover swiftly. Chu Sui Huan tore off a sheet of paper with one hand and picked up a brush with the other, elegantly inscribing a prescription before handing it to Xiao Zhe. Observing the injuries on Huo Mingyi's face, she hesitated momentarily before cautiously inquiring, Xiao Zhe, about Mingyi's face. Xiao Zhe hesitated, knowing well who had caused the injuries, but he chose to respond indirectly, returning to the hall master. The disciple is also unclear. It is likely that he has been bullied by a fellow disciple. Chu Sui Huan had been at Yaoshu Mountain for many years and had witnessed such incidents many times, having risen from disciple to hall master. Mingyi does not seem to possess a particularly assertive character, and such a disposition often leads to suffering within the sect. Having endured numerous trials and tribulations at Yaoshu Mountain, Chu Sui Huan had developed a philosophy of detachment. Having been tricked and harmed before, she had grown wary. Yet, her heart was tender, and seeing a disciple being bullied stirred her compassion. Knowing Xiao Zhe's upright nature, she felt compelled to speak to him. To her surprise, after a moment of silence, Xiao Zhe replied, Hall Master, I often recall the saying to know a person's face but not their heart. He sighed. Human nature is complex. Perhaps I should temper my own impatience. Huo Mingyi remained in the Ming Medical Hall for treatment, while Xiao Zhe returned alone. Upon arriving at Xiao Ran residence, the oil lamp flickered for a considerable time, and it was nearly dawn before he finally rested. The following morning, Zhuyu residence welcomed an unexpected guest. Kong Yu, who did not indulge in sleeping in, rose early to practice swordplay in the courtyard, though not for long, merely to stretch his muscles. He finished his practice, turning his back to the visitor, his voice indifferent. What brings you here? Is that fragile, kind, and pitiable junior disciple Ming Yi not unconscious? Why has he not perished? The visitor was none other than Xiao Zhe. Chapter 47. An uninvited favor. It may sound unbelievable to others, but Xiao Zhe had come to apologize to Kong Yu. He wrestled with his thoughts throughout the night and ultimately concluded that an apology was warranted, for it was he who had wrongfully accused the other party. Not only did he feel compelled to apologize himself, but he also sought to extend an apology on behalf of Huo Mingyi to Kong Yu. However, Kong Yu immediately inquired about the well-being of Huo Mingyi, leaving Xiao Zhe at a loss for words. He sensed the situation was rather uncomfortable. Mingyi had fallen ill due to the worries surrounding the Shisui Dan. Suffering from prolonged anxiety, Kong Shixiang, is it truly appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? Kong Yu poured himself a cup of tea. What's inappropriate? It would be best if you both perish together. Spare me your presence. Xiao Zhe inhaled deeply. He had not come to argue with Kong Yu today. I understand that Mingyi spoke disrespectfully to you, and I too misspoke yesterday. I sincerely apologize and extend my regrets on behalf of Mingyi. Kong Yu responded with a noncommittal sound, leading Xiao Zhe to believe the matter might be settled. However, Kong Yu followed with, I do not forgive. He turned to face Xiao Zhe. Who said that an apology guarantees forgiveness? The words you uttered have already inflicted harm upon me. and your apology is not a panacea. It cannot heal this wound, for it is not the right remedy. Kong Yu's voice was cold. Yet each word struck like a needle. He seldom sought justice for himself, but this was the first time he had done so in front of Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe felt a twinge of empathy. Perhaps Kong Yu had indeed defended himself too infrequently, leading others to inadvertently overlook his feelings. The eldest senior brother was always calm, never rejecting. Even though Xiao Zhe did not expect Kong Yu to act on behalf of others like the other junior brothers did, he could not deny that his past impressions of Kong Yu were similarly one-dimensional. Yet Kong Yu had spoken. He too possessed emotions and boundaries. When subjected to harsh words, he too could feel anger. Xiao Zhe opened his mouth, but his words faltered. Then, how do you wish to make amends? An apology is futile. At the very least, I can assist you in some capacity. The feigned sorrow of Kong Yu awaited this very statement. Having arrived, he certainly did not intend to engage in a heated argument that might drive Xiao Zhe away. That would be too great a loss. While feigning injury, Kong Yu calculated in his mind. He indeed had a task that required Xiao Zhe's assistance, and only he could provide it. I wish to borrow the 7 treasures glazed branch. Upon hearing these 5 words, Xiao Zhe's brows furrowed in immediate concern. The 7 treasures glazed branch was a treasured heirloom of the Xiao family, a segment plucked from the legendary 7 treasures ancient tree. Its applications were numerous, all beneficial for cultivators. Noticing Xiao Zhe's hesitation, Kong Yu swiftly added, "It will not be borrowed for long. I shall return it to you once the entrance examination begins." He even stipulated a deadline. Kong Yu's request for the glazed branch was for his own benefit. Currently in the spring domain, maintaining stable spiritual energy was crucial for a cultivator at his level. The 7 treasures glazed branch provided substantial assistance in calming the spirit and solidifying one's essence. Kong Yu was still relying on daily absorption of the essence of the sun and moon, but this method was too slow. He required a more expedient approach. If he could use the 7 treasures glazed branch for a period, it would stabilize the energy flow within him, alleviating the need for daily exertion, allowing him to progress to the next stage of cultivation. In truth, even if Kong Yu did not state it explicitly, Xiao Zhe could surmise the purpose behind his request for the 7 treasures glazed branch. What trial did you endure in the realm of winter? Xiao Zhe had long harbored suspicions regarding this matter. He had told Kong Yu that he had faced the trial of the light snow, yet given Kong Yu's capabilities at that time, how could he have been ensnared by such a challenge? Now presented with the opportunity to inquire directly, Xiao Zhe found that the latter was clearly reluctant to divulge anything. This does not concern you. Simply state whether you can lend it. I cannot guarantee. Xiao Zhe spoke candidly. The Xiao family's heirlooms were few, and the 7 treasures glazed branch was among them, currently under the stewardship of his elder brother, the eldest son of the Xiao family. Their relationship was decent, yet borrowing a family treasure for an outsider would likely meet with refusal. Thus, Xiao Zhe had to approach his brother in person. However, Kong Yu remained indifferent to his predicament. Upon hearing that he could not assure a return, he promptly turned his head away, refusing to meet his gaze any longer. Then please take your leave, junior brother Xiao. There is nothing more for us to discuss. You and Huo Mingyi are henceforth not to appear before me. Xiao Zhe frowned. I merely stated that I could not guarantee its return. I did not proclaim that it would not be returned at all. Do not speak in riddles. We shall discuss this upon your return. With one hand supporting his cheek and the other palm upward in a gesture of dismissal, Kong Yu indicated the end of their conversation. Xiao Zhe stood in silence for a moment longer, before the sound of departing footsteps reached his ears. Once alone, Kong Yu raised an eyebrow, revealing a relaxed demeanor. Knowing his junior brother well, he was certain that Xiao Zhe would return to the Xiao family. The question remained whether the family would acquiesce, as anticipated. Following his meeting with Kong Yu, Xiao Zhe bid farewell to his master the next morning, stating he was heading home. Dao Yuan expressed concern, inquiring about the sudden trip. Xiao Zhe concocted an excuse, claiming there was an urgent matter at home that required his elder brother's prompt attention. Hearing of the urgency, Dao Yuan ceased to impede him, allowing his disciple to depart. The Xiao family resided a considerable distance from Yaosho Mountain. Initially, Xiao Zhe intended to ride a horse, but upon calculating the journey, he ultimately opted for a horse-drawn carriage. He paid the coachman and entered the carriage. With a crack of the whip, the carriage rolled away. Regrettably, Xiao Zhe, seated within, failed to notice any peculiar aura. Had he lifted the curtain to look up, he would have seen his leisurely elder brother lying atop the carriage's flat roof. The mountain awaited him. His presence would summon it. He anticipated that Xiao Zhe would need to negotiate the matter of borrowing with his family for some time, allowing Kong Yu to complete his training in the meantime. This was a risk-free venture. Thus, Kong Yu stealthily hitched a ride, following Xiao Zhe to the Xiao residence. Much like the Qiu family, the Xiao family was a traditional sect of cultivation, yet their lineage extended far deeper. Many members of the Xiao family served as elders and respected figures among the 32 peaks, with several holding significant positions within the Yao Tai. Consequently, the Xiao family's customs were far more stringent than those of the Qiu family, creating a more oppressive atmosphere. Concealing his form and presence, Kong Yu perched atop the carriage, gazing at the vast estate of the Xiao family, a silent behemoth, poised to devour at any moment. In comparison, the Kong family, rife with complex relationships, appeared quite boisterous. Observing Xiao Zhe standing at the entrance, meticulously adjusting his attire thrice, with a demeanor of utmost seriousness, one would think he was preparing for battle rather than a homecoming. At that moment, another carriage came to a halt at the entrance, far more opulent than the one rented by Xiao Zhe. From the carriage emerged a young man, clad in a golden-embroidered dark robe, with a matching cloak draped over his shoulders. He appeared to be in his 30s, older than Kong Yu, and bore a resemblance to Xiao Zhe, yet his demeanor exuded a more pronounced maturity and restraint, unmistakably marking him as a seasoned individual accustomed to wielding power. This must be the eldest son of the Xiao family. Upon noticing his younger brother, he displayed no hint of joy, instead seeming perplexed as to why the other was present at the family threshold. A fleeting glance at the top of the carriage revealed Kong Yu seated cross-legged, calmly locking eyes with him. It was unclear whether he had acknowledged his presence. The eldest son of the Xiao family then shifted his gaze back to his brother. What brings you back? Chapter 48. Do not sit casually anywhere. The Xiao family comprised 3 children, with Xiao Zhe being the youngest at 25 years of age. His elder brother, Xiao Cheng, was a decade his senior. During Xiao Zhe's childhood, when he was still playing in the mud, his brother had already begun learning the intricacies of managing the family affairs under their father's tutelage. Now, their father had entrusted the management of the Xiao family to Xiao Cheng, allowing him to operate independently, with only the most challenging matters requiring consultation with their father. Xiao Cheng neither particularly liked nor disliked his younger brother, viewing him merely as an unavoidable presence within the household. Although he would assist Xiao Zhe when sought, it was preferable for Xiao Zhe to refrain from requesting his help. Xiao Zhe also had an elder sister named Xiao Linhe, who was 3 years his senior and a remarkably accomplished cultivator. Having ascended to the position of hall leader at a young age in comparison to his siblings, Xiao Zhe felt significantly inferior, being the youngest and least esteemed. His elder brother and sister often offered him unsolicited guidance, and if it were not for dire necessity, Xiao Zhe would prefer to avoid returning to this stifling home. At that moment, upon seeing his long-absent brother, Xiao Cheng's first words were not a warm welcome but rather a subtle inquiry regarding his return. The atmosphere between the brothers was palpably strained, and Kong Yu, perched atop the carriage, stroked his chin, noting, "It seems that this Xiao Shidi has a rather fraught relationship with his family." Kong Yu had never delved into the intricacies of Xiao Zhe's family matters, nor did Xiao Zhe enjoy discussing them casually. All he knew was that the Xiao family was an ancient and powerful lineage, with numerous prominent figures in the cultivation world connected to them by blood or marriage. Although the Kong family also boasted a history spanning over a century, their primary focus was on commerce, with Kong Yu being one of the few cultivators among them. Many collateral branches of the family viewed his pursuits as reckless folly. Their business could sustain him for 10 lifetimes, yet he insisted on forging his own path. Kong Yu had previously considered the scheming relatives of the Kong family to be rather odious, but now it seemed that the oppressive atmosphere of the Xiao family surpassed even that. Xiao Zhe felt a deep-seated aversion to the tone with which Xiao Cheng addressed him. Each time his brother spoke, he felt diminished even before uttering a word himself. His response came out stiffly. "Where is father? I need to discuss something important with him. Father has been ill and is recuperating at the secondary residence. If you have something to say, speak directly to me and spare him the trouble." Xiao Zhe frowned. "Then I shall go directly to the secondary residence. I told you. Father is unwell." The 2 brothers of the Xiao family are rather inarticulate. Each of them, in turn, manages to thwart the other's attempts at conversation, ultimately resulting in an awkward silence. Kong Yu leisurely observes the scene, suppressing a chuckle. It would not be proper to laugh aloud at such a moment. His right hand rests against his forehead, the broad sleeves cascading down to obscure his entire face. When he finally lowers his hand, he has managed to quell the urge to laugh at that moment. He once again catches the gaze of Xiao Cheng. Is it truly possible to be seen? Suddenly, Kong Yu recalls that he is no longer a cultivator from the winter domain. The eldest son of the Xiao family must surely possess a status in the autumn domain, far surpassing his own level of cultivation. Very well, it seems he might indeed be visible. As for why Xiao Zhe, also from the autumn domain, has not noticed him, perhaps the chaotic energies along the way have muddled his perception. Furthermore, it is likely that he never even considered the notion of his senior brother resting atop the carriage while making his way to the Xiao residence. Currently, with Xiao Zhe's back turned to Kong Yu and Xiao Cheng facing him, Kong Yu realizes he may have been discovered, yet he remains composed. After all, if one lacks skill, maintaining a good mindset is still attainable. Speaking of which, Xiao Cheng should recognize him, shouldn't he? After all, as the foremost figure from Yasho Mountain, he holds considerable esteem in the realm of cultivation. Kong Yu muses to himself. The fact that Xiao Cheng has not yet pointed out his presence atop the carriage. Could it be that he assumes Kong Yu is simply the sort of person who lounges about indiscriminately? It appears that from the very beginning, Xiao Cheng has not regarded him as a normal individual. Kong Yu sorts through the sequence of events, nodding in self-approval. Xiao Cheng withdraws his gaze, turning once more to his rather disappointing brother. You all may enter. This you all should include Kong Yu. However, Xiao Zhe interjects, there is no need for the carriage driver. I have hired this carriage and paid the fare. Xiao Cheng does not respond to him, stepping ahead to enter the family home. The Xiao residence is quite spacious, with minimal furnishings, unlike the Kong family home, which exudes wealth at first glance. Nevertheless, every item within is of considerable value. Xiao Cheng walks in front, followed by Xiao Zhe, with Kong Yu trailing behind, taking in his surroundings. Each time Xiao Zhe returns home, he feels a surge of tension. The number of servants within the Xiao estate makes it even more challenging for him to discern energies. Kong Yu strides in with an air of confidence in the main hall of the Xiao household. Xiao Cheng occupies one side of the room, while Xiao Zhe sits across from him. Kong Yu remains outside, basking in the sunlight. Xiao Zhe holds his breath until his elder brother speaks. What trouble are you bringing to our father this time? Xiao Cheng is well aware that Xiao Zhe has undoubtedly returned with some difficult matter. I need to borrow the 7-treasure glazed branched, this. Xiao Zhe hesitates mid-sentence before continuing. He thinks to himself that his brother will surely not agree. Indeed, upon hearing the phrase 7-treasure glazed branch, Xiao Cheng sets down the teacup he had lifted and gazes intently at the young man. What do you need it for? My senior brother from the sect. He previously failed his tribulation and urgently requires the use of this treasure. He will not take long and will return it promptly. Xiao Zhe understands that to secure the loan, he must be forthright with Xiao Cheng. Thus he speaks candidly. Xiao Cheng frowns deeply upon hearing this. Your senior brother is the eldest son of the Kong family, is he not? Your relationship with him is rather strained, isn't it? You always presume that he ascended to the position of sect leader solely due to the influence of the Kong family. It seems that Xiao Zhe's thoughts are quite transparent to his elder brother, Xiao Cheng. Xiao Zhe attempts to justify himself, asserting, I indeed hold such beliefs. It is a fact that the Kong family has ties to the ancestors of Yasho Mountain. In terms of talent and capability, I stand equally with him. Had I arrived at the mountain before Kong Yu, the position of leader would undoubtedly have been mine. Xiao Zhe does not conceal his ambitions from Xiao Cheng, which suggests that their brotherly relationship is relatively amicable. Had Xiao Zhe held any reservations about Xiao Cheng, he would not have been so candid in revealing his innermost thoughts. Naturally, Xiao Cheng would never betray his brother's intentions, yet he lets out a cold snort. Don't attribute your failures to nebulous notions. How could our Xiao family produce such a disgraceful descendant as you? I merely lack sufficient opportunities. This is but a coward's excuse for his own ineptitude. Brother, are you truly a member of the Xiao family? Why do you speak in favor of an outsider? Then let me ask you this, Xiao Zhe. Since the eldest son of the Kong family failed to transcend, why do you not seize this opportunity to take his place, yet instead seek to borrow the 7 treasures glazed branch for him? Have you lost your senses? Xiao Cheng's words ultimately aim to awaken his brother's awareness. He is not turning against him. Rather, he is urging Xiao Zhe to comprehend his own actions. With Kong Yu incapacitated, the one most deserving of the leadership position on Yasho Mountain is none other than a member of the Xiao family. This gullible younger brother, inexplicably still seeking ways to aid his senior brother in regaining his powers, perhaps does not fully grasp the situation. Yet, Kong Yu understands all too well. This eldest son of the Xiao family is merely speaking to himself. The 7 treasures glazed branch shall not be lent. Chapter 49. I entrust everything to you, Xiao Shidi. Xiao Zhe, stubborn in nature, does not awaken even after his elder brother's admonishment. He is only filled with anger and dissatisfaction. He sweeps his sleeve and leaves the main hall first. I shall stay at home for a few days. I apologize for the disturbance, dear brother. The duration of your stay is your prerogative. However, do not even think about the 7 treasures glazed branch. Xiao Cheng's stance remains resolute. Neither brother can convince the other, so they momentarily cease this discussion. Xiao Zhe strides out of the main hall, as if to shake off an aura of misfortune. Kong Yu leans against the doorframe, feeling the chill brought in by Xiao Zhe's departure. He lifts his gaze to the leisurely solitary cloud in the sky, while a bird alights on his arm, as if mistaking the subtle patterns of his clothing for true blossoms. With Xiao Zhe gone and the matter unresolved, it serves no purpose for Kong Yu to linger here. As he prepares to leave, he suddenly hears a voice from the main hall behind him. My younger brother is naive and occasionally struggles to discern right from wrong, inevitably making him vulnerable to those with ulterior motives. Kong Yu hears this disjointed remark, devoid of context, and chooses to ignore it. He had initially intended to avoid appearing before Xiao Zhe, Yet now he resolves to seek him out directly. True to his word, Kong Yu finds Xiao Zhe in a secluded corner of the corridor, fixated on the withered plums in the courtyard, lost in thought, perhaps merely desiring solitude. After a moment of calm, he reflects that his elder brother's words hold some merit. However, the tone used was hardly one of concern for a younger sibling, but rather tinged with disdain for his perceived incompetence. Xiao Zhe's living space within this household is exceedingly constrained. His aversion to returning home stems from the suffocating atmosphere that envelopes him upon each arrival. Rendering him breathless, he inhaled deeply, releasing a resigned sigh. When he lifted his gaze once more, he was startled to discover that the wax plum tree in the courtyard had changed. Standing beneath it was a young man clad in snowy garments, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Xiao Zhe was taken aback, momentarily dazed, failing to recognize that it was Kong Yu. Only after he discerned the features of the person before him and confirmed that he was indeed the elder brother of Yaoshu Mountain did astonishment wash over him. Kong, brother, what brings you here? Xiao Cheng had previously cautioned Kong Yu in the main hall, advising him to refrain from approaching the Xiao family, given his dubious intentions. However, reborn Kong Yu, resolute in his contrarian nature, was all the more inclined to pursue actions that were discouraged. With a soft smile, he began, uttering words that were anything but endearing. I found myself at leisure, so I thought I would pay a visit. Fortunately, I came to see you. Otherwise, I would have been disappointed to find you returning empty-handed. His words clearly conveyed disbelief in Xiao Zhe's ability to procure the 7 treasures glazed branch. At his tender age, Xiao Zhe was particularly sensitive to any insinuation of inadequacy, making Kong Yu's provocation quite effective. He promptly assured him, my elder brother merely needs a moment to gather his thoughts. Allow me to persuade him further. You shall certainly receive the 7 treasures glazed branch. Forget it, Kong Yu replied, feigning disappointment as he waved his sleeve. I shall consider alternative methods. I never truly expected you to accomplish this. I, Xiao Zhe, am a man of my word and never break a promise. Even if it means going against my elder brother, I will ensure you obtain it. Going against Xiao Cheng, that would be considered theft. It was quite a revelation that the typically self-righteous Xiao Zhe would utter such words, indicating that he had indeed been pushed to his limits by the so-called bad person Kong Yu. After all, Xiao Cheng's warnings were not without merit. If their family's third son continued to associate with Kong Yu, he would undoubtedly be led astray. It was a pity that Xiao Cheng's heartfelt intentions seemed utterly futile. Kong Yu's light-hearted remarks only solidified Xiao Zhe's determination to acquire the 7 treasures glazed branch. With a smile, Kong Yu said, then I shall leave everything in your capable hands, brother Xiao. True to his word, Xiao Zhe visited Xiao Cheng without fail for 3 consecutive days, much to Xiao Cheng's chagrin, who felt as though he might toss him from the residence in frustration. Can you not find something worthwhile to do? Groveling for a mere 7 treasures glazed branch? Xiao Zhe, is this how our family's teachings have shaped you? Elder brother, judging by your tone, it seems you are indifferent to the 7 treasures glazed branch. If that is the case, why must you make things difficult for your younger brother? I am not making things difficult for you. Xiao Cheng slammed the ink brush down, splattering a considerable portion of rice paper with ink. Were it not for the constraints of the Xiao family's traditions, he would have hurled the inkstone at the audacious Xiao Zhe. I am saving you. Look at yourself. What have you become? Foolish, ignorant, irredeemable. Xiao Cheng's words were severe. However, Xiao Zhe felt no shame, standing tall instead. Elder brother, it is you who taught me that one must not shy away from any means to achieve their goals. You now turn the very words I taught you against me? Xiao Zhe, I truly believe you have lost your senses. Xiao Cheng was genuinely on the verge of throwing the inkstone. The dark, heavy stone soared through the air, only to be caught by another delicate hand. The second miss of the Xiao family, Xiao Linhe, had returned. In the current generation of the Xiao family, the 3 siblings each embody remarkable talents and virtues. Xiao Linhe, sharing similar facial features with her 2 brothers, possesses a softness that is often associated with femininity. Influenced by the family's strict ethos, she too maintains a serious demeanor. Nevertheless, this does nothing to obscure her stunning beauty. Her attire is modest and unpretentious, save for the exquisite crane-wing jade hairpin, a priceless heirloom bestowed upon her by her mother as part of her dowry. Upon entering the study, Xiao Linhe furrowed her brow at the sight of her elder brother and younger brother in confrontation. Why are they quarreling again? The emphasis on again in her tone indicated that such disputes were not unfamiliar to her. Xiao Cheng, visibly agitated, straightforwardly directed his sister to inquire about Xiao Zhe. Ask that irresponsible brat. Xiao Linhe retained a degree of patience for Xiao Zhe. Her voice softened as she turned to her averted brother. Xiao Zhe, what caused the conflict with elder brother? The relationship between Xiao Zhe and his second sister remained amicable, and he recounted the incident in its entirety. Upon hearing that her brother intended to relinquish a family heirloom to an unrelated outsider, A look of incredulity mirrored that of her elder brother. Her voice remained calm and gentle, yet her words conveyed an entirely different sentiment. Brother, have you lost your mind? Meanwhile, Kongyu, eavesdropping from the eaves, nearly burst into laughter. The instigator of the chaos enveloping the Xiao family was leisurely observing the unfolding drama while munching on their seeds. Xiao Zhe shot a reproachful glance at his second sister. Second sister, why are you just like elder brother? I am fully aware of my actions. It is I who owe him. He wished to elaborate on how he had wronged the senior brother. But Xiaocheng immediately raised his hand to silence him. Linhe, you heard that I believe Xiao Zhe has lingered at Yashoushan Mountain for too long. He seems to have lost his senses. I intend to transfer him to Bailu Pavilion. What do you think? Bailu Pavilion is the sect to which Xiao Linhe currently belongs. Xiao Linhe revealed a look of exasperation. Elder brother, you are clearly not thinking straight. Bailu Pavilion consists entirely of female disciples. How will the third brother cope in such an environment? Then let him go to another sect. In any case, the farther he is from that nefarious place, Yashoushan Mountain, the better. Good people have been led astray. Xiao Cheng uttered many provoking remarks, yet it was this last statement that prompted Kongyu to nod in agreement. Indeed, Yashoushan Mountain was not a place of virtue. Chapter 50. The two hearts of Huo Mingyi allowing the two brothers to bicker would only provide amusement for the others in the household. Ultimately, it was Xiao Linhe who took Xiao Zhe away, leaving her elder brother to his own thoughts. Conveniently, she also wished to have a word with her younger brother. The pair made their way to a pavilion by the lake, where Xiao Linhe poured a cup of calming tea for her brother. Drink this, it will clear your mind. I don't want it. Elder brother is being unreasonable. Xiao Zhe remained ensnared in the atmosphere of their quarrel. Still seething with indignation, Xiao Linhe, demonstrating her composure as the head of the family, calmly addressed him. Third brother, you claim you owe Kongyu. Why do you say that? It's not exactly a debt. Xiao Zhe was pulled back to reality by his sister's straightforward inquiry, prompting him to reflect on the daily occurrences at Yashoushan Mountain. Although Kongyu is currently unworthy of his position and rather difficult to interact with, often resorting to sarcasm and difficulties, it must be acknowledged that this time, I was indeed in the wrong. Xiao Zhe did not inform his elder brother about the matter at Zhu, but when the second sister patiently inquired, he shared his thoughts. Upon hearing about the individual named Huo Mingyi and his background, Xiao Linhe's eyes flickered. Brother, is it truly this young man who saved you? It is not surprising that Xiao Linhe harbors suspicions. The power of the Xiao family is immense, attracting many with ulterior motives who seek to approach them for personal gain. To an outsider like Xiao Linhe, it seems that this young man with the surname Huo has not engaged in any substantial endeavors since arriving in the mountains, instead relying on elders and senior brothers, seeking external assistance for his cultivation. If one were to speak of sincerity, it is not entirely absent. He does show care for the capricious female disciple, which perhaps reflects another facet of his genuine nature. For he harbors a true disdain for the elder brother, Kongyu. Xiao Linhe believes that Huo Mingyi has not genuinely assisted Xiao Zhe. Rather, he is constantly contemplating how to exploit his Navi younger brother. It appears that this time, he pretended to seek the 7-treasure glazed branch for Kongyu, but in reality, he is merely cleaning up Huo Mingyi's mess. Xiao Linhe sighed. Both she and her elder brother are astute individuals. How is it possible that there exists such a younger brother who is so grateful and even willing to extract from their family resources in return? You have wronged someone without understanding the facts, allowing yourself to be manipulated, and ultimately, you expect your brother and sister to resolve the situation for you. The second sister listened to her words. Xiao Linhe slightly raised her hand, signaling her brother not to interrupt. I can speak on your behalf to elder brother. This incident stemmed from your lack of vigilance, and it serves as a lesson learned. Third brother, your elder brother has made it clear that he does not favor the young man with the surname Huo. The youth provoked him with words, yet that slap was not necessarily a result of impulse. The most cunning hunters in the mountains dig traps along the paths of their prey. When the prey draws near, they feign injury on the opposite side of the trap, patiently waiting for the scent of blood to lure the unsuspecting victim into the snare. That young man's slap was not without consequence, and here you are, recklessly defending him, while sacrificing our Xiao family's 7-treasure glazed branch. In my opinion, this young man with the surname Huo pales in comparison to the legitimate son of the Kong family. I have heard numerous accounts of the methods employed by the current head of the Kong family, Kong Mingyi. He and his brother share the same mother. Do you truly believe his elder brother is of a benevolent nature? Perhaps you should witness the plight of the collateral branches of the Kong family that have been dealt with. Your elder brother and I have protected you too well. Xiao Linhe urged Xiao Zhe to reflect deeply. Her words carried a weight of sincerity. Xiao Zhe absorbed them, wrestling with his thoughts. In his perspective, Huo Mingyi is undoubtedly his savior. Furthermore, being younger than him and having endured considerable hardships, he often finds himself coming to Huo Mingyi's aid when the latter speaks impolitely or acts out of line. As for Kongyu, he realizes he has yet to truly understand him. Kong Yu is a person who defies description in a single phrase, at times. He perceives this individual as carefree and tolerant, seemingly able to endure anything. Yet, the casual remarks that slip from his lips can leave one utterly speechless, rendered incapable of retort. Conversely, there are moments when he senses that Kong Yu has indeed endured considerable hardships atop Yashoushan Mountain. It appears as though the weight of the entire mountain bears down upon his shoulders, enveloping him in a melancholic gloom. Xiao Zhe himself grapples with inner conflict. He comprehends his second sister's intent. She wishes for her brother to distance himself from the calamities posed by Kong Yu and Huo Mingyi, to shield himself from their influence. After all, with Xiao Zhe's capabilities and the power of the Xiao family, it is entirely plausible for him to ascend to the status of a master or even the patriarch in the future. He should not tarnish his reputation at such a tender age. In her eyes, Kong Yu epitomizes the archetype of self-destruction. Presently, his reputation within the cultivation community is far from favorable. Despite his noble lineage and past illustrious achievements, he has become the subject of ridicule and derision. Every distinguished family employs Kong Yu as a cautionary example to instruct their descendants to steer clear of his path. Before Xiao Zhe returned home, Xiao Linhe believed that Kong Yu was merely unfortunate, plagued by ill fate. However, it is now evident that his character is equally concerning. In pursuit of the 7-treasure glazed branch, he has orchestrated such a dramatic ploy, leveraging Huo Mingyi's jealousy and Xiao Zhe's reluctance to owe a debt of gratitude to others. Thus, Xiao Linhe aligns with her elder brother's sentiments, advocating that Xiao Zhe should maintain a considerable distance from Kong Yu, preferably as far as possible. Regrettably, their well-intentioned counsel often proves ineffective. Unfazed by their machinations, Kong Yu enjoys a period of indulgence within the Xiao household, biding his time for Xiao Zhe to procure the 7-treasure glazed branch on his behalf. With Xiao Linhe's intervention, the matter proceeds with greater ease. On the eve of his departure, Xiao Zhe successfully acquires the 7-treasure glazed branch, an ornate golden branch adorned with 7 colorful gemstones. Xiao Cheng tosses the box containing the heirloom to his younger brother, expressing his annoyance at even a fleeting glance in his direction. When the time comes for its return, I shall dispatch someone to Yashoushan Mountain to retrieve it. You need not return home. Xiao Zhe vehemently disagrees. Such a significant item must be escorted back by me personally. No, do not return. I cannot guarantee that I won't take measures to cleanse the Xiao family of its burdens. Xiao Linhe has yet to return to Bai Lu Gu. She offers a few words of counsel to her elder brother before turning to her younger sibling. Third brother, do you still recall what second sister mentioned previously? Xiao Zhe nods. I remember, second sister. Ultimately, it is Xiao Linhe who sees Xiao Zhe off to the carriage. The heart of the Xiao family's second young lady is far too easily set at ease. Once aboard the carriage, Xiao Zhe hands over the brocade box to the other party. This is for you. Now we are even. You, too, should refrain from troubling Mingyi any further. Kong Yu places the box upon his lap, his eyes curving into a smile. Rest assured, when the time comes to confront him, I shall not show any mercy. Chapter 51. Who does heaven spare? Despite a few hiccups along the way, Kong Yu successfully obtains the 7-treasure glazed branches planned. Upon returning to Yashoushan Mountain, he discovers, to his dismay, that the vexatious Huo Mingyi is conspicuously absent. After inquiring, he learns that the lad has ventured alone into the secret realm. Without so much as a greeting, Kong Yu follows Xiao Zhe back to the Xiao residence. Huo Mingyi awakens in the Mingyi Hall, and the world has transformed. In the mountains, there were neither the bothersome yet affluent Kong Yu, nor the occasionally impatient but ever-protective Xiao Zhe. In this predicament, Huo Mingyi found himself utterly at a loss. In his original contemplation, acquiring the cleansing elixir could only be achieved through 2 avenues, either by morally coercing Kong Yu, or by exerting the same pressure upon Xiao Zhe. Though the methods and attitudes of these 2 forms of moral coercion would undoubtedly differ, the outcome would remain unchanged. However, he could locate neither individual. The elder Dao Yuan merely mentioned that Xiao Zhe had returned to the Xiao family, while he was unaware of Kong Yu's whereabouts. His calls to the heavens went unanswered, and the earth offered no solace. As the day of the entrance examination drew ever closer, the first hurdle was the verification of spiritual roots. His impure roots would render him a subject of ridicule, and he would ultimately lose the opportunity to enter Yashoushan Mountain, destined to remain a mere servant disciple for life. At this moment, the world of cultivation revealed its fangs to Huo Mingyi, harsh and unyielding. Even as the son of the former sect master, he could not evade the reality of innate talent. Without qualification, there was simply none. Even if the former sect master were to miraculously return, he could not fabricate credentials under the watchful eyes of the multitude. Huo Mingyi ought to resign himself to fate, yet he was unwilling to do so. The elder Dao Yuan was unreliable. He would only have Huo Mingyi wait for either Kong Yu or Xiao Zhe to return, to devise a solution for him. This time, Huo Mingyi resolved not to rely on anyone. Upon learning that the secret realm concealed a superior-grade cleansing elixir, he felt a spark of ambition. The secret realm was a perilous yet tantalizing place. It slumbered with ferocious beasts that had lived for millennia, while also harboring treasures buried for tens of thousands of years. Provided one possessed sufficient skill and courage, anything could be obtained within its confines. After discovering the location of the secret realm, Huo Mingyi hesitated for 3 days, ultimately deciding to embark on his journey. Determined to avoid the disgrace of becoming a servant disciple, he ventured into the secret realm without looking back. His bravery even altered the perceptions of those within his sect. It seemed that the bloodline of the former sect master was not entirely that of a coward. Tio dare to enter the secret realm alone? That was the mark of a resolute individual. Kong Yu had overheard these evaluations. Unlike the other disciples, upon learning that Huo Mingyi had ventured into the secret realm alone, his mind was consumed with the thought of the cyclical nature of karma. In his previous life, Daoyuan had compelled him to find a cleansing elixir for Huo Mingyi. Back then, he had heard of a pair available for sale in Tianshuan, yet he had felt no inclination to pursue it. At that time, Kong Yu had little connection with the Kong family. After leaving the family to come to Yaoshu Mountain, he had endeavored to avoid burdening them with sect matters. He had not yet adopted the straightforward yet effective mindset of solving problems with money. Possessing magical prowess, and having visited the secret realm numerous times, he had not considered the pair for sale in Tianshuan since the cleansing elixir was hidden within the secret realm. Thus, Kong Yu ventured into the secret realm alone. As a result, he successfully retrieved the cleansing elixir, but not without sustaining significant injuries. Yet when Huo Mingyi obtained the elixir, he offered not even a word of gratitude, as if it were his due, because he was the child of the former sect master, and due to the favor the former sect master had shown him, Kong Yu silently endured his injuries without uttering a word to anyone. Before his wounds had fully healed, he was dispatched by the sect master to negotiate matters with other sects. At that moment, the wheel of fate began to turn from the instant Huo Mingyi ascended the mountain. Kong Ming unexpectedly arrived at the mountain, rekindling the connection between Kong Yu and the Kong family. He understood that matters solvable with money could simply be resolved through financial means. His own body was exceedingly precious, and thus he could not afford to squander his vitality recklessly. Consequently, he had no intention of venturing into the mysterious realm. That place was fraught with peril, and if it could be avoided, then it should be. Moreover, due to Huo Mingyi's reckless provocation at Zhu, he had delivered a sharp slap to him. This incident also involved Xiao Zhe, who, in order to tidy up the mess left by Huo Mingyi, was compelled to relinquish the treasured heirloom, the 7 treasures glazed branch, to Kong Yu. Kong Yu believed he had reaped substantial rewards from this endeavor, only to find upon returning to the mountain that he had stumbled upon an unexpected boon. It was not he who would venture into the secret realm to procure the cleansing essence pill, but rather Huo Mingyi himself. Kong Yu's fingers grazed the smooth edges of the lacquer box containing the 7 treasures glazed branch, and as he pondered, a smile threatened to escape his lips. Fate had finally granted him a fortuitous arrangement, one that he owed to his previous intentional and unintentional actions. Upon learning of Huo Mingyi's solitary journey to the secret realm, Xiao Zhe's brow furrowed with concern. He deemed Huo Mingyi excessively reckless. Such matters should ideally be discussed with him first. Yet, he did not follow in Huo Mingyi's footsteps to the secret realm. At that moment, Xiao Linha's words finally resonated within him, prompting Xiao Zhe to contemplate the true nature of Huo Mingyi. Initially, he had perceived him as a simple-hearted youth. However, reflecting on Huo Mingyi's audacity to provoke the chief at Yaoshu Mountain revealed a complexity far beyond his initial assumptions. Furthermore, the resolve to embark on this journey alone showcased a commendable courage. Huo Mingyi was not the introverted, timid, and hesitant individual Xiao Zhe had imagined. A quiet reminder surfaced within him, urging him to observe Huo Mingyi with greater scrutiny. With Huo Mingyi gone and Mu Ruoxue still confined within the demon suppression tower, only Kong Yu and Xiao Zhe remained under the Grand Elder's tutelage, creating an unexpectedly harmonious and tranquil atmosphere. The Grand Elder finally enjoyed a brief respite of peace. Both his eldest and second disciples were preoccupied with their own affairs, with no disciples reporting any new troubles, nor did anyone pester him for requests. Daoyuan began to reflect on the origins of past calamities. Kong Yu, however, had no time to entertain the old man's musings. He had borrowed the 7 treasures glazed branch, and with the principle of reciprocity in mind, he needed to dedicate himself to his cultivation. Recently, he had firmly closed the doors of Zhu, refusing to entertain any visitors, even his closest companion, Fa Gao. Occasionally, inquisitive disciples would pass by and peek into the courtyard. Qiu Chenghe had come 2 or 3 times, yet out of respect for his senior brother's wish for solitude, he ultimately departed quietly each time in the most secluded room of Zhu. Kong Yu had emptied everything, leaving only himself and the 7 treasures glazed branch. He sat cross-legged in the center of the room, his eyes shut, hands forming seals resting on his knees. The 7 treasures glazed branch hovered before him. Approximately at knee height, gently undulating 0.4 colors of spiritual energy emanated from its surrounding gemstones, growing like the tendrils of springtime throughout the room. Kong Yu found himself enveloped by this ethereal forest woven from spiritual energy. The 7 treasures glazed branch possessed remarkable stabilizing and harmonizing properties, gradually untangling the chaotic spiritual energy within him. Kong Yu's expression softened, as he felt his spiritual power akin to a river of ice melting in the warmth of spring, with deep-seated ice and snow dissolving under the gentle embrace of the season. The river's surface widened, becoming expansive. With but a fraction more effort, he would shatter the impenetrable ice. Yet, just as he exerted himself to break free from his constraints, a series of resounding thuds echoed. Those chains, shrouded in frost, re-emerged within the chamber. They intertwined with the vines emanating from the 7 treasures glazed branch, ensnaring them tightly and severing the tendrils, as the connection of spiritual energy fractured one after another. Kong Yu was suddenly compelled to spit forth a mouthful of blood. Chapter 52. Like that serpent, the crimson fluid stained his pristine white robe. Slowly, Kong Yu opened his eyes, revealing profound fatigue and a hint of murkiness within his gaze. His index finger brushed against the corner of his lips, the blood trickling along the creases of his skin, eventually saturating his hand and even his wrist. Drawing in 3 deep breaths, Kong Yu retracted the released spiritual energy back into his body. He believed he had met with failure. However, upon the return of all his spiritual energy, Kong Yu was astonished to discover that his realm had ascended a level, from the 4th stage of mid-spring to the 5th stage. Remarkably, this transition had taken less than a month. It is known that for a practitioner with even a modicum of talent, ascending a level typically requires 2 to 3 years. Kong Yu's circumstances may have been somewhat unique, yet liberating himself from a single restraint was an immense surprise. Moreover, the significance of this particular level was profound. The higher the stage, the greater the array of techniques available for utilization. For practitioners within the realm of cultivation, each domain, each level, and even each stage permits only a limited number of mystical arts. Some techniques, even when their essence has been grasped, cannot be wielded freely until the practitioner reaches the requisite level. In other words, strength and spells must be commensurate. Otherwise, one invites their own demise. Currently, Kong Yu can command 90% of the mystical arts in the cultivation realm, yet he remains confined to the mid-spring stage, limiting him to those techniques applicable at that level, in the previous stages. Ascending each level would merely grant access to an additional technique. However, upon reaching the 5th stage of mid-spring and beyond, the repertoire of available techniques expands significantly. At present, Kong Yu has unlocked both the Thunder Walk and Waking Insects techniques, both of which are remarkably powerful and aggressive sword techniques. Typically, practitioners at the mid-spring stage find it exceedingly challenging to master such formidable swordplay and often defer until their levels have risen a notch before attempting to confront them. Yet, Kong Yu is different. He need not learn an abundance of new techniques. He merely must reclaim what he already knows. The exhilaration of ascending a level filled Kong Yu's heart with joy, prompting him to execute a series of thunder walk movements within the courtyard. The thunder roared, and the disciples in the mountains were left puzzled. Had the spring thunder arrived so early? Such an oddity. Kong Yu briefly vented his exuberance before reining it in. His current physique was invaluable and must not be squandered recklessly. A light sheen of sweat adorned his brow, and the brisk spring breeze stirred a slight chill. Kong Yu loosely gripped the sword in his hand. The 7 treasures glazed branch was likely only capable of aiding him in breaking through to the next level. Is not that this legendary treasure lacks significance, but rather that his body is now quite extraordinary. The most profound of his inner demons still requires gradual unraveling. At this moment, Kong Yu pondered that perhaps his ascension to the 5th stage was also related to his encounters with Huo Mingyi and Xiao Zhe. More precisely, it pertained to the 2 resounding slaps he had delivered to them. He had altered the course of a nightmare from his previous life, averting an undeserved calamity. He had turned the tide of events. In the serene mountains, he leisurely spends his days, while the fate of Huo Mingyi hangs by a thread at it is precisely because he has altered the trajectory of his destiny that he not only escapes calamity but also encounters unexpected fortune. This is not merely a twist of fate. Rather, he has orchestrated his own destiny. Kong Yu's eyes shimmered with a subtle glow under the afternoon sun. He executed a graceful sword flourish, returning the blade to its sheath, and with a lightened spirit, he re-entered his abode. He contemplated inviting Fa Gao to dine with him. It had been several days since they last met, and he wondered if Fa Gao had heeded his advice to diligently review his studies. Perhaps over the meal, he could assess Fa Gao's academic progress. Meanwhile, in his modest chamber, Fa Gao was sound asleep, only to be jolted awake by a sudden sneeze in the midst of his dreams. Bewildered, he sat up. "Who is whispering behind me?" Contrasting sharply with the tranquility enjoyed by Kongyu, Huo Mingyi endured considerable hardships within the secret realm. He had naively believed that venturing alone would pose no threat. Convinced of his innate status as the protagonist destined to survive against all odds, however, fate had other plans. No sooner had he entered the secret realm than he was pursued by a giant serpent that had lived for 50 years. Famished for over 10 days, the serpent, having spotted a delectable prey, opened its gaping maw and lunged at Huo Mingyi. His legs nearly buckled beneath him as he wildly brandished the century-old divine sword borrowed from Dao Yuan. Attempting to fend off the monstrous creature, Dao Yuan had provided him with authentic weaponry, and the serpent, having only recently commenced its training, was momentarily intimidated, retreating in fear. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Mingyi fled in a state of disarray. However, the sudden flight of its quarry ignited the serpent's primal instinct to hunt, prompting it to hiss menacingly and swiftly close in on Huo Mingyi once more. He stumbled over a thick, exposed tree root, and the serpent, unrelenting, sank its fangs into his calf. Blood gushed forth, and as he gazed in horror, he watched his leg turn purple and swell from the serpent's venom. At that moment, he felt utterly trapped, realizing his chances of survival were dwindling. As the serpent reared back to strike, Huo Mingyi resignedly shut his eyes, accepting his impending demise. To his astonishment, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, he heard the sound of slicing air and the serpent's anguished hisses. A heavy thud echoed as something fell to the ground. Trembling, Huo Mingyi opened his eyes to find the giant serpent vanquished, cleaved in twain by a sword. Summoning his courage, he rose to his feet, witnessing a youth of similar age with hair tied high, prodding the serpent's warm carcass with his sword, as if searching for something within its flesh. The serpent, though not entirely lifeless, lacked the vitality to resurrect, quivering in response to the youth's merciless probing. As the youth excavated, he expressed disdain. So fat, I wonder what it has been feasting on. Huo Mingyi, witnessing this gruesome scene, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, unable to suppress a retching sound that startled even himself. The youth, appearing formidable, turned his attention towards Huo Mingyi, and before he could conceal his mouth, the sound had already reached the youth's ears. Seemingly having found nothing of interest, the youth abandoned the foul serpent and approached Huo Mingyi instead, the cold tip of his sword pressing against Huo Mingyi's left eye. He was so terrified that he quickly shut his eyes. Could it be that you have devoured him? The young man, known as Liang Etian, surveyed the crumpled figure of Huo Mingyi on the ground, his gaze dark and foreboding. Huo Mingyi trembled uncontrollably, wishing fervently that he could face that serpent instead. I did not eat. I do not know what you seek. He attempted to defend himself, but the youth commanded him to be silent. You need not speak. I shall ascertain the truth myself. But how do you intend to do that? Huo Mingyi stammered, his voice quaking as he posed the question. The moment the words left his lips, he realized the folly of his inquiry, for the young man immediately curled his lips into a smile that appeared congenial yet was chillingly cold. His words laid bare the cruel intentions lurking beneath. It is simple. I shall slice open your abdomen or cleave you in two. He shifted his stance, akin to that of the serpent. Chapter 53. It would be better to keep a menace like you around. Huo Mingyi suddenly recognized that he had encountered a living embodiment of death. This young cultivator, seemingly of similar age, evidently possessed far superior talent, profound strength, and a heart as frigid as ice. They were in a secret realm, where one could go days or weeks without encountering another soul. Should he be slain here, there would be no remains left to recover. He would be devoured by passing beasts, and perhaps not even by beasts alone. With his eyes closed, the horrific images of brutal deaths surged in his mind. It would be more merciful to confront that serpent alone. Whether it be a gaping wound in his belly or a cleaving from head to toe, both promised a protracted and agonizing demise. Huo Mingyi dared not imagine the wails he would unleash in such a moment. Meanwhile, Liang Etian had begun to ponder the most effective manner to strike. The anatomy of a human was far more intricate than that of a serpent. With tougher bones, he aimed to deliver a single precise cut, one that must be flawless. In his eyes, Huo Mingyi resembled a fish upon a chopping block. Huo Mingyi was all too familiar with that gaze. He had witnessed butchers wielding their knives to slay cattle. In such moments, the butcher displayed no excitement or exhilaration. Rather, he became eerily calm and composed, while only the slaughtered cattle and sheep uttered cries of despair. Under the weight of impending death, all ambitions and schemes dissipated, leaving only the primal instinct for survival. Desperation gripped him as he frantically considered various strategies to extricate himself. This young man had come to the secret realm in search of something. If that were the case, he might possess a leverage. He endeavored to steady his racing heart, yet his rapid breaths and quivering tone betrayed his anxiety. Should you kill me, you will not acquire what you desire. You would merely extinguish the life of a worthless individual. Liang Yiqian cast him a sidelong glance. You have no inkling of what I seek. Cease your struggles, I do not know, but I could endeavor to procure it for you. Huo Mingyi hesitated for a moment, yet finding no avenue for retreat, he resolved to reveal his identity. I am a disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, the son of the former sect leader. My current master is Elder Daoyuan, who treats me well and fulfills my every request. If you would permit me to return to the mountain, I shall utilize the resources of Yashoushan Mountain to assist you in your quest. Huo Mingyi had decided to gamble everything. He told a small lie that in truth, he had yet to become a disciple of Daoyuan, and speaking at Yashoushan Mountain was of little efficacy. However, as long as he could emerge from the secret realm, he would devise a way. Suddenly, Liang Yiqian burst into laughter, as though he had heard something exceedingly amusing, his gaze narrowing as he regarded Huo Mingyi. Young man, do you know who I am? I do not know. You need not know my name. You only need to be aware that I am a disciple of He Yunzong. Although Huo Mingyi had only just arrived at Yashoushan Mountain and had yet to grasp much of the affairs within the cultivation world, he was aware that there existed a formidable rival, namely He Yunzong, which he had to study for the sect's history examination. The relationship between the two sects had deteriorated to such an extent that it had claimed numerous lives. Whenever disciples of He Yunzong and Yashoushan Mountain crossed paths outside, no matter the circumstances, they were bound to engage in combat first, even fighting multiple times before managing to exchange a few words. And here he was, negotiating with a disciple of He Yunzong, who was unaware that such a place was notorious for producing lunatics. It was no wonder the other party had acted with such ruthless ferocity, even threatening to cleave him in twain. Huo Mingyi felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, rendering him utterly chilled. This was it. He was truly at a dead end. His countenance turned ashen and despairing, as if all hope had been extinguished. Liang Yiqian relished witnessing the moment when despair washed over others, and he did not miss the fleeting change in Huo Mingyi's expression. Typically, after savoring the despair of his adversary, Liang Yiqian would swiftly dispatch them with a single sword strike, perhaps even delivering a few more blows if his mood permitted. Yet today, he conceived a different plan. Your master is Daoyuan, so Kongyu must be your senior brother? Kongyu. At the mere mention of those two syllables, even in the face of utter hopelessness, Huo Mingyi could not conceal his intense resentment. Liang Yiqian, having observed him closely, certainly did not overlook this expression. It seems your relationship with him is not particularly amicable. Huo Mingyi found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to gauge Liang Yiqian's intentions. He suddenly inquired about Kongyu, wondering whether their connection was one of camaraderie or rivalry. He tentatively replied, my relationship with my senior brother is tolerable. Do not use such vague terms as tolerable. Think carefully before you respond. Liang Yiqian's smile deepened. If you claim that your relationship with him is good, then the fate that awaits that serpent shall be your own. I have a poor relationship with him. Huo Mingyi immediately reversed his statement, his mind racing. Kongyu, relying on his status as senior brother, has always marginalized and suppressed me. Were it not for his refusal to provide me with the marrow-cleansing pill, I would not have ventured into this secret realm alone. In my view, Kongyu is unworthy of his position. He should have long since departed from Yashoushan Mountain. Huo Mingyi's words served not only to distance himself from Kongyu, but also to express his heartfelt sentiments. Liang Yiqian allowed him to continue, observing the contortions of his features with keen interest. How fascinating that it appeared that this so-called son of the old sect master of Yashoushan Mountain harbored deep animosity towards Kongyu. From his words, it seemed that Kongyu was equally vexed by him, yet constrained by his status from taking excessively drastic measures. Liang Yiqian suddenly resolved not to kill Huo Mingyi after all. I care not for the personal grievances between you and Kongyu, but your mere existence provides sufficient opportunity to vex him on several occasions. With a flick of his wrist, he cast aside the droplets of blood from his sword before sheathing it. To eliminate you would serve little purpose. It is far more prudent to leave a menace such as you atop Crow's Head Mountain. With those final words, Liang Yiqian departed. Once his figure had completely vanished, Huo Mingyi once again found himself devoid of strength to stand, collapsing onto the ground. The secret realm, shrouded in perpetual darkness, experienced an unusual occurrence today. A single ray of sunlight graced the grassy slope. Amidst the weeds, a glimmer caught Huo Mingyi's attention. What could be hidden there? Chapter 54. Do you think I wish to engage with you? Huo Mingyi, dragging his injured leg, approached the luminous spot. There lay a small piece of serpent flesh. Splattered here at some unknown time, roughly the size of a palm, he crouched down, drew forth the dagger he always carried, and stirred the contents. Suddenly, the blade struck something hard, a bead. Discarding the knife, Huo Mingyi used his fingers to pry it out. The white orb shimmered with a gentle luster under the sunlight. Enduring the pain in his wounded leg, he clutched the bead, his eyes gleaming with desire. Crow's Head Mountain. Kong Yu and Xiao Zhe were summoned to the council hall by the Grand Elder, where a throng of individuals had gathered. The 4 elders were present, along with the true disciples of the elders. Dao Yuan, the elder, occupied the foremost seat, while Dao Shan, Dao Qing, and Dao Ji sat on either side. The chief, Kong Yu, was seated alongside, with Xiao Zhe standing behind him. Other true disciples stood in attendance behind their respective elders, the room brimming with people. As Kong Yu entered, he encountered Lu Shuangyin, the female disciple of the 3rd elder, Dao Qing. Lu Shuangyin, of the same age as Mu Ruoxue, possessed a temperament far more gentle and serene. Coming from a family engaged in the silk trade, she was of modest wealth, a far cry from the financial prowess of the Kong family. She was stunningly beautiful, reminiscent of the moon descending to earth, with delicate brows and captivating phoenix eyes, always wearing a subtle smile that exuded warmth. Many disciples of Crow's Head Mountain harbored secret affections for this Lu Shuangyin, with some even confessing their feelings openly. Yet Lu Shuangyin seemed indifferent to any suitor, always gracefully declining with a gentle smile. Kong Yu held a favorable impression of this junior sister, yet their interactions were limited to mere casual exchanges whenever they crossed paths. In a past life, after becoming Dao partners with Mu Ruoxue, she often grew jealous of Lu Shuangyin, harboring suspicions of an illicit relationship between her and Kong Yu. Engaged in her own entanglements with Huo Mingyi, she spent her days casting doubt upon Kong Yu. To him, Lu Shuangyin was merely a fellow junior sister, and while Mu Ruoxue accused him of being overly attentive to her, he treated every disciple of Crow's Head Mountain with kindness, a fact she chose to overlook. Lu Shuangyin took the initiative to greet Kong Yu. A few days prior, she had heard of his illness. Was he feeling better? She inquired with genuine concern. Thank you for your concern. Lu junior sister, I have recovered well, Kong Yu replied politely. Lu Shuangyin glanced at the cool profile of the eldest brother, carefully choosing her words. Is Mu Ruoxue still in the demon suppression tower? I wonder how she is faring. Kong brother, perhaps you could plead with the Grand Elder to release her sooner. That place is rife with malevolent spirits and heavy with dark energy. Given her frail constitution, she may not endure for long. Her worry for Mu Ruoxue was evident in his previous life. Perhaps Kong Yu could not discern the intricacies, but in this life, his eyes have been opened to a multitude of matters, allowing him to see clearly. The relationship between Mu Ruoxue and Lu Shuangyin is fraught with animosity. They are of the same age and both are esteemed disciples of the elders. Lu Shuangyin possesses superior skills and greater talent than Mu Ruoxue. However, Mu Ruoxue, being the adopted daughter of the sect's leader, holds a more distinguished status than Yu Ruoxue often mocks Lu Shuangyin for her pretentiousness, while Lu Shuangyin seems quite displeased with Mu Ruoxue's arrogant demeanor. Her words, though seemingly a plea for Mu Ruoxue, are laced with fragrant tea, as she secretly wishes for Mu Ruoxue to be confined within those walls for eternity. Kong Yu is determined not to be entangled in the feud between these two women in this lifetime. He lowered his gaze, his voice calm. The matters concerning Ruoxue are orchestrated by the master. As a disciple, I must not overstep my bounds. Kong Yu subtly admonished Lu Shuangyin, who immediately displayed an expression of shame. It was indeed a slip of the tongue on Shuangyin's part. Please do not take offense, Brother Kong. Not at all. As they approached the assembly hall, they encountered Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe cast a glance at Kong Yu. It had been several days since the brothers had met, and Xiao Zhe's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Huo Mingyi and the calamity that is Kong Yu, which had led to restless nights. In contrast, Kong Yu, having borrowed the 7 treasures glazed branch, had elevated his realm, exuding vitality and charm. Lu Shuangyin greeted Xiao Zhe, who nodded in acknowledgement before turning his gaze towards Kong Yu. Thanks to the effects of the 7 treasures glazed branch, Kong Yu appeared more agreeable to Xiao Zhe lately. Let us proceed, Brother Xiao, lest the elders and our fellow disciples be kept waiting. Please, go ahead, brother. Xiao Zhe urged Kong Yu to enter first, following closely behind, with Lu Shuangyin trailing after them. Soon after, 5 or 6 more individuals arrived, culminating in the late arrival of the Grand Elder, and everyone took their seats. The agenda for this meeting was the upcoming entrance examination. The sect leader had sent word yesterday, stating that he would return in 3 days, urging us to finalize the arrangements for the entrance examination. The assembly hall was enveloped in profound silence, broken only by the measured voice of the Grand Elder and the delicate clinking of teacups against their saucers. The news had already been disseminated, and once the sect leader returns, registration will formally commence. This year's entrance examination will once again focus on the foundations, sect history, and spiritual summoning. Dao Ji, the junior sister, will oversee the foundations, Dao Qing, the junior brother, will manage sect history, and Dao Shan, another junior brother, will be responsible for spiritual summoning, just as last year. The 3 appointed elders nodded in agreement. Kong Yu, as the chief disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, you are also required to participate fully this year, assisting the sect leader and the 4 elders. Kong Yu gently set down his teacup, responding with a smile. Disciples obey. Each entrance examination places the heaviest burden on Kong Yu, the chief disciple of Yashou Mountain. Elder Dao Yuan, disinterested in administrative duties, delegates the cumbersome tasks to Kong Yu. The entrance examination comprises numerous stages, and on the eve of registration, Kong Yu must commence various preparations. For those wishing to register, Yashou Mountain provides some accommodations, which are determined by a lottery. Those who are unsuccessful must make their own arrangements. However, it is evident that this lottery is not entirely fair. Thus, those fortunate enough to stay within Yashou Mountain are typically the pampered sons and daughters of affluent families. One can imagine how demanding such individuals can be. Once official registration begins, Kong Yu must oversee the entire process. Other elders and esteemed disciples have their designated roles, yet he must be present at every stage to preempt any unforeseen incidents. The entrance examination posed the greatest headache for Kong Yu in the past. Most of the candidates were young children, reckless and unrestrained, yet they had to be shielded from harm. Although none of the three subjects were competitive in nature, they still managed to stir a considerable amount of trouble. This troublesome occurrence happened twice a year. Elder Dao Yuan, as in previous years, continued to place the heavy burden upon his eldest disciple. Deep down, however, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Kong Yu's temperament had shifted significantly. He had learned to resist. Dao Yuan found himself nostalgic for the obedient disciple of yore. Yet this time, Kong Yu did not embarrass Dao Yuan as he had in previous instances. Instead, he acquiesced with a simple response. Dao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and resumed discussions on details with the other three elders. The other true disciples were keenly observing Kong Yu. They had all heard of his recent unusual behavior on the mountain. Today, they arrived in full force, with some disciples even putting aside urgent tasks just to witness whether Kong Yu would publicly defy Dao Yuan. They came with a sense of anticipation for amusement. However, they were left disappointed, for Kong Yu exhibited no outrageous behavior whatsoever. He spoke little, occasionally lifting his teacup to sip, and mostly smiled in agreement with the other elders. The sole female elder, Dao Ji, had always held Kong Yu in high regard. She praised his decorum and playfully remarked to her elder brother Dao Yuan more than once that it would be delightful if Kong Yu were her disciple. Elder Dao Ji was one of the few perceptive individuals at Yashou Mountain. She could see that Kong Yu was not thriving under Dao Yuan's tutelage. Her elder brother, single-minded in his pursuits, exploited Kong Yu's capabilities to achieve many objectives, while simultaneously reprimanding and exploiting his eldest disciple. Elder Dao Ji felt a sense of regret regarding Kong Yu's failure in the tribulation and the consequent loss of his powers. The pressures placed upon the eldest disciple were considerable, and the weight of being the foremost disciple of Yashou Mountain was indeed burdensome. Although Dao Yuan harbored a deep-seated disfavor for Kong Yu, he could not deny that Kong Yu brought him a sense of prestige in front of outsiders. He responded to his junior sister's half-serious jest with a smile. Kong Yu was notably obedient and well-mannered, the least troublesome disciple for him. Was obedience truly a commendable quality? After all, the Grand Elder merely had this disciple toil like a beast of burden. Dao Yuan had finally offered Kong Yu a compliment, eagerly awaiting a response. However, when Kong Yu spoke, he merely lifted his teacup to drink, leaving Dao Yuan in silence. Dao Yuan cleared his throat awkwardly and promptly changed the subject. The disciples began to sense a subtle shift in the atmosphere. It seemed that Dao Yuan's attitude towards his eldest disciple had shifted, while Kong Yu appeared disinclined to engage with him. Chapter 55. What is your stance? After the group had deliberated on the entrance examination and each had received their tasks, they returned with varying thoughts. Kong Yu and Xiao Zhe departed together. All the true disciples had their designated roles, with Xiao Zhe primarily responsible for the registration process, during which Kong Yu would accompany him. Originally, Mu Ruoxue was supposed to attend, a male disciple paired with a female disciple. However, unfortunate Ruoxue still had 2 days of confinement ahead of her, and by the time she was released, her condition might not suffice for such an important task. Thus Kong Yu took it upon himself. The two brothers engaged in a thorough discussion regarding the entire procedure, contemplating potential dangers that may arise and devising strategies accordingly. Once the formal matters were addressed, Kong Yu proceeded to mention a personal issue. I shall return the 7 treasures glazed branch to you tomorrow. His sudden reference to the magical artifact took Xiao Zhe by surprise. There is no need for such haste. For this entrance examination, we have invited the White Egret Pavilion. When my senior returns it then, I shall pass it on to my second sister. That is unnecessary. After all, it is a borrowed artifact, and it is best to return it sooner rather than later. Kong Yu's eagerness to return the branch was primarily due to its lack of utility for him at present. He sought more opportunities to unravel his inner demons and subsequently utilize the artifact's assistance. The 7 treasures glazed branch had enabled him to break through the first tier, and he felt immensely grateful. Moreover, he wished to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude to Xiao Zhe. His destiny was to leave Crow's Head Mountain, and the fewer ties he had to this place, the better. However, Xiao Zhe misinterpreted his intentions. After all the trouble I went through to obtain the 7 treasures glazed branch from my elder brother, you merely toy with it for a couple of days before casting it aside? No, it shall remain with you, Kong, until my second sister arrives. Upon uttering this, Xiao Zhe departed without waiting for Kong Yu's response, appearing somewhat irate. Leaving Kong Yu bewildered in his wake, is this place truly cursed? What is wrong with these individuals? He muttered, turning to return to the bamboo whisper abode, only to encounter Huo Mingyi on his way back to the mountain. Huo Mingyi appeared disheveled, his leg injured and his body afflicted by poison. Yet, there was an unmistakable glint of excitement in his eyes, a fervor that seemed to overshadow the pain in his leg. Kong Yu discerned at once that Huo Mingyi was intoxicated by his own exhilaration. Huo Mingyi had come to share good news with Xiao Zhe, only to find him turning away, leaving only the detested Kong Yu in his presence. Upon seeing Huo Mingyi, Kong Yu's first remark was rather ungracious. You look as though you are on the brink of death. Huo Mingyi, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed by rage. He recalled how Kong Yu had caused him such misfortune. Had it not been for his refusal to provide the cleansing essence pill, he would not have been bitten by that 50-year-old venomous snake. His body burned with a low fever, yet the thought of the treasure he had acquired made all pain seem negligible. He raised his chin defiantly, casting aside any pretense before Kong Yu. Your mocking expression is truly repugnant, Kong. However, your opportunities are dwindling. Although you did not provide me with the cleansing essence pill, I have found one myself, and I require no assistance from you. He had unexpectedly stumbled upon a top-tier cleansing essence pill within the secret realm. Despite Liang Etien's formidable powers, his carelessness allowed Huo Mingyi to seize this opportunity. He did not dare to keep it on his person and swallowed it whole. The potency of the top-tier cleansing essence pill coursed through his body, causing waves of excruciating pain that left him curled up on the ground in agony. The elixir would cleanse his meridians, purging them of any lingering chaotic spiritual energy. This process was exceptionally arduous, and Huo Mingyi often believed he might perish. Yet, he ultimately survived. Once the pain subsided, Huo Mingyi felt an extraordinary lightness in his body, as if the snake venom had been significantly alleviated. Unable to contain himself, he broke into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. As the cleansing essence pill was absorbed into his system, Huo Mingyi wasted no time and hastened back to Crow's Head Mountain. He still needed to tend to his wounds. Now, facing Kong Yu, his mood was entirely transformed from before. Although this single washing marrow pill cannot completely cleanse his spiritual roots, it is sufficient for him to endure the first part of the entrance examination. Once he obtains the qualification to become an official disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, given his background, it will not be long before he replaces Kong Yu as the chief disciple. Thus, he spoke to Kong Yu with increased confidence. Kong Yu found it amusing. What could a single washing marrow pill truly change? What Huo Mingyi required was complete rebirth. However, he could not be bothered to engage in further conversation, turning away at the slightest disagreement. Huo Mingyi, brimming with arrogance, awaited a retort from Kong Yu. Yet, in that brief moment, Kong Yu had already walked several paces away. You? Stop right there. I haven't finished speaking. On what grounds do you walk away? Kong Yu feigned ignorance to his words. Wait. Huo Mingyi, dragging his injured leg, obstructed Kong Yu's path. Kong Yu, is this how you speak to others? What kind of chief disciple of Yashoushan Mountain do you think you are? With his path blocked, Kong Yu's gaze turned icy. When provoked, his voice became disturbingly serene. Huo Mingyi, the only reason you stand before me now, audaciously uttering these words, is not because you are the son of the sect leader, but rather because I possess a kind heart and, by chance, a relatively mild temperament. You have yet to pass the entrance examination. You are merely a lowly servant. The hierarchy at Yashoushan Mountain is rigid. Aside from the servant disciples who attend to my daily needs, you lack the qualification to converse with me. If I wish to cast you into the demon suppression tower, it would be a mere word away, requiring no approval from the hall master or elders. Kong Yu's gaze bore into Huo Mingyi, his eyes filled with indifference. A flicker of unease surged within Huo Mingyi, yet he refused to concede verbally. This is bullying among fellow disciples. I am the son of the former sect leader. You cannot treat me this way. The son of the former sect leader. Kong Yu echoed the words with a smirk. The daughter of the former sect leader is currently in the demon suppression tower. Huo Mingyi, would you like to join her? The offspring of the sect leader, both imprisoned in the forbidden grounds, was indeed a disgrace to Yashoushan Mountain. Mentioning Mu Ruoxue, Huo Mingyi felt as though he had been frozen in place. Indeed, Mu Ruoxue was also the daughter of the sect leader. Due to this status, she had once acted with impunity within the mountain. However, after provoking Kong Yu twice, she now languished in the demon suppression tower, tormented daily by demons. As Kong Yu was about to leave, Huo Mingyi stood rooted. Shivering, Ruoxue, did you intentionally have her sent to the demon suppression tower? The thought struck him, and the more he pondered, the more fearful he became. Indeed, it was because Kong Yu had gone to deliver food to Mu Ruoxue that her emotional collapse led her to commit an act of disrespect. Even if Ruoxue was typically willful, she would never utter such words. It had to be you. You must have manipulated her. Huo Mingyi nearly leaped up to accuse Kong Yu, but Kong Yu's voice drifted back to him. You've been in the mountain for less than a month and presume to understand Mu Ruoxue? I know her character better than anyone. Locking her in the demon suppression tower is no injustice to her. If you wish to accompany her, seek me out. I am always at your service. Chapter 56. Caught red-handed, Kong Yu did not wish to linger in confrontation with Huo Mingyi, for he could discern at a glance that the injury on the latter's leg was rather severe. By the looks of it, he must have been bitten by the 50-year-old demon serpent from the secret realm. That serpent, though still considered a juvenile among monsters, possesses an inexhaustible strength and a particularly potent venom, which is quite troublesome. In his previous life, Kong Yu fell victim to this very serpent. He was preoccupied with dealing with another 200-year-old giant python when, amidst the chaos, he was bitten by this juvenile snake. Upon returning to the mountain, although he sought treatment at the Mingyi Hall, the serpent's venom remained stubbornly unremovable. Chu Suehuan personally examined him and confirmed that this kind of venom is impossible to eradicate. It will settle within the cultivator's body for life, posing a hidden danger. Having experienced this firsthand, Kong Yu chose to keep his distance from Huo Mingyi. He could not afford to rely on himself. When Huo Mingyi eventually sought out Master Chu, she received the very answer that Kong Yu had contemplated in his heart. This type of serpent venom is exceedingly rare. I have encountered it before. The purification to this extent is not life-threatening. Master Chu was adept in the art of conversation, her words artfully veiled, yet Huo Mingyi still sensed an underlying discord. Master Chu, does this mean that such venom cannot be eradicated? Huo Mingyi maintained a facade of composure in front of others, but he could no longer sustain it in Kong Yu's presence. Chu Suehuan observed the obedient and sensible youth and felt a pang of sympathy. It's all right, Mingyi. As your magical prowess grows stronger, you will gradually dissolve this toxin within yourself, and perhaps one day, it will be completely eradicated. Huo Mingyi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is still a chance, it is good. However, Chu Suehuan's words were merely a consolation. A toxin that even Kong Yu could not resolve, how could he hope to eradicate it? Chu Suehuan could not bear to reveal the truth, allowing him to cling to a faint hope. By the way, Mingyi, the entrance examination is approaching. Have you registered? She deliberately shifted the topic to prevent Huo Mingyi from probing further, as she truly could not conjure up any other excuses. As expected, upon hearing the words entrance examination, Huo Mingyi's expression shifted dramatically. When does it begin? Within the next 3 to 5 days. The 4 elders have already commenced preparations, and it will officially begin once the sect leader returns. So soon? I must hurry to register. Huo Mingyi exclaimed as he attempted to rise from the bed, but Chu Suehuan stopped him. Mingyi, why not wait until the second half of the year to register? You recently fainted due to excessive worry, and now you have ventured into the secret realm and suffered from serpent venom. It is truly unwise to participate in the entrance examination. It's all right. The entrance examination does not require us to wield weapons. I will be fine. However, after the entrance examination, the successful disciples must immediately follow the various halls for training. The coursework is quite demanding, and your body will undoubtedly struggle to keep up. Chu Suehuan's mention of this matter caused Huo Mingyi to hesitate momentarily. Are there exams for these courses? Of course, if one fails, they will be stripped of their status as a formal disciple. Huo Mingyi found himself in a quandary. Even if he passed the entrance examination, failing the coursework within his hall would render it futile. Yet, he recalled Kong Yu's indifferent face and clenched his fists. Master, I must go. I am the son of the former sect leader. I did not come to Yashoushan Mountain to lead an easy life. I am determined to become a formal disciple and prove myself. His declaration stirred something within Chu Suehuan. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, it suffices to offer her a piece or two of advice. She currently wishes to refrain from meddling in any affairs outside the hall. Therefore, you must take good care of yourself in the coming days and avoid overexertion. Indeed, Mingyi comprehends this, and I am grateful to the hall master. Kong Yu returned to the bamboo serenity abode to don a new set of garments. The previous attire, tainted by Huo Mingyi's ailment, was promptly cast into the fire pit. With the entrance examination approaching, various arrangements must be made within Yashoushan Mountain. In previous years, Kong Yu would have inquired, yet this year he felt no inclination to ask a single word. After all, there are other true disciples present. If something were to happen, so be it. What could possibly ensue? At worst, he might be expelled. If he were to be expelled, it would be a tremendous boon for Kong Yu, as long as the sect master of Yashoushan Mountain removed Kong Yu from the genealogy. The sole contract binding him would automatically become null and void. That would be even better. Kong Yu planned to meander down the mountain to observe the new faces that had come to register this year. He had grown weary of the familiar faces within the mountain. Encountering outsiders would provide a refreshing change. Dressed in finery, he exuded an air of leisure. His strikingly handsome features drew attention wherever he ventured. A bold young lady approached him and inquired about his family background. Several others quickly restrained her, exclaiming, "This is the chief disciple of Yashoushan Mountain. Show some respect." The young lady's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Kong Yu found her lively innocence charming and smiled amicably, choosing not to engage further. Many young masters from esteemed cultivation families were also present. They huddled in small groups, whispering behind Kong Yu's back. He paid them no mind. He was puzzled, as in the past. These young masters and misses would stir up trouble whenever they congregated. Each time he took a stroll, he would catch 3 or 4 instances of mischief. Yet today, they seemed remarkably well behaved. If they did not cause a ruckus, Kong Yu would have nothing to report to the 4 elders, who might think he was idling. After a brief circuit with no fruitful findings, his interest waned, and he resolved to return and check on Xiaopango's progress with his studies. Just then, laughter erupted from behind him. "Come on. Aren't you supposed to resist? Why aren't you fighting back? A bastard like you dares to be arrogant. Why don't you go die outside with your promiscuous mother?" Upon hearing the commotion, Kong Yu turned to see 3 adolescent boys surrounding a frail lad, pummeling him with fists and feet. A smirk curled at the corner of Kong Yu's mouth. How delightful. He had caught them in the act of wrongdoing. Chapter 57. I offer you a chance. Kong Yu endeavored to identify the boys. 2 of them bore striking resemblances, indicating they were likely siblings. According to the surrounding chatter, they were the 2 young masters of the Su family, Su Lushing and Su Luyuan. The siblings were resplendently attired, clearly accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood. Their father, Su Rongman, served as the deputy of the Yaodai Heavenly Office, a position of considerable influence. Accompanying them in their bullying was a youth clad in green, evidently their lackey. The unfortunate target of their cruelty was a boy recently adopted by Su Rongman, named Su Luyan. The official narrative claimed the boy was a descendant left behind by a deceased friend. Yet Su Luyan bore a striking resemblance to Su Rongman, leading many to speculate that he was the offspring of the debonair Su and a songstress. With 2 brothers so haughty and their own origins so lowly, one can only imagine Su Luyan's plight within the Su household. He is a few years younger than his 2 elder brothers and possesses a frail physique. When bullied, he fought back, yet ultimately found himself on the ground. The more he resisted, the harsher the beating he received. Kong Yu did not immediately intervene. Instead, he observed the boy. The boy was remarkably stubborn, aware of his own limitations yet still daring to retaliate against the other youths repeatedly. Kong Yu perceived the defiance in his eyes. Only when the boy finally lacked the strength to continue did Kong Yu leisurely step forward to intervene. Yashoushan Mountain is a sacred place of the Taoist sect. Which family do you belong to that dares to wreak havoc here? His voice, though slow, exuded an undeniable authority. The youths ceased their bullying at his admonition. Yet Su Luyuan still felt a twinge of defiance. Who are you to meddle in matters concerning the Su family? Kong Yu chuckled. You do not even know who I am yet dare to come to Yashoushan Mountain to make a name for yourself? Su Lushing's mind raced. He recognized the jade ring worn by the man before him and realized he was part of the Kong family's direct lineage and the Kong family of Yashoushan Mountain. There was only one direct heir, Kong Yu. Su Lushing quickly grasped his younger brother's arm. Kong Shixiang, my brother is blind to his surroundings and has offended you. We were merely playing here, not bullying anyone. Kong Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, regarding the boy who had been shielded behind them. The boy was on his hands and knees, breathing heavily, struggling to lift himself up. He was nearly on the brink of collapse. Yet these 2 still had the audacity to lie before him. The other youths discreetly observed the situation, waiting to see how Kong Yu would resolve the matter. Kong Yu spoke calmly. Yashoushan Mountain has its own rules. Anyone who stirs up trouble must face the consequences of the sect's regulations. Once you ascend the mountain, your every action will be subject to scrutiny. From the moment you entered this mountain, countless eyes have been watching you. The examination has already begun. His final words heightened the tension among all present. Although it appeared that the entrance examination consisted of merely 3 subjects, their behavior and demeanor fell within the scope of evaluation. For Yashoushan Mountain, a cultivator's talent is undoubtedly significant, yet virtue should be held in even higher regard. They had traveled great distances, filled with hope to become official disciples of Yashoushan Mountain. No came here merely to play and leave. The weight of Kong Yu's words transformed the previously unruly young masters and misses into models of decorum. Kong Yu was quite pleased with this outcome, and in truth, no one was secretly scoring them. It was merely a tactic to intimidate them. Regardless, he had managed to rein them in, achieving his goal. Kong Yu turned his gaze once more to the bullied boy, who was now struggling to stand. He was swaying unsteadily as he rose. Kong Yu beckoned him over. The boy obediently approached, perhaps viewing him as a savior, stumbling forward. Hey, you? Su Luyuan attempted to obstruct him, but Kong Yu's mere glance immobilized him. His elder brother, Su Lusheng, tugged at his clothing from behind, urging him to behave. Su Luyuan, begrudgingly pouting, allowed Kong Yu to lead the illegitimate child away. Come, I will help you tend to your injuries. Kong Yu did not take Su Luyuan to the Minjiatang. Instead, he returned to his own Zhu Yoju. He instructed the boy to take a seat upon a chair, while he himself settled onto another bamboo stool, fingers clasping a porcelain vial the thickness of a thumb, administering medicine to the wound on his arm. The moment the powder made contact with the injury, a sharp, stinging sensation caused the boy to gasp. Bear with it. This is the most effective remedy. You cannot enter the entrance examination bearing such injuries. Kong Yu's actions were devoid of mercy, even as the boy's complexion paled. However, upon hearing Kong Yu declare the medicine effective, he ceased to vocalize his discomfort, silently enduring the pain. The elder brother was indeed correct. The medicine acted swiftly. Not long after the powder dissolved, the wound began to show signs of healing. Kong Yu returned the vial to its place among other assorted bottles of various heights. Very well, you may leave now. Su Luyuan remained motionless. What is it? Are there still injuries? Kong Yu flipped the lid of the medicine box closed, deftly sliding a finger across the brass lock. He turned his gaze toward the boy, who silently scrutinized him, lips pressed together, as if words were on the verge of escaping. Yet, Kong Yu began to usher him away. Go on. What are you lingering for? I do not accommodate outsiders here. Su Luyuan's fingers clutched tightly at his worn trousers. As the son of the magistrate of Shudu, he possessed not a single proper garment. Compared to Kong Yu, who was adorned in the finest silks and satins, he appeared as drab as an inconspicuous gray mouse. However, if he did not seize this opportunity, he would forever bear the stigma of being a bastard, unable to rise above his station. Finally, Su Luyuan spoke. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. By the time he uttered these words, Kong Yu had already risen, intending to return the medicine box. He opened the drawer with a resounding clatter, accompanied by his voice. Why should I take you as a disciple? You seem to lack talent and hail from an unremarkable background. Your two elder brothers clearly despise you. If I were to accept you, it would be tantamount to opposing the Su family. I am a member of the Kong family, and we too must conduct business with Yaotai. Your father is the magistrate of the Tianhu department, the treasury office. I have no desire to embroil my family in complications. Kong Yu spoke a half-truth, and Su Luyuan found himself intimidated, lips pressed tight. He wished to speak, but lacked the confidence to do so. Although he remained silent, he showed no inclination to depart, seemingly prepared to linger in the bamboo pavilion until Kong Yu accepted him as a disciple. Well, I was not mistaken. He is indeed a rather stubborn child. Kong Yu affirmed to himself inwardly. He shoved the drawer closed, turned, and leaned against the table behind him, gazing at Su Luyuan. The boy boldly met his gaze, unafraid. The indomitable spark in his eyes was his most captivating trait. Since you are so resolute, Kong Yu said slowly, I shall grant you an opportunity. Chapter 58. I only require your loyalty. Kong Yu possessed a spirit-testing stone, akin to the one held by Elder Daoyuan, both serving to assess a cultivator's spiritual roots. He instructed Su Luyuan to place his hand upon the stone. A dazzling array of colors flashed before them. Kong Yu, without needing to look, already knew the outcome. Such a vibrant display indicated that this boy, like Huo Mingyi, possessed impure spiritual roots. Upon closely examining the patterns on the stone, Kong Yu discerned that Su Luyuan might be slightly better than Huo Mingyi. His spiritual roots are intertwined with the wood and fire elements, with the fire root being predominant, serving as the primary attribute. The boy gazed nervously at Kong Yu, unable to comprehend the situation, thus awaiting an explanation from him. He noticed an unusual expression on Kong Yu's face, devoid of any hint of surprise, instead marred by a frown. That moment, the boy's heart sank. Indeed, when Kong Yu finally spoke, he bluntly declared that the boy lacked talent. You possess mixed spiritual roots. Such roots signify the aptitude of an ordinary person, rendering you unqualified for cultivation. It is a pity, for although I entertain the thought of accepting you as a disciple, your innate potential is insufficient. Kong Yu retracted the spirit-testing stone and placed it into his storage pouch, gesturing for the boy to leave the bamboo quiet residence on his own. Su Luyuan felt a twinge of anxiety. My spiritual roots may be impure, but I am willing to work diligently. I will train tirelessly, striving not to disappoint you. Kong Yu urged him to face reality. This is not a matter of effort. You have not even crossed this threshold. No amount of promises will suffice. Is there any way? Regardless of what it may be, I am willing to try anything. Su Luyuan declared his determination. With an expression that appeared quite indifferent, Kong Yu turned his gaze, shifting from profile to full face, locking eyes with Su Luyuan. Are you truly willing? Yes, Su Luyuan nodded fervently. The boy had taken the bait. Kong Yu then retrieved the items he had prepared. He extended his hands towards Su Luyuan, palms open, revealing a white pill in one hand and a red pill in the other. Su Luyuan was taken aback, contemplating Kong Yu's intent. Is this a choice for me? Not a choice of one, Kong Yu corrected him, but rather two, or perhaps none at all. He proceeded to elucidate the properties of the two pills. The white pill on the left is a marrow-cleansing pill. It can eliminate the impurities within your spiritual roots. For someone like you, whose dual roots are mixed, just one is sufficient to transform you into a single spiritual root, quite effortlessly. The red pill on the right is a parasite. Upon ingestion, it will reside within your body. This is a child parasite, and its mother is with me. Should I eliminate the mother parasite, the child within you will perish instantly. Upon hearing this, Su Luyuan grasped the implications. Once the child parasite dies, I too shall have no path to survival. Precisely. Kong Yu nodded, extending his hands forward. I shall provide you with the marrow-cleansing pill, but it will not be given freely. Should you consume the pill, you shall remain under my control for the entirety of your life, until the day of your demise. Choose both or none. The decision lies with you. Su Luyuan's gaze shifted from the white pill on the left to the red one on the right, then back to Kong Yu. What do you wish for me to do? Obey my every command, enabling you to grow stronger. Should you prove too weak to fulfill my commands, I will not hesitate to crush the mother parasite. Kong Yu sought to cultivate a loyal confidant, not a liability or a failure. The white-eyed wolf of Yashou Mountain, exemplified by Huo Mingyi, would bring him endless troubles. He had his own matters to attend to and could not afford to keep a constant watch over them. Thus, he required assistance, and Su Luyuan presented a promising option. If that rascal Huo Mingyi were fortunate enough to pass the entrance examination, Kong Yu would undoubtedly devise a means to ensure Su Luyuan also succeeded, subsequently placing them in the same hall to perpetually overshadow one another. Conversely, should Huo Mingyi fail, Kong Yu would find no need to exert such effort, leaving Su Luyuan to fend for himself. In this scenario, Kong Yu stands to gain regardless. A mere cleansing elixir holds little value for him, as he has no use for it, and giving it to a dog would be a waste. However, for Su Luyuan, the significance is profoundly different. This is an opportunity that could alter the course of his destiny. With this elixir in hand, he would earn the right to enter the gates of Yashou Mountain. Kong Yu intended for him to barter his life for a chance. Su Luyuan resolutely accepted. He snatched 2 elixirs from the open palm of Kong Yu and swallowed them one after the other, then fixed his gaze intently upon Kong Yu. I have made my choice. Kong Yu smiled. Rest now. As Kong Yu uttered those 3 words, Su Luyuan was suddenly engulfed by an intense burning sensation emanating from within. His throat emitted several low, discomfort growls, and his body instinctively sought a place to lie down. Ultimately, he reclined upon a bamboo couch, curling tightly, drenched in sweat, his expression wrought with agony. The cleansing elixir worked to expel the excess with spirit roots from his body, while the parasitic insects seized the opportunity to take root within him. The dual agony intertwined, pushing Su Luyuan to the brink of unconsciousness multiple times. Yet, driven by formidable willpower, he persevered, fixated on a singular thought. He absolutely could not perish here. He could not die. There remained much unfinished business ahead. Kong Yu stood beside the bamboo couch, apathetically observing the boy writhing in pain. In moments like these, no one could assist him. He alone must endure. And Su Luyuan, perhaps to prove something to Kong Yu, resolutely refrained from uttering a single cry of pain. This torment persisted for approximately half an hour, until at last, the peculiar burning sensation gradually subsided. Su Luyuan gasped for breath, and in that moment, his blurred vision began to clear. Kong Yu placed a damp cloth upon his forehead. The moisture contained a spirit essence that possessed soothing properties. Although Su Luyuan was unaware of this, he gazed at Kong Yu with gratitude. Thank you. You have saved my life. I owe you an immense debt of gratitude, and I shall repay you. Kong Yu smiled faintly, unmoved by the boy's gratitude. Rather, he sought to make Su Luyuan confront the reality of the situation. You need not thank me. I do not require your gratitude. What I seek is your loyalty. I do not even demand loyalty that springs from the heart. Even if you come to loathe me with every fiber of your being, as long as you continue to act according to my directives, I shall not hold it against you. Having learned from past experiences and the various humiliations of his previous life, Kong Yu no longer believed in the notion of gratitude leading to reciprocity. What value does such cheap appreciation hold? Surface loyalty is far more precious than empty expressions of gratitude. Despite his youth, Su Luyuan comprehended Kong Yu's intent. Even after enduring the excruciating torment moments ago, He now sat upright, solemnly assuring Kongyu that I will be loyal to you. Chapter 59. Su Luyuan's golden finger. I will find a way to help you pass the entrance examination, but it is best if you rely on your own abilities. Once you have passed, you will be a formal disciple of Yasho Mountain. Whether you can ascend to true transmission will depend on your own prowess. I shall impart knowledge unto you, yet let us refrain from addressing one another as master and disciple. Like the other apprentices, after the entrance examination, you shall refer to me as senior brother. During the day, you shall follow the customary lessons, and every other night, you are to seek me out as for other matters. I shall address them when the time is right. Kongyu earnestly advised Su Luyuan, who comprehended the preceding points well enough. However, he found himself in disagreement with the notion of not referring to each other as master and disciple. Why must we forego such titles? Because I desire to distance myself from this ill-fated place known as Yashoushan. Child, your words are somewhat excessive. I apologize. Kongyu quietly scrutinized the boy before him, who had his head bowed at the tender age of 10. He was already 2 years younger than Fa Gao, yet he had acquired some understanding of the complexities of human relationships. Fa Gao at his age was merely aware of eating and sleeping. No, at present, he still only knew of those two pursuits. Yet Su Luyuan had already learned to read others' expressions and to carve out his own space for survival. He was no obedient child, and Kongyu would not be deceived by the facade he projected. Of course, this did not imply a lack of loyalty. He would test the boundaries of others while clearly defining his own. When someone overstepped that line, he would resist without hesitation, much like his defiance towards the two young masters of the Su family. He understood that no benefit could be gleaned from them. Thus his resistance was unwavering. However, Kongyu was one who offered him advantages. Having tasted the sweetness of favor, he yearned for more. Yet, Kongyu needed to convey a vital lesson. Greed and ambition may propel your growth, but if your abilities do not match them, you risk becoming a mere jest. Yu Ruoxue and Huo Mingyi are quintessential examples of such folly. If you have resolved to allow me to teach you, then you must exhibit some progress. Otherwise, I shall abandon you without a second thought. Kongyu laid bare all harsh truths from the outset. His tone towards the child was severe, and with the imposition of a curse. He was not gentle. Su Luyuan was yet unaware of Meng Fagao. Should he learn of Fa Gao's existence and observe Kongyu's treatment of Fa Gao, his small world would likely shatter into fragments. Kongyu harbored no fear of Su Luyuan discovering this differential treatment. Fa Gao was the one who had accompanied him through thick and thin in the past life. He trusted him and thus treated him unconditionally well. All Fa Gao needed was to live in peace and happiness. However, with Su Luyuan, Kongyu had no intention of nurturing a treacherous wolf. He would keep those who could stay and let go of those who could not. For there would always be another more obedient candidate. Realizing his misstep, Su Luyuan understood the subtlety of Kongyu's tone and promptly offered his apology. Kongyu chose to let the matter rest without further probing. By the way, take this vial of medicine with you. And here is this volume of foundational techniques. It is yours as well. Come to Juyu residence tomorrow evening and inform me of how much you have comprehended. Kongyu reopened the drawer, retrieving a porcelain vial and a volume of foundational techniques with a damaged cover. This was the most ordinary calmness technique, an introductory method, not a unique creation of Yashoushan, but rather readily found in the marketplace. Nevertheless, this book was selected by Kongyu from among hundreds of techniques, as it proved most beneficial for cultivators in the spring domain. As the saying goes, the fundamental principles remain unchanged amidst myriad transformations. Those extravagant techniques are merely rebranded, with their incantations altered, yet the essence remains the same. There are still some mediocre individuals who often harbor ulterior motives, inadvertently leading others astray. Kongyu meticulously examined his options and ultimately settled upon this particular manual of principles. He diligently perused and practiced it, gaining fresh insights with each encounter. Now, Kongyu has entrusted this tome, which he frequently studies, to Su Luyuan. Su Luyuan, far from dismissing the book's tattered condition, cherishes it deeply. I shall ponder over it earnestly, he declares. Kongyu, akin to Su Luyuan's guiding hand of fortune, dispenses rewards and then urges him to undertake his tasks. I shall grant you but a day and a night. Return to me by tomorrow eve. Very well. Su Luyuan refrains from negotiating for additional time, aware that prolonging the conversation may irk Kongyu. With a casual wave of his hand, Kongyu sends the boy on his way, seemingly indifferent to his departure. He does not inquire whether Su Luyuan will continue to face bullying from his two elder brothers. That is a matter for Su Luyuan to resolve on his own. Should he seek Kongyu's assistance, the latter would not turn a blind eye, for asking for help is indeed one of the avenues toward resolution. If Su Luyuan chooses to handle matters independently, Kongyu would be pleased to witness his initiative, perhaps even regarding him with newfound respect. Once the boy's figure has faded from view, Kongyu abruptly rises, the soft hem of his garment brushing against the table leg as he silently exits Juyu residence. He He feigns disinterest as Su Luyuan departs, yet curiosity lingers regarding the boy's forthcoming actions. Concealing his presence, Kongyu trails Su Luyuan to the bank of a stream. He presumes Su Luyuan is reluctant to return to his brothers and intends to linger here for a moment of respite. Soon, he observes Su Luyuan withdrawing the manual from his bosom, scrutinizing its contents while murmuring the text aloud, striving to memorize its intricate characters. Though the manual is not as thick as a brick, it comprises over 20 pages, laden with complex incantations that are challenging to articulate. Initially, Su Luyuan reads with hesitance, yet by the second reading, he flows with ease. By the third recitation, he has managed to commit half of it to memory. The boy's capacity for retention is truly remarkable. As a novice who has yet to cross the threshold into the realm of cultivation, he cannot grasp the material's essence, relying solely on his prodigious memory to retain the words. Observing him recite repeatedly, Kongyu watches as Su Luyuan submerges the fragile manual in the stream, allowing the ink to dissolve until the characters become indistinct. Releasing his grip, the book sinks beneath the water's surface, vanishing without a trace. Kongyu waits in silent contemplation by the stream until the manual has entirely disappeared, only then feeling assured enough to depart. He surmises the boy's intent, fearing that if he returned with the book, his brothers might discover its existence. Thus, he resolves to memorize its contents before destroying it, refusing to allow the two young masters of the Su family any knowledge of the secret manual Kongyu has bestowed upon him. His decisiveness is commendable. Even aware that Kongyu might inquire about the book's fate and potentially punish him for its loss, he remains steadfast in his course of action. This is his opportunity, and he will not relinquish it to anyone, not even granting a mere glimpse. Demonstrating resolute action, keen intellect, and exceptional memory, it appears that Kongyu has indeed stumbled upon a gem. This castaway of the Su family possesses a modicum of potential worthy of cultivation. As for the manner in which to nurture him, Kongyu swiftly considers several methods, ultimately selecting one. After departing from the stream's edge, Kongyu learns of a new development. Mu Ruoxue is to be released. Chapter 60. Senior brother, it is quite chilly here. This tidings was not specifically sought out by Kongyu in the locale of Yasho Mountain. One merely needs to linger in a secluded corner to overhear a plethora of gossip. Kongyu, having stood by the stream for a while longer, overheard two disciples passing by, engaged in conversation regarding Mu Ruoxue. I hear the Grand Elder intends to release junior sister Ruoxue ahead of schedule. It seems it is due to the return of the sect leader, and the entrance examination is about to commence. The elder believes it inappropriate for others to know that a true disciple is confined within the demon suppression tower at such a time. Indeed, this year's entrance examination is to recruit new disciples, and having a negative example emerge from the mountains would surely dishearten those aspiring to become true disciples of the elder. However, at the core of it, it appears the Grand Elder is more concerned about his own reputation. After all, Ruoxue is his true disciple. Junior sister Ruoxue ought to temper her temper as well. Not only does she berate her senior brother, but she also drags our ancestors into it. The old sect leader must feel quite disheartened if he were to know, with Mu Ruoxue's temperament, who would dare provoke her? I believe confining her within the demon suppression tower to experience some hardship may indeed be beneficial. It seems that junior sister Ruoxue is truly to be released. Kongyu, in truth, did not harbor any expectations that the demon suppression tower could hold her indefinitely. After all, Dao Yuan is her biological father and would surely seek an opportunity to release his beloved daughter sooner rather than later. Coincidentally, the entrance examination for Yasho Mountain was approaching. At this critical juncture, the focus of everyone was on the number of applicants this year, whether any young masters or young ladies from esteemed cultivation families had arrived, and if there were any connections to the elders and hall masters of Yasho Mountain. During this period, the sect leader was exceedingly busy, scarcely able to attend to the myriad of trivial matters within the sect. Dao Yuan aimed to seize this opportune moment, when everyone was preoccupied, to downplay Mu Ruoxue's transgression against sect rules and expedite her release. Following the entrance examination, the registration for Yaodai would commence, and this year, Dao Yuan even wished for Mu Ruoxue to participate. If she were not released soon, it would be too late. Dao Yuan arrived at the demon suppression tower the night before. Refraining from entering through the barrier, instead, he stood outside the tower, imparting a few earnest words to his daughter. Ruoxue, your master will soon release you. This time, you must adhere to the rules and be obedient. The sect leader is returning, and you absolutely must not act as recklessly as you did before. Even if you must feign compliance, maintain the faade for a while. Once you arrive at Yaodai to seek enlightenment, then you may indulge in your whims. Moreover, do not become too close with your senior brother. Kongyu has changed considerably. I fear he may pose a risk to you. The Kong family's doors appear quite difficult to enter. His younger brother is no trifling character either. Let us deliberate further on the matter of seeking a suitable match for you. Dao Yuan awaited a response from Mu Ruoxue within the tower. After a prolonged silence, he finally heard a faint from within. The voice was ethereal and frail, suggesting that the young woman had endured considerable tribulation during her confinement. The elder Dao Yuan did not linger. After advising his daughter, he promptly convened the other 3 elders the following day. I have drafted a letter to the sect leader, and he has given his consent. Elder Dao Yuan commenced by invoking the sect leader's name, then inquired about the opinions of the other 3 elders. Esteemed elders, do you harbor any dissent? Elder Dao Shin responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Since the sect leader has spoken thus, how could the 3 of us possibly have any objections? Brother Dao Yuan is indeed quite protective, unable to bear even the slightest grievance inflicted upon his disciples. If my own esteemed student were to witness this, they would surely be envious beyond measure. Elder Daoxing continues to speak in a cryptic manner. Although Daoping does not concur, he understands the decorum of the situation. Since the sect leader has acquiesced, he harbors no further dissent. As for Elder Daoji, she has always abhorred disputes among the members, and furthermore, she was absent from the mountain when Mu Ruoxue was confined. That child, Ruoxue, has indeed been rather indulged. Brother, once she is released, you must exercise proper discipline over her. Elder Daoyuan nodded in agreement. Naturally, I shall ensure that she does not cause further trouble. Elder Daoyuan entrusted the task of retrieving Mu Ruoxue to Kongyu, who appeared rather lethargic. Master, why not assign this task to Huo Mingyi? He seems quite eager. Huo Mingyi is currently unavailable, as he is preparing for the entrance examination. Only Xiao Zhe and Kongyu remain as disciples. Xiao Zhe, having noticed Kongyu's demeanor, unusually took the initiative to speak. Master, let me handle it. The senior brother has been preoccupied with the arrangements for the entrance examination and cannot spare the time. Elder Daoyuan glared at his 2 disciples. Neither of you are obedient. Whoever I designate must go. There is no room for such trivial discussions. Kongyu, you are to fetch the little junior sister, yet you still hesitate. Kongyu, initially willing to negotiate, was taken aback by Elder Daoyuan's abrupt tone and decided to withdraw. I am busy. Master, please find someone else. He turned on his heel and left without looking back. You, rebellious disciple, do you wish to drive me to despair? Xiao Zhe sighed and intervened, urging Elder Daoyuan to calm himself. Master, Kong Shixiang is truly occupied. Let me handle it instead. Elder Daoyuan, breathless with indignation, waved his sleeve impatiently, urging Xiao Zhe to hurry. Xiao Zhe approached the demon-subduing tower. He muttered a swift incantation, and what appeared to be an impenetrable tower suddenly revealed a narrow door through which only one could pass. Xiao Zhe stepped through this opening. Inside the demon-subduing tower, it was exceedingly dim, surrounded by cages containing various powerful demons. In the center lay a clear expanse. Mu Ruoxue sat slumped there, having barely touched her food, though she had consumed some water. With her back to Xiao Zhe, she hugged her knees and swayed gently. The eerie cries of the demons echoed around her. Though bound by barriers and talismans, their insidious voices continued to reach out. Xiao Zhe tuned out the fragmented whispers, focusing solely on the silhouette of Mu Ruoxue. Junior sister Ruoxue, I am here to take you out. When he first called her name, Mu Ruoxue showed no response. Xiao Zhe, exercising patience, called her name several more times before she finally acknowledged him. Xiao, brother Xiao. It is I. Mu Ruoxue turned to face him, her gaze hollow, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her expression was unsettling, as if ensnared in a trance. Where's the senior brother? Senior brother? Why do you suddenly inquire about him? Xiao Zhe was somewhat confused. He initially thought that during her confinement, Kongyu had threatened her, sowing seeds of resentment within her. However, upon closer examination, her demeanor suggested otherwise. She seemed lost in an illusion. I have become a Dao partner with the senior brother. Why has he yet to come see me? I have made a mistake, and I am fully aware of it. However, my senior brother will surely forgive me. He always does. Senior brother, where are you? Ruoxue misses you dearly. I feel so lonely and the chill here is unbearable. Mu Ruoxue seems to be possessed by something, completely transformed into a different person. Chapter 61. I am ready to watch the show. After leaving the demon suppression tower, Mu Ruoxue went mad for several days. She was consumed with anxiety and fear, waking each day in search of Kongyu, and her sanity would fray if he remained elusive. Yet, Kongyu was exceedingly indifferent, allowing Mu Ruoxue to spiral into madness while he used the excuse of preparing for the entrance examination to decline any meetings. This time, the junior sister tasked with caring for Mu Ruoxue hesitated at the entrance of Zhu Youju. Daunted by the thought of entering in Kongyu's courtyard stood a boy. Not just any boy, but Su Luyuan. Su Luyuan had passed Kongyu's trial. As per their agreement, Kongyu granted Su Luyuan a day to comprehend the heart technique. By the second evening, when Kongyu summoned Su Luyuan again, he had already begun to apply the technique to himself. Kong Yu had imparted nothing to him. He had merely grasped the basics, demonstrating that the boy possessed remarkable insight. Not bad, he was not so dull as to be beyond redemption. This was Kong Yu's assessment. Su Luyuan exhaled in relief, for heaven knows he had scarcely slept in preparation for this night. Kong Yu was aware of his diligence, yet he had not met the expectations set for him. Child, you are still far from mastering this heart technique. I shall grant you 7 days. Even with the entrance examination looming, you must not neglect your practice. Within this week, you must learn to employ this technique to untangle the chaotic energy within you. Should you fail, do not return to Zhu Yuju. Su Luyuan clutched the heart technique tightly, his gaze resolute. Senior brother Kong Yu, I can achieve this. However, Kong Yu was not one to abandon Su Luyuan to his own devices. During these days, whenever he found a moment, Su Luyuan would stealthily visit Zhu Yuju to learn from Kong Yu, meticulously following his words. In his past life, Kong Yu had taught no fewer than a dozen disciples, and his instruction was succinct yet profoundly illuminating, elucidating a technique without the need for detours. Following Kong Yu's guidance, Su Luyuan indeed found his efforts yielding remarkable results, further deepening his admiration for his senior brother. Kong Yu cautioned him not to become complacent. His journey ahead was still long. Su Luyuan had also heard rumors of Mu Ruoshua's madness. Although Yasho Mountain was vast, news traveled swiftly. The applicants were abuzz with discussions regarding the true heir of the Grand Elder being imprisoned within the Demon Suppression Tower, allegedly for showing disrespect to the ancestors. The rules of Yasho Mountain are indeed stringent, and senior sister Ruoshua is still the adopted daughter of the old sect master. An adopted daughter is not the same as a biological one. And besides, how long has it been since the old sect master passed away? Su Luyuan was indifferent to such gossip. He merely wished that the Grand Elder would cease sending people to disturb Kong Yu. Senior brother, someone is approaching again. Su Luyuan glanced toward the moon gate, where a girl outside was startled and quietly concealed herself. One could hardly blame her for her fear. She had previously sought Kong Yu, only to be rebuffed rather sharply. The disciples of the Mingyi cannot assist, so why seek me, an outsider? I can only make matters worse. Regardless of how dire the situation with Mu Ruoshua, Kong Yu had never once met with her. The Grand Elder was also feeling resentful towards him, blaming this eldest disciple for his extreme indifference. Kong Yu had words to retort. Master, this task was entrusted to me by you. The entrance examination is of paramount importance to the sect, and as your disciple, I cannot abandon my post at such a critical moment. Should anything go awry, neither you nor I would be able to account for it. Kong Yu's eloquence was formidable. He remained unruffled, articulating one point after another in defense of his stance. The Grand Elder found himself at a loss for words in response to his rebuttal. Kong Yu was indeed correct. The responsibilities he currently bore were all assigned to him by Dao Yuan in recent days. With so many people in the sect, Dao Yuan had no choice but to endure and suppress his grievances to prevent any incidents. As for Mu Ruoshua's madness, after continuous treatment at the Mingyi Hall, there was finally some improvement. At the very least, she was lucid for several hours each day and recognized her own identity. It seemed as though two distinct souls resided within her, vying for control of her body. When not seeking out Kong Yu, Mu Ruoshua often sat in a daze, her gaze fixed blankly on a corner of the room. During this time, Xiao Zhe, in his capacity as a senior brother, had visited Mu Ruoshua once. Seeing her in such a hopeless state, and feeling powerless to assist, he left. Huo Mingyi, managing to carve out some time, had secretly visited Mu Ruoshua numerous times, each time coming unnoticed. Once the Grand Elder departed and the disciples of Mingyi Hall went for their meals, leaving Mu Ruoshua alone in her room, he would quietly enter. Ruoshua, I came to see you. Mu Ruoshua could hear her name being called, yet could not muster any significant reaction. She cast a detached glance at Huo Mingyi before returning her focus to the teapot on the table. Huo Mingyi, witnessing this, was filled with heartache. Ruoshua, how have you become like this? Do you still recognize me? Mu Ruoshua remained silent. Huo Mingyi took a seat opposite her, his anxious gaze roaming over her numbed expression and her hands, which rested limply on her knees. Hesitating, he ultimately extended his hands slowly to grasp hers. Ruoshua, I know it was Kong Yu who has brought you to this state. Were it not for his deliberate machinations, you would not find yourself in this disoriented and troubled condition. Rest assured, I will avenge you. Just wait for me. Once I have achieved success and become the true heir of Yasho Mountain, I will challenge Kong Yu. I will defeat him and become the new chief. At that time, I shall protect you, ensuring you can live your life in peace and security. Huo Mingyi earnestly made this promise to Mu Ruoshua. Perhaps there would never be a moment in his life more sincere than this one. His desire to attain the position of chief at Yasho Mountain was genuine, as was his yearning for Mu Ruoshua. However, it seemed the mere mention of the chief title provoked her. She suddenly wrenched her hand from Huo Mingyi's grasp with a sharp crack. Who wants to spend a lifetime with you? At that moment, she was astonishingly lucid. Huo Mingyi met her gaze, which was brimming with tears and fury. I want to find senior brother. Where is he? Where is Kongyu? I only want him. Mu Ruoxue sprang to her feet, knocking her stool to the ground. She was determined to rush out in search of Kongyu. Senior brother, I was wrong. The one I have always loved is you. I was merely blinded by the wicked. Huo Mingyi was simultaneously concerned that Mu Ruoxue might fall and envious of the words she had just spoken. Ruoxue, be careful. Kong Shixiang will not come to see you. You speak nonsense. It is you, the villain, who has caused your Shixiang to ignore me. Let go of me. Tears welled in Mu Ruoxue's eyes as she desperately struggled to free herself from Huo Mingyi's grasp. Release me, otherwise I shall call for help. Help! Someone is trying to harm me. Ruoxue, please do not shout recklessly. Huo Mingyi was in a state of panic. Having done nothing wrong, he wished to cover Mu Ruoxue's mouth, but at that moment, the door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. It was the Grand Elder, who, upon hearing his daughter's cries, disregarded everything and burst into the room. To his dismay, everyone present witnessed Huo Mingyi holding Mu Ruoxue, both of them disheveled from her struggles. Dao Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment and anger wash over him. What are you two doing? Mu Ruoxue quickly rushed to her father's side. Master, it is him. He harbors improper intentions towards me. Dao Yuan found himself utterly powerless against his daughter, who was both incapable of cultivating and constantly stirring up trouble. Upon seeing the crowd outside, Huo Mingyi's face turned pale. It was not just Dao Yuan. 3 other elders, the head of the sect and the chief, Kongyu, were also present. Among the throng, a man in his early 40s stood out, wearing a deep blue robe with wide sleeves and a jade crown atop his head, his features serene and distant. This man was Shang Rong, the current sect leader of Yashoushan Mountain. Chapter 62. You should focus on healing. Shang Rong maintained a calm demeanor. As a sect leader, he appeared remarkably youthful among the elderly men, with time leaving hardly a mark on his face. Before becoming the leader of Yashoushan Mountain, Shang Rong had served well in Yaodai, where he had earned a good reputation. After the passing of the former leader, Huo Jingtian, Yaodai had deliberately sent the young Shang Rong to gain experience. He would not remain in this role for long. He was merely here to accumulate experience before eventually returning to Yaodai. Thus, as long as matters did not escalate beyond reason, Shang Rong did not take the affairs of Yashoushan Mountain too seriously. Naturally, in contrast to the former leader Huo Jingtian, who had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the sect, Shang Rong held little emotional investment in this temporary position and was not overly concerned. Most sect matters were still managed by the various elders and the hall masters. Although Shang Rong delegated authority to the elders and hall masters, he did not fully trust them. In contrast, he relied more on Kongyu, the diligent chief of the sect. Whenever he encountered a challenging situation, he would seek Kongyu's perspective. Kongyu, however, did not hold a particularly strong impression of Shang Rong. In his previous life, Shang Rong had served only a few years as the leader of Yashoushan Mountain before being replaced. Kongyu believed that Shang Rong neither particularly liked him nor harbored any strong dislike. He might simply have felt disdain for Kongyu's retention of the chief position despite having lost his powers. However, Shang Rong's demeanor would not allow him to express such sentiments openly. At present, Kongyu sensed that he had previously underestimated the situation. When Shang Rong truly harbored disdain for someone, there would be subtle changes in his expression. To this moment, he gazed coldly at the disheveled Huo Mingyi and the deranged Mu Ruoxue. His brow slightly furrowed and his jaw clenched. However, this expression was fleeting, and soon he reverted to his usual indecisive demeanor. Elder, what is the meaning of this? He inquired gently of Elder Dao Yuan. Elder Dao Yuan, drenched in perspiration, found his daughter to be a source of incessant anxiety. He explained to Shang Rong, Zhengzhu, Ruoxue has recently fallen ill, and Mingyi came to visit her, leading to this unfortunate misunderstanding. Although Elder Dao Yuan was nervous, he was not bewildered. He quickly deduced the sequence of events and conveyed the situation to the Zhengzhu. The ever-intrusive second elder, Dao Shan, chimed in with a grin. Elder Dao Yuan, perhaps we should first hear what the two children have to say. What if they are truly fond of each other? Your hasty explanations might inadvertently sever a pair of lovebirds. Elder Dao Yuan shot Dao Shan a glare. This second junior brother had a knack for putting him in a bind. How could one even utter the words mutual affection at such a moment? His daughter was still an innocent young lady, destined for a respectable union in the future. How could that fatherless scoundrel Huo Mingyi ever be deemed worthy of her? Shang Rong cast a dispassionate glance at the incendiary second elder, tacitly agreeing with his words. Second elder makes a valid point. Elder, why not listen to the accounts of the two disciples? Before the Zhengzhu could call her name, Mu Ruoxue leapt up, exclaiming, Let me speak. It was him. He intruded into my room while everyone was away. He had ulterior motives. I did not, I genuinely came to see how you were faring, Huo Mingyi retorted, silently cursing her accusations while striving to maintain his composure. He adeptly feigned innocence, appealing to the Zhongzhu. Please, Zhongzhu, I assure you, Mingyi has committed no transgressions. The situation is not as you all perceive it. At that moment, when Ruoxue suddenly fell ill and burst from her chamber, I was merely concerned for her safety, hence I acted to stop her. You are a liar. You are the villain. You are truly wicked. You caused me to be abandoned by senior brother. It's all your fault. Ruoxue, in a fit of rage, raised her foot to kick the kneeling Huo Mingyi, only to be restrained by other disciples. Sister Ruoxue, please, calm down. Kongyu, initially enjoying the spectacle, suddenly perked up upon hearing her name mentioned. She had suspected such a thing before. Ruoxue's words only confirmed her doubts. When trapped in the demon-subduing tower, it seemed a fragment of her previous life's soul had awakened within her. However, her spirit was not whole, preventing her from maintaining the same composure as Kongyu, rendering her erratic and frantic. Ruoxue had regained fragments of her past memories and appeared to deeply regret her treatment of Kongyu. This might explain her harsh demeanor towards Huo Mingyi, as she incessantly sought out senior brother, pleading for his forgiveness. Yet, Kongyu remained unmoved. With the weight of so-called responsibilities lifted, she realized that she had never truly loved Ruoxue. What she had felt in her past life was merely pity. In this life, she could scarcely bear to glance at her. Within Ruoxue, it seemed there were two souls in a constant struggle for dominance. Even if the soul from a past life emerged victorious, what difference would it make? Nothing could be altered. Kongyu would not turn back. Ruoxue's utterance of senior brother was heard by all present. Shang Rong turned to gaze at the indifferent Kongyu. Kongyu, are you in any way connected to this matter? As he spoke to Kongyu, the chill in his demeanor softened, revealing a remarkable patience. Kongyu raised an eyebrow. Sect Master, it appears that junior sister Ruoxue has yet to recover from her madness. Her words are mere folly and should not be taken to heart. Kongyu suggested she was delusional. No. I am not mad. Senior brother, I truly erred. I recognize that my capriciousness has led to your refusal to forgive me. I beseech you, do not continue to treat me with such coldness. Ruoxue's voice trembled with tears, as she lowered herself before Kongyu with great effort. Kongyu averted his gaze, choosing to ignore her. Perhaps we should summon the disciples of the Mingyi Hall to tend to junior sister Ruoxue's ailment. As Kongyu finished speaking, Shang Rong nodded slightly, and at that moment, the prepared disciples of Mingyi Hall suddenly appeared, each taking hold of Ruoxue's arms and escorting her back inside. I am not ill. You all wish to harm me, senior brother. Please look at me. Kongyu did not even lift his eyelids. As the farce came to a close, Shang Rong surveyed all the elders and disciples present. Let today's events stand as they are. Allow Ruoxue to remain in her room to recuperate, at least until the entrance examination concludes, so she does not wander about aimlessly. Huo Mingyi, you are among those who will participate in the entrance examination. Yet, instead of preparing for such an important affair, you intruded upon a female disciple's quarters, provoking her ailment. After the examination, you shall face the consequences. Huo Mingyi trembled and responded with a simple yes. Everyone may disperse. Tomorrow marks the official commencement of the entrance examination, so rest well and gather your strength. Shang Rong instructed the others to return and attend to their own matters. Finally, he turned to Kongyu. Kongyu, come with me. Chapter 63. An unexpected inquiry. Kongyu followed Shang Rong into the sect master's study. The shelves were adorned with an array of rare tomes, all of which Shang Rong had brought with him upon his arrival at the mountain. The books were not merely for show. Nearly all bore the marks of having been read. This detail revealed the sect master's diligence, though he seemed to have no intention of boasting about it. Shang Rong was quite unassuming. Perhaps he had long since seen through the true nature of Yashoushan Mountain, which was rotten to its core and beyond redemption. He was merely passing through, with no need to wade too deeply into this quagmire, lest he find himself unable to extricate himself later, however. Shang Rong gazed at the foremost disciple of Yashoushan Mountain before him. Today, Kongyu was clad in resplendent purple satin, seemingly no longer attempting to conceal his identity as a scion of the Kong family. His attire and demeanor had grown increasingly opulent. Shang Rong was not the type of sect master to adhere to rigid traditions. He did not view Kongyu's display as overly ostentatious. How one chose to dress was a matter of personal freedom. Although Shang Rong had been away for some time, he had not overlooked the significant affairs of the mountain. He had heard that the head of the Kong family, Kong Ming, had ascended the mountain and publicly declared that Kongyu held half of the family's assets. It seemed that Kong Ming had emboldened Kongyu, allowing him to embrace his identity as a member of the Kong family more fully. Upon entering the study, The sect master did not immediately address the matter at hand but rather scrutinized Kongyu intently. Kongyu found himself in a perplexing situation, unable to decipher the intentions of the young sect leader. Could it be that his recent provocations had stirred unrest in Yashoushan Mountain to such an extent that the sect leader was compelled to reprimand him? Kongyu speculated aimlessly. Regardless of what Sheng Rong might inquire, he was confident in his ability to navigate the conversation. After all, many of the issues at hand were not instigated by him. He merely seized opportunities to fan the flames while observing from the sidelines. However, to Kongyu's surprise, Sheng Rong did not question him about the troubles plaguing Yashoushan Mountain. Instead, he inquired about Kongyu's future plans. In a year's time, you will turn 28. Kongyu, will you still remain at Yashoushan Mountain then? The sect leader, true to his role, cut straight to the heart of the matter with a simple yet profound question. He did not delve into the recent turmoil within the sect, which stemmed from internal strife. So long as it remained concealed from outsiders, it was of little consequence. Yet, he was particularly interested in where Kongyu intended to go, especially after Kong Ming had pledged that Kongyu would wield half the power of the Kong family. Kongyu was taken aback by Sheng Rong's directness. He had firmly resolved to leave Yashoushan Mountain, yet this intention was something he had not disclosed to anyone. Since no one was privy to his thoughts, it seemed permissible to offer the sect leader a vague response. Just as he opened his mouth to fabricate a falsehood, feigning loyalty to the sect, Sheng Rong raised his hand to halt him. No need to speak. Even if you did, it might not reflect the truth. The sect leader was perceptive indeed. Although Sheng Rong did not attempt to extract the truth from Kongyu, he presented him with a choice. Today, it is only you and me, with no outsiders present. Kongyu, should your soul contract cease to exist, would you be willing to accompany me to Yaodai? Sheng Rong's invitation to join him at Yaodai took Kongyu by surprise. Despite having discerned from Sheng Rong's various actions that he had no intention of remaining at Yashoushan Mountain, he had not anticipated that Sheng Rong would proactively ask him whether he wished to depart for Yaodai. Your senior brother, the former chief Chu Liangyao, currently serves at Yaodai. Kongyu, this could be a promising opportunity for you. Kongyu remained silent, utterly astonished. The current sect leader of Yashoushan Mountain had actually approached him with the proposition of escape. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, the offer presented by Sheng Rong was indeed enticing. Sheng Rong valued talent, and it was evident to him that Kongyu was squandering his youth at Yashoushan Mountain. This place was a veritable drain on one's spirit, rife with severe internal conflict and treachery among the disciples. It was clear that Kongyu did not wish to be embroiled in these disputes, and as he remained neutral, he found himself ostracized by all factions. Kongyu's situation at Yashoushan Mountain was indeed precarious. Sheng Rong was reluctant to witness a prodigious talent fall into ruin. Thus, he extended the invitation to Kongyu to join him at Yaodai. Having made the offer, he would undoubtedly take care of all the necessary arrangements, sparing Kongyu any concern. Furthermore, at Yaodai, Kongyu would have his senior brother Chu Liangyao. Senior brother Liangyao was significantly older than Kongyu and had watched him grow. Throughout the early stages of his cultivation journey, Kongyu had largely traversed under the watchful eye of Chu Liangyao. With Chu Liangyao currently holding a prominent position at Yaodai and Kongyu backed by the Kong family, along with the support of sect leader Sheng, he could lead a considerably prosperous life. However, is the situation at Yaodai truly preferable to that at Yashoushan? The struggles there are far more fierce and brutal than those on the side of Yashoushan. Moreover, one cannot act recklessly in that place. The unauthorized use of celestial techniques will result in a warning. Unable to fight back and unheard when speaking, Kongyu feels that arriving at Yaodai might lead to daily frustrations. Sheng Rong is still awaiting his response. After some contemplation, Kongyu refrains from outright rejecting the other party. Master, I have not yet contemplated matters to such a distant extent. The path you propose is undoubtedly commendable, yet I have a deep-seated affection for Yashoushan. He ultimately resorts to this emotional appeal. Kongyu plays his part convincingly, lowering his gaze slightly, his expression hesitant, as if wishing to voice something yet dares not. Observing this demeanor, Sheng Rong understands his thoughts. He sighs, Kongyu, sometimes you must also consider your own future. You have contributed immensely to the sect. You are still young, and such an important matter requires time for contemplation. There is no rush for a response. Speak to me when you have made up your mind. Then I shall first express my gratitude, master. Indeed. Sheng Rong does not entirely close this door for Kongyu. He merely wishes for him to think things through. Should he change his mind, he is free to seek him out at any time. Kongyu is quite pleased with this arrangement. Subsequently, the two discuss matters pertaining to the entrance examination. Kongyu has experienced it himself and has also organized examinations for others, making him thoroughly familiar with the process. When the master inquires about specific details, Kongyu responds effortlessly. He is also asked if he has discovered any particularly gifted children suitable for Yashoushan. Currently, he is mentoring one personally. However, he wishes to keep Su Luyan's identity concealed. as the child should focus on his studies without attracting unnecessary troubles. Sheng Rong, not adhering to conventional approaches, leaves Kong Yu with the impression that he is testing him. The batch of young men and women participating in the entrance examination at Yashoushan possess commendable qualifications, especially those hailing from cultivation families, whose demeanor surpasses that of their peers. Kong Yu vaguely praises them before precisely mentioning the Su family. However, Master, the conditions in the mountains are not comparable to those below. These young ladies and gentlemen find it quite challenging to adapt to this place initially. Additionally, I have observed some youths banding together, bullying their companions of lesser status. Sheng Rong abhors such bullying of the weak. Please elaborate. Who is bullying whom? Chapter 64. The disparate treatment by the senior brother. Kong Yu casually recounts the incident where he encountered a group of 3 or 5 youths surrounding a 10-year-old child, bullying him. At that moment, he intervened and took the child back to tend to his wounds. Later, he learned that these 3 youths, including the one being bullied, were all from the Su family. The Su family? Sheng Rong, having held an official position at Yaodai, is certainly familiar with their affairs. Prior to his arrival at Yashoushan, he served as an official in the Tianli division, on par with Su Rongman. Moreover, the Tianhu and Tianli divisions, one managing finances and the other overseeing personnel, are both significant departments. Sheng Rong recalls feeling disdain when he first heard about Su Rongman's illegitimate child. He never anticipated that after bringing the child home, he would allow his other 2 sons to bully him. Regardless of the background of the biological mother, the child remains an innocent party. Furthermore, this matter has escalated to the jurisdiction of Yasho Mountain. Sheng Rong listened attentively to Kong Yu's account, nodding slightly. You have performed admirably. Yasho Mountain is the epitome of authenticity in the realm. We cannot allow such occurrences within our sect. As for the 2 arrogant young masters of the Su family, I shall compose a letter to Su Dusher to elucidate this matter. Additionally, we must keep a close eye on the child who has been bullied, lest the other 2 seek retribution against him. Sheng Rong considered the situation thoroughly, not neglecting to remind Kong Yu to take care of Su Luyuan. Kong Yu certainly would not forget, as Su Luyuan was still learning his craft under his guidance. After addressing the matter, Kong Yu departed from the sect master's study. The sect master returned just in time. Today marked the deadline for registration, and tomorrow would herald the commencement of the entrance examination. The first assessment would evaluate one's innate potential, which required little preparation. The third examination, spirit summoning, also demanded no prior preparation. The only truly preparatory component was the second examination on sect history. In the past few days, Kong Yu had been diligently monitoring Meng Fageo, ensuring he memorized the highlighted points he had drawn. As for the other child accompanying him, he had no intention of fretting, simply tossing him 2 volumes of the sect history books typically studied by disciples, leaving him to learn independently. Su Luyuan could never have anticipated that due to Kong Yu's momentary laziness, he would inadvertently evade calamity. Meng Fageo was still waiting for him at Zhu Yoju. During this period, Kong Yu had been meticulously watching over Xiao Fageo during the day and at night. He accompanied Su Luyuan in practicing his mental techniques, occasionally concerning himself with the entrance examination, leaving him with little opportunity for proper rest. Fageo was vigorously reciting his studies, while Kong Yu, propping his head with one hand, nodded off. Senior brother? Fageo softly called out to Kong Yu, noticing his lack of response. He set down his book, tiptoed, and prepared to sneak out. Stop. Kong Yu elongated his voice, halting Fageo. Where do you think you are going, senior brother? Meng Fageo awkwardly stood in place, his lips twitching. I just sat for too long. I wanted to stand up and stretch. Kong Yu stretched lazily, feeling utterly fatigued, his eyes heavy. Come back, sit down. If you do not memorize the book thoroughly by tomorrow, do not bother to attend the entrance examination. Meng Fageo grimaced, his features contorting. Senior brother, I think I shall just give up. I can only be a pig without dreams. Kong Yu had contemplated Fageo's lack of ambition, but he had not expected it to be to such an extent. He sighed. Very well, I shall allow you to play for a short while. Fageo's expression changed instantaneously. Once Kong Yu permitted him to leave, he transformed from a gloomy visage to one of sheer delight. Senior brother, I am off. He dashed out the door, colliding headlong with Su Luyuan, who was just about to knock. Fageo came to an abrupt halt, his pudgy form crashing against the door. Su Luyuan lowered his hand, silently gazing at him. Who are you? What brings you to seek senior brother? As fate would have it, every time Su Luyuan came looking for Kong Yu in recent days, Meng Fageo had been absent. Thus, this was their first encounter. Su Luyuan was 2 years younger than Fageo, still in the process of growing and rather frail. Yet, his demeanor exhibited a maturity that belied his age. The moment Fageo laid eyes on him, he took an immediate disliking to him, feeling as though his territory had been invaded, his fur bristling in response. Why are you not speaking? Are you mute? Su Luoyin paid no heed to Fa Gao, for with just a glance he could discern that Fa Gao, much like his two elder brothers, was a spoiled child. He cast a languid gaze towards the indolent Kong Yu, who obediently remained outside, not daring to enter without permission. Upon noticing the two children standing at the threshold, Kong Yu lazily opened one eye. You've arrived quite early today. Come inside. Su Luoyin lifted his foot to cross the threshold. Fa Gao obstructed him. You shall not enter. Fa Gao realized, without prior knowledge, that his senior brother had taken in yet another child, which stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Instinctively, he rejected Su Luoyin. I want to let you in. Su Luoyin refrained from retorting. Instead, he tightened his grip on Fa Gao's arm. Kong Shixiang had permitted him entry. Su Luoyin possessed considerable strength, causing Fa Gao's arm to bruise, yet he remained steadfast, unwilling to yield even an inch. The commotion created by the two children eventually roused the weary Kong Yu. With great effort, he opened his eyelids and approached them, lifting one child with each hand. What are you making such a racket about? Both of you, come inside. He ushered them into the room before shutting the door. Fa Gao clung tightly to Kong Yu's right arm, glaring intently at Su Luoyin, who defiantly grasped Kong Yu's left hand and returned the glare. Sighing under the dual restraint of the two children, Kong Yu reflected on his earlier decision to keep Su Luoyin close. He had anticipated such a scenario, but had not expected Fa Gao's temperament to be even more tempestuous than he had imagined. Children of this age are particularly sensitive. Kong Yu had intended to gradually inform him, but with Su Luoyin's early arrival, the two had crossed paths unexpectedly. He could only pat Fa Gao's head. Fa Gao, didn't you say you wanted to go out and play? Go ahead, I'll have a word with Luoyin. Fa Gao shook his head vigorously. I don't want to play anymore. Shixiang, what you two are discussing, is it something I cannot hear? I want to stay here. Su Luoyin pressed his lips together, finding the chubby child rather lacking in decorum, puzzled as to why Kong Shixiang indulged him so. This thought left Su Luoyin feeling somewhat discontented. The rotund child clearly appeared to have been raised in comfort, never having faced hardship or been bullied. Kong Shixiang's demeanor towards him was exceedingly gentle. Even when Fa Gao spoke harshly, Shixiang remained patient in his reassurances. Su Luoyin felt that this chubby child did not deserve Kong Yu's kindness, yet he could not allow any negative emotions to surface. He was not like the plump boy. Kong Yu expected him to become useful. Once deemed worthless, Kong Yu would not hesitate to discard him. Su Luoyin was acutely aware of this reality. Ultimately, Kong Yu managed to coax Fa Gao away. In truth, Fa Gao was easily appeased. A promise of delicious food was all it took. With Fa Gao gone, only Kong Yu and Su Luoyin remained in the room. Chapter 65. The changes brought by Su Luoyin once Fa Gao departed. Su Luoyin proactively acknowledged his fault to his senior brother. I was in the wrong, Shixiang. Kong Yu lifted his teacup, intending to moisten his throat, but halted upon hearing Su Luoyin's words. What wrongdoing do you speak of? I have caused you difficulty, Shixiang. Su Luoyin was quite adept at this. Although Kong Yu could not reprimand him for such a trivial matter, he still pretended to feel guilty. Kong Yu chose not to dismantle this subtle ploy. It is better to say that sometimes he observes the children, racking their brains, which is quite amusing. Kong Yu first broached the subject at hand. The bone measurement is scheduled for tomorrow. As you have not undergone this process before, allow me to outline it for you. There exists a stone house on Yashoushan Mountain specifically designated for bone measurement. The materials used for this stone house are derived from the same source as the spirit stone I previously employed for your assessment. When the time comes, someone will guide you into the house. It will be quite dark inside, but do not be afraid. Simply sit quietly for a moment, and you will be able to exit. This is all that Kong Yu wished to convey. The house is both dark and cold, and in the past, many children who came to register have been frightened to tears. In truth, there is nothing to fear. Nor is there anything extra you need to do. Remaining calm is all that is required. Su Luoyin nodded in acknowledgement. Have you memorized the ancestral texts I provided? Yes, senior brother, I have committed them to memory. Su Luoyin possessed an extraordinary memory, capable of retaining everything he encountered. Thus Kong Yu held no concerns regarding this examination. In contrast, the greatest challenge for Su Luoyin would likely be the third examination, spirit summoning. Although you have consumed the marrow-cleansing pill, transforming into a single spiritual root, the postnatal single spiritual root inevitably differs from the innate one. Your spiritual energy is quite feeble, and you may not summon a powerful spirit or artifact, or perhaps even none at all. Su Luoyin listened quietly as Kong Yu spoke. This matter was indeed a source of concern for him as well. His talent was not particularly high. Had it not been for Kong Yu, he would have struggled to pass even the first examination, let alone spirit summoning. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Since Kong Yu had proactively addressed this matter, it indicated that he had a plan. I will be present for all three examinations. When the time comes for the third, relax and do not be overly anxious. It would be splendid if you could summon something. Should the summoning fail, I shall employ alternative methods. Kong Yu had already devised a strategy in anticipation. Upon hearing this, Su Liyuan's eyes brightened. Then I must express my gratitude to senior brother Kong and no need. Kong Yu waved his hand dismissively. I am doing this for my own convenience. If Huo Mingyi were to pass while you do not, my marrow-cleansing pill would be rendered a waste. Kong Yu had previously informed Su Liyuan that once he passed the entrance examination, he would keep a close watch on Huo Mingyi. I do not require you to vie for first place, but you must always remain ahead of that fellow named Huo. That is your sole task. Su Liyuan did not know Huo Mingyi, but upon Kong Yu's assertion, from that day forward, Huo Mingyi became his rival. Without hesitation, he acquiesced to Kong Yu's request. Kong Yu gazed at the boy before him. He was merely 10 years old, and to describe him as a youth felt somewhat premature. Reflecting on the earlier emotional outburst of the chubby child, Kong Yu offered an explanation. The young lad you encountered earlier is named Ming Figao. I call him Figao. He has been by my side since ascending the mountain, and his temperament has been spoiled by my indulgence. However, he is not a child devoid of reason. You are simply unfamiliar with one another. Once you become acquainted, Figao will naturally approach you. Su Liyuan listened to Kong Yu's explanation of the plump child. Rarely did he disagree with Kong Yu, but he was certain that the chubby child would undoubtedly shun him. He could not comprehend why the seemingly unblemished Kong Yu would choose to keep such a seemingly ineffectual child by his side. Yet, he refrained from voicing his objections. I understand, senior brother. I will strive to get along with him. Su Liyuan slightly lowered his head. He persuaded himself not to feel jealousy towards the chubby boy. At least he was still able to alleviate Kong Yu's troubles, while that plump child could do nothing more than serve as a mascot. Kong Yu was acutely aware that his actions were glaringly unjust. With a faint sigh, he exhibited a rare measure of gentleness towards Su Liyuan. There would be no practice of the heart technique today. It was better to rest early. Senior brother, I do not wish to return home so soon. Su Liyuan furrowed his brow. If I go back early, my elder and second brothers will undoubtedly assign me various tasks. To avoid incurring the wrath of his other two brothers, Su Liyuan typically chose to evade them. After all, Yashoushan Mountain was vast, and they were unlikely to find him. Coming to practice the heart technique with Kong Yu each day was the highlight of his existence. Kong Yu understood that his two brothers only bullied him. However, on ordinary days, he would not heed Su Liyuan's words. Today was an exception. He permitted Su Liyuan to rest at Ju. Tomorrow was an important day, and it would be best for him to avoid encountering his two brothers this evening, as it would surely bring misfortune. Su Liyuan was naturally delighted, and of course, upon learning of this matter, Fagao created quite a stir. Kong Yu escorted him back to his own residence, and along the way, Fagao, feeling quite aggrieved, inquired, Does Master Brother think I am too fat and too gluttonous, and no longer wish to support me? Why would you think such a thing? Kong Yu chuckled softly at the pitiful Fagao. With his hands clasped together, Fagao gazed at the wild grass beneath his feet before suddenly looking up. Master Brother, I promise I will no longer be lazy. I will heed your advice. Practice swordsmanship diligently and memorize my lessons. Unexpectedly, there was an unforeseen benefit. Su Liyuan's presence stirred something within Fagao, prompting him to shed his lazy disposition and strive for improvement. This was an outcome Kong Yu had not anticipated. Yet regardless, little Fagao had resolved to be diligent. He looked at Fagao with a sense of satisfaction, gently patting his round head. It is indeed wonderful that you have made this determination. Just remember not to be inconsistent. Do not promise today and forget tomorrow. I will not. Fagao huffed defiantly, vowing to Kong Yu. Kong Yu safely saw him home. As he made his way back to Ju. He found himself alone. He gazed at the setting sun on the horizon, lost in thought. In his previous life, he had not encountered Su Liyuan. Perhaps they had crossed paths, but only in passing. In this life, he had taken the initiative to approach him, enlisting his help. Su Liyuan was still young, and he could see through the boy's various little thoughts. He wondered if, as the child grew, he would become someone he could no longer recognize. Kong Yu had nurtured too many white-eyed wolves in the past, and such worries occasionally resurfaced. As a precaution, he had given the boy a charm. It seemed now that although the child was cunning, he was quite obedient to his words. Moreover, his presence had also influenced Fagao, prompting a change in him as well. So far, Su Liyuan's arrival had brought forth only positive transformations. If he could maintain this trajectory, Kong Yu would consider arranging a secure path for Su Liyuan before he departed from the mountain. With these thoughts in mind, Kong Yu returned to Ju. The next day marked the commencement of the entrance examination for Yashoushan Mountain. Chapter 66. Is this such a rare position? On the day the entrance examination officially began, Yashoushan Mountain was bustling with guests. Yashoushan Mountain is one of the older peaks among the 32. With several amicable sections, the Bailu Pavilion, Kain Peak, and Yanxing Sect have all dispatched representatives to attend the ceremony, with Kong Yu being responsible for their reception. Today, Kong Yu is adorned in splendid attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Merely standing there, without any action, he is easily identifiable amidst the crowd. He is always the one to orchestrate the welcoming of esteemed guests. However, this time, Kongyu appears particularly composed and at ease, and the guests are effusive in their praise for him, the senior disciple of Yasho Mountain. Regarding compliments directed at himself, Kongyu has now become entirely receptive and, of course, he responds with courteous remarks, delighting the elderly gentleman with graying hair, thereby adding luster to Yasho Mountain. The reason behind Kongyu's conduct is not solely for the benefit of Yasho Mountain, but rather to evaluate a potential successor for himself. The Bailu Pavilion is comprised entirely of female disciples, which he does not consider. Kain Peak and Yin Xing sect are both deeply rooted sects worthy of contemplation. Yet, Kongyu intends to refrain from making hasty decisions. Having learned from the prior experiences of Yasho Mountain, he has discerned that these prestigious sects are particularly adept at masquerading. He has no desire to leap from one pit of fire into another. In such a scenario, he might as well pack his belongings and return home, content to live as a wealthy layabout. This time, the Bailu Pavilion has sent Xiao Zhe's second sister, Xiao Linhe. As the representatives from Kain Peak ascend the mountain, Kongyu takes a few steps forward to greet the members of Bailu Pavilion. Xiao Zhe is also present. Xiao Linhe exchanges a few words with Kongyu, who responds with a beaming smile. Last time, I borrowed the 7 treasures glazed branch from the Xiao family, and it is fortuitous that you, Pavilion Master Xiao, have come to Yasho Mountain, allowing me to return it to you conveniently. Kongyu does not shy away from discussing this matter, as Xiao Zhe lent him the 7 treasures glazed branch precisely for his use. Xiao Linhe casts a reproachful glance at her inept brother, her gaze returning to the smiling Kongyu. The 7 treasures glazed branch has been gathering dust at the Xiao family. Should you have an urgent need for it, feel free to keep it a while longer. No rush to return it. Xiao Linhe's insistence that there is no hurry is merely a formality. Naturally, she hopes that Kongyu will promptly return their family heirloom. Kongyu finds no use for the item and is about to echo Xiao Linhe's words when Xiao Zhe interjects. He addresses Kongyu, saying, "My second sister has already stated that there is no need for haste in returning it. Kong Shixiang, you may keep it for now." Xiao Linhe. Due to Xiao Zhe's various peculiar behaviors, the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao Cheng, has even questioned whether this brother of his was adopted. He seems decidedly lacking in intelligence. That time, she attempted to refute her elder brother, but now she can only concede that he is indeed correct. If the 7 treasures glazed branch does not return this time, it may be challenging to reclaim it in the future. Her brother's loose tongue is bound to cause trouble for their family. Xiao Zhe remains oblivious to his second sister's desperate attempts to signal him, as he continues to engage in a contest of wills with Kongyu. Kongyu watches the siblings' misaligned interaction, suppressing laughter. The 7 treasures glazed branch, after all, is a treasure belonging to your Xiao family. It is best to return it sooner rather than later. He does not wish to put Xiao Linhe in a difficult position and reiterates his intent to return it. This time, Xiao Zhe finds himself unable to continue the argument. His second sister has already nodded in agreement. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Zhe expresses some discontent. Kong Shixiang, we are brothers. This is hardly a manner of camaraderie, is it? Kongyu muses to himself, now you are concerned about maintaining our bond. Yet in the past, you avoided me as if I were a plague. However, he was too lethargic to dredge up the old grievances that Xiao Zhe was unaware of. He had numerous matters to attend to. Fei Gao, come here. Please take Xiao Shidi to Zhuyuju and retrieve the 7 treasures glazed branch to return it to Master Xiao. Obediently following him, the amiable and auspicious Fei Gao stepped forward. Brother Xiao Zhe, please follow me. Xiao Linhe glanced at Xiao Zhe. Shall I accompany him as well? Would that be convenient? Of course, there is no inconvenience at all. Kongyu instructed Fei Gao to take the Xiao siblings together. Upon arriving at Zhuyuju, Fei Gao entered and found the 7 treasures glazed branch, along with its precious box, handing it to Xiao Linhe. After confirming that everything was in order, she slightly bowed her head and addressed Fei Gao. You are called Fei Gao, correct? My brother Xiao Zhe and I wish to converse for a while. You may attend to your matters. We can find our own way. Oh, very well. Fei Gao was not inclined to linger with the detestable Xiao Zhe. Previously, Xiao Zhe had shown a rather unpleasant demeanor towards Kongyu, which fostered Fei Gao's dislike for him. Even if he had changed now, Fei Gao regarded him as a wolf in sheep's clothing, uncertain of when he might strike again and wound Master Brother's heart. Once Fei Gao had distanced herself, Xiao Linhe withdrew her gaze, focusing on her incompetent younger brother. Third brother, you are now 25. It is time to contemplate your next steps. What steps? Upon hearing his second sister mention plans, Xiao Zhe appeared somewhat bewildered. Naturally, I refer to your plans after departing from Yasho Mountain. Xiao Linhe, cradling the box, ambled through the forest alongside her brother. Xiao Zhe was taken aback. Second sister, I have not yet considered leaving Yasho Mountain. Xiao Linhe immediately furrowed her brow. Yasho Mountain is not a place for long-term residency. I have discerned that your senior brother Kong is a rather shrewd individual. He is unlikely to relinquish the position of chief easily. Those elders, one and all, are long-lived. It is quite possible that by the time you are worn out, they will still be alive. As for your newly appointed sect leader, he is far too young. Given his age, he could maintain his position for many years to come. Although you are currently a true disciple, I can no longer see a pathway for your advancement. The 6 hall masters are all vigorous and capable. The hope of replacing any one of them is quite slim. In light of this, it would be prudent to seek an alternative path sooner rather than later. Xiao Linhe urged Xiao Zhe to make his escape promptly. However, Xiao Zhe was a stubborn character. Throughout his life, the more his siblings attempted to dissuade him from something, the more resolutely he would pursue it. A true rebel. Second sister, I am quite content here in Yashoushan Mountain. You need not worry about me. You are well now, but can you guarantee that you will remain so in the future? I have observed your senior brother Kong, and he is not someone to be trifled with. Third brother, you lack guile. Do not allow yourself to be led astray by him. He is adept at manipulating others, and you are no match for him. In Xiao Linhe's eyes, Kong Yu was a man of profound cunning. Even though he bore countless slanders, he could still sit securely in the position of chief, illustrating his considerable skill. Kong Yu had not overheard this conversation. Had he might have protested his own innocence. What merit is there in being the chief of this wretched Yashoushan Mountain? Why does everyone assume he is intent on monopolizing this position? Before Xiao Zhe could utter a word, he caught a glimpse of 2 figures amidst the trees. One belonged to Kong Yu, while the other appeared to be a child of around 10 years old. It seemed as though this child was a participant in the current ascent to the mountain. How could Kong Yu possibly have clandestine dealings with a candidate? Chapter 67. No questions needed. Everything is under my control. Kong Yu had come to find Su Luyuan. Yet there was nothing particularly significant about this visit. Primarily, he was concerned that Su might have overslept. Once he had welcomed the esteemed guests, the remaining matters could be left to the other disciples. Su Luyuan had hardly rested the previous night, exhilarated by the prospect of the entrance examination. This was a pivotal opportunity for him. Aware that Su had not slept well, Kong Yu had deliberately come to rouse him in the woods. Kong Yu intended to part ways, allowing Su to descend the mountain on his own, and no questions needed. Everything is under my control. Kong Yu seemed to possess a prescient ability, preemptively halting the child from asking an array of peculiar questions. Su Luyuan obediently nodded. He was entirely compliant with Kong Yu's arrangements, doing whatever his senior brother instructed. Were it not for Kong Yu's subtle protection over these recent days, Su Luyuan felt he might have been overwhelmed by his 2 elder brothers. Typically, within the Su household, their father would restrain the 2 boys, ensuring they did not bully one another excessively. However, now at Yashoushan Mountain, miles away from home, their father could not oversee them, and thus the eldest and second young masters of the Su family were particularly ruthless. Fortunately, he had encountered Kong Yu in Su Luyuan's barren world. Kong Yu was the kindest person to him. Hence, he followed Kong Yu's directives. Kong Yu did not offer excessive admonitions. He merely advised the child to maintain a calm demeanor and not to be anxious. Preparing to send him on his way to tea that moment, he turned and inadvertently locked eyes with Xiao Zhe from across the distance. Facing Xiao Zhe stood Xiao Linhe. The relationship between Kong Yu and Su Luyuan was somewhat unusual. The former was an examiner, while the latter was a candidate. Regardless of the circumstances, their private interaction would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Xiao Zhe was engaged in conversation with Xiao Linhe, who seemed oblivious to the unusual presence behind him. This was not surprising, as this small grove was typically frequented by disciples, creating a rather chaotic atmosphere. Xiao Zhe's gaze swept across Su Luyuan's face before shifting to Kong Yu, whose brow furrowed slightly. Would this Xiao Shidi suddenly cause trouble? Luyuan, come over to my side, Kong Yu directed, positioning himself to shield Su Luyuan at this moment. Xiao Zhe's gaze did not pursue them closely. He merely feigned casualness, glancing their way before proactively diverting Xiao Linhe's attention. Come, second sister, I shall escort you to your lodgings. You must take your sister's words to heart. Xiao Zhe, in due time, would come to understand that ultimately, only elder brothers and sisters would not betray you. Others could not be relied upon. I understand, second sister. You truly do not comprehend. You are merely placating. Xiao Linhe was all too familiar with her brother, yet given Xiao Zhe's assertion, further persuasion might lead to a quarrel. Thus, she wisely shifted the topic. The siblings continued their casual conversation and then departed, leaving only Kong Yu and the standing Su Luyuan behind. Su Luyuan still struggled to grasp the situation. Senior brother Kong, what is the matter? It is nothing. Kong Yu himself had not entirely deciphered Xiao Zhe's intentions. He must have discerned Su Luyuan's identity. For there are no disciples of such tender age in the mountains. He could only have come from outside. However, he chose to turn a blind eye, feigning that nothing had occurred, and departed. Could this be considered a favor granted to him? Should this matter come to light, it would be of little consequence to Kong Yu himself, but Su Luyuan would undoubtedly be barred from entering Yashoushan Mountain. The principle upheld by sect leader Sheng Rong is clear. No matter the clandestine machinations at play, one must not bring them into the light. This unspoken rule established by sect leader Sheng specifically targets individuals like Kongyu, who exhibit an audacious boldness. Of course, Kongyu could use the bullying of Sulu Yuan as a pretext, but he was reluctant to find himself once more ensnared in a situation of inquiry. Xiao Zhe's nonchalant handling of the matter resolved many of his troubles. Sulu Yuan remained sheltered behind Kongyu, refraining from casting glances until commanded otherwise. That moment, he heard Kongyu's voice from above. It's all right now. Let us descend the mountain. Sulu Yuan bid farewell to Kongyu, keen to avoid causing his senior brother any trouble, and swiftly turned to leave. This morning was primarily dedicated to welcoming esteemed guests from far and wide, allowing all registrants to enter the mountain. By afternoon, the entrance examination would officially commence. A considerable throng gathered before the main hall of Yashoushan Mountain. Sect leader Sheng Rong stood at the forefront, followed closely by the 4 elders and Kongyu, with 6 hall masters positioned behind them. Guests from other sects stood on the opposite side. Sheng Rong first lit incense to honor the ancestors of Yashoushan Mountain, seeking their blessing for a successful entrance examination, before turning to address the disciples participating in the test. Subsequently, Elder Daoyuan read aloud the 3 components of the entrance examination: root assessment, sect history, and spiritual summoning. Each component would eliminate a portion of the candidates, with any registrant failing to pass immediately disqualified, affording them no additional chances. Over 700 individuals had registered, forming a dense mass outside the main hall. Most of the registrants were youthful, with only a handful of middle-aged participants and 2 or 3 particularly elderly individuals. Among them were some younger children, the youngest being merely 9 years of age. Generally, children aged 9 and above provide the most accurate root assessments, as their spiritual roots have stabilized. Instability often leads to various impurities. Individuals like Kongyu, who manifested a pure single spiritual root at the age of 8, are indeed a rarity. Kongyu, feeling rather bored, surveyed the youthful and lively registrants below. During the elder's speech, a few were discreetly whispering to one another. The figures on the platform, all venerable with gray hair and beards, made Kongyu, adorned in luxurious attire and possessing striking looks, stand out conspicuously. Some of the younger registrants, unable to suppress their curiosity, began to murmur amongst themselves, "I's the eldest disciple of Yashoushan Mountain. It truly is him. He looks so different. He is a descendant of the Kong family, immensely wealthy. Just look at his attire. I wonder how many years I must endure to achieve the rank of chief. You? Don't even dream about it. You think becoming chief is so simple? That position entails leading the entire sect in the quest for enlightenment at Yaodai. If one were to lose at Yaodai, how embarrassing that would be." It was previously mentioned that Kongyu had experienced defeat. Yet, do these applicants truly comprehend the gravity of their situation? The cultivators possess heightened senses, and their conversations have been captured by every individual present on the stage. Daoyuan cleared his throat, signaling for the applicants below to quiet down. He droned on with the procedural details, rendering his audience weary. At last, he aimed to conclude his lengthy introduction. Next, he invited Kongyu, the chief disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, to say a few words. Upon hearing his name, Kongyu stepped forward a few paces. He surveyed the myriad expressions below, noting the envious glare of Huo Mingyi and the adoration radiating from Sulu Yen. A slight smile graced his lips. Although the entrance examination was quite simple, he urged everyone to take care of themselves. Do not perish. It would be a hassle for us to retrieve your remains. Chapter 68. A trivial jest of fate. The first test, assessing one's root bone, was presided over by Elder Dao Ji. The 4th elder led all the applicants to the stone house and patiently explained to these youngsters the criteria for passing this round of examinations. Constructed from spirit stones, the stone house required them only to line up, enter in order, and wait inside. Upon hearing a knock from the bamboo tube outside, they could exit. It was exceedingly straightforward, devoid of any complex procedures. However, the house lacked windows, and merely gazing upon it from outside instilled a sense of trepidation. Most of the applicants were mere children of 12 or 13 years. The thought of standing alone in such a dark chamber, with an indeterminate duration, filled them with dread. A young boy raised his hand, inquiring, "Elder, will there be demonic beasts inside?" "No, it is quite safe within," Elder Dao Ji assured the boy. Yet, despite her words, the half-grown children remained unconvinced. They all awaited the first brave soul to step forward, yet none possessed the courage to do so. Kongyu stood quietly beside Elder Dao Ji, his gaze drifting among the whispering youths, observing their expressions of worry and fear. His eyes inadvertently fell upon Huo Mingyi, who remained silent, also surveying the scene. At Huo Mingyi's age, he was considered quite advanced among these novice disciples. Tall and older, he stood next to the 2 young masters of the Su family. The second son of the Su family glanced at him, elbowing him playfully. Hey, why don't you go first and give it a try? Huo Mingyi cast his gaze down at the arrogant child, whose appearance was far from likable. Why me? He retorted. Why not you? The Su family's second son replied dismissively, You're older. Respect for the elderly and love for the young. Of course, you should be the first. Huo Mingyi had long harbored a sensitivity to others mentioning his age. His innate talent was already limited, and he had not been able to capitalize on the advantage of youth. For cultivators, whether or not one possesses talent typically becomes evident by the age of 15. Extraordinary prodigies like Kong Yu had begun to showcase unparalleled aptitude as early as 7 or 8 years old. By the time Huo Mingyi reached this age, those with talent had already made their mark. Huo Mingyi consistently attempted to evade this reality. He disregarded all the chaotic rules and maxims. As long as he entered the gates of Yashoushan Mountain, he believed that, as the son of the sect leader, he would inevitably rise to prominence. Upon reflecting on this, he regained his composure, leveraging his height advantage to disdainfully regard the audacious youth before him. Aside from being a few years my junior, what prowess do you possess? You merely flail about like a jester. You, Su Luyuan, hailing from the Su family, had been pampered by his relatives since childhood. Which blind fool dares to speak to me in such a manner? What are you even worth? He continued, in Yashoushan Mountain. You still dare to flaunt your young master demeanor. Huo Ming did not yield an inch. There are always villains to contend with villains. Su Luyuan, the lesser scoundrel, stood no chance against Huo Ming, the greater rogue. Rendered speechless, he turned to his elder brother for assistance. Brother, look at him. Su Lushing, known for his arrogant demeanor, was astute enough to gauge the atmosphere. With the fourth elder of Yashoushan Mountain present, alongside the chief disciple, he understood the stakes, particularly concerning the chief disciple, whose silence hinted at an ongoing assessment of the candidates. Su Lushing found his younger brother bothersome. He discreetly tugged at his brother's sleeve. Lower your voice. Are you not embarrassed enough? Brother, be quiet. Obliged by his elder's command, Su Luyuan reluctantly sealed his lips. Yet, even in silence, he glared fiercely at Huo Ming. Kong Yu's gaze swept over the trio before finally resting on Su Luyuan. The latter looked at Kong Shixiang with eager anticipation, yearning to be the first to proceed. But he knew he required Kong Shixiang's consent. He sought clarification through his eyes, but Kong Yu averted his gaze. Even without verbal cues or gestures, Su Luyuan comprehended that Kong Shixiang disapproved of his being first. Naturally, this stalemate could not linger for long, as someone soon stepped forward. Elder, I am willing to be the first to test. It was a robust young man with a dignified countenance and a serious demeanor. The Daoji elder nodded slightly. Excellent, proceed directly into the stone chamber. A disciple guided the young man inside, his form enveloped by darkness. The other youths held their breaths in anxious anticipation, their tension palpable. Suddenly, the walls of the stone chamber shimmered with a soft blue light, reminiscent of rippling water, a water's spiritual root. Though the illumination was faint, it sufficed to confirm that he possessed a singular spiritual root. The Daoji elder glanced at Kong Yu, who nodded gently. This young man in the chamber had a water spiritual root. He had passed the first trial. The disciple stationed at the entrance struck a hollow, sturdy bamboo tube with a wooden mallet, producing a resounding thud. Soon, the young man emerged through the door, sweat glistening on his forehead, anxiously awaiting the verdict. The Daoji elder smiled warmly. Child, congratulations. You have successfully navigated the first challenge. The young man, elated, bowed in gratitude to the elder and to the accompanying Kong Shixiang. Although his test was complete, he did not rush to depart, seemingly waiting for someone. Before long, another girl stepped forward from the crowd. Appearing to be around 16 or 17, she was quiet and shy, her voice barely above a whisper. Do I just need to go in? Is there nothing else required? The guiding disciple nodded affirmatively. You need not do anything. Simply wait a moment and you may exit. The girl timidly nodded her head. Much like the boy before her, she pushed the door open and entered, closing it behind her, awaiting the sound of the bamboo tube being struck. However, this time, there was no illumination whatsoever. Such occurrences had happened in the past, indicating that the girl's spiritual energy was woefully insufficient. A mixed spiritual root could still cause the spirit stone to glow, but should the stone fail to emit light, it would signify that this child was fundamentally disconnected from the realm of cultivation, rendering her incapable of practicing throughout her life. The girl opened the stone door. Her heart filled with anticipation, yet the disciple standing at the threshold gently shook his head, indicating she had not passed the first exam. Instantly, sadness enveloped her, and her eyes turned red. Nevertheless, she valiantly held back her tears and bowed to the elder and Kong Yu. Subsequently, she approached the first boy who had participated in the assessment of spiritual roots. This boy was her childhood companion, their bond deeply rooted. He softly comforted her with a few words, but she turned away. unable to suppress her grievances, and tears streamed down her face. The boy gently patted her shoulder, soothing her emotions, and the two departed, likely seeking solace. Some individuals obtained opportunities, while others found love. Such outcomes were not without merit. With the preceding two examples, the other applicants grew eager to try their luck. Once the process commenced, it progressed with remarkable speed. The two young masters of the Su family underwent their assessments in succession. During their evaluations, Kongyu stood nearby, observing the spectacle. He speculated that Su Lushang, being the elder brother, appeared more composed and seemed to have a more solid foundation in his skills. Thus, he should succeed. As for Su Luyuan, he was rather boisterous, possessing no other talents besides bullying others, and it was likely that he had been slacking off during his training at home with his master. However, fate played a little trick at this juncture. Once the two young men completed their evaluations, the results were entirely contrary to Kongyu's expectations. Su Luyuan possessed a wind spiritual root, and it was remarkably pure. In contrast, Su Lushang's spiritual root was mixed, comprising at least 3 different types intertwined. He did not succeed in passing the first hurdle. Chapter 69. Kongyu's affirmation. Su Luyuan, being rather impulsive, rushed into the stone chamber before even waiting to hear his brother's results, and the disciples of Yashoushan Mountain could not restrain him. He, of course, failed to notice the sudden change in his brother's expression. As he waited alone in the stone chamber, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, he heard the sound of the bamboo tube being struck. Su Luyuan dashed out exuberantly, the light of the spirit stone still aglow. He caught sight of the lingering azure hue and realized he possessed a wind spiritual root. Filled with delight, I am a wind spiritual root, I passed, right? The disciple from Yashoushan Mountain responsible for recording was somewhat displeased by his tone. Yet he reluctantly nodded. You have passed. Su Luyuan joyfully ran to his elder brother. Brother, I passed? Congratulations. Su Lusheng managed to muster a smile. Su Luyuan remained oblivious to the troubled expression on his brother's face. Still reveling in his triumph. This was not difficult at all. I thought it would be much harder. Those who failed must simply be utterly useless. Su Lusheng's countenance immediately darkened. At that moment, Su Luyuan finally remembered to inquire about his brother's result. Brother, did you pass as well? The outcome of Su Lusheng was evident to all present. Before such a multitude, he could not utter a falsehood. His voice was dry. I did not pass. Su Luyuan widened his eyes, convinced he must have misheard. Elder brother, how could you? Really? Su Lusheng added with a wry smile. At this moment, Su Luyuan fell completely silent. Just moments ago, he had deemed his disciple, who couldn't even pass the foundational test, utterly incompetent. Now, it seemed the truly inept one was the elder brother he had long revered. Rarely did Su Luyuan find himself in such silence. He couldn't even dare to take a breath, striving to minimize his presence, lest his elder brother grow displeased and report him to their father. Su Luyuan observed this scene with amusement. It was quite humorous to witness these two brothers, who were typically so entangled in mischief, now rendered speechless in each other's presence. How ironic. Following Su Luyuan, the third brother of the Su family, Su Luyan, also entered the stone chamber. Kongyu lowered his eyelids, concealing his emotions from everyone. It was only when Su Luyan stepped into the stone room that he lifted his gaze, fixing it intently upon the chamber. He had administered the cleansing elixir to Su Luyan, and under normal circumstances, everything should be fine. Even if there were issues, Kongyu could use illusions for concealment. However, with the fourth elder present, he doubted his current prowess in the spring domain would be sufficient to deceive such a formidable figure. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The fourth elder treated him rather well, and even if he uncovered any of Kongyu's clandestine actions, he would not expose him publicly but would inquire privately about the situation. Child, you had better summon your strength, Kongyu silently urged. Su Luyan entered the pitch-black room, unafraid. Previously, at the Su household, he had often been confined to a small dark space by his two heartless elder brothers. But this time was different. If anything were to happen to him, senior brother Kong would undoubtedly come to his aid. He had learned that the cleansing elixir had been procured at a steep price by Kongyu. Though his life may not have seemed valuable, with the elixir consumed, he now held a worth of immense significance. Su Luyan relaxed his mind. Outside the stone chamber, Kongyu remained ever vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Others awaited the outcome as well. A faint red light began to emanate from the base of the stone room. Though subtle, it was a pure HU at this moment. Kongyu felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared his cleansing elixir had not been squandered. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, anticipating Su Luyan's emergence, the crowd around him suddenly gasped. Look, the house is on fire. No, wait, that's not real fire. It's fire spiritual energy. Such pure fire spiritual energy. Which family's child is inside? He is remarkable. Upon hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Kong Yu raised his head once more. The appearance of the stone chamber had transformed completely. Every stone was glowing red-hot, with colors deepening from top to bottom. This indicated that the youth within possessed extraordinary potential and talent. Su Luyan's ability to unleash such innate prowess was beyond Kong Yu's expectations. He had previously assessed Su Luyan when he was still a dual spirit root, appearing as an unremarkable child. Could it be that the effects of the cleansing elixir were simply slow to manifest? Or perhaps the heart method he had recently imparted to Su Luyan was finally taking effect? Regardless of how the results had come to pass, Su Luyan had undeniably transformed into a practitioner of pure spiritual energy. Though perhaps still far from the remarkable 8-year-old Kong Yu of yesteryears, in comparison to his peers, he has already distinguished himself significantly. The elder Daoji's eyes brightened, and she softly inquired about the child's identity. It seemed that Yashoushan had stumbled upon a treasure once more. Kong Yu replied that this child was the third son of the Su family. The elder Daoji, having likely heard some rumors, was aware of the Su family's illegitimate offspring, and a hint of sympathy flickered in her gaze. So, he is the child from the Su family. His journey has not been easy. Upon hearing the sound of the bamboo tube being struck, Su Luyuan emerged from the stone house. His gaze immediately fell upon Kong Yu, yet his senior brother maintained his usual indifferent demeanor. Su Luyuan felt a pang of disappointment and uncertainty. At that moment, he heard the gentle voice of a disciple from Yashoushan at the entrance. "Congratulations, you have passed. Your fire spiritual energy is quite pured." Su Luyuan forced a smile, thinking that the disciples of Yashoushan truly knew how to speak and comfort others. His meager spiritual energy was hardly noteworthy. Perhaps they were merely trying to console him. Like the young lads and lasses before him, he approached Elder Daoji and Kong Yu, bowing respectfully as Su Luyuan lowered his head. Kong Yu remarked, "You performed admirably. Do continue to uphold this standard." This was already a rare compliment, causing Su Luyuan to abruptly lift his head, surprise illuminating his eyes. Kong Yu gestured dismissively, "Return and rest. You all have passed the first trial and private rooms have been prepared for you." Su Luyuan could hardly contain his excitement. Receiving Kong Yu's acknowledgement was a matter of great joy for him. However, halfway through his departure, he was intercepted by Su Luyuan's older brother, Su Luyuan. Su Luyuan glared at him. "You, relinquish your opportunity to our elder brother." Chapter 70. Do not betray my expectations. Su Luyuan regarded his fiercely confrontational second brother. His gaze met the other's, his eyes starkly devoid of emotion. Resembling cold marionettes, Su Luyuan felt an inexplicable chill creep into his heart under that gaze. However, recalling that this insolent brat was merely a contemptible illegitimate child, he regained his bravado. "Hey, are you deaf? I said to stay away from Yashoushan and let the opportunity go to our elder brother." Su Luyuan's insistence was utterly unreasonable, yet Su Luyuan remained unperturbed. His tone remained remarkably calm. "Yashoushan is not a place to be trifled with. Even if I wished to forfeit my opportunity, they would never consent." He tilted his head, observing Su Luyuan's wide-eyed expression, and added nonchalantly, "Moreover, I have no desire to relinquish it." "You?" Su Luyuan had never encountered such insolence from Su Luyuan before. In the past, while Su Luyuan occasionally resisted, he mostly remained silent, enduring the bullying from his older brothers. Now, he had even learned to retort. Su Luyuan lunged forward to slap him, but Su Luyuan reacted swiftly, evading the blow and nearly causing Su Luyuan to stumble. Su Luyuan stood quietly, watching his brother humiliate himself. Su Ershao, enraged and embarrassed, exclaimed, "So you think you've grown wings, do you? Don't assume that passing a mere entry exam grants you any status. You will forever remain an inconsequential illegitimate child." In these few short days, Su Luyuan had matured considerably in times past. Had his elder brother dared to insult him in such a manner, he would have responded like a ferocious beast, fiercely engaging in a brawl. However, Kong Yu imparted wisdom to him, teaching that a dog that does not bark can inflict far greater pain with its bite. Su Luyuan learned to temper his anger, transforming it into a deeper-seated hatred, which he harbored within his heart. He cast a disdainful gaze upon Su Luyuan, who felt the weight of contempt in that look. "So what if I am a bastard? My very existence merely serves to illustrate that your esteemed father is nothing more than a mere mortal unable to restrain his desires. You incessantly proclaim that only you and Su Lushing are worthy of being the young masters of the Su family, that you alone are the testament to your parents' love and commitment. To me, it appears you are simply insecure and fearful. You have realized that your father is not the virtuous man you wish him to be. Am I the sole product of his indiscretions? I think not. Su Luyuan, noble young master of the Su family, how long can you maintain this pretense? With Madame Su's demise, I suspect Su Rongman is eager to usher a new wife into the household. Your disposition is hardly endearing. Once the new lady bears a child, your position will be rendered precarious." Su Luyuan delighted in exploiting his brother's vulnerabilities. The Su family had recently faced upheaval. With Su Rongman's wife passing away, Su Lushing and Su Lu Yuan were acutely aware that their father's decision to send them to Yashou Mountain for the initiation trials was a ruse to facilitate his remarriage. The prospective bride was not significantly older than Su Lushing, and rumors suggested she was already with child prior to entering the household. Once that child is born, the brothers of the Su family would find themselves in a most awkward predicament. Su Lu Yuan had long evaded contemplating this matter, but now, as Su Lu Yuan deliberately pressed on this sore spot, he erupted with a fervor that suggested he was prepared to drag his younger brother down with him. You wretched bastard. What right do you have to speak of my affairs with elder brother? Just watch me strike you. Su Lu Yuan swung his fist, only for it to be seized mid-air. He looked up to see a familiar and handsome face. Kong Yu regarded the enraged youth with a dispassionate gaze and remarked, disputes and brawls are prohibited within the confines of the Yashou Mountain sect. Su Lu Yuan recognized him as the chief disciple who had accompanied the elder in assessing their bone structure, and his fury diminished significantly. He angrily shook off Kong Yu's grip, glaring at Su Lu Yuan with enmity. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Su Lu Yuan averted his gaze, indifferent to him. After Su Lu Yuan stormed away in a huff, Su Lu Yuan finally lifted his eyes, his expression brightening. Thank you, Brother Kong, for coming to my aid. Kong Yu waved his hand casually, urging him to forego any formalities. I merely happened to pass by. He truly had been just passing through. Yet Su Lu Yuan remained grateful for his intervention. Although Su Lu Yuan could have handled his elder brother on his own, having Kong Yu's assistance felt distinctly different. Kong Yu himself did not have to navigate the complexities of sibling rivalries. While he could not always fathom Kong Ming's thoughts, they were united in purpose, and in times of adversity, Kong Ming consistently stood by his side. Therefore, witnessing Su Lu Yuan, so young, grappling with such a treacherous family environment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the boy. If you have no other matters to attend to today, and should you feel weary, there is no need to go to Zhu Yoju tonight. Kong Yu rarely granted the child a reprieve. Yet the child was unenthusiastic. Brother, I am not tired. Are you tired? That is for me to decide. Today, it is imperative that you take a proper rest. Upon my return, I shall reside with Su Luoyuan. Both he and Su Luoyuan have successfully passed the first examination, and as brothers, they are inevitably destined to be arranged together. Kong Yu pondered for a moment. Since the child was reluctant to return, spending a night at Zhu Yu was of no consequence, as there was ample space available. Very well, you shall come at the usual hour. Su Luoyan's mood shifted swiftly, and he emerged from his despair, regaining his vitality. Yes, senior brother. He readily agreed. It was then that Su Luoyan remembered to inquire how Kong Yu had come to be here. Senior brother, has everything concluded over there? Indeed, it has all come to an end. There were hardly any individuals left after you. That surname Huat he passed. Kong Yu's tone was calm. In truth, his spiritual roots were rather mixed, yet Elder Four turned a blind eye and deemed him past. Ah? Then, Su Luoyan felt a sense of unfairness. This first examination was meant to assess talent. Without talent, how could he possibly be allowed entry into Yashou Mountain? Noticing the child's frustration, Kong Yu gently patted the top of his head. Talent is indeed paramount, but it does not encompass everything. Huo Mingyi's background is exceptional. If he were to be eliminated in the first round, it would create an unfavorable impression, and Elder Four would be reluctant to bear the blame for dismissing the old sect master's son. Su Luoyan remained perplexed, as not the ability to pass the examination solely Huo Mingyi's affair. Kong Yu smiled slightly. Luoyan, there truly exists no such thing as one person's affair in this world. When the old sect master was alive, he treated Dao Ji, who was still the hall master, with great favor, promoting him to elder despite the norms. Elder Dao Ji has always cherished the old sect master's kindness. Now that the old sect master has passed, leaving behind this only biological child, it is entirely within my expectations that Elder Four, being inherently kind-hearted, would allow him to pass. Su Luoyan seemed to grasp a portion of this, yet his worries resurfaced. It appears that while the old sect master was alive, he treated these elders quite well, so would not Huo Mingyi have a smooth path ahead, ultimately becoming a formal disciple of Yashou Mountain? He suddenly came to this realization. Kong Yu looked at the enlightened Su Luoyan and smiled, as if he had never been troubled by this matter. He said to Su Luoyan, "Therefore, I sought you out. Luoyan, you must not disappoint my expectations." Chapter 71. Kong Yu, everything has changed. Kong Yu has become quite adept at deceiving others. He borrowed money from Kong Ming to purchase the cleansing elixir and only used one of the pills, which has made Su Luoyan devoted to him. Senior brother Kong, I shall heed your every word. Su Luoyan is no fool. He seizes every opportunity to express his loyalty to Kong Yu. Kong Yu remained non-committal. Whenever Su Luoyan swore oaths of allegiance, he always appeared rather indifferent. I shall return to Zhu Yu now. You may come later, he yawned, feeling drowsy even before nightfall. and bid farewell to Su Luoyan. The first thing Kong Yu did upon returning to Zhu Yu was to collapse onto the soft couch and fall asleep. He dreamt of events from his past life and his previous life. After he entrusted the life-saving cleansing elixir to Huo Mingyi, the latter smoothly passed the entrance examination. He was acutely aware that he had fallen into a dream, for the image of Huo Mingyi's triumphant face suddenly resurfaced before him. "Senior brother Kong," Huo Mingyi had said, "my father treated you so well during his lifetime. Thus, it is only natural for you to show me kindness in return. Otherwise, how could you ever repay my father's gratitude?" At that moment, he found himself unable to come to terms with his previous failures in seeking enlightenment, feeling lost and disoriented, while Huo Mingyi incessantly provoked him by invoking the memory of the deceased patriarch. In retrospect, Kong Yu realized that his emotional state at that time was profoundly disturbed. He wandered aimlessly, enveloped in melancholy, contemplating the idea of leaping from the cliff of broken souls on several occasions. He bore no disdain for his former self. He had done nothing wrong. He had always been kind to others, grateful and loyal. Qualities that were never flaws. He was merely a victim of those with ulterior motives and a target for the heartless. In the dream, facing the self-satisfied Huo Mingyi, Kong Yu curled his lips in a smirk. "Huo Mingyi, cease your delusions. It was not you who saved Xiao Zhe. The opportunity to join the sect was granted by me. Even your infatuation with Ruoxue, she was merely enchanted by your flowery words. She has regained fragments of her past memories and has been incessantly confessing to me. You are nothing more than a thoroughly despicable thief. Regrettably, I have no interest in what you have stolen. I hold your worthless existence in contempt. What you covet so desperately is merely within my reach from the starting line." Huo Mingyi, stung by Kong Yu's words, suddenly contorted in rage, his features twisting grotesquely as his garments swelled, transforming into a swirling mass of ominous black mist, clawing and lunging towards Kong Yu. Yet, Kong Yu harbored no intention of retreating. He faced the onslaught with calm resolve. Just as the dark mist threatened to engulf him, a warm light unexpectedly shielded him. The radiance momentarily blinded him, prompting him to squint eye. In that moment, he heard a voice. "You remain unchanged." Kong Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized the voice's owner. "Eyes at you?" he inquired, yet no reply came, only a faint sigh that lingered in the air. Awakened by the gentle sigh, Kong Yu found himself in a dimly lit room, the twilight casting a golden hue outside. He placed a hand upon his forehead, realizing he must have caught a chill. Despite the robust physique of cultivators, exceptions do occur. He rummaged through a drawer filled with medicinal vials, their clinking sounds echoing as he searched. As he sought, he reflected on his recent actions that could have led to his illness and fever. His somewhat muddled mind considered various possibilities, yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. Upon swallowing a pill, he hazily pondered that perhaps this was a side effect of his recent ascension. The four domains of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, akin to the seasons of the mortal realm, do not simply ascend from low to high but are interwoven in a cyclical manner. The early spring domain carried traces of winter's chill, making it exceedingly easy for cultivators to succumb to wind and cold. Kong Yu had ascended rapidly, and his body had not adjusted in time, resulting in his current ailment. Understanding the cause of his sickness was one thing, but enduring the discomfort was another struggle altogether. Kong Yu, lost in a haze of disquieting thoughts, contemplated the last time he had suffered from a fever, which had been several years prior. When evening fell and Su Luyuan arrived at Zhu Yoju as per their agreement, Kong Yu, however, chose to shut the door against him. "You may return. There will be no practice of the mind method today." Su Luyuan felt a twinge of disappointment. "Senior brother Kong, we had agreed upon this in advance. Yet the circumstances today were exceptional. Luyuan, do as I say." As Kong Yu uttered these words, he coughed twice, drawing Su Luyuan's attention. "Senior brother Kong, are you unwell? You heard me. Why do you not leave at once?" Kong Yu feared inadvertently passing on his illness to Su Luyuan, who still had 2 more examinations to prepare for. Yet, Su Luyuan boldly pushed the door open and entered. Kong Yu found himself at a loss for words as he beheld Su Luyuan standing in the moonlight, embodying a resolute and unwavering spirit. "Senior brother Kong, I will take care of you. If you possessed any wisdom, you would keep your distance from me." Remarkably, Su Luyuan chose not to heed Kong Yu's advice. Illness is a tormenting experience, and Kong Yu was no exception to this truth. Previously, he had grown accustomed to bearing all burdens alone, never voicing his afflictions, regardless of how severe his ailments or deep his wounds. However, in this new life, by a stroke of fortune, he had acquired Su Luyuan, this young boy. Though he stood only as tall as a table, Su Luyuan devoted himself wholeheartedly to caring for Kong Yu, fetching water and medicine, and promptly replacing the cool cloth on his forehead. Kong Yu's head swam with dizziness as he quietly observed the slender figure of Su Luyuan, who spun about the room like a small top. Overcome by the whirl, his eyelids grew heavier, eventually succumbing to slumber. A refreshing sensation graced his forehead. It was the handkerchief that Su Luyuan had just replaced. Kong Yu's lips turned pale, and he could sense a transformation within him, as the fever's heat began to thaw the frost that clung to the iron chains of his being. Senior brother Kong, recover swiftly. He could hear Su Luyuan softly murmuring this phrase beside him. With his eyes closed, Kong Yu wished to convey that this fever, born of ascension, would soon dissipate. Yet, he lacked the strength to articulate it, as the energy within him was chaotic. He struggled to untangle his internal breath, gradually unraveling the disordered knots one by one. Su Luyuan noticed Kong Yu's breathing steadily calming, and he exhaled in relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with his sleeve and the haze of his consciousness. Kong Yu again heard that familiar voice resonate. Kong Yu, in this life, everything will be different. You shall no longer endure such suffering. Upon hearing this, the weight that had hung over Kong Yu's heart finally lifted, and he peacefully sank into the embrace of slumber. Chapter 72. The second examination commences. The fever induced by ascension proved fleeting, typically subsiding after a single night. Kong Yu had always placed great emphasis on nurturing his health. He avoided any endeavor that might trouble his mind without yielding benefit. Thus, his condition remained relatively stable, free of chronic ailments, with both vigor and vitality in abundance. He dreamt a dream that was neither particularly good nor bad. Awakening to find his head no longer aching and his temperature returned to normal, it appeared he had recovered. In the room, the soft sound of another's breathing caught his attention, and as he turned his head, he discovered Su Luyuan slumped over the table, fast asleep. Although his awareness had been somewhat clouded the previous night, Kong Yu still recalled that it was this boy who had tended to him throughout the night. It seems that he has not wasted the cleansing elixir. The schedule for the entrance examination is rather tight, as the second subject, the history of our sect, is set to commence today. With only an hour remaining until the examination begins, Kong Yu rouses the child. Awake, Lu Yin. The history exam is about to start. Lu Yin, having slept for less than 2 hours, is stirred from his slumber by Kong Yu, still feeling groggy. However, his body instinctively reacts. As he supports himself against the table, his eyes still closed, attempting to head for the door. I'm going to take the exam. Kong Yu firmly places a hand on his shoulder, urging him to return to his seat. There is still time. You should eat first. Zhuyi resides here with a modest kitchen in the back courtyard. Kong Yu prepares a simple meal of 2 bowls of porridge, a plate of pickled vegetables, and leftover snacks from the previous night, encouraging Lu Yin to eat. Kong Yu's culinary skills are neither exceptional nor terrible. One could say they are merely adequate. Nevertheless, Lu Yin graciously praises the porridge, perhaps feeling pressure to commend his senior brother's efforts. Speak less and eat quickly, or you will be late. An Elder Daoqing will not allow you to take the exam. Elder Daoqing is notoriously stubborn, particularly regarding punctuality, and every year there are applicants who, having missed the appointed time, stand outside weeping. Lu Yin lifts the white porcelain bowl, carefully returning it to the table. The items in Kong Yu's abode are exquisite and pricey. Should he break anything, he would be unable to compensate for it. I have eaten my fill, Brother Kong. I shall take my leave. Very well, go ahead. I shall follow shortly. The child, still somewhat dazed, nearly stumbles over the high threshold as he exits. He steadies his head and wobbles away. Kong Yu watches his retreating figure, then rises to wash the dishes before returning to change into clean attire and departing as well on the first day of the bone assessment. Nearly half of the candidates were eliminated. Upon arriving outside the examination hall, Kong Yu observes a noticeable decrease in the number of individuals waiting. Lu Yin is incessantly dozing, while Ming Fa Gao stands nearby. Little Fa Gao had participated in the first assessment yesterday. Having taken the test 8 times with identical results each time, Kong Yu feels no apprehension. Conversely, this second subject is of utmost importance. For the other candidates, the seemingly straightforward history of the sect looms before Fa Gao like an insurmountable mountain. Fa Gao rises early, wearing a sullen expression as though the world owes him a fortune. Upon noticing Kong Yu's arrival, he instinctively waves enthusiastically, but remembering Kong Yu's relentless insistence on rote memorization, he scowls and presses his right hand against his left. Kong Yu, observing this little performance, cannot help but chuckle, gesturing menacingly at Fa Gao, warning him that should he fail again, there will be dire consequences. Fa Gao, whistling and gazing skyward, pretends that Kong Yu does not exist. At this moment, Lu Yin takes a few steps, positioning himself beside Ming Fa Gao. Upon realizing that someone has joined him, Fa Gao nearly leaps in surprise. You? Why are you here? Keep your distance. Lu Yin, heavily drowsy, can barely keep his eyes open. The incessant noise beside him sounds like a gong being struck, far too loud for his comfort. Rubbing his eyes, he still struggles to fully awaken. swaying slightly as he leans against the wall of the examination hall for support. Fa Gao, upon seeing him, becomes irate. In such a state, you dare to participate in the examination? Oh, if you manage to pass, it would truly be a testament to the absurdity of fate. The incessant clanging of the gong reverberated as Su Luyuan covered his ears. Your voice is excessively loud. Could you possibly move aside? Fa Gao harbored a disdain for Su Luyuan, perceiving him as an unwelcome boulder that had descended from the heavens, obstructing the path between him and his senior brother. Astonishingly, this bothersome stone dared to complain about the noise. I shall remain right here. No one has any authority over me. Su Luyuan had grown weary of engaging with him. As Fa Gao continued his one-sided quarrel with Su Luyuan, two senior brothers approached. Oh, say this the little errand boy who has failed the exam 8 times? Mingfagao, are you still holding on to hope? I would advise you to give it up. You are merely squandering opportunities. These two senior brothers were only a few years older than Fa Gao, having joined Yashoushan as formal disciples in recent years. They were well aware of Fa Gao's legendary status of failing the exam multiple times, and not only mocked him behind his back, but also took pleasure in taunting him to his face. Fa Gao's cheeks flushed crimson with indignation. He recognized that his repeated failures were indeed embarrassing, yet that was his own plight. They had only recently arrived at the mountain. If one were to consider the timeline, he was still their senior. How could he allow them to bully him so? Kongyu also noticed these two insufferable disciples. They were there to supervise the examinations. Their assistance was unwelcome, especially given their sharp tongues. Moreover, they likely had no inkling that Fa Gao thrived on the mountain due to the backing of the chief. They regarded him merely as a useless errand disciple, which explained their disdainful manner of addressing him. Kongyu was trying to discern which hall these two belonged to, curious about the master who had produced such short-sighted disciples. At that moment, Fa Gao spoke up. Do you two think you are so remarkable? After merely 2 years on the mountain, you have only reached the 2nd or 3rd tier of Mingchun realm, making you nothing more than mediocre disciples. Fa Gao would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Anyone who dared to mock him would certainly receive a sharp retort in return. In truth, for ordinary disciples, advancing a tier each year was no small feat yet. Everyone aspired to be a genius, unwilling to be labeled as ordinary or talentless. Thus, the two disciples were equally irked. That's still far better than a fellow who has failed the entrance exam 8 times over 4 years. Mark my words, you will undoubtedly fail again this time. I can certainly pass, Fa Gao declared with newfound confidence, having received extensive guidance from his senior brother. He believed he would succeed this time. The two disciples, however, viewed his optimism as mere folly. Oh please, you said the same thing last time and the time before. I suspect you will still find yourself standing here again. Instead of wasting time boasting, why not study a few more questions? Look at yourself. You're so plump and still can't learn anything. What a waste of food. Though Fa Gao was indeed rounder than his peers, he was not excessively so, and he detested the mockery directed at him regarding his physique. It pained him to hear such remarks. He simply consumed a bit more than others, absorbing slightly more nourishment. Must this be a source of ridicule? Each time others used this to attack him, Fa Gao found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Su Luyuan interjected. You are here mocking and deriding the applicants for the entrance examination. Surely, your master would not turn a blind eye to such behavior. Chapter 73. Do not bring shame to your senior brother. These two individuals are disciples of the Mingli Hall, renowned for its strictness. If the hall master were to discover such conduct among his disciples, he would undoubtedly impose severe consequences. The entrance examination is, in fact, a reciprocal evaluation. Not only are the individuals from Yasho Mountain scrutinizing the applicants ascending, but the applicants are also assessing the members of the sect in return. Therefore, no hall master would wish for any discord to arise at this juncture. Should any incident occur that tarnishes the reputation of Yasho Mountain, resulting in a decrease in the number of applicants for the next round, they would be unable to bear the burden of such responsibility. Consequently, the hall masters and the 4 elders remind their disciples before the commencement of the entrance examination to be exceedingly cautious in their words and actions, to avoid leaving a negative impression. With many voices in the mix, one cannot predict how a minor issue might be distorted through gossip. Su Luoyan is astute. Hailing from a prominent family, he understands that these prestigious clans place the utmost importance on propriety. Aside from the eccentric Hiyun sect, most other sects adhere closely to traditional customs and rules passed down through the generations. Particularly in the case of Yasho Mountain, known for its adherence to decorum, they have invited notable figures from other sects to attend. If a blunder were to occur, it would be a disgrace before these esteemed guests. Yasho Mountain would never engage in self-sabotage. Upon hearing Su Luoyan's words, the two disciples immediately became wary. Yet, the essence of humanity is often stubbornness, especially during their youthful exuberance. Mengfagao is our friend. What's wrong with joking around with a friend? Indeed, Xiaoming, we were merely speaking casually. You wouldn't he truly be upset, would you? When one is devoid of shame, they truly have no rivals. These two obnoxious disciples have bullied Ming Fageo to such an extent and still dare to claim friendship. Su Luoyin swiftly turned to Ming Fageo. Are they your friends? Fageo rolled his eyes. Do they even qualify? Recently, Fageo has been learning from his senior brother, acquiring various methods for self-defense and retaliation. Su Luoyin chimed in, observing the two increasingly agitated individuals. You are not his friends. Thus, you are merely bullying him. One of the disciples, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, I was just saying a few words to him. What's the big deal? He.s. just a servant. His retort was abruptly cut off as Su Luoyin suddenly called out, Senior Brother Kong. Kong Yu had arrived. He stood by, observing how Ming Fageo and Su Luoyin would respond to this unexpected act of bullying. Fageo, accustomed to Su Luoyin's protection, momentarily found it challenging to react to the malice of others. However, he effectively countered Su Luoyin's statement, demonstrating notable progress. As for Su Luoyin, his reactions have always been quick, displaying high emotional intelligence. His cultivated ability to read situations allows him to respond aptly at the right moment. Not only is he gifted, but he also exhibits maturity in navigating social intricacies. With such promising potential, a little nurturing would transform him into a well-rounded individual. Kong Yu initially intended to abandon Su Luoyin at Yashou Mountain, once he deemed him of no further utility. However, it has become evident that this child possesses considerable talent. To squander such potential on Yashou Mountain would leave him feeling somewhat aggrieved. Estimating the timing to be appropriate, Kong Yu stepped forward. If this continued, the two children would surely lose control of the situation. Standing behind the two bothersome disciples, he awaited Su Luoyin's call of Brother Kong, at which point they swiftly turned around. Brother? Greetings, Brother Kong. Kong Yu appraised the two bowing disciples with a gaze heavy with significance, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Disciples of the Mingli Hall? Kong Yu immediately pointed out their identities, making his intentions abundantly clear. Implicitly, he indicated that he was already aware of their origins and would certainly report their conduct to their hall master afterward. Cold sweat began to bead on the backs of the two disciples. They silently reproached one another, lamenting their foolishness for engaging in such behavior. Now, they found themselves caught red-handed by Kong Yu. Entrusted with significant responsibilities by the sect leader and the elder, Kong Yu was vigilant about noting any irregularities during the entrance examination and was obliged to report them to his master and the sect leader. The disciples felt a sense of trepidation. It would be one thing if Kong Yu merely relayed the matter to their hall master. However, should it reach the ears of the sect leader, who then questioned the hall master, and the hall master learned of their bullying towards the candidates, what fate awaited them? Kong Yu said little more. His mere utterance was sufficient to weaken the disciples' resolve. One of the disciples, trembling in voice, replied, Brother, we were merely engaging in casual conversation with the candidates. We meant no disrespect. The other disciple nudged him with his elbow. Wasn't that akin to revealing one's own guilt? The elder brother had yet to inquire further, yet they had confessed everything. The disciple, realizing his blunder, became acutely aware of his misstep. Kong Yu found this amusing in his heart. He beckoned Ming Fageo to come closer. Once Kong Yu offered his support, Fageo immediately lifted his chin, adopting a more self-assured demeanor as he stood beside Kong Yu. Kong Yu spoke, though Ming Fageo is but a servant disciple, he has been under my watchful eye and has grown up alongside me. I hold a deep affection for him. Brothers, while the entrance examination is indeed crucial, my only expectation is that he acts within his capabilities. If he succeeds, that would be splendid. If not, he can still lead a carefree life. Whether he becomes a disciple of Yashou Mountain is not of paramount importance to him. Do you comprehend my sentiments? Kong Yu articulated his intentions with clarity. Ming Fageo was under his protection, and Kong Yu cared little for whether he became an official disciple. With the support of Yashou Mountain's chief, even if he were not an official disciple, he could still thrive within the mountain's embrace. Due to Kong Yu's previously modest demeanor, many remained unaware of his connection with Ming Fageo. This time, the elder brother elucidated their relationship before all. The two disciples were thrown into a frenzy, repeatedly apologizing to the elder brother and Ming Fageo. Fageo expressed his reluctance to forgive them, and at that moment, Kong Yu gazed at him with an icy demeanor. Though he articulated it thus, he urged, do your utmost not to bring shame upon your elder brother. I understand, elder brother. Chapter 74. The steamed cake answers confidently. These two disciples, who were so eager to bully others, were indeed quite unfortunate. Kong Yu had just threatened them, instilling considerable fear, when the presiding elder of the examination, Elder Dao Qing, arrived. Upon first glance, Elder Dao Qing immediately spotted Kong Yu. The chief of Yashou Mountain always stood out wherever he was. Then, He noticed the two trembling disciples and several curious youths observing from a distance. Dao Qing's brow furrowed in an instant as he approached Kongyu. What has transpired? Elder Dao Qing's authoritative voice resonated, causing the two disciples' legs to weaken, nearly bringing them to the ground. Kongyu offered a faint smile. Elder, are these the disciples you summoned for assistance? Elder Dao Qing, noticing the unfamiliar faces of the two disciples, turned to inquire of Lu Shuangyin, who had accompanied him. Shuangyin, did you bring these two? Lu Shuangyin's heart sank. Having just arrived, she was utterly perplexed and had no inkling of what had transpired. Returning to Master, these two senior brothers were summoned by the disciple from the Mingli Hall. She recounted the truth and then turned her gaze towards Kongyu. Kong Shixiao, has something gone awry? Kongyu's primary responsibility during the entrance examination was to supervise not only the candidates but also the examiners themselves. If any discrepancies arose, he would report directly to the sect leader, and they would all face repercussions. However, Kongyu was not the type to covertly lodge complaints. He preferred to confront issues head-on. He reassured Lu Shuangyin not to be anxious, allowing her to relax slightly. Kongyu then spoke. These two disciples spoke disrespectfully and bullied the candidates. In the presence of so many witnesses, it seems inappropriate for them to serve as examiners. Having said this, there was no need for further elaboration. With Dao Qing's meticulous nature, he would undoubtedly find such behavior intolerable. As anticipated, he began to question Lu Shuangyin. Shuangyin, what is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct you to select individuals who are steady and mature? How could such an error occur? Lu Shuangyin was well aware of her master's strictness. She dreaded his inquiries and often ended up in tears after being reprimanded. However, before such a large audience, she could not afford to cry, as it would be too embarrassing. She had no choice but to stifle her emotions. Master, this time it was my misjudgment in arranging the candidates. I will find two others to replace them immediately. Elder Dao Qing waved his hand dismissively. With the examination about to commence, where will you find replacements at this juncture? Here is what we shall do. You and Kongyu will step in as substitutes. Turning to the smiling Kongyu, Elder Dao Qing's tone softened, a rarity given that he was now in need of assistance. Kongyu, I must trouble you this time. The situation arose unexpectedly. I shall thoroughly question those involved afterward. This was precisely what Kongyu desired. Elder Dao Qing's assurance that those who erred would not be easily forgiven, allowing him to also do a favor for the elder. He nodded readily. I, too, received the sect leader's order to assist with the entrance examination. Since the elder has made the request, I shall not decline. As the hour approached, Elder Dao Qing instructed all disciples to enter the examination hall, officially commencing the second segment of the examination. Dao Qing stated that Kongyu only needed to remain seated, without any additional responsibilities, allowing him to comfortably settle into the grand chair. The candidates below were fervently scribbling away, while Kongyu leisurely observed from above. His gaze swept across a multitude of faces, revealing a vast disparity in age among the examinees. There were elderly individuals with hair as white as snow, alongside young children who struggled to reach the table with their arms. Kongyu's attention was drawn to Su Lu Yuan, who appeared composed and methodically inscribed his answers. Most of the time, his writing flowed effortlessly. Only occasionally did he encounter a particularly challenging problem, pausing momentarily to ponder before resuming his task. He relied on the few books Kongyu had handed him to formulate his responses, and overall, his progress was remarkably smooth. His memory was nothing short of extraordinary. Having glanced at something once, it would be indelibly etched in his mind, accessible at will whenever he desired to retrieve it. Kongyu felt a sense of satisfaction towards this child he had fortuitously taken under his wing. Thus far, Su Luyuan had not disappointed him, though the right of Su Luyuan sat Ming Fageo, who was in a state of disarray, tugging at his hair one moment and gnawing on his pencil the next. His facial features were contorted in a tight grimace, clearly indicating the agony he experienced while answering questions. Even a mere glance at him was enough to induce a headache for Kongyu. Yet being the boy he had raised, he could not refrain from expressing concern. Suddenly, Ming Fageo's expression brightened, as if he had experienced a revelation. His writing speed accelerated, and his strokes became decisively bold, indicating he had entered an invincible state. However, this development only heightened Kongyu's anxiety. Such frenzied scribbling was merely an act of self-sabotage. The essence of examinations lay in filling the blank spaces on the paper. Kongyu's head throbbed even more. 2 seats over from Ming Fageo was Huo Mingyi, who was diligently striving to answer his questions. Lacking the remarkable memory of Su Luyuan, he relied solely on rote memorization. Yet he often found himself forgetting the material. After all, Su Luyuan was a full decade younger than him, and children typically possessed a higher efficiency when it came to retaining information. As Huo Mingyi reached this age, the volume of information he needed to remember increased, leading to a decline in his memory efficiency. Nevertheless, he refused to admit defeat. He had prepared extensively for the entrance examination. He was also nursing an injury, one that had lingered since his return from the secret realm. Determined not to jeopardize his examination, he forced himself to rise from his sickbed. Currently, Huo Mingyi was affected by lingering toxins within his body, and his consciousness was not entirely clear, making it even more challenging for him to think. Beads of sweat began to form on the tip of his nose, and his palms grew clammy, nearly causing him to lose grip on his brush. Kongyu showed little interest in Huo Mingyi's plight. His gaze drifted casually from the young man's face and inadvertently landed on Su Luoyuan. Su Luoyuan bore little resemblance to Su Luyuan. The latter likely inherited more traits from their mother, appearing less like a scion of the Su family. Su Luoyuan was engrossed in his writing. He was not known for his diligence, which made examinations a source of great distress for him. The questions perplexed him, and his responses were vague at best. Unlike Ming Figeo's confident attempts, he scribbled uncertainly, though fortunately, he managed to fill the pages nonetheless. The essence of examinations lay in the act of writing until the paper was complete. The sole task assigned to Kongyu during this examination was to ring the bell. As the appointed time approached, he struck a small copper bell with a tiny hammer, producing a clear chime that signaled all candidates to cease writing. Kongyu observed as the examinees released a collective sigh of relief. The duration of the examination was prolonged, and the questions posed a formidable challenge, rendering it a torment for them. Su Luyuan had long since set down his pen, his expression remaining unperturbed. Fa Gao gazed brightly at his senior brother, seemingly indicating that he had performed admirably. Kongyu's lips twitched slightly. Very well, confidence is indeed a commendable trait. As the morning examination concluded, within a short span of half a day, the results were posted outside the examination hall. All the candidates gathered around to view the outcomes, which were quite unexpected. In the moment the results were revealed, Kongyu was among the first to glimpse them. To his surprise, among the 4 candidates he recognized, Su Luyuan ranked the highest. Huo Ming followed closely behind, while Fa Gao and Su Luyuan found themselves at the bottom of the list, particularly with Su Luyuan, who had appeared to answer smoothly. Yet his score was disappointing. Naturally, all those whose names graced this list had passed the second examination. Thus, Su Luyuan had also succeeded. Upon seeing his name on the list, Su Luyuan let out a significant sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thank goodness. Kongyu had previously stated that the lineage would rely solely on his own efforts. Had Kongyu been able to manipulate the situation, Fa Gao would not have had to retake the same test 8 times over 4 years. Su Luyuan held himself to a high standard. Although he had passed the examination, his ranking was unsatisfactory, leaving him with a sense of guilt. Fa Gao had already joyfully departed for a meal. While Su Luyuan found himself alone at Zhu as anticipated, Kongyu was seated in the courtyard, savoring tea. With the weather gradually warming, Kongyu spent more time outdoors. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would sit outside, allowing both body and mind to connect with the natural world, which was beneficial for his own spiritual energy. Recently, Kongyu felt physically and mentally rejuvenated, unafraid to confront challenges. Moreover, unlike in his previous life, he refrained from indiscriminately consuming medicine, and his health had notably improved. He cherished solitude and was reluctant to engage with others. However, compared to encountering troublesome fellow disciples, the Su family's child was far more agreeable to his eyes. With a slight wave of his hand, the child, who had been peering in from outside the moon gate, scampered over. The child appeared somewhat hesitant, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Kongyu reminisced about his own childhood at the age of 10. At that time, he was still under the tutelage of the old sect master, rising each day with his mind consumed by sword practice, leaving no room for other thoughts. Although brief, it was a period of great joy. Fa Gao, at the age of 10, was even happier than he had been. Protected by his senior brother in the mountains, he had scarcely experienced any hardship. Even after his prestige had plummeted following the last inquiry at Yaotai, Kongyu had shielded Fa Gao, ensuring he remained untouched by the ensuing turmoil and suffered no grievances. However, Su Luyuan was different from both him and Fa Gao. His character was delicate and sensitive, and ever since Kongyu had rescued him from the hands of his 2 elder brothers, his world revolved around senior brother Kong. This time was no exception. He had narrowly passed the second examination, leaving him with a sense of guilt. Standing before Kongyu, Su Luyuan lowered his head, remaining silent. It was Kongyu who broke the silence first. If you have nothing to say, I do not wish to guess your thoughts. We can only remain in silence until evening. If you have no matters to attend to, you may return to rest. Su Luyuan abruptly lifted his head. Senior brother Kong, I acknowledge my mistakes. What mistakes? I actually studied diligently. I have memorized everything from the books you provided me. However, this morning, when I arose, a heavy fog clouded my mind, and during the examination, I nearly succumbed to slumber on several occasions. I am fully aware that I should not have allowed this to transpire. The words spoken by him resonated deeply within Kong Yu's heart. In truth, this matter had little to do with Su Luyuan. Rather, it was a predicament of Kong Yu's own making. Had it not been for Su Luyuan's diligent care, sacrificing a night of sleep on his behalf, he would not have performed poorly today. It is understandable. Your words seem to suggest that I am at fault. Kong Yu's voice remained calm and untroubled, yet Su Luyuan appeared flustered. I do not mean to blame my senior brother. It is I that I failed to adequately assess the situation, placing too much confidence in myself. Kong Yu gazed silently at Su Luyuan, his silence amplifying Su Luyuan's unease. After a prolonged moment, Kong Yu's expression softened, his demeanor becoming more gentle. It is indeed my fault. You need not shoulder all the blame. Senior brother, Luyuan, the only oversight on your part was coming to Zhu Yoju to care for me, fully aware of the important matters awaiting you the following day. But senior brother, Kong Yu raised a hand, gesturing for him to refrain from speaking, allowing him to express himself. You must maintain your composure at all times. You must learn to be decisive. I am ill here, but I will not perish. However, if you fail to pass the second sex history examination, I will truly have to dismiss you. You are not irreplaceable in my eyes. A child as isolated as you are can easily be replaced, should I choose to seek out others. What I have imparted to you, I can just as easily teach them. Only you are irreplaceable when it comes to your own self. With that, Kong Yu left Su Luyuan to ponder the matter alone. The dejected youth replied, I understand, Brother Kong, before turning to leave Zhu Yoju. Wait. Just as Su Luyuan was about to exit through the moon gate, Kong Yu suddenly called out to him. He turned back, and an object arced gracefully through the air towards him. In a flurry, Su Luyuan managed to catch it, opening his palm to reveal a small, cool vial. Brother? Kong Yu offered no further explanation, nor did he meet his gaze. Instead, he cradled his chin with one hand, eyes fixed on the blooming early peach blossoms in the courtyard, and waved him off. You should return now. The moment Su Luyuan grasped the vial, he realized that Kong Yu still held him in his thoughts, dispelling the gloom on his face. It became clear that Kong Yu was not irritated by his presence, nor was he reproaching him for his inability to discern the gravity of the situation. Rather, he wished for him to take better care of himself. Su Luyuan expressed his gratitude to Kong Yu with a bright voice, departing with a buoyant spirit, his back radiating joy. Witnessing his exuberance, Kong Yu found himself somewhat puzzled. What have I done? From Kong Yu's perspective, even if he had received no care last night, the feverish symptoms would have naturally subsided by this morning. Thus, he truly did not require Su Luyuan's attentiveness throughout the night. He merely wished for Su Luyuan to tend to his own well-being. After all, he had consumed one of his precious cleansing pills, and the hidden curse within him was rather costly. The young boy was far more valuable than he could fathom. Children of such tender age are fragile, and even minor ailments can prove overwhelming. Kong Yu did not wish for his investment to go to waste. He tossed the vial to Su Luyuan, primarily to ensure he tended to his health promptly, preventing any lingering ailments. Secondly, tomorrow marked the Ling Zhao, necessitating ample vigor. In essence, his words to Su Luyuan were entirely from his own perspective. He found it somewhat perplexing why Su Luyuan was so elated. However, he thought, it was best not to dwell on it. After all, a good mood could hasten recovery. A gentle spring breeze swept by, carrying away Kong Yu's soft sigh. Not all children are alike. If they were all as easily comprehensible as Fa Gao, life would be much simpler. Chapter 76. Pressuring the senior brother. The first two examinations concluded successfully, with Meng Fagao and Su Luyuan both passing. Particularly Fa Gao, who had faced the test 8 times, was especially exhilarated, bordering on excessive confidence. Senior brother, I feel that becoming a true disciple of the elders is merely a matter of time. Within Zhu Yu's abode, Kong Yu placed a dish of sesame cake before Fa Gao and the secretly returned Su Luyuan. Fa Gao, in his unabashed bravado, caused Su Luyuan, who was indulging in the sesame cake, to choke momentarily. Kong Yu promptly offered him a cup of tea. Sitting down alongside them, he lifted his teacup, observing the self-assured Fa Gao. You haven't even officially entered the gates of Yashoushan Mountain, yet you already aspire to be a true disciple. I acknowledge that it may be somewhat challenging solely on my own, Meng Fagao admitted with clarity, but senior brother, you could strive to become an elder. No wonder he was so confident. It seemed he had offloaded all the pressure onto the senior brother. Kong Yu urged him to abandon such dreams. Rather than fantasizing, it would be wiser to focus on the examination tomorrow. Fa Gao chewed on a morsel of pastry. Although this is my first participation in the Ling Zhao in 4 years, I am well prepared. Su Luyuan looked at Meng Fagao with a hint of surprise. What preparations do you have? My preparation is. He teased, leaving them in suspense, to leave it to fate. Su Luyuan, feeling slightly vexed, bit into the sesame cake, regretting his question. The senior brother merely chuckled. Having raised Fa Gao himself, he understood his temperament, and this response was entirely within his expectations. Unlike Fa Gao, Su Luyuan lacked such a carefree disposition. He was deeply troubled. That evening, both children rested at Zhu Yu's abode. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Fa Gao collapsed onto the couch, snoring peacefully. Su Luyuan, however, remained seated quietly by the window, unable to find sleep for a long while. He gazed at the bright moon on the horizon. Sighing softly, a figure appeared at the window, startling Su Luyuan. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Kong Yu standing outside. "Kong Shixiang, why are you still awake?" Su Luyuan inquired as he stood up, noticing Kong Yu with his hands tucked into his sleeves, exuding a serene demeanor. "I am here to catch children who are awake at midnight," Kong Yu replied. "I was in the wrong, Shixiang." Kong Yu gestured for Su Luyuan to sit down, leaning against the window as they both admired the luminous moon. "It resembles a mooncake. Quite tempting. Perhaps I shall have Kong Ming bring some mooncakes up the mountain next time. He always manages to procure the finest ones." Kong Yu asked where he bought them, but the answer eluded him. Kong Yu gazed at the moon, lost in thought, while Su Luyuan's fingers intertwined, burdened with heavy thoughts. "Shixiang, what was your state of mind during the entrance examination back then?" Su Luyuan suddenly asked. Kong Yu was momentarily transported back in time by the child's question, recalling the scenes of that year. "There was nothing particularly special about it. It was the venerable patriarch who urged me to give it a try. Among those who ascended the mountain that year, I was the youngest. The patriarch held no expectations, nor did I dwell on it. Yet, to my astonishment, I passed with remarkable ease. Once it was over, I remained at Yashoushan Mountain." Kong Yu spoke of it so lightly, as if he had never endured hardship in terms of talent. The struggles he faced were merely the disdain of the treacherous wolves of Yashoushan Mountain. Those were his inner demons. Su Luyuan felt a longing within him, envisioning the prodigy he had been at the age of 8, how he had stirred the sect during the entrance examination. Now, time had flowed on, and the 28-year-old Kong Yu stood before him, exuding a maturity and restraint cultivated through the passage of years. He said, "If you do not succeed, do not be too disheartened. Your talent is indeed rather limited. Brother Kong is admirable in every aspect, yet he sometimes speaks too bluntly." Observing the child's gloomy expression, Kong Yu extended his hand. He intended to pat the boy's head, but reconsidered, wishing instead to mold the child into a formidable weapon, and thus nonchalantly withdrew his hand. "Prepare well." This time, Kong Yu refrained from overwhelming him with pressure-laden words. The following day, the third subject of the entrance examination officially commenced. Elder Dao Shen arose early, being the first to arrive at the Lingzhao well. Kong Yu was the second to arrive. Elder Dao Shen squinted slightly, hands tucked within his sleeves, a smile perpetually gracing his lips, regardless of whether he was pleased or displeased. Kong Yu was well aware that Elder Dao Shen was no benevolent figure, yet their histories did not harbor significant grievances. Across their 2 lifetimes, their paths had seldom intersected. In the previous life, Yashoushan Mountain had driven him into a corner, and he recalled how, at that time, Dao Shen had simply observed him in silence. There was no need for him to speak on his behalf, nor did he desire to say much. He merely stood there, detached and calm. True to his namesake, Elder Dao Shen always exuded an enigmatic aura. Now, upon seeing Kong Yu, he offered a slight nod. "You've arrived. I have met Elder Dao Shen." The two did not gaze into the well, instead standing at a respectful distance, engaged in casual conversation. Each time they visited this place, it was difficult not to recall the image of oneself standing before the Lingzhao well. Elder Dao Shen reminisced about those days. "You were but a child then." We, the elders, pondered what a child so young could possibly summon. The venerable patriarch stood where I now stand, smiling as he urged us to remain patient. Then, you arrived. You approached the well with ease, summoning the spirit sword and the divine beast. Elder Dao Shen expressed his sentiments. Talent is something no one should begrudge. Kong Yu's reaction to this was calm. "It is all in the past. Please do not bring it up again, Elder, lest I feel embarrassed." He maintained a stoic expression as he expressed his discomfort. Elder Dao Shen chuckled softly and then brought up another matter. "Not long ago, the son of the venerable patriarch ventured into the secret realm. Are you aware of this?" Elder Dao Shen casually mentioned the affair concerning Huo Mingyi. Kong Yu responded truthfully. "When Huo Mingyi left the mountain, I was not present. It was only upon my return that I learned of this matter." The second elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, remarking on the child. Although he was of the old sect master's bloodline, perhaps his temperament was inherited from his mother. The elder lamented. The old sect master was benevolent and kind-hearted. Yet alas, heaven does not smile upon him. If only he... The second elder trailed off, shaking his head. Enough, it is all fate." Kong Yu observed the profile of the second elder, uncertain if the emotions displayed were genuine or merely an act for his benefit. Yet it mattered little. Soon enough, all matters concerning Yaoshou Mountain would no longer pertain to him. The number of applicants continued to swell, with attendees from other sects arriving to witness the proceedings. The second elder, accompanied by Kong Yu and other esteemed disciples, greeted each observer in turn before turning their attention to the disciples gathered by the spirit summoning well. The second entrance examination had filtered out a significant number of participants, leaving only 30 at the well's edge. Of these 30, more than half were likely to be eliminated, perhaps even all. Though it was difficult to say, at least in the entrance examinations that Kong Yu had witnessed, there had been 2 or 3 years where none had succeeded. After the disciples counted the numbers and confirmed everyone was present, they reported to the second elder. Clearing his throat, the second elder gazed at the young, unfamiliar faces before him and smiled as he began to speak. Congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the first 2 stages and arriving at the 3rd stage. The Spirit Summoning, Chapter 77. What is the hurry? Reaching this point in the application process was no small feat for the candidates. They had outlasted the majority, and those who remained possessed some degree of exceptional talent. While the second elder explained the forthcoming examination procedures to these bewildered individuals, Kong Yu languidly stood to the side, stifling a yawn. Chu Xiao, the eldest disciple under the second elder, cast a sidelong glance at him. Master brother, did you not rest well last night? Kong Yu rested one hand on the back of his neck, gently kneading it in an attempt to awaken himself. However, he had witnessed this scene far too many times. Rendering it quite dull, he responded with a non-committal grunt, saying little else. Yet, Chu Xiao persisted in his conversation. It is understandable that you feel fatigued, master brother, given your tireless dedication to the sect. He then shifted his tone. However, today is an important occasion. It would be prudent for you to muster some energy. Kong Yu initially had no intention of engaging further with Chu Xiao, but Chu Xiao was determined to persist. Internally, Kong Yu rolled his eyes. If Xiao Zhe was to be regarded as the first of the ungrateful, and Huo Mingyi the second, then Chu Xiao would undoubtedly claim the title of the third. The entire mountain was aware of the discord between the first and second elders, and the relationships among their respective disciples were hardly better. Much like the interactions between Xiao Zhe and Chu Xiao, they could scarcely exchange 3 words without escalating into conflict. Due to the severity of their disputes, they endeavored to avoid each other for the sake of harmony within the mountain. Yet, Kong Yu treated Chu Xiao with great kindness. In his previous life, Kong Yu was almost saintly, exhibiting boundless tolerance for the flaws and tempers of others, and no matter how aloof Chu Xiao might be, Kong Yu would always strive to assist him to the best of his abilities. On one occasion, when Chu Xiao nearly failed to transcend a tribulation, and even his master was at a loss, it was Kong Yu who ultimately aided him through the crisis. However, Chu Xiao never acknowledged Kong Yu's kindness. Believing instead that he was merely putting on an act, he perceived Kong Yu's attentiveness as a calculated performance meant to impress the entire sect. He regarded Kong Yu as hypocritical and harbored persistent prejudice against him. By the end of their last life, when Kong Yu was expelled from the sect, he merely watched coldly, saying not a word in response. This incarnation of Kong Yu commented that this individual had been indulged in his faults. In this life, Kong Yu had no intention of serving him. He was even too apathetic to concern himself with his own junior brother, Xiao Zhe, let alone Chu Xiao, who was the disciple of another elder. Perhaps it was precisely because Kong Yu had recently ceased to show him warmth or seek his presence that Chu Xiao now felt utterly uncomfortable. His speech was laced with barbs. The elder brother is no longer the same. It seems the Kong family has endowed you with considerable confidence. Kong Yu remained unfazed, nodding in agreement. You are correct. My family is indeed quite wealthy. Chu Xiao typically wore a cold demeanor, while Xiao Zhe occasionally managed to smile. Yet he himself had no idea how to smile at all. Given this, why should the elder brother waste time at Yashoushan Mountain? Would it not be better to return home and inherit the family fortune? Kong Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully to him. Why younger brother harbors such thoughts, but I am not particularly adept at managing business affairs and prefer not to trouble myself too much. Yashoushan Mountain is quite splendid. Although the people here harbor ulterior motives and speak unpleasantly, at least there is plenty of entertainment to behold. Chu Zhao's brows furrowed even deeper. You are the sect's eldest disciple? How can you maintain a mindset of mere spectator while residing in the mountain? Such an attitude is disrespectful to the sect. My respect or lack thereof does not hinder my enjoyment of the performances, Kong Yu retorted, even questioning Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, taken aback by his rebuttal, fell silent, his frustration boiling over, and he turned his face away to avoid losing his temper. Kong Yu took a moment to relish his expression of suppressed irritation, feeling quite satisfied, before once again directing his gaze towards the Ling Zhao well. The 3rd round of examinations had commenced. The first disciple to step forward was Fa Gao, which took Kong Yu somewhat by surprise. However, upon reflection, it was indeed reasonable. After all, he possessed a carefree mind unburdened by worries, thus lacking any reservations. Fa Gao exuded his usual confidence, and while other young men and women hesitated, he had already positioned himself at the well's edge. He shot a glance at Kongyu, signaling, "Elder brother, watch closely." Kongyu twitched his lips, pretending not to notice. In truth, Kongyu had already come to regard Fa Gao with newfound respect for passing the second round. After 4 years with 8 attempts, he finally achieved a breakthrough. As for the third round, Kongyu held little hope. The Ling Zhao round was, for him, a trivial matter. However, that did not negate his understanding of the examination's formidable difficulty. 7 out of 10 applicants would summon nothing at all, and among the remaining 20%, a mere 15% were unremarkable yet managed to scrape by. Only the remaining 5% were genuine prodigies capable of summoning superior magical tools or spiritual beasts. Although Kongyu wished he could share Fa Gao's confidence, the memories of his past life loomed large. Until he, as the elder brother, nearly perished, Fa Gao was still a mere servant disciple. Thus, his confidence was considerably diminished. Very well, participation is what truly matters. At worst, I can take the exam another 8 times. Standing beside the Ling Zhao well, Fa Gao complied with the rules articulated by the second elder, placing his hands upon the well's edge. The icy stone walls sent a shiver through him, yet Fa Gao focused intently, envisioning the entity he was about to summon. This can be regarded as a form of mysticism, passed among these young individuals. During the spirit summoning, as long as one intensely focuses their thoughts on the desired object, it will indeed soar forth from the well. Arriving at their side, Fa Gao tightly shut his eyes. His lips pressed together with determination, causing even the others present to hold their breath in unison. Kongyu, devoid of any expectation, remained unfazed, merely observing the spectacle, waiting for Fa Gao to come to him in tears. The dark, ominous spirit summoning well loomed before them, appearing as if it were about to be consumed by the abyss. Suddenly, a flash of white light darted within the depths of the inky well. The white light moved with such swiftness that it was almost imperceptible. Aside from the elders and those with profound magical abilities, the other disciples failed to notice it. Even Fa Gao himself believed he had failed. How strange! Was there truly nothing? With a boldness that belied his fear, he braced his hands against the edge of the well and leaned down. The closest to him was Kongyu, who swiftly grasped the nape of his neck. "Do not lean any further, master brother." Fa Gao's gaze flickered, looking at Kongyu with gratitude, assuming he was concerned for his safety. However, Kongyu paused, then continued, "What if you block the well's mouth? The ones following will be unable to proceed." Fa Gao, indignant, swung his arms, demanding Kongyu release him. Obediently, Kongyu complied, causing Fa Gao to stumble back 2 steps due to inertia, nearly losing his balance. Chu Xiao, stationed at the edge of the well, glanced into the empty depths and then at the second elder. "Master, the white light just now at it seems to have been an illusion." For now, there was nothing at the bottom of the well. The second elder stroked his beard and shook his head. Understanding the elder's implication, Chu Xiao nodded. The first disciple, Fa Gao, had failed. "Slow down," Kongyu called out, preventing Chu Xiao from declaring a verdict too soon. From behind Fa Gao, he lifted a trembling, plump white rabbit. This was the spirit beast summoned by Fa Gao. Chapter 78. The red light at the well's mouth. This fluffy creature was indeed alive. Yet its fur was so thick that one could hardly discern its eyes, nose, or mouth at first glance. It resembled a rabbit with an overabundance of fur, but as Kongyu circled around it, he found no trace of its head or tail. This thing seemed akin to a moldy dumpling. Fa Gao uttered a soft "eh," unaware of what his master brother had just grasped behind him. The fluffy creature sniffed around in Kongyu's embrace, the latent spiritual energy emanating from him providing it with immense comfort. It rolled over in Kongyu's arms and promptly fell asleep. Objects reflect their owners. This carefree little creature bore a striking resemblance to Fa Gao's temperament. Kongyu returned the slumbering long-haired rabbit to Fa Gao, who clumsily caught it in his arms. He exchanged astonished glances with the equally bewildered Chu Xiao. Fa Gao had summoned a spirit beast, which should signify his success. Chu Xiao, coming to his senses, looked at Kongyu, then at Fa Gao, still somewhat incredulous. Yet this long-haired creature, how could one discern that it was a spirit beast? Chu Xiao voiced his skepticism. Just then, the white fluff, which had been peacefully napping in Fa Gao's arms, suddenly awoke, lifted its head to sniff the air, and leaped towards Chu Xiao, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Chu Xiao instantly felt the sting of blood, covering the wound with his hand in pain. The fluffy creature was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground by him, rolling twice before becoming coated in dust. Fa Gao hurriedly picked it up, brushing off the dirt with his hands. Kongyu, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, let out a derisive chuckle upon witnessing Chu Xiao's misfortune. It was evident that this fluffy ball was indeed a spirit beast. Surely, Chu Shidi could not have fallen to such a state that he could not even defeat an unremarkable furball? Kong Yu's mockery was veiled yet pointed, leaving Chu Xiao to silently clench his teeth in frustration. During the dispute between the two disciples, the second elder refrained from immediately interjecting, but that did not imply a lack of protectiveness. He first addressed Chu Xiao, "Shower, what emerges from the spirit summoning well must be a spirit beast. Do not speak carelessly, yes, master." Kong Yu, the second elder, then turned his gaze to the eldest disciple. It was merely a moment of oversight on Shower's part. Do not be too harsh on him. Kong Yu snorted coldly. Elder, Chu Shidi is your disciple responsible for this third examination. If he does not keep his wits about him, allowing a candidate who has clearly passed to fail due to his personal failings, that would be quite unfortunate. Before the second elder could respond, Chu Xiao interjected, I will not let it happen again. Senior brother, it was a mistake. Kong Yu smirked, you had better not. Chu Xiao, seething with indignation, proceeded to the next disciple. Meng Fagao, still naive to the complexities of their adult disputes, clutched the fluffy creature joyfully, parading it before Sulu Yuan. Look, Sulu Yuan turned his face away in silence, uninterested in the display. Deep down, he felt uncertain. Passing the third examination would grant him the qualification to become an official disciple of Yasho Mountain. Unexpectedly, Meng Fagao, after 8 attempts, had become the first to succeed in the 9th examination. Sulu Yuan bore a weight of pressure far greater than the carefree Meng Fagao. Should he fail, Kong Yu would undoubtedly cast him aside. If he were to part ways with senior brother Kong, he would have no choice but to return to that cold, oppressive home, enduring the torment inflicted by his 2 older brothers. Such a life was one Sulu Yuan wished to forget. Meng Fagao received no accolades as he had imagined, displaying a look of dissatisfaction. The furry creature nestled in his arms nudged him twice, drawing his attention away as he focused intently on entertaining his new pet. After Meng Fagao, 3 to 5 more disciples attempted the examination, none of whom succeeded. Next came Sulu Yuan. Sulu Yuan stepped forward from behind Sulu Yuan, deliberately jostling his younger brother with his shoulder as he passed. Move aside. The slight Sulu Yuan stumbled, wincing from the impact. He suppressed the pain, biting his lip as he looked up at the unfriendly expression of Sulu Yuan. Second brother. Who is your second brother? Sulu Yuan loathed hearing this illegitimate child refer to him in such a manner, yet Sulu Yuan would do so deliberately to provoke him. Unlike their elder brother, Su Lusheng, who, despite his wickedness, lacked guile. Sulu Yuan retorted sharply, a lowly wretch like you has no right to pass the examination. Just wait and see. Sulu Yuan gazed at him with a profound intensity, while Sulu Yuan, with an air of arrogance, approached the well's edge. Kong Yu, having overheard the exchange between the 2 brothers, lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Soon after, he heard Sulu Yuan impatiently call out, let us begin already. What are we waiting for? Sulu Yuan glared at Kong Yu and Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao had not anticipated that amidst this batch of examinees, there would be such an audacious young man. He could not help but wonder from which family this person hailed, displaying such a lack of upbringing. Kong Yu, however, smiled and countered with a question. Did you not observe how the others conducted themselves? There is no need for us to call begin. You may summon directly. Kong Yu's words were blunt, and Sulu Yuan had indeed paid little attention to those before him, his focus solely on that illegitimate child, his mind set on surpassing him this time. Stung by Kong Yu's remark, he felt a surge of discomfort but sought to salvage his pride. Of course I saw. I was merely being polite with you all. This time, Chu Xiao could no longer contain himself. Do you even know who you are speaking to? Yasho Mountain has its own rules. You cannot show disrespect to your senior, Sulu Yuan retorted defiantly. I have shown no disrespect. I merely had some doubts and voiced them. Is it not permissible to ask questions? He was only boasting with his words. Chu Xiao, with a poor temper, was on the verge of quarreling with the impudent Sulu Yuan, but the second elder intervened just in time. All right, shower. The second elder then turned his gaze towards Sulu Yuan. You are the second son of the Su family, correct? You may begin. Standing beside the well, Sulu Yuan gripped its edge tightly, closing his eyes and drawing in his breath. He assumed a grand posture, exuding confidence. Kong Yu was not provoked by Sulu Yuan's bravado. Rather, he was curious about what this Su family's scion could summon. This time, the well responded. Compared to the fleeting white light from Meng Fagao's summoning, the object that Sulu Yuan called forth was formidable. The well, neither too large nor too small, was enveloped in a dark red aura. Though faint, this glow emanated an ominous presence. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xiao turned his gaze to seek the second elder, calling out Master. The previously smiling face of the second elder grew serious. Most cultivators summoned celestial artifacts, which typically manifested as white light before emerging from the well. However, a rare few summoned red light, which signified demonic artifacts. Indeed, in the next instant, A piercing cry erupted from the well, sending a tremor through all present. Chapter 79. Yushuan protects the master. Kong Yu stood at a distance from the well, yet close enough to sense the faint red glow that accompanied an unsettling aura. What emerged from the well could hardly be anything benevolent. Su Luyuan, on the other hand, was filled with anticipation. Though his instincts warned him of the danger inherent in what lay within, the ability to summon it served as a testament to his prowess. He could hardly wait to behold its true form. The second elder stepped forward slightly, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, yet remained silent, observing the unfolding events. The other young men and women exchanged anxious glances. The red light from the well cast a shadow of unease across their youthful faces. No one spoke. Kong Yu cast a glance at the second elder. Since he had not intervened, Kong Yu too chose not to interfere. All held their breath in anticipation. As the red light dissipated, a sword emerged, suspended in the air above the well. This sword was only as long as a grown man's forearm, standing upright before everyone. The blade was shrouded in a lingering crimson mist that had yet to dissipate, adorned with thorny patterns at the hilt, as if it could ensnare the wielder's hand at any moment. Chu Zio, standing closest, caught a fleeting glimpse of the true form of this demonic sword, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. It seemed as though he had encountered it in some ancient tome, yet the memory eluded him. This is... A spark of realization ignited in his mind, and Chu Zio suddenly recalled where he had seen it before. This is Ji. It is a demonic sword. The others displayed little reaction to the name Ji, but the term demonic sword elicited a significant response. A demonic sword is exclusively wielded by fiends. In the realm of cultivation, the forces of righteousness and demons are irreconcilable, akin to fire and water. When ordinary cultivators encounter a demonic sword, they either seek to destroy it or distance themselves from it. Of course, there are those who utilize demonic swords to vanquish demons, but they are indeed a minority. The realization that it is a demonic sword, does this mean it must be sealed back into the well? The onlookers began to murmur in hushed tones. Su Luyuan remained blissfully oblivious, completely absorbed in the joy of finally possessing a sword. Give it to me. This is mine. He strode forward to claim the demonic sword, only to be intercepted by Chu Zio, who drew his sword to block his path. Do not approach. This senior brother, why do you obstruct me? Su Luyuan exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Chu Zio, unwilling to engage in further explanation, turned to search for his master. The summoning of a demonic artifact from the spirit summoning well had precedent in the past. However, due to timely handling, no significant issues had arisen. Yet, the Ji sword was exceptional. Although forged by a demon craftsman, its past wielders had all been cultivators. It could not be entirely classified as a demonic sword. Moreover, as a legendary treasure, it seemed a pity to simply seal it away. The second elder pondered internally whether there remained a possibility of preserving this sword. He desired to keep it, yet such sentiments could not be spoken aloud, so he turned to Kong Yu. Kong Yu, what are your thoughts? Kong Yu rolled his eyes inwardly, vexed that the old man always delegated troublesome matters to him. His previous silence was not solely due to a fear of entanglement, but rather because he too was taken aback. The Ji sword, its previous master in a past life, was none other than him. Yet, this was not a divine gift but rather a curse that had accompanied Kong Yu throughout his life. Long ago, a disciple had summoned the Ji sword from the spirit summoning well, presided over by the Great Elder during the third examination. The Great Elder, wishing to prevent any subsequent troubles, had directly instructed Kong Yu to seal the sword. However, the Ji sword recognized its master, and the moment Kong Yu's hand made contact, it acknowledged his strength and chose to follow him. Observing this, the Great Elder merely waved his hand, refraining from forcibly compelling Kong Yu to meld with it. Initially, Kong Yu did not perceive any inconvenience, viewing it merely as an additional weapon he could wield when necessary. Yet, he soon discovered that matters were not as simple as he had envisioned. This sword had been meticulously crafted by that demon artisan, specifically designed to counter cultivators. It fed on the lifespan of its wielder, and this gradual consumption went unnoticed, with the user hardly aware of the depletion of their spiritual energy. It would not be until a considerable time later, perhaps a year or even two, that one would awaken to the alarming realization of their own frailty. Yet it was too late. At that moment, Ji Jian and his life had become irrevocably intertwined, an inseparable bond in this lifetime. Kong Yu vowed not to repeat the past mistakes. Thus, upon discerning the nature of the entity that leapt forth from the Ling Zhao well, he immediately took a few steps back, keeping his distance. Even the second elder was taken aback. Could it be that Kong Yu was afraid? From afar, Kong Yu replied to the second elder, his voice wafting through the air, ethereal due to the distance. He stated, "Disciple shall abide by the arrangements of the second elder." The second elder was left speechless. This astute senior disciple had deftly shifted the responsibility back to him. Su Luyuan silently observed the interplay between Kong Shixiang and the elder, pondering what schemes were afoot in his mind. For Su Luyuan, he finally realized that the atmosphere around them was awry and began to beseech the elder. Elder, this is a sword I have summoned with great difficulty. I share a fateful connection with it. You cannot sever such a bond so ruthlessly. Su Luyuan continued to implore, and during this time, Dao Shen did not interrupt him. Last, Dao Shen cleared his throat. The previous wielders of Ji Jian were all practitioners from various sects. It cannot be wholly categorized as a demonic sword. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in Su Luyuan's eyes. However, as Dao Shen offered him this glimmer of hope, he doused it with a cold splash of reality. This matter must be reported to the sect master, who would ultimately decide. Until then, Su Luyuan, you may temporarily keep the sword. The implication was clear. He had tacitly agreed to let Su Luyuan possess the sword. Su Luyuan, filled with excitement, took a couple of steps forward and wrapped Ji Jian in his outer robe. The sword resisted slightly, attempting to wriggle free from the folds of the garment, seemingly intent on flying towards Kongyu. Clang, a brief, piercing sound of blades clashing echoed through the air, revealing Kongyu's sword, Yuxian, embedded at an angle in the ground, its blade nearly buried halfway. The sword that had been knocked away was Ji Jian, while Yuxian, ever vigilant in protecting its master, had automatically flown out upon sensing a foreboding presence. All present were astonished by this spectacle. Su Luyuan took a couple of steps forward but dared not approach too closely, for Yuxian emanated a formidable sword aura, deterring anyone from drawing near. This was the spiritual sword that 8-year-old Kongyu had retrieved from the Ling Zhao well. Now accompanying him for 2 decades, Su Luyuan stood at a distance, unwilling to concede. Kongyu remained composed. He extended his hand, withdrew Yuxian, and sheathed it carefully. Subsequently, he cast not a single glance at Ji Jian on the ground, nor at the wary Su Luyuan. He simply stated, "Take away your sword. It is a nuisance." Chapter 80. I shall astonish you. Why Yuxian had safeguarded Kongyu throughout his life, preventing Ji Jian from entangling him like a nightmare as it had in the previous life. Kongyu stepped back, and upon reining in Yuxian, the sword aura dissipated, prompting Su Luyuan to hastily cradle his own sword to his chest. Kongyu permitted Su Luyuan to take the sword away. Casting a glance at Chu Xiao, still ensnared in the earlier situation, returned to his senses upon receiving Kongyu's gaze. He waved his hand. The examination continues. Please, the next candidate may step forward. After distancing himself from the well, Kongyu found himself beside Su Luyuan. The boy, small in stature and resembling a white radish, was tense and fixated on the well's mouth, hardly daring to breathe. Kongyu patted his shoulder, startling him. He looked up, and upon recognizing his companion, he exhaled in relief. Kong Shixiao, he called out softly to the other party. Kongyu's gaze lingered on the child's face for a moment before returning to the side of the spirit summoning well. A young girl stood 2 steps away from the well's edge, her hands clasped tightly in front of her, eyes shut, exuding an air of palpable tension. Kongyu remained silent, yet Su Luyuan could not conceal his thoughts. He lowered his voice to speak. Brother Kong, I feel. His words lacked conviction. Kongyu raised the corners of his lips. What is this? Afraid? Of course I'm not afraid. His declaration was uncertain, perhaps a rebuttal to Kongyu or an attempt to bolster his own courage. There was nothing to fear. Su Luyuan had enjoyed such fortune, and so would he. He believed that Su Luyuan was merely lucky. Kongyu narrowed his eyes slightly, correcting his perspective. Child, spirit summoning is not as simple as you imagine. This well has its own temperament. It only yields its treasures to those it acknowledges. Rather than placing your hopes on a nebulous stroke of luck, consider this. If nothing is summoned, what do you intend to do? Kongyu gazed indifferently at the weeping girl, who had gained nothing and could only return home in disappointment. Su Luyuan observed the scene before him. That moment, he felt a sense of bewilderment. For him, the only refuge seemed to be the oppressive, cold atmosphere of the Su family, with a heartless father, a caustic matriarch, and an elder brother who perpetually bullied him with various tricks. Su Luyuan clenched his fists. If I cannot remain at Yashoushan Mountain, by Brother Kong's side, then I shall not return to the Su family. Even if I must wander, I will not go back to that nightmarish place. Because I will never submit. Staying there would only lead to my demise. I do not wish to be killed. I want to live. Su Luyuan finally resolved within himself. In the past, he had been too young, always fearing that leaving the Su family would lead to a life of starvation, eventually succumbing to hunger. Yet if he were to live in such humiliation, he would rather perish. Kongyu listened to the child's deliberate response. Feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart, Su Luyuan had finally severed ties with the Su family, allowing Kongyu to feel less hesitation and indecision regarding the arrangement of bringing him to Yashoushan Mountain. By cutting off all retreat, Kong Yu had no intention of retaining him. Su Luyuan was an unexpected occurrence in Kong Yu's life. He had no profound memories of him in the previous life. They were mere strangers, with Su Luyuan being just a passerby in his journey. Yet this time, Kong Yu had allowed him to step into his life. He cast his gaze downward at the child's tightly clenched fists and gently patted his head to encourage him to relax. I see your determination. Now, let us see what your brother can do. Brother? Kong Yu drifted away like a cloud, dispersing from Su Luyuan's side. By the time Su Luyuan turned around, Kong Yu had returned to the vicinity of the well. The next person to approach was Huo Mingyi. Huo Mingyi met Kong Yu's gaze from a distance, a provocative glint in his eyes. Just you wait, Brother Kong. He emphasized the words brother. I will surely astonish you. Chapter 81. Who are you opposing? In response to Huo Mingyi's provocation, Kong Yu shrugged indifferently. Go ahead, I in this lifetime. Perhaps due to Kong Yu's relentless interference with Huo Mingyi, he finds himself unable to deceive many, including himself, with that innocent facade. Consequently, Huo Mingyi harbors an exceptionally profound animosity towards Kong Yu. Yet, it cannot merely be stated that this animosity is greater than in his past life. It is more accurate to say that he has prematurely unveiled his hostility. A cornered dog may leap over the wall in this life. He lacks the shrewdness of his previous existence, instead projecting a certain foolishness in Kong Yu's eyes. He is utterly transparent. Nevertheless, Kong Yu retains a modicum of caution, for Huo Mingyi possesses an element of fortune that could, at critical moments, turn peril into safety or yield unexpected opportunities. Kong Yu does not perceive this as a trait of a protagonist. Rather, he believes Huo Mingyi's luck is merely slightly superior to that of the average person in his past life. Huo Mingyi participated in a spiritual summoning, conjuring a sword as his companion blade. In this life, it remains uncertain what he might summon. Given his reincarnation, which has altered the course of many events, Kong Yu finds himself unable to predict the outcome. He stands here, eager to witness it firsthand. Huo Mingyi appears remarkably confident. Kong Yu scrutinizes him, sensing an unsettling discrepancy in his demeanor. He seems to have the situation firmly in hand. Chu Xiao urges Huo Mingyi to step forward twice more, cautioning that standing too far back might prevent any summoning from occurring. Huo Mingyi complies, advancing with his gaze fixed intently on the well, silently reciting what seems to be an incantation. Kong Yu's brow furrows. As a cultivator, he possesses heightened senses, enabling him to hear Huo Mingyi's whispers. However, he cannot decipher the words. This does not resemble the incantations of cultivators, but bears a closer resemblance to the spells of demons or spirits. These demonic and spiritual practitioners possess their own intricate languages, so complex that even different races of spirits may struggle to comprehend one another's speech. Well-versed in various knowledge, Kong Yu can only make a rough estimation. Could it be that Huo Mingyi has ties to the demonic or spiritual realms? Kong Yu's gaze flickers briefly towards the second elder, whose expression also reflects a hint of unease. With hands tucked within his sleeves, the elder's body tenses, seemingly bracing for any unforeseen events that may unfold. As Huo Mingyi's voice fades, the fervor in his eyes intensifies. He awaits the emergence of whatever lies within the well. Initially, silence prevails, with no discernible signs. However, soon the perceptive cultivators can detect a powerful tremor emanating from deep within the core of Yashoushan Mountain. Some less experienced youths can no longer maintain their balance, stumbling alongside Su Luyin and Fa Gao. Just before their faces can meet the ground, Kong Yu swiftly intervenes, grasping the back of their collars to steady them. Senior brother, Kong Shixiang, be careful. In a flash, Kong Yu positions himself beside the two youths, determined to protect them above all else. Huo Mingyi, standing closest, sways slightly yet keeps his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the well. He remains poised, awaiting the imminent occurrence. In the next moment, a shadow of a pale green hue bursts forth from the well, resembling a supple ribbon that spirals momentarily through the void before descending. Upon striking the ground, its tail swiftly sweeps across a large swath of individuals. It is none other than a spring python. The spring python, long and sinuous, coils around the well, its cold, reptilian gaze locking onto the gathered crowd, with its focus first settling on Kong Yu. Kong Yu, with a decisive spirit, swiftly pushed the two children aside. Run, he urged Meng Fagao to take Su Luyuan away. Just as he propelled them to safety, the massive spring python lunged towards him with a clang. Kong Yu unsheathed the Yushuan sword, meeting the python's head with a formidable force that sent him stumbling backward into the depths of the forest. 1 foot, found its footing on the thick trunk of a century-old tree, and with a graceful twist of his body, he absorbed the impact of the collision. However, the spring python was far less fortunate, careening through the woods and crashing into a dozen ancient trees. Kong Yu's white boots made contact with the ground, and the intricately embroidered hem of his garment cascaded down like a cloud. He observed the colossal serpent shake its head, seemingly dazed by the encounter. Yet, almost instantaneously, it pivoted, preparing to launch another assault on him. Throughout the tumult, Kong Yu had not drawn the Yushuan. Instead, the tip of the scabbard tapped upon the earth, releasing a surge of spiritual energy. To an outsider, it was almost unfathomable that the once great disciple of Yao Tai, after suffering defeat, could still unleash such a level of spiritual power. Even the second elder was taken aback. In truth, this was the extent of Kong Yu's strength, an effort that was somewhat strained to subdue the spring python. Nevertheless, he needed to instill a sense of intimidation in the creature, for if it were to rampage, chaos would ensue. Behind him were Figeo and Su Luyuan, two children lacking the strength to withstand the python's might. As he faced the behemoth, his gaze deepened. Spring python, whom do you oppose? The prior fluctuations of spiritual energy, coupled with Kong Yu's commanding words, sapped the python of its audacity. It lowered its once proud head, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Since its emergence from the well, Kong Yu recognized it immediately. It was the very small python he had once released. During a pursuit of demonic cultivators, he had stumbled upon the little serpent sneaking into a villager's home to feast on chickens. Kong Yu had caught it red-handed, taken it from the villager's abode, and tossed it a large chunk of meat from the market before departing. The python had wished to follow him, but he found it troublesome and told it to keep its distance. Now, to see it again, it had grown so robust. Kong Yu was uncertain of what Huo Mingyi had initially intended to summon, but the python bore an aura of Tao, devoid of the malevolence typical of demons, suggesting it was likely not what Huo Mingyi desired. This foolish snake had inadvertently wandered into the spiritual summoning venue, causing quite the uproar. Once subdued by Kong Yu, it obediently slithered closer, resting its heavy head upon his own. Kong Yu silently nudged it aside, but the python, undeterred, returned. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? The spring python feigned ignorance of human speech. Hurry back down the well, and I shall pretend you were never here. Kong Yu was attempting to rescue it. Should it remain, it would become Huo Mingyi's pet. Yet, the spring python showed no desire to depart. To make matters worse, Huo Mingyi approached. He neared the python, a mixture of fear and infatuation gleaming in his eyes. You are my spirit pet? The python lifted its head, regarding the unassuming youth with disdain. Summoning his courage, Huo Mingyi reached out to stroke its scales. That moment, the python hissed menacingly, causing him to fall to the ground in fright. Yet, the determination in his eyes did not wane. Indeed, you are my spiritual companion. Chapter 82. Who is weaker, who is justified? Huo Mingyi attempted to approach the python, but it maintained a posture of aggression, instilling a sense of hesitation within him. This was the spirit beast he had summoned. I am your master, he declared assertively to the python, hoping to compel its submission. You were brought here by me, so you must heed my commands. However, the python was utterly disinterested in his incessant chatter. It deemed him weak, and their energies misaligned. He favored Kong Yu instead, yet Kong Yu had no desire for it. The human before it continued to threaten and coerce it into submission. Growing increasingly impatient, the python opened its jaws wide, preparing to dive and swallow him whole. At that moment, an elderly man suddenly appeared on the ground, swiftly intervening to halt the unfolding scene. It was the Grand Elder. Dao Yuan was enjoying a leisurely cup of tea when a disciple reported that an incident had occurred at the spirit summoning well. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved, especially since the third gate's spirit summoning was overseen by the second elder. They were at odds, and he preferred to avoid the situation. However, when the disciple mentioned Huo Mingyi's name, the Grand Elder's interest was piqued. He had high hopes for Huo Mingyi and desired to create a useful puppet himself. He could not afford for anything to happen to him just yet. Thus, Dao Yuan set aside his tea set and proceeded to the spirit summoning well. The scene was far more intense than he had anticipated. The trees and grass on the ground were nearly obliterated. And the culprit, the enormous python, was in a standoff with Huo Mingyi. Dao Yuan was taken aback. Huo Mingyi had such capability to summon the python. He surveyed the area, noticing the panicked applicants and the silently observing second elder, along with his eldest disciple, Kong Yu. Kong Yu was the first to notice the Grand Elder's arrival. However, he nonchalantly averted his gaze, as if ignoring him entirely. The Grand Elder's expression darkened immediately. His eldest disciple had recently become increasingly disrespectful. Failing to greet his master as the Grand Elder approached, he deliberately cleared his throat twice, prompting Kong Yu to finally acknowledge his presence. Master, you have arrived. He feigned surprise, raising his eyebrows. Observing this expression, the Grand Elder was nearly incensed. What on earth had transpired? Only then did Kong Yu recount the recent commotion to the Grand Elder. Nothing serious, just a disobedient python that lost its way and emerged from the spirit's summoning well. I was just about to return it. Huo Mingyi immediately countered. This is the python I summoned. Why should it be sent back? His emotions flared, seeking the Grand Elder's intervention. Disciple, how could there be such a thing as a lost python? Since this is a spirit beast summoned by Mingyi, let him form a bond with it. Huo Mingyi glared at Kongyu, visibly dissatisfied. Kongyu, however, appeared indifferent. Unexpectedly, he did not obstruct Huo Mingyi. Instead, he stepped aside, allowing Huo Mingyi to advance. Then go ahead, forge a bond with the python. Only by forming a bond can it truly be considered your spiritual companion. The act of forging a contract is an essential step. Anything summoned from the spirit well, whether it be a living entity or an inanimate object, must enter into a pact with the cultivator who summoned it. Otherwise, the overseer of the summoning will return it to the well. This is relatively straightforward for inanimate objects such as magical tools, which, upon being grasped by their master, are considered to have recognized their owner. However, the situation is markedly different for spirit beasts. At the tender age of 8, Kongyu summoned a divine beast. Logically, he was expected to form a contract with this creature. Yet, given his frail physique at that time, the moment the contract was successfully established, the divine beast would have turned the tables, eroding his flesh and soul. To safeguard the young Kongyu, the elder patriarch, Huo Jingtian, refrained from allowing him to bind with the divine beast, exerting great effort to return it to the well. Now, Kongyu was about to witness Huo Mingyi publicly forge a contract with the spring python. There are several methods to establish such a contract. One may use talismans or engage in a mental communion with the spirit beast. The latter, which emphasizes voluntary submission, is generally favored by cultivators, as the former carries a sense of coercion. Huo Mingyi initially attempted the latter approach, conversing silently with the spring python, hoping it would agree to become his spirit companion. I have changed my mind. We shall not be master and servant, but rather friends, and I will treat you well, he conveyed in his thoughts. The spring python, possessing a highly developed spirit intelligence, understood Huo Mingyi's intentions but feigned ignorance, tilting its massive head to one side as if it had heard nothing. Huo Mingyi felt a twinge of anxiety. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, everyone awaited his method of taming the spring python. Failure would not only bring embarrassment, but also cost him the opportunity to bond with such an exceptional spirit companion. He cast a sidelong glance at Kongyu, who was crossing his arms, evidently eager for the spectacle. With no other recourse, Huo Mingyi resolved to employ a more forceful method. He extended his hand and retrieved a talisman from his robe. Kongyu's gaze fixed upon the talisman, a smirk forming on his lips. Such thorough preparation, however, the spring python was not a creature to be easily subdued by mere talismans, as anticipated. When Huo Mingyi recited the incantation and the talisman burned away, the spring python remained utterly unmoved. The crowd erupted in hushed murmurs. Has he failed? Indeed, he has failed that I thought he would succeed, given his confident demeanor. But how could one easily tame the spring python? Even the chief nearly met his end at its horns. Kongyu's ears, keenly attuned, caught the whispers of the onlookers. The last remark. His lips twitched. It would suffice to criticize Huo Mingyi's weakness. Why suddenly involve him? Huo Mingyi, undeterred, continued his mutterings. Yet, Kongyu grew impatient. Stepping forward, he gently caressed the scales of the spring python. The creature obediently allowed his fingers to glide over its body, once again pressing its enormous head against Kongyu's crown. "Douc," he warned, "if you do not heed my words and return willingly, you shall be captured. Do you wish to spend your life as a servant?" In the present circumstances, the spring python grasped the situation. If Kongyu did not keep it, it would inevitably become the spirit companion of the seemingly weak youth, a fate far less appealing than living freely as a wild python. Thus, the spring python heeded Kongyu's words, its head raised high like a straightened sword, suddenly plunging into the well's mouth and vanishing from sight. When Huo Mingyi opened his eyes once more, only the leisurely figure of Kongyu remained before him. Where is my spirit pet?" Huo Mingyi questioned Kongyu, disbelief evident in his voice. "That is not your spirit pet," Kongyu replied, his voice devoid of any emotion. "The spring python could never be tamed by anyone. You have failed your bond. It refuses to submit to you, thus it has naturally returned." "Returned? How can that be?" Huo Mingyi rushed to the edge of the well, leaning his body over the brink. Had it not been for the elder's quick reflexes in seizing him, he would have already fallen in. The well once again returned to its hollow darkness, the trace of the spring python completely absent. "Mingyi, you must remain calm," the elder urged him. Yet, Huo Mingyi found it impossible to maintain composure. It is Kongyu. He must have said something to the spring python that caused it to leave. "Senior brother Kong, why are you targeting me?" Huo Mingyi's voice brimmed with fury, his body trembling slightly. I believe I have not wronged you. Yet ever since I acknowledged my ancestry, you have made things difficult for me at every turn. Is it simply because I am the son of the former sect leader, posing a threat to your position as chief, that you treat me this way? Huo Mingyi was genuinely enraged now. Despite his anger, he retained a measure of rationality. It was undeniable that Kongyu held a higher status within the sect and possessed greater strength. However, the world does not eternally favor the strong. He intended to unveil the true nature of this chief disciple of Yashoushan Mountain before everyone. Chapter 83. A more suitable approach. Huo Mingyi deliberately placed Kongyu in a precarious position. With so many people present, most of whom were outsiders unfamiliar with the circumstances of Yashoushan Mountain or Kongyu's character, they were aware only that Kongyu was the chief disciple. As for Huo Mingyi's true identity, it astonished them. He is the son of the former sect leader? Whispers circulated, recalling rumors of the former sect leader's bloodline returning from obscurity. Oh, the rumor was indeed true? I thought it was merely gossip. Does the son of the former sect leader also need to take the entrance examination? Why isn't he participating? If he were to become a formal disciple directly, that would be utterly unfair. So it appears senior brother Kong and this young man named Hua are at odds. This too reached their ears. It seemed Kongyu held a certain trepidation towards Huo Mingyi. It was understandable, considering Huo Mingyi bore the bloodline of the former sect leader. The youth engaged in incessant chatter regarding the relationship between the two, precisely the effect Huo Mingyi desired. His current strength was insufficient to contend directly with Kongyu, hence he employed such tactics. Huo Mingyi did not perceive these maneuvers as underhanded. Rather, they were part of his strategy. Moreover, he had not spoken falsely. Kongyu was indeed targeting him. From the very moment he arrived at the assembly hall, Kongyu had never offered him a kind expression. Following the incident with the cleansing marrow pill, the man had shed all pretense. He had clearly purchased the cleansing marrow pill from the heavenly market, yet concealed the truth. Furthermore, he had even slapped himself. The sting of that slap lingered in Huo Mingyi's memory. He harbored resentment towards Kongyu, vowing to return that slap in due time. Kongyu listened intently to the discussions around him, acutely aware that the situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. The principle of the weak being at the mercy of the strong was a tactic that Huo Mingyi had employed more than once. With the incident at the spirit summoning well, many members of various sects had come rushing over. Now that the spring python had returned to the well, the situation had stabilized, and everyone was merely waiting to witness the unfolding drama. Kongyu gazed at Huo Mingyi before him, whose eyes were ablaze with fury and concealed triumph, as if to say, Kongyu, let us see how you will extricate yourself from this predicament. What to do? Smack! Kongyu smiled and delivered another slap to Huo Mingyi. He did not even shift his stance. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he raised his arm and, with a swift motion, struck Huo Mingyi from a distance. Huo Mingyi, belatedly realizing what had transpired, instinctively covered his face, which now burned with pain. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Kongyu had dared to strike him again in public. This slap left the onlookers in a state of shock. What was happening? Kong Shixiang had actually struck the son of the sect leader in front of everyone. Were they truly at odds? In stark contrast to the astonished murmurs of the crowd, Kongyu remained calm at the center of the storm. This time, he had acted impulsively without a moment's thought. The instant he slapped Huo Mingyi, his mind was a blank. He simply acted on impulse. Only after the act did he begin to feign distress. Kongyu, how could you treat my good intentions this way? He began his performance, wearing an expression of deep grievance, as if he had been utterly betrayed. His acting was so compelling that anyone who witnessed it would be impressed. Huo Mingyi was left speechless. He opened his mouth to retort, but Kongyu offered him no opportunity. From the moment you ascended the mountain, I have closely monitored your every move. You are the bloodline of the late sect leader, who has shown me great kindness, and thus I could not ignore your presence. When you ventured into the secret realm, I worried for your safety. I even visited you at the Mingyi Hall when you were injured. Yet the rules of Yashoushan Mountain are exceedingly stringent, and I feared that you might become complacent, believing yourself to be the son of the late sect leader, and so I imposed strict expectations upon you. I never anticipated that this would lead you to harbor resentment towards me. Kongyu closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, his gaze was filled with a sense of disappointment. Had I known it would come to this, I would have refrained from involving myself. The late sect leader had been equally severe in his guidance, which is why I have attained my current status. I believe that by emulating the late sect leader's methods and nurturing you, I would honor his legacy. It appears now that I was merely indulging in my own fantasies. At this point, Kongyu's lips quivered slightly, as if he could not continue. In truth, he was genuinely at a loss for words, fearing that further fabrication would elicit laughter. His heartfelt performance garnered admiration from the onlookers, who swiftly shifted their stance, secretly chastising Huo Mingyi for his lack of understanding. It turned out that Kong Shixiang had acted solely with his best interests in mind. How inconsiderate of him to remain oblivious to this. Poor Kong Shixiang, whose well-meaning intentions had gone unappreciated. Alas, it seems that Kong Shixiang's position as the eldest disciple of Yashou Mountain was fraught with challenges, not only serving the sect leader and elders, but also contending with the likes of the other disciples. Huo Mingyi truly lacked any sense of gratitude. The Kong family had no familial ties to him. They had merely acted out of respect for the late sect leader's kindness, yet he showed no appreciation and instead retaliated against Kong Shixiang. Huo Mingyi was truly enraged, trembling with indignation after being outmaneuvered by Kong Yu. You are utterly distorting the truth. Your so-called concern for him, your supposed good intentions, are nothing but fabrications. As the party involved, Huo Mingyi is acutely aware of the profound enmity between himself and Kong Yu, far more than anyone else. How could Kong Yu possibly visit him in secret after he was poisoned? Surely, it was merely an opportunity to mock him. Nevertheless, Kong Yu has now acquired the skill to twist the narrative, rendering Huo Mingyi's objections trivial in his eyes. In a turn of poetic justice, Huo Mingyi has truly shot himself in the foot. The tide has turned. Henceforth, Kong Yu need not utter a word, for others will speak on his behalf. They all accuse Huo Mingyi of failing to recognize the goodwill extended toward him. Huo Mingyi is tormented by his inability to voice his grievances. Has he not suffered enough at the hands of Kong Yu? With Chun Meng gone, he now stands here, a target for ridicule. Clenching his fists, he yearned to land a punch on that detestable face of Kong Yu. At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly appeared beside Huo Mingyi, placing a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder. The elder's gentle pressure compelled Huo Mingyi to regain his composure. After taking several deep breaths, he recognized the necessity of maintaining his calm. With the situation having escalated to this extent, he could afford no misstep. A single wrong word would further entrap him. At this juncture, the Grand Elder spoke. Mingyi, your senior brother Kong has indeed been concerned for you. You must not take his care for granted. This statement served as both a reminder to Huo Mingyi and a subtle admonition to Kong Yu, cautioning against excessive remarks. As a mentor, the Grand Elder was well aware of the discord between his two disciples. However, he intended to take Huo Mingyi under his wing in the future, necessitating the preservation of the young man's reputation. Otherwise, he would find himself in a predicament as a mentor. A silent exchange of glances occurred between Kong Yu and the Grand Elder. A smirk graced Kong Yu's lips, yet his eyes betrayed no mirth. Master speaks the truth. Mingyi, I shall henceforth engage with you in a manner more suitable. Chapter 84. The one who loves to contradict. After the Grand Elder departed, the examination continued. Kong Yu chose not to follow his master out. There was a significant event he wished to witness. One of utmost importance, he intended to observe Su Luyuan's spirit summoning. Watching Su Luyuan was even more crucial than witnessing the emergence of the steamed cake. Kong Yu had no particular expectations for the cake. He merely wished for it to eat, sleep, and live worry-free. However, Su Luyuan was different. Kong Yu regarded him as a sword to be honed, eager to ascertain the limits of this blade. The 10-year-old Su Luyuan and the 27-year-old Kong Yu exchanged glances across the distance. Even though the senior brother had deliberately diminished his presence, Su Luyuan could still feel the weight of his gaze. Kong Yu was watching over him. This thought intensified Su Luyuan's anxiety. With no confidence to begin with, witnessing Su Luyuan obtain his own sword only added to his complex emotions. Yet he could not afford to retreat. There was no alternative path for him. This was his only way forward. As the number of untested candidates dwindled, Su Luyuan resolved not to delay any further. Whether by coincidence or some other reason, several youths before him had failed in their spirit summoning attempts. The pressure on Su Luyuan was immense, as the disappointed faces of those who had gone before him loomed large in his mind. However, he had no more time to hesitate, nor was there any retreat available to him. He could only participate. The number of failures was overwhelming, and the few who had yet to attempt the examination lingered in uncertainty. At that moment, Su Luyuan stepped forward. He approached the spirit summoning well and observed the true transmission disciple responsible for guiding the examination process. Chu Xiao also regarded the boy. He was exceedingly young, merely 10 years old, and due to malnutrition, appeared even younger. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. What could such a frail child possibly summon? I must give it a try, Su Luyuan whispered to Chu Xiao, who nodded slightly in response. Focus your mind and eliminate distractions. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiao rarely offered such a reminder to an examinee. Perhaps it was the sight of the diminutive and emaciated Su Luyuan that stirred his scant sympathy. Kong Yu had remained silent throughout. Fa Gao, feeling fatigued, stood beside him, his head bobbing in drowsiness. Having acquired the status of a formal disciple, he saw no reason to waste time here. Kong Yu patted his shoulder, encouraging him to return to sleep. Tonight, He could forego returning to the servants' quarters, as Kong Yu permitted him to rest in Ju. Yawning, Fa Gao departed. The number of people gathered around the spirit summoning well dwindled. Huo Mingyi also chose not to leave. His reason for staying was simple. Kong Yu had not departed either. He had heard rumors suggesting that Kong Yu seemed to have taken a particular interest in one of the examinees from this batch, treating that individual quite favorably. He had yet to see the true visage of that person, and now it appeared to be none other than this illegitimate child of the Su family before him. Huo Mingyi's brow furrowed tightly. A scrawny little boy, lacking in strength, appeared to possess no remarkable talents. What could Kong Yu possibly see in him? Was it possible that this child harbored some hidden ability yet to be revealed? Or perhaps this child's background was not as simple as it seemed, leading Kong Yu to uncover something? Huo Mingyi's mind raced with thoughts. After all, it was often said that in a confrontation with Kong Yu, the only one left exhausted was Huo Mingyi himself. In truth, Kong Yu's thoughts were not so intricate. He merely desired an obedient candidate. If one did not suffice, he would simply move on to the next. It was quite straightforward. At present, he was temporarily satisfied with Su Luyan. Thus he would ensure the boy advanced past this round. Kong Yu's perspective had shifted. To him, ability was no longer paramount in his previous life. He had assisted numerous capable and gifted disciples, only for them to ultimately become ungrateful. Therefore, in this life, he sought loyalty above all, regardless of whether it stemmed from genuine feelings. As long as there was no betrayal in action, it sufficed. Su Luyan was somewhat taken aback by Chu Zhao's reminder, seemingly not anticipating assistance from this individual. Just moments ago, he had been competing silently with Brother Kong, feeling somewhat overconfident. Even when the other offered kind advice, he merely nodded lightly, saying nothing. Su Luyan approached within a step of the well's edge, clasping his hands together, his gaze firmly fixed on the dark, gaping mouth of the well. Uncertain of what thoughts to harbor within, he pondered what might emerge from the well, or if anything would even appear at all. Su Luyan felt that such matters were beyond his control. He could only pray for a miracle to occur. The faces of those who had experienced utter disappointment flashing repeatedly in his mind, causing his heart to waver for a moment. Su Luyan stood in anticipation, his prayers unceasing. He did not yearn for some rare and exquisite treasure or magical artifact. Even an ordinary iron sword would suffice for him. He merely sought the qualification to enter Yasho Mountain. Yet, reality dealt Su Luyan a harsh blow. After a prolonged wait, the well remained utterly unresponsive. Su Luyan gazed blankly ahead. Chu Xiao felt a flicker of sympathy for the 10-year-old boy, even extending his waiting time beyond the previous duration. However, the Ling Zhao well was so silent that he could not deceive himself. If there was nothing, then there was nothing. He observed the boy's face as his expression shifted from confusion to tension, and upon sensing Chu Zhao's gaze, it transformed into unease. Chu Xiao opened his mouth, ready to declare the boy's disqualification. The Ling Zhao offered no response. Thus, hold on. A voice interrupted Chu Xiao. He was so familiar with this voice that the moment he heard the first word, his brow furrowed tightly. What guidance does Brother Kong have this time? A hint of indignation and dissatisfaction flickered in his gaze, but Kong Yu completely disregarded the hostility emanating from him. His opening statement was one of absurdity. The well is broken. In that moment, Chu Xiao thought he had misheard. What did you say? The well is broken. His mouth gaped open, his features contorting into an expression of shock. Kong Yu, have you taken leave of your senses? This is the Ling Zhao well. What of the Ling Zhao well? Kong Yu's tone was dismissive. Every object has its day of failure. The Ling Zhao well had existed for nearly a millennium. It was not inconceivable that it might break down occasionally. Kong Yu spoke his fabrications with unyielding conviction. He had now grasped the essence of deceit. It lay not in the believability of the lie, but in the speaker's tone. One must be forthright and audacious, unwavering in the belief that one is correct, regardless of other skepticism. Chu Xiao felt increasingly unable to engage in rational discourse with Kong Yu. He thought the man had completely lost his mind. Kong Yu, the Ling Zhao well holds an equal status to the Mountain Guardian array within our sect. It is a treasure bequeathed to us disciples since the time of our founding ancestor. How dare you, as the sect's foremost disciple, question the Ling Zhao well? Chu Xiao began to cast aspersions upon Kong Yu. It was in this moment that Kong Yu realized that the people around him often resorted to moral coercion under the guise of his title as chief disciple. Fortunately, he had devised a unique counter-strategy. I am indeed the chief disciple. Precisely because of this, I must muster the courage to point out the crises and perils that have arisen at Yasho Mountain. Though Kong Yu spoke nonsense, his resolute tone convinced a portion of the audience of his fallacious reasoning. Among that portion, Chu Xiao was certainly not included. Chu Xiao deemed Kong Yu utterly unreasonable. However, unable to articulate a rebuttal and wary of falling into the pit Kong Yu had dug, he turned to seek counsel from his master. Master, look at Brother Kong. He has completely lost his mind. The second elder, being older than both of them combined, approached the matter with a different perspective. He wished to hear Kong Yu's explanation or observe his actions. Kong Yu's course of action was simple. He decided to test it himself. What can this prove? The ever-contrary Chu Xiao was the first to oppose. Brother Kong, you participated in the spiritual summoning at the age of 8. You have already lost your opportunity. You cannot summon anything at all. What else is there to prove? Chapter 85. The spiritual summoning from the well. The spiritual summoning well only grants a single opportunity point. 20 years ago, when Kong Yu took the entrance examination, the elder who presided over the test stated this explicitly. Without the entrance examination, the vicinity of the spiritual summoning well is deemed a forbidden zone, and disciples are strictly prohibited from approaching it lightly. As for Kong Yu, he has not returned since the uproar he caused during the examination. He does not feel perturbed by this, yet the other elders and disciples are filled with trepidation, fearing that he might inadvertently summon some ancient monster or timeless demon. The elder also cautioned him against venturing near the spiritual summoning well. Since Kong Yu arrived at Yashoushan Mountain, it seems everyone has asserted that the well cannot be summoned a second time. However, Chu Xiao, have you ever attempted a second summoning? This question posed by Kong Yu appeared to offend Chu Xiao, who momentarily froze before erupting in indignation. How could I possibly attempt a second summoning? I am a disciple who adheres to the rules, unlike you, brother. The master stated that the spiritual summoning well cannot be summoned a second time, and that is final. Although Kong Yu found it baffling to be verbally attacked, he remained unfazed, considering the remarks not directed at himself. He aimed to exploit the flaw in Chu Xiao's argument. Since Chu Xiao had never tried it himself, how could he assert that the well could not be summoned a second time? Chu Xiao opened his mouth, at a loss for a rebuttal. Kong Yu's assertion was indeed valid. Having never attempted a second summoning, how could he be certain he could not summon anything? Observing his disciple being intimidated by Kong Yu, the second elder stepped forward. Kong Yu, it is not that the sect is unwilling to be generous. It is merely that the spiritual summoning well is extraordinary and must not be treated lightly. Not only disciples, but even we elders cannot come and go as we please. Kong Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Second elder, I understand your perspective. However, what I am currently questioning is that there is something amiss with this well. What issue could there possibly be? The second elder smiled. For those who could summon treasures from the spiritual summoning well were indeed a minority. You have witnessed the devastation of a complete failure before. Second elder, Kong Yu politely waited for the elder to finish speaking before continuing in the same vein. There is little merit in our debate here. It would be far more prudent to allow the disciple to attempt. The master brother is requesting a second spiritual summoning. This was indeed sensational news. The Kong Yu who had once caused such a commotion during the initial summoning was now actively proposing a second attempt. He himself was indifferent to the matter, yet the second elder bore psychological scars from the past. He had been present during that previous spiritual summoning. Kong Yu had summoned the colossal being, flaunted his prowess, yet it was the sect leader and the elders who had to deal with the aftermath. At the very least, the second elder was reluctant to revisit those harrowing memories, having nearly lost half of his life in the process. Clearing his throat, the second elder attempted to dissuade Kong Yu. Kong Yu, you must be careful with this matter. Before he could utter even a single word, Kong Yu had already impatiently positioned himself at the edge of the well. The disciples were about to commence. Hold on, the second elder, helplessly extending his arm, was too late to intervene. As Kong Yu's eyes fluttered open and shut, the well's mouth began to radiate a dazzling light. This luminescence was multicolored, constantly shifting hues. Of course, it paled in comparison to the second elder's expression. The other young men and women, witnessing the well's enchanting display for the first time, erupted in exclamations of awe and wonder. The second elder was drenched in cold sweat. Chu Xiao, taken aback by Kong Yu's swiftness, felt a sense of discontent, especially since he had disregarded his master Dao Shan's presence. He cast a dissatisfied glance at Kong Yu. Senior brother, my master has already said, however. Before Chu Xiao could finish his sentence, the second elder's voice suddenly erupted, tinged with tension and anxiety. Disciple, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and come to my side. Elder Dao Shan had summoned Chu Xiao, not to protect him, but to enlist his assistance in preparation. Moreover, should an uncontrollable situation arise, he could use this apprentice as a shield. Dao Shan was genuinely anxious. The colossal entity that Kong Yu had previously summoned loomed ominously in his mind. Even though it was shrouded in mist, its vague form still exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, and back then, Kong Yu had merely been an 8-year-old child now. Nearly 20 years had passed. Despite Kong Yu's prior failure in transcending tribulations, leading to a decline in his powers, he was still far stronger than the blank slate who had ascended the mountain all those years ago. Who could predict what otherworldly creature he might summon this time? If only he had left that insufferable Dao Yuan to remain here. The surrounding youths, perceiving the anxiety etched on the second elder's face, began to sense the looming danger, with some already retreating, poised to flee at any moment. Yet, Kong Yu stood resolutely in place, undeterred. Some fools, instead of advancing, chose to retreat. Meng Fei Gao was one of them, and Su Lu Yin another. Fei Gao had initially intended to leave. But upon hearing a disciple shout that something was amiss at the spirit summoning well, he rushed back to his senior brother's side, cradling a fuzzy creature, prepared for anything. Senior brother, I will protect you. Su Lu Yin, on the other hand, looked anxiously at the well's opening. Senior brother. Kong Yu urged them to remain calm and wait for whatever emerged from within. As for what might come forth. Truthfully, he was uncertain. Claiming a second spirit summoning was merely a ruse. Kong Yu's true intention was to discreetly toss a few small gifts he had prepared for Su Lu Yin into the well amidst the chaos. While he feigned skepticism, he held little expectation for the outcome of the second spirit summoning. After all, tales had circulated that no one had ever successfully summoned a second time from this well. Yet, miracles often occur in situations where even their creator holds no belief in them. The well's mouth began to shimmer. The brilliance signified that something was about to emerge from the depths. The second elder dared not relax for even a moment. When a shadow suddenly darted across the well's opening, he shouted, "Retreat! Everyone, retreat!" The youths, hearing the second elder's command, erupted into chaos, scrambling to escape. Yet they all crowded together, colliding with one another, and instead of escaping, they fell in a heap. The second elder produced a talisman from his bosom, chanting incantations under his breath. A faint white smoke emanated from the well, shrouding the object within. With a commanding shout of "Go!" the talisman shot forth like a razor-sharp sword. The sound of a crisp clash echoed as the magically imbued talisman collided with weapons such as swords. To his astonishment, the second elder's talisman shattered. Within the white smoke, a frivolous voice rang out. What a worthless trinket, flitting about aimlessly. The voice struck a familiar chord. Meng Figao slightly opened his eyes. Indeed, it was in Tian Shiwan. It was the man who had clashed with his senior brother over Jade. Chapter 86. We must coexist harmoniously. This was undoubtedly the most misfortunate day for Liang Etian. He was in pursuit of 3-century-old demon cultivators, encircling them single-handedly as he had done before. Just as he was about to imprison the 3 old fiends in his gourd, intending to refine them into potent elixirs on an auspicious day, a dazzling light flashed, and the scene before him abruptly transformed. Those 3 old demons had surely fled. His hard-earned elixirs. Liang Etian was seething with rage, poised to discover which foolhardy individual had inadvertently summoned him to this forsaken locale. He vowed to rend that meddlesome soul into 1,000 pieces. As these thoughts whirled in his mind, the white smoke dissipated, revealing Kong Yu's countenance. A smile danced at the corner of Kong Yu's mouth, and upon seeing Liang Etian, there was a flicker of astonishment. It is you? Liang Etian was on the verge of madness. How could it be that insipid imitation of Kong Ming from Tianshuan? Cursed be Kong Yu. Surrounding them were a few idle onlookers, poised and alert as they regarded him with suspicion. However, Liang Etian paid them no heed, fixing his glare upon Kong Yu. What brings you here? Kong Yu chuckled nonchalantly. That is precisely what I wish to inquire about. Why have you appeared and interrupted my summoning? Who is it that is sabotaging whose endeavors? Liang Etian's ire flared. Is your mischief in Tianshuan not enough? What is your intention this time? This time, it's a freebie, Kong Yu replied. Having swiftly assessed the situation, it appeared that the spiritual summoning well had fortuitously established a conduit between himself and Liang Etian. With a mere thought, he summoned Liang Etian here. Chu Xia recognized Liang Etian's visage. You are a disciple of He Yun's sect. What brings you to trespass upon Yashoushan Mountain? He Yun's sect. The youths present were encountering Liang Etian's visage for the first time, yet they had all heard of the illustrious name of He Yun's sect. Good deeds seldom leave the confines of home, but misdeeds travel far and wide. The reputation of He Yun's sect was indeed notorious. They immediately fell into a state of alarm. Being merely adolescents, still teetering on the brink of cultivating their powers, they found themselves face to face with the most notorious villain of the cultivation world. Chu Xia urged them to remain calm, but they could not help but exclaim, "It is indeed He Yun's sect." The He Yun sect. Liang Etian's brow twitched. He could not bear to hear outsiders speak ill of his sect. Yet they were free to commit misdeeds at will. What of He Yun's sect? Though his features were handsome, his expression could be fearsome, and when he scowled, it could send 6 children into tears. Indeed, a few timid girls had already succumbed to fright. Kong Yu admonished him, "Do not scowl so fiercely. Look, for no reason at all, our disciples of Yashoushan Mountain have been frightened to such an extent. Yashou Mountain? You claim this is Yashou Mountain? At this moment, Liang Etian finally realized where he was. Since Yashou Mountain has had no dealings with Huoyun sect, Liang Etian had never set foot in this territory, and thus was utterly ignorant of its nature. It was only now that Kong Yu's reminder struck him. No wonder I feel so unwell. I have unwittingly entered a den of thieves. Liang Etian spoke with a lack of courtesy. Upon hearing his words, Chu Zhao's temper flared. Liang Etian, mind your language. How dare you call this a den of thieves? If Yashou Mountain is a den of thieves, what does that make your Huoyun sect? Surely, a far greater den of thieves. Liang Etian spoke with a sense of pride, leaving Chu Zhao momentarily speechless. The crux of the matter lay not in whether it was a den of thieves, but rather the distinction between an ordinary den of thieves and one brimming with talent. Kong Yu maintained a serene smile, choosing not to intervene, allowing Liang Etian and Chu Shidi to bicker. Liang Etian glared at him again. You have thwarted my endeavors twice. We shall settle this score today. He bore grudges that were never allowed to linger overnight, always seeking immediate retribution. Having failed to strike gold previously, he felt confident in this contest of skills. He lifted his leg, a boot forcefully poised at the edge of the well, preparing to leap out. At that moment, however, Kong Yu extended his slender finger, tapping the air above Liang Etian's forehead. Contract, he uttered but a single word. Instantly, a complex talisman materialized beneath his fingertip. The golden talisman embedded itself into Liang Etian's forehead, imparting no extraordinary sensation, save for a fleeting moment of warmth. That brief heat quickly dissipated, yet Liang Etian's anger surged forth unabated. What have you done? How dare you? Etian, tread carefully. Liang Etian felt as if his mouth had been sealed with an exceedingly sticky label, rendering him utterly speechless. This was due to Kong Yu, due to his command. Since words were futile, action became the only recourse. Yet Kong Yu's next utterance was, Etian, tread cautiously. Liang Etian's fist hung suspended in midair. Now, even action was constrained. Unable to scold or strike, Liang Etian could only glare in frustration. This Kong Yu had taken advantage of him. Before he could grasp the situation, Kong Yu had unilaterally bound him in a contract. Moreover, the contract had succeeded. Liang Etian felt a profound sense of humiliation. Kong Yu, all the while, remained fully aware. Though he did not comprehend the circumstances that led to Liang Etian's presence here, he certainly would not let the opportunity slip by without gaining something in return. Thus, he forged a contract with Liang Etian directly. Observing the boy's incredulous and aggrieved expression, Kong Yu secretly reveled in delight. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon an unforeseen gain. With the contract established, Liang Etian could no longer defy Kong Yu's commands. Furthermore, the existence of the spirit summoning well would reinforce this contract, even to the extent of overriding Liang Etian's own will. Just like now, when he harbored 1,000 desires to eliminate Kong Yu. Yet Kong Yu remarked, Etian, do you truly wish to kill me? That would surely sadden me. You can be sad all you want. Liang Etian harbored a deep-seated desire to dismantle Kong Yu piece by piece. Yet at that moment, his mouth betrayed him, moving of its own accord, though not. Worry. I shall not. Raise a hand. As soon as he uttered these words, astonishment swept through the crowd. Could it be that Huoyun sect and Yashou Mountain shared some clandestine connection? Why was a disciple of Huoyun sect even considering the feelings of their senior brother from Yashou Mountain? Kong Yu struggled to suppress the corners of his lips, fearing that his laughter might startle those around him. Meanwhile, Liang Etian wished fervently for the ground to swallow him whole. Cunning Kong Yu. Detestable Yashou Mountain. This villain, who had been scrupulously diligent, was now to be enslaved by a disciple of Yashou Mountain, none other than the very Kong Yu he found most irksome. Kong Yu, in a state of unbridled joy, took a few steps forward, relishing the sight of Liang Etian's tormented expression, unable to contain his mirth, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. Etian, we must cultivate a good rapport moving forward. Do visit Yashou Mountain often. Chapter 87. Nothing to explain. Ultimately, Liang Etian departed in a state of utter disarray and indignation. The contract forged between him and Kong Yu had been established, and from henceforth he was bound to execute any command issued by Kong Yu, as long as it lay within his capabilities. Even should his heart rebel against the notion, his actions would betray him. Facilitating Kong Yu's ambitions, as he prepared to leave, Kong Yu offered a parting word of consolation. Do not despair too greatly. The contract I have established lasts but a year. Rest assured, you shall be free after that. This was not merely a matter of 1 year or two. The mere thought of being bound to Kong Yu left Liang Etian feeling as though the world had darkened, rendering his future invisible. He departed in accordance with the Ling Zhaowe's guidance, adhering to the principle of returning whence he came. Upon his return, the 3 old demons had indeed fled. However, Liang Etian did not relent. He pursued them vigorously. He certainly had to chase them down. If not for the purpose of capturing these three old rascals, would he have endured such misfortune today? Liang Yiqian bound the three wailing old demons together and delivered a resounding slap to each. What is this incessant weeping? Do you know who here longs to cry the most? Liang Yiqian felt aggrieved, yet found no outlet for his grievances. Meanwhile, at Yashoushan Mountain, Kongyu bid farewell to Liang Yiqian, waving his hand and inviting him to visit Juyu residence whenever he had the chance. The onlookers finally came to their senses, exchanging bewildered glances as they endeavored to comprehend the events that had just transpired. The eldest disciple of Yashoushan Mountain had subdued the true inheritor of Hiyun sect. The magnitude of this revelation was akin to the Grand Elder running through the sect in the nude. Of course, the Grand Elder would never engage in such behavior, but Brother Kong had indeed forged a contract with Liang Yiqian. Huo Mingyi was the first to regain his composure. As he did, he immediately questioned Kongyu. Elder, how could Brother Kong possibly be entangled with a disciple of Hiyun sect? This is quite inappropriate, is it not? Huo Mingyi had learned that the individual who had struck the jade at Tianshiwan was none other than Liang Yiqian. Now, he appeared again at Yashoushan Mountain. The coincidence of encountering the same person twice raised suspicions of covert dealings between Kongyu and Hiyun sect, suggesting that Liang Yiqian was merely playing a role for the benefit of those at Yashoushan Mountain. The second elder was taken aback the moment he saw Liang Yiqian emerge from the well. Particularly after Kongyu's quick wit and agility, he formed a pact with him, leaving the second elder deep in contemplation. Yet, in the depths of his heart, Kongyu had always been a figure of unwavering loyalty to the sect and his master, even to the point of foolish devotion. Could such a person truly betray the sect and collude with Hiyun's sect? However, Kongyu was the disciple of the Grand Elder, and at this moment, using Huo Mingyi's words to diminish his authority seemed entirely appropriate. Thus, after careful consideration, the second elder resolved to question Kongyu. Kongyu, you must elucidate the situation to us, he demanded. Kongyu replied, what is there to explain? I was simply testing the spirit summoning well here, and unexpectedly, a disciple from Hiyun's sect came to me. I have already tested it. The well is functional, and the examination can proceed. His words were succinct and to the point. Huo Mingyi immediately countered, Brother Kong, you are evading the question. We are inquiring about your relationship with the disciples of Hiyun's sect. Kongyu raised an eyebrow and looked at Huo Mingyi. And what are you to question me in this manner? Only the sect master has the authority to interrogate the chief disciple. In the absence of the sect master, only the chief disciple's master may act on their behalf. Are you so eager to assume the role of sect master? You, Kongyu's sharp tongue showed no mercy, and Huo Mingyi had effectively walked into a trap. Though he had privately entertained the thought of becoming the sect master, Shang Rong was currently doing an admirable job, firmly stationed within the mountains. Kongyu's accusation would surely weigh heavily on Huo Mingyi. However, Kongyu spoke the truth. He was not merely warning Huo Mingyi but also subtly admonishing the second elder. After all, why did so many aspire to the position of chief disciple? His status within the mountains was indeed unique. Even his master could not interrogate him at will. Kongyu's implication was clear. If trouble were to be stirred, it would be better to create a grand spectacle and directly summon the sect master. He had the confidence that Shang Rong would undoubtedly speak in his favor. Yet, the second elder wished to avoid escalating the situation. Shang Rong, the sect master, was enigmatic and possessed a background from Yao Tai. Even Dao Shun, who had interacted with him for some time, could not fully comprehend his thoughts. The second elder could not guarantee that Shang Rong would align with him. He lacked the blind confidence that the Grand Elder possessed. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. He could seek a suitable opportunity to casually inform the sect master of the developments, and then observe Shang Rong's stance at that point. Dealing with Kongyu would not be too late. Thus, Dao Shen Elder cleared his throat and continued from Kongyu's statement. Kongyu is indeed correct. Only the sect master may question the chief of Yashoushan Mountain. However, Huo Mingyi remained unconvinced. He could not accept that Kongyu's luck seemed perpetually favorable, allowing him to evade every misfortune. Yet, summoning a disciple from Hiyun's sect was decidedly irrational. Elder, Hiyun's sect and our Yashoushan Mountain are irreconcilable foes. Kongyu encountered a disciple from Hiyun's sect and did not immediately eliminate them. Instead, he forged a contract. This not a betrayal of our sect. It is a grave disrespect. Each time Huo Mingyi sought to frame Kongyu, his mind raced with unusual speed. Other disciples also found Huo Mingyi's arguments to be quite reasonable. At this moment, one can comprehend why Yashoushan Mountain has incorporated the examination of sect history into the entrance assessment. Even though these young men and women hail from distant lands and have not been raised in Yashoushan Mountain, their reading of the sect's own historical accounts has granted them a profound understanding of the animosity existing between the two sections. Consequently, they can readily grasp the significant weight of the phrase betraying one's sect. As articulated by Huo Mingyi. Indeed, as the foremost disciple of Yashoushan Mountain, Could one truly forge connections so carelessly with disciples of He Yun's sect? Kong Yu found himself under scrutiny at this juncture. Chu Xiao, the esteemed disciple of an elder, remained silent, merely furrowing his brow as he gazed at Huo Mingyi. He harbored no fondness for the unexpected emergence of the old sect master's son and felt increasingly irked by the intense expression of malice on Huo Mingyi's face. As if he were eager to harm someone, Chu Xiao was at odds with Kong Yu, yet he did not believe that Kong Yu would be foolish enough to engage with He Yun's sect members under the watchful eyes of many. On the contrary, he suspected that Kong Yu deliberately sought to restrict him through a contract, stemming from some prior grievance with Liang Yiyan. However, a glance at his master's expression revealed that the second elder seemed to be deep in thought. Unable to decipher his master's intentions this time, Chu Xiao prudently chose to remain silent, deeming it the wisest course of action. As the atmosphere grew tense, the second elder was about to speak when Shang Rong made his entrance. "What is the cause of this commotion?" he inquired languidly. Clad in his blue Taoist robe, adorned with a jade crown, and possessing a serene demeanor, he emanated an aura of profound cultivation, appearing as though he could dissipate into wisps of smoke at any moment. Yet, his anger was palpable. Even the second elder dared not utter a sound as Shang Rong slightly furrowed his brow. While other elders may have underestimated this seemingly youthful sect master, the second elder, being astute and possessing an eye for character, recognized that Shang Rong was a man of hidden depths. His deliberate attempt to diminish his presence and delegate much of the sect's authority to several elders and hall masters was decidedly unusual, leading the second elder to suspect that he might be preparing for a sudden departure. Nevertheless, Shang Rong currently held the title of sect master, and the second elder felt compelled to exercise courtesy. "Sect master, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the second elder address Shang Rong as sect master, the youths who had yet to meet him were taken aback and hastily bowed in reverence. Sect master, sect master." Shang Rong raised his hand slightly, signaling them to ease their formality. "Having met with guests from other sects today, I thought I would come to Ling Xiaowell to see if the matter was resolved." His gaze briefly passed over the second elder's slightly tense expression before landing on the young man who had stepped forward. Huo Mingyi. He held a negative impression of this son of the old sect master, but, given his special status, could not afford to appear overly dismissive, lest rumors circulate within the sect. When Huo Mingyi felt Shang Rong's gaze upon him, he promptly lowered his head. Unlike anyone else in Yashoushan Mountain, Shang Rong exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. The previous incident involving him and Mu Ruoxue had left Huo Mingyi unsettled, as he sensed that Shang Rong might still possess some unforeseen measures. In his imagination, Shang Rong had undergone a transformation, as he consistently perceived the latter as a cunning and scheming individual. In truth, Shang Rong hardly paid him any mind, nor did he deign to employ any petty tactics against him. In other words, Huo Mingyi, in his eyes, lacked the requisite significance. Ultimately, Shang Rong's gaze settled upon Kong Yu's face, who met his stare with calm composure, offering a light-hearted smile to the sect leader. Contemplating the inevitable day he would depart from this place, Kong Yu maintained a nonchalant attitude towards everything concerning Yashoushan Mountain. Even when the sect leader exerted pressure through his gaze, Kong Yu gently brushed it aside, pretending not to notice. Shang Rong diverted his attention. "Elder Dao Shun, what exactly transpired here?" Elder Dao Shun cleared his throat and recounted the sequence of events to the sect leader. Returning to the sect leader, "I had just led these children in a spiritual summoning. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but at that moment, Kong Yu suddenly claimed that the summoning well was malfunctioning." Malfunctioning? Shang Rong's eyes flicked towards the silent well. The summoning well had existed since the inception of Yashoushan Mountain, and no one had ever questioned its reliability. Although there had been instances in the past where several children failed to summon anything, Kong Yu insisted that it was indeed broken. Consequently, Kong Yu stepped forward to make an attempt, only to inadvertently summon the true disciple of the elder of He Yun's sect, which led to the ensuing chaos. Nevertheless, that individual had already returned. The second elder recounted the events without embellishment, as they had indeed transpired moments ago. The absurdity of the situation did not escape Shang Rong's attention, and he turned to Kong Yu for confirmation. "Kong Yu, is Elder Dao Shun's account accurate?" "Indeed," Kong Yu readily admitted. "However, sect leader, the disciple from He Yun's sect gained no advantage from me, nor did he harm any of Yashoushan Mountain's disciples. Thus, this hardly qualifies as a disturbance." Kong Yu asserted his point with conviction. Huo Mingyi had not anticipated such audacity. He could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Brother Kong, you have overlooked the most crucial aspect. You have forged a contract with him." Shang Rong was taken aback that this absurdity could escalate further. A contract? Kong Yu had never perceived any impropriety in forming such an agreement. "Indeed, a contract. I have bound myself to him, and for the duration of 1 year, he must heed my instructions. However, what is wrong with that? As long as I wish, he will comply with my wishes." and perhaps even pilfer a few of He Yun's sect's secrets. Kong Yu casually uttered these alarming words, which rendered the other members of Yashoushan Mountain speechless. Precisely. It is not as if Kong Yu has lost and must serve the disciples of He Yun's sect. Rather, it is Liang Etian who must heed Kong Yu's every command. In this light, it seemed advantageous for Yashoushan Mountain. In just a few sentences, Kong Yu had deftly reversed the situation. Now, the majority believed that Kong Yu's maneuver was, in fact, a consideration for the future of Yashoushan Mountain. Huo Mingyi's accusations once again faltered. Huo Mingyi felt a sense of desperation. Kong Yu seemed to always manage a counterattack. He thought he had pushed him into the mud, only for Kong Yu to retaliate. Throwing sand in his face, Huo Mingyi felt a surge of frustration. You claim you would do such a thing. Do you truly believe you can? This sentence sounds somewhat like a tongue twister. Brother Kong, your feelings toward Yashoushan have indeed changed. Huo Mingyi inadvertently spoke the stark truth. Kong Yu currently harbors no sentiments for Yashoushan. His presence here is solely due to the soul bond that binds his spirit, preventing him from completely distancing himself from Yashoushan. Given the slightest chance, Kong Yu would have long since rolled up his belongings and departed without a trace. Thus, he is compelled to remain here, either to create some excitement or to observe the commotion. Such is the case now. He scoffed inwardly, while still putting on an ACT at IT, would be unreasonable for the title of Yashoushan's leading actor not to be bestowed upon him. Mingyi, how dare you question my loyalty to Yashoushan? His expression appeared sorrowful and pained, even deceiving the second elder with his genuine performance. Just as Huo Mingyi was about to speak further, he was interrupted. This time, it was the esteemed Master Shengrong who intervened. Shengrong had his own judgments. After his previous encounter with Kong Yu, he too was momentarily swayed by his acting, but upon reflection, he felt that Kong Yu, like himself, held little affection for this place. His feelings had long since eroded over the passage of time, with everyone in Yashoushan being the root of his grievances. Presently, though Kong Yu seemed physically present in Yashoushan, his thoughts had already drifted far away. Therefore, when Kong Yu professed his unwavering loyalty to Yashoushan, Master Shengrong harbored a skepticism of 7 parts. Nevertheless, he chose to defend Kong Yu. Since Kong Yu had stated it so, Elder Daoxing and all the disciples need not question his intentions. After all, Kong Yu had spent considerably more time in Yashoushan than most of you, and none of you had the right to challenge his qualifications. Chapter 89. The senior brother's gift. Shengrong intervened on Kong Yu's behalf, discouraging others from troubling him. With the support of the master, the others dared not act rashly. The matter of summoning Liang Etian could be considered closed. Shengrong would not pursue it, and others could not cling to it stubbornly. However, once this incident spread, it would inevitably spark discussions among the disciples. Was the master being somewhat biased towards Kong Yu? What transpired between the master and the chief? Why did it seem that the master's attitude towards Kong Yu had shifted so dramatically? Could it be that the master had promised Kong Yu the position of the next leader? Speculations abounded. Kong Yu was accustomed to such discussions and paid them little heed. Shengrong likely felt the same indifference. Those who had resolved to leave Yashoushan would certainly not concern themselves with such trifles. Kong Yu had not forgotten the ultimate purpose behind this farce he had orchestrated. Su Luyuan was still eagerly waiting nearby. Kong Yu cast a discreet glance at the helpless youth and raised his voice to address the second elder. Elder Daoxing, since the well is ready, let us proceed with the examination. Let us continue. However, I believe these children should be given another chance. Kong Yu delineated a scope, specifically the 3 to 5 children that Su Luyuan had previously assessed, including Su Luyuan himself. The second elder furrowed his brow slightly. Such retests had never occurred in the past, leaving him hesitant. Huo Mingyi was the first to object. Each individual is entitled to only one opportunity. Losing that chance means they cannot be retested. Huo Mingyi's opposition holds merit. However, with the sovereign Shengrong present, the final decision rests solely with him. The second elder took the initiative to inquire of the sovereign. What are your thoughts, sovereign? Shengrong, displaying a lack of concern for matters such as entrance examinations, had come to Yashoushan with the sole aim of ensuring the sect's smooth operation. Whether it could flourish or grow strong was beyond his contemplation. Thus, when Kong Yu suggested further assessments, he felt no inclination to oppose. He acquiesced to the chief disciple's desires. Following Kong Yu's lead, Shengrong consented to his request. The fortunate youths were filled with excitement, their hearts brimming with gratitude towards the senior brother, entirely oblivious to the fact that Kong Yu had concocted the entire charade merely to provoke Su Luyuan's jealousy over a trivial matter. Huo Mingyi found himself at a loss for words. Though he harbored resentment within, the authority of Shengrong loomed largest atop Yashoushan. Even if others felt discord, they were compelled to abide by the sovereign's directives. Thus, in an unprecedented turn of events, several young disciples were granted the opportunity for a second summoning during the entrance examination. Among them, 2 summoned treasures. Kong Yu observed with satisfaction, as it spared Su Luyan from being overly conspicuous. When Su Luyan stepped forward, Kong Yu had already retreated to the side. Su Luyan, harboring little hope yet unwilling to forfeit any opportunity, stood before the well, lips pressed together, eyes closed. Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted from the well, carrying with it a warmth that enveloped him in delicate tendrils. Surprised, Su Luyan opened his eyes, and amidst the exclamations of other disciples, a sharp sword soared from the well, embedding itself into the earth before him. This was Su Luyan's astonishment was palpable. The sword before him bore a fire attribute, and he felt a distinct resonance with it, as though it called out to him. Awaiting his response, he approached slowly. Disbelief etched across his face. As his right hand grasped the hilt, the blade flickered with a crimson brilliance, the sword's aura surging forth, electrifying all in attendance. Some recognized the sword's identity. That Sangju? Indeed, it was the Sangju sword. Sangju? The legendary sword said to slay 100 demons with a single strike. How astonishing it was to witness its true form. It seemed the scion of the Su family possessed considerable talent. Holding the Sangju sword, Su Luyan evoked surprise even in the second elder. Well-versed and knowledgeable, he had certainly heard tales of the Sangju sword's renown. Tio think that this frail youth before him could summon such a famed blade. Previously, he had heard from the fourth elder about a gifted child with a fire spiritual root during the bone testing. The fourth elder had refrained from disclosing the child's name. Now, it was clear. It was this very individual standing before him. Su Luyan's brothers, Su Lushing and Su Luyuan, were also present. Su Lushing had been forcibly brought along by Su Luyuan, who wished to amuse his elder brother by showcasing what he believed to be Su Luyan's folly. Little did he anticipate that Su Luyan would summon a divine sword. Su Lushing, having failed the first examination, was already distressed. Now, his younger brother was unwittingly adding to his discomfort. Gritting his teeth, he confronted Su Luyuan. Is this the joke you wanted to show me? Su Luyuan chuckled awkwardly, completely blindsided by the turn of events before them. This accursed illegitimate child. That sword must surely have been pilfered by him. Brother, you must believe me. Su Lushing, seething with rage, let out a cold snort, shaking off his younger brother before turning to depart. I shall return to the manor. You remain here and diligently fulfill your role as a disciple of Yasho Mountain. Elder brother? Wait for me, elder brother. Su Luyuan hurriedly pursued Su Lushing as he left. He had always engaged in mischief alongside Su Lushing, and now that his elder brother was heading home, he found himself at a loss. Consumed by anxiety over his uncertain future, by the well, Huo Mingyi's expression was equally grim. Even in the absence of concrete evidence, he could surmise that Kong Yu had undoubtedly meddled with affairs behind the scenes. This frail child, little more than skin and bones, could not possibly possess such formidable talent. Huo Mingyi refused to believe that Su Luyuan had summoned the Zhangju through his own strength. Although he was unfamiliar with the Zhangju sword, he had gleaned from the discussions around him that it was indeed a remarkable weapon. Huo Mingyi coveted this sword, yet it had already recognized its master. It was now bound by a contract with Su Luyuan, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. All renowned swords acknowledged their masters. Su Luyuan, taken aback by this unexpected gift, found himself momentarily at a loss until Ming Fageo approached him. You lad, you possess quite the talent. Unlike other youths, he was innately pure-hearted. As long as no one vied with him for the title of elder brother, everything else could be amicably settled. Thus, when Su Luyuan summoned the Zhangju, he was one of the two present who genuinely rejoiced for him. His praise for Su Luyuan's abilities was sincere. Su Luyuan cautiously caressed the blade, feeling its searing warmth, his heart racing with excitement. He cast a grateful glance toward Kong Yu, silently acknowledging the moment. Despite the constraints of the situation, Kong Yu offered a faint smile, meeting his gaze for but an instant before averting his eyes. This was the gift he had prepared for Su Luyuan. Though his words were sharp, his heart was soft. He claimed to urge Su Luyuan to strive for himself, yet he had meticulously arranged a fail-safe for his success. From this moment forth, Su Luyuan would be a formal disciple of Yasho Mountain.